young master, it's time for breakfast." An old but serious voice sounded in Zhao Hai's ears. Zhao Hai did not care. He only felt an intense headache. He thought that his computer was not switched off and that the sound was coming from a TV show. But the voice continued, "Young master, it's time to get up. As a noble, getting up on time is a habit you need to maintain." Zhao Hai was stunned because this voice did not seem to be coming from the computer. This voice seemed to be coming from right beside his ear, and it was very real. It was definitely not the voice of his broken speaker. Although his head hurt, Zhao Hai still forced himself to open his eyes. What he saw was not the white ceiling of his house, but a bed canopy. Zhao Hai was stunned. He turned his head and realized that he was lying on a large bed. Beside the bed stood a man in his 50s. His gray hair was combed neatly, and he looked at him calmly. Zhao Hai looked at the serious-looking old man in a daze. Then he looked around. This was a plain room made of stone. Other than the big bed he was lying on, there was only a desk and a chair that could be considered furniture. The floor and walls seemed to have been cleaned recently. The window was a wooden frame with a layer of white paper on it. There was a shining stone above his head for illumination. There was nothing else in the entire house. At this moment, the old man said again, "Young master, you're already well now. As a noble, you should maintain a routine. It's breakfast time now. Please get up quickly." Zhao Hai's eyes turned to the old man, and a thought suddenly flashed across his mind. He had transmigrated. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. When grim Buda saw that Zhao Hai had fainted, he was dazed for a moment before quickly walking out. There were 4 people standing outside the room, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men were not old. They looked to be in their teens, but they were both 2 meters tall. Their skin looked like iron, and they had dark skin and short hair. The 2 of them had identical appearances. They were twins, but their expressions were quite idiotic. One of the women was older, in her 40s. She was fat and had blue hair. She had a kind-looking face and was currently looking anxious. The younger girl was only 16 or 17. She had long green hair, a small oval face, a petite figure, and fair skin. She was quite beautiful. At the moment, she was looking down with a wooden expression. Seeing Grim come out, the older woman immediately asked, "Grim, how is it? Is the young master awake?" Grim nodded, then shook his head. He woke up but fainted again. "Merlin, is your magic ineffective? Or is there something wrong with the medicine? Is someone messing with the medicine?" Merlin said with a cold expression, "If that's the case, I'll fight it out with those guys. Although young master is a little a shoal, he's the last bloodline of the Buda family. Those beastards of the Empire, have they forgotten how much master contributed for the Empire back then? Those ungrateful beastards." Grim said solemnly, "You should go in and take a look. If there is something wrong, use water magic to heal the young master. No matter what, we have to protect the last bloodline of the Buda family." Merlin nodded but then looked fiercely at Grim and said, "If young master recovers, you are not allowed to demand whatever noble etiquette from him. We are already in such a godforsaken place. What noble etiquette is still left? Let it all go to hell. Look at the faces of those nobles. Just thinking about it makes me disgusted." Grim looked at Merlin helplessly, but still said solemnly, No matter what, young master is a viscount now. He has to be like a noble. I have to teach young master to be a true noble, to not let down the kindness of the Buda family." Merlin glared at Grim and said, "If you dare to do that to young master again, I won't cook for you. I don't know how long we can last in this place. With those people in the capital, do you think young master will have a chance to return to the Empire? Stop dreaming." Grim smiled bitterly and stopped talking. He knew that Merlin was telling the truth. The reason why they were assigned to this godforsaken place was because of the emperor and the leaders of the noble families. If not for the fact that the Buda family's previous battle records were too glorious, they would have directly exterminated the Buda family. Although the Buda family still existed, it was impossible to enter the Empire's noble circle in the future. People would even deliberately forget that such a family existed. What disheartened Grim the most was that the emperor was afraid that the Buda family would rise again. He actually made their young master, the last heir and hope of the Buda family, Adam Buda, drink the void water. This void water was a supreme magic treasure. The value of every drop could not be measured by gold coins, and this void water had only one use: to reduce one's strength to nothingness. Just a drop of the void water could instantly turn a mage with the power of a mage god, a warrior with the strength of a martial god, or a god-level knight into an ordinary person. From then on, they would not be able to use any magic or battle aura, and there was no cure for it. Although this potion prevented people from using battle aura and magic, it did not affect the body. It would only turn you into an ordinary person. If this person was an ordinary person, this potion would be no different from ordinary water. But if this person was a noble or a powerful expert, it would instantly turn them into trash in both martial arts and magic, and drop you from the high clouds into a bottomless abyss. Adam was forced to drink this potion under the imperial edict. He would never be able to learn any magic or battle aura in his life. He could only be an ordinary person. If this happened to other noble families, it would not be a big deal. At most, they would just live a carefree life as an ordinary person and wait for death. They would not have to think about getting power and status. However, when the same thing happened to Adam, it was a completely different matter. He was the last heir of the Buda family. He needed the strength to raise the power of the Buda family and let the Buda family once again walk into the stage of the Aksu Empire. However, he was forced to drink the void water. He could no longer learn any magic in battle aura. It was impossible for him to have the strength to raise the Buda family. The last hope of the Buda family was extinct. If it was just the lack of strength, Grim would not be worried. After all, he was a level 8 warrior. His wife Merlin was a level 8 water mage. His granddaughter Meg was a level 6 wind mage. With them, the Buda family's strength was enough. If they were in their original fief, it would not be difficult for the Buda family to prosper. After all, the Buda family's fief was in the south of the empire. Their territories were a main city and 4 medium-sized cities. They had a large population and fertile land. As long as they developed quietly for a few years, the Buda family would prosper. However, they did not expect the emperor to change their family's land from the south to the Black Soil Wilderness in the north. The Black Soil Wilderness was a famous land of death on the continent. Although it was very large, 1/3 the size of the entire Aksu Empire, no plants could grow here. Even those plants that could survive in the desert would die here. Legend had it that this place was originally a fertile land. Later on, a battle occurred here. A few mage gods joined forces and used a large-scale forbidden spell, turning this land into a land of death. The only passage here was next to the territory of the Versailles family. Although the Versailles family had a marriage treaty with the Buda family, how could the Buda family talk about marriage with the most powerful family in the empire in their current state? Fortunately, this place used to be under the rule of the empire, so there was a small castle on the abandoned dwarf Iron Mountain. In addition, this mountain was not affected by the forbidden spell, so there was still some land on the mountain that could be cultivated. They would not starve to death. After knowing that their fief was changed to this place, Grim had immediately exchanged all the money of the Buda family for slaves, living supplies, seeds, and some tools. Then he led Adam, who had been unconscious after drinking the void water, to this place and lived in the abandoned but still usable small castle. Along with Grim were his wife, Merlin, and his granddaughter, Meg. There was a pair of twins, Wood and Rock, who had been adopted by Adam's father. There were also 100 slaves. Adam was unconscious throughout the journey from the Empire to the Black Soil Wilderness. Fortunately, Merlin was a mage and could use magic to treat Adam from time to time. This allowed Adam to reach this place safely. Moreover, she had checked Adam's condition yesterday and thought that he could wake up today. That was why Grim had woken Adam up by the bed. However, none of them could imagine that the Adam lying in the bed was no longer Adam. It was just an earth otaku wearing Adam's skin, Zhao Hai. The moment Zhao Hai fainted, memories that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. It was like a large amount of information was being suddenly instilled in his mind. It almost made his brain crash. Although it did not crash, it still froze as it digested the information bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Hai woke up. He felt a memory that did not belong to him suddenly appear in his mind. In this memory, his name was Adam Buda. He was born in a warrior family in the Aksu Empire on the Ark continent. His family had served the Aksu Empire for 3 generations and had obtained the marquis position. However, the family declined in Adam's generation. Adam was a hedonistic son. In addition, his mother had died early and his father was often outside, leading the army all year round. He became even more lawless. He bullied anyone he did not like and committed all kinds of atrocities. However, his father was a very protective person. He also was in charge of the army, so no one could go against Adam. But his father made one mistake. In the competition for the throne succession of the Aksu Empire, he had chosen the wrong side. The old emperor of the Aksu Empire was the 47th emperor. He had a total of 15 princes. Among them, 5 could inherit the throne. They were the first prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, the 7th prince, and the 13th prince. According to the laws of the Aksu Empire, only the children of the empress and imperial concubines had the right to inherit the throne. Of course, not all the children of the empress and imperial concubines could inherit the throne. Only the children who had the Grand Duke title could compete for the throne. The imperial family's children would have the title of an earl the moment they were born. If they did not make any contributions to the empire, they would only be an earl for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they would be an earl without a fief. Only if they made contributions would their noble title increase, and they would be promoted to the title of imperial prince. Of course, it was impossible for the children of the empress and imperial concubines to only have the title of an earl. They would usually be conferred the title of duke. Then, as long as they made a small contribution or used a random excuse, they could be promoted to a grand duke and finally to an imperial prince. This way, they could fight for the throne. On the continent, the nobles were divided into 2 types. One was the old nobles, and the other was the new nobles. The difference between the new and old nobles was obvious. The new nobles were usually considered nouveau rich and would not be recognized by the old nobles, which meant that they could not enter the core of the country's power. After so many years of development, the nobles had a huge role in the country. Sometimes, they could even influence the rise and fall of a country, especially those old noble families who had developed for 1,000 years and dozens of generations. They were a force that even the imperial power was afraid of. It could be said that those old noble families were the core of the entire empire's power. Any new noble family would want to obtain their approval. However, Adam's father chose the wrong side. He supported the first prince, who was the most popular. In the end, the first prince did not succeed the throne. Instead, the low-profile, the weak-looking 13th prince became the emperor. The first prince was sentenced to death. The first prince's faction did not have a good ending. Adam's father was sent to prison with some excuse and died in prison for no apparent reason. The atrocities that Adam had committed in the past were also dug out by others. However, Adam was spared because of the existence of Grimm, and the others the Empire did not want to provoke the level 8 experts for no concrete reason. In addition, the new emperor had to show himself to be magnanimous. Therefore, he dealt with Adam lightly. He lowered the marquis title that Adam should have inherited to a Viscount and changed their family's originally fertile territory to the black soil wilderness. Moreover, Adam was fed the void water and became a complete cripple. When ordinary nobles had a fief, they would hand it over to the butler or trusted people to manage. Although the fief was their foundation, they would stay in the imperial capital to pay attention to any changes in the empire that were beneficial or harmful to the family. But Adam and the others were not allowed to do this. After their fief was changed by the emperor, they were ordered to leave the imperial capital within 3 days. Moreover, they were not allowed to leave their fief for the next 3 years. This was something that had never happened before. The current emperor of the Aksu Empire, the 13th prince, Abajo Aksu, had to treat the Buda family like this because the Buda family had supported the first prince and also because of the pressure from those old noble families. Now that he had just ascended the throne, he naturally had to suppress the first prince and the 7th prince's factions with all his might, but he did not dare to touch those old noble families. Moreover, those old noble families did not like the Buda family, so they naturally placed pressure on Abajo. That was why Abajo made such a decision. The reason why Adam was given the void water was because of the Buda family's ancestral battle aura cultivation method, the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura. This battle aura cultivation method was very famous on the continent. It was obtained by Adam's great-grandfather by accident. Its cultivation speed was 3 times faster than ordinary battle aura cultivation methods, and its attack power was extremely strong. It had always been a top-notch battle aura cultivation method that the various large families in the empire coveted. If Adam really learned the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura and remembered this grudge, it would be a threat to those large noble families and the imperial family. Therefore, Abajo ordered Adam to drink the void water. There was another reason why the Abajo did not kill Adam. It was because Grimm had offered the cultivation method of this battle aura to Abajo. Moreover, he had sworn a poisonous oath that the people of the Buda family would not cultivate the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura in the future, so the Abajo spared Adam. Of course, Grimm did not give this cultivation technique to Abajo openly. He entered the palace at night and found Abajo before handing over the cultivation technique. Firstly, he wanted to plead for mercy for Adam, and secondly, he wanted Abajo to know his strength and dispel his thoughts of killing Adam. As expected, Abajo was afraid of an expert like Grimm who could easily get to him so silently, so he agreed to Grimm's request. He only lowered Adam's title and changed the territory. He did not take Adam's life. Grimm agreed to these conditions. He knew very well that although he was not weak, the imperial family was also very strong. The reason why he could enter the palace without being noticed was firstly because he was very familiar with the palace, and secondly, because the new emperor had just ascended the throne. The palace forces had undergone a huge reshuffle and had not stabilized yet. Moreover, his cultivation technique was very special, so he was not discovered. The reason why Grimm did not save Adam's father before was because he thought that Abajo would not kill Adam's father. No matter what, Adam's father was a bargaining chip used by the imperial family to deal with those old noble families. The imperial family should not give him up easily. Another reason why he handed over the cultivation method of the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura was because of the void water. The reason why the void water was considered a supreme treasure on the continent was not only because it could prevent people from cultivating magic and battle aura, but also because this special state would be inherited by their descendants. In other words, as long as you drink the void water, your descendants will not be able to learn magic and battle aura. This situation will only end 10 generations later, but that was 10 generations. If 10 generations could not learn magic in battle aura, what would happen? At that time, whether this family could still exist and whether it could continue to the 10th generation was unknown. This was the terrifying thing about the void water and the reason why Grimm handed over the Berserk Dragon battle aura. The 10 generations of the Buda family after Adam could not learn the Berserk Dragon battle aura, so what was the use of keeping it? It was better to hand it over to exchange for Adam's life. That was why Grimm did not hesitate to hand over the Berserk Dragon battle aura, and it turned out that he had made the correct decision. If he had not handed over the Berserk Dragon battle aura, Adam would probably not leave the capital alive. However, it was unknown if someone had tampered with the void water or if Adam's body conflicted with the void water. In any case, after drinking the void water, Adam fainted and did not wake up until he reached his territory. When he woke up, he had already changed from that playboy Adam to Earth's otaku, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Now he understood what had happened. Adam's memories had completely combined with his memories, making Zhao Hai truly understand that he had really transmigrated. Moreover, it was the most commonly seen soul transmigration possession. As an otaku, if he did not know what transmigration was, he could not be considered a complete otaku. However, Zhao Hai had never thought that he would transmigrate and, moreover, possess such an unlucky person. From Adam's memories, Zhao Hai already knew what was going on. However, when Adam fainted, he had not come out of the capital. Zhao Hai did not know where he was now, but he knew that he was no longer in the home in the capital of the Aksu Empire. Because when he woke up last time, he looked around and knew that it was not the home in his memories. The moment Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he felt someone beside him. He turned around and saw that the old man he had seen when he first woke up was standing beside him. Although the old man had a serious expression, his eyes were filled with concern. Unlike the first time he woke up, Zhao Hai now recognized this old man. He was the old butler of the Buda family, Grimm Buda. Grimm was originally not a part of Buda, but he was given the surname by Adam's great-grandfather. He had been loyal to the Buda family and was the most trusted person in the family. However, Adam did not get along well with Grimm. In the past, Adam was a playboy, while Grimm was a serious person who always controlled him and told him that this was not allowed and that was not allowed. Therefore, Adam hated Grimm very much. However, because Grimm's seniority was too high, not to mention him, even his father did not dare to be rude to him, so he could only endure it. The reborn Zhao Hai was naturally not as brainless as the previous Adam. He had read countless transmigration novels and had the thoughts of an adult. His life had always been very bumpy, so it was natural for him to be much more sensible than the pampered Adam. Of course, he also knew how important Grimm was to him. With such an old butler, he could leave everything to him. Moreover, from Adam's memories, he knew that this old butler was even stronger than his father. In this world, strength represented hope of survival. With his long-term otaku life and Adam's memories, Zhao Hai did not have much resistance to transmigration. Similarly, he did not have much expectations. It was just a change in the living environment. There were only two things that made him unhappy. Firstly, there was no computer here. He could not go online anymore. Taking the internet away from an otaku was a punishment worse than death. Secondly, he had drunk the void water. He could not learn battle aura and magic anymore. This destroyed Zhao Hai's dream of conquering the world. Zhao Hai did not realize that he had already assimilated Adam's memories. The reason why he was not flustered was because he was familiar with the continent. From the 2 points that he was unhappy with, it could be seen that the first point was related to him from Earth, and the second was related to the Ark continent. However, Zhao Hai thought it through. Although he was unhappy, there was nothing to say since he was already here. Since he was already here, he might as well settle down. He would be Adam Buda from now on. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was not strange that he could accept Adam's identity so easily. In his previous life, he had no family left, and because he spent most of the time in his home, he didn't have many friends. It could be said that he had nothing tying him to Earth. Now that he was here, it was just a change of environment. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, there were also a few people who cared for him now. At this moment, Grimm also noticed that Zhao Hai was awake. He quickly walked to the bed and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Does your head still hurt?" Zhao Hai had not heard such words of concern for a long time. Now that he heard them, he could not help but feel warm. He felt that his body was fine. He quickly sat up and shook his head at Grimm. "I'm fine." "Grandpa Grimm, where are we?" Grimm was clearly stunned. In the past, Adam would not be so polite. He was not used to this sudden politeness, but he immediately said, "Young master, we have arrived at the fief." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. He nodded and said, "It's the Black Soil Wilderness." Grimm was surprised by Zhao Hai's calmness, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, this is the Black Soil Wilderness." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Where are we now? What's the situation here? How many people are there? How much territory do we have?" In Adam's memory, he only had a little memory of this place. This place was next to the Carrion Swamp, and there was no fertile land here. He did not know anything else, which was why Zhao Hai asked. No matter what, he was already Adam and would live in this black soil wilderness in the future. He had to know about the situation here. Grimm stared blankly at Adam. If not for the fact that Adam had been under his nose the entire time, he would have thought that Adam had been swapped. The person in front of him was definitely not the Adam he knew. Could it really be that setbacks make people grow? Although Grimm was puzzled, he did not doubt Adam's identity. He could only treat Adam's current performance as him maturing. However, he was very happy with this change. He quickly said, "Young master, we are in the city lord's residence of the fief. The residence is on the Iron Mountain in the Black Soil Wilderness. This Iron Mountain was abandoned by the dwarves. There is some land on it that can be cultivated. Young master, please punish me. I made the decision to sell everything in our previous territory and buy a large number of resources and 100 slaves. Now we only have more than 100 gold coins left. The only people who came here are my wife, my granddaughter, Wood, and Rock. The remaining are the 100 slaves. The others have already left." Zhao Hai nodded and analyzed the current situation. They had arrived at a land of death, but there was a city lord's residence here that could be lived in. They could even plant some vegetation on the mountain. There were 100 slaves and 5 people who could be trusted. They were also the closest people to him. Grimm nodded. "All right, young master, please rest first. I'll get Meg to serve you later." When Grimm mentioned Meg, Zhao Hai immediately thought of the petite girl with delicate looks and green hair. She was Grimm's granddaughter. However, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. In the past, Adam had wanted to molest Meg, but Meg was a level 6 mage. Moreover, she looked weak on the outside but was resolute. Although she did not dare to do anything to him, as long as Adam wanted to do anything to her, she would threaten to commit suicide, making Adam not dare to do anything to her. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not help but curse. He had to bear the consequences of Adam's actions in the past. In this situation, it would be awkward to see Meg, so he immediately said, "No need, Grandpa Grimm. I want to rest for a while. Don't let them disturb me. Just call me when it's time for dinner." Grimm bowed and said, "Okay, I will take my leave." With that, he walked out of Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart and slowly walked down from the bed. Although he remembered that he had been lying in bed for a long time, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he felt like he had endless strength. He stretched his body and walked to the window. He gently pushed open the window and looked out. The first thing he saw was a castle-like building. He lived on the top floor and could see everything outside clearly. This was a Western-style castle. In front, he could see a small square and walls that surrounded the castle. Outside the castle was boundless black soil. The land was as black as used oil, giving off a lifeless feeling. In the square of the castle, there was a large pile of things. Zhao Hai looked carefully and saw that they seemed to be materials for daily use. There was a large group of people working there. There were both men and women. They were wearing shabby clothes. The difference was that there was a brand imprinted on the men's forehead. It was too far to see clearly, but Zhao Hai knew that it must be the mark of the Buda family, which meant that these people were slaves of the Buda family. He looked to the sides and saw a desolate mountain. There were some trees growing crookedly on the mountain. These trees did not grow well. They looked like they were seriously sick. Other than these trees, there were only weeds. These weeds were not long and looked similarly sick. He retracted his gaze and looked at the castle that now belonged to him. This castle was not small. It would not be a problem for thousands of people to live in it. However, it seemed like no one had lived in it for a long time. There was some moss on the walls and some grass growing out of the cracks in the rocks. It was a dilapidated scene. Looking at the paper on the window, it was obvious that it had been freshly pasted. Other rooms did not even have window paper. Zhao Hai could not help but smile bitterly. He clearly remembered that the Buda family used glass in their previous residence, but here they had to use primitive window paper. The difference was really big. However, Zhao Hai felt a sense of pride. No matter what, all the land he could see was his. No matter what others said, he did not believe that the black soil could not produce crops. He had to live a good life and let those who had harmed him see. This could be considered a form of compensation for Adam's body. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The Space Farm program has been activated, connecting to the internet. The network connection is successful. The program's operations are normal. Host discovered. Checking the host situation. Host is in a normal state, bound to the host. Your current level is level 1. The system rewards are 500 gold coins and 6 bags of pasture seeds. Every bag of seeds can be planted on 1 acre of land. You already have a piece of cultivated land. It has an area of 10 acres and is level 0. You can buy the seeds you need in the shop and sell the harvested fruits in the shop in exchange for gold coins. Because of the network failure, you can enter the farm freely. You can only contact the host and not any friends. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zhao Hai stood there foolishly. He felt like he was in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal, but he had indeed heard the voice just now. If it were on Earth, Zhao Hai would not believe this. At most, he would think that someone was pranking him, but it was different here. He had even transmigrated. What else could he not believe? Zhao Hai immediately said in his mind, "Enter the farm." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. He He was no longer in his castle, but in a clearing. The clearing was huge, about 10 acres, and it was all plowed. There was a brand new shovel beside the field, along with a small spring with a bucket beside it. There was a small straw hut. To the left of the hut was a straw kennel. Under the window of the straw hut were 2 bottles. One had pesticide written on it, and the other had herbicide written on it. Beside the 2 bottles was a basket with collect written on it. To the right of the straw hut was an even smaller straw hut with a plate that said warehouse hanging from it. Other than these, there was a thick fog all around. Nothing could be seen beyond this straw hut and the clearing. Zhao Hai was too familiar with this situation. Other than the fact that there was no background story, this was the game he was most familiar with, the farm game. Different from other otakus who preferred to game, Zhao Hai preferred to read and write novels. Although he only received a small amount of royalties, he enjoyed it and never played games. Later on, someone introduced Zhao Hai to a farm game. This game did not require much time and it was easy to play, so Zhao Hai kept playing. Before he transmigrated, his farm level was already level 27. Although it was not too high, he had finished farming his land and even opened a ranch. The people who opened the farm game in the beginning knew that the system would give you land for free. There was also the straw hut. The scene now was the same as the scene in the game. The difference was that Zhao Hai saw it through the computer, but now he was personally in this space. Zhao Hai looked at all of this in a daze. He really did not know what to do. He sat down and grabbed a handful of soil, but just as he grabbed the soil, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Space land, level 1. It has been cultivated. Crops planted on it have 10 times faster growth speed. You can bring it out of the space farm and use it to improve the land outside. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. He knew too little about this. Now was the time to get more information about it. He immediately ran to the spring and touched the spring water. As expected, the notification sounded again. Space spring water, level 1, can be drunk. It can improve the human body. It can be used to irrigate the land and accelerate the maturing period of crops by 10 times. It can be brought outside the space farm and can be used to improve the land outside. Zhao Hai was already dizzy from this sudden fortune. He giggled foolishly, forgetting to take his hand out of the spring. After a while, Zhao Hai stood up and laughed. God, I didn't expect you to be so generous to me. Ha ha ha, good, this is too good. Zhao Hai knew very well that since he had come to the Ark continent and become a person who could not cultivate any magic or battle aura, his life was destined to be ordinary. It was impossible for him to take revenge for Adam, but with this space farm it was different. Even if he could not take revenge, he could let the Buda family survive and become prosperous. This was also a form of revenge for Adam. It took Zhao Hai a while to calm down. He first ran to the shovel beside the field. He wanted to see if this shovel was as magical as in the game. When his hand touched the shovel, the notification sounded again. Shovel tool level 1. It can automatically dig the ground. Work time 10 acres day. It can be brought out of the space farm and used. Zhao Hai smiled again. Then he walked to the water bucket and touched it. The notification sounded again. Water bucket tool level 1. It can automatically irrigate the land. Work time 10 acres day. It can be brought out of the space farm and used. Pesticide farm chemical level 1. It's poisonous. It can automatically kill pests. Do not eat it. It can be taken out of the space farm. The quantity is infinite. Herbicide farm chemical level 1. It's poisonous. It can automatically kill weeds. Do not eat it. It can be taken out of the space farm. The quantity is infinite. Basket tool level 1. It can automatically collect fruits and vegetables. Work time 10 acres day. You can bring it out of the space farm to use. The gains will be automatically placed in the warehouse. After understanding everything outside, Zhao Hai already understood that this place was similar to the farm game, but it was not quite the same. However, this place was more suitable for him. Zhao Hai walked into the straw hut excitedly. This straw hut was not big, but there were all the necessary things. There was a wooden bed with dried grass as the mattress, a table, 4 chairs, a cabinet, a stove, and a set of cutlery. Most importantly, there was a computer-like thing beside the bed, but there was only a monitor. Zhao Hai quickly walked to the monitor and realized that it was lit up. There were only 2 icons on it. One of them said shop and the other said farm introduction. Zhao Hai quickly opened the farm introduction. He really wanted to know why he had such a farm and what was up with it. As soon as Zhao Hai's hand touched the icon of the farm introduction, the icon immediately turned into a white light and shot into his head. A lot of information suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. It took him a while to digest this information and guess how this farm came about. Before Zhao Hai came to this world, he was playing the farm game on his computer. However, for some reason, he suddenly came here, and the farm game followed him here. The farm game had experienced many changes, but it had its original functions. Moreover, its features had become even stronger. This farm had already become a system, and this system was tied to Zhao Hai. In other words, although Zhao Hai could not connect to the computers on Earth through this farm, he could use all the functions of this farm, including the shop. He could use gold coins to buy things in the shop or sell his things to the shop. He could bring the things on the farm outside or bring the outside things in. Everything was based on his will. However, the farm was only level 1, and there were many functions that could not be used. If it reached a high level, he could open a ranch and expand his land. There was no limit to how much he could expand. He could level up the farm slowly by gaining experience points from planting, watering, or killing pests. He could also bring in some things from outside to space farm. The space farm could evolve through these things and level up. In other words, Zhao Hai could bring in some specialties of the Ark continent to increase the number of items or species in the space farm to level it up. In short, Zhao Hai had obtained a heaven-defying cheat. Zhao Hai only wanted to laugh loudly. With this heaven-defying cheat, it was not difficult for him to prosper. Moreover, it was not impossible to take revenge for Adam and the Buda family. A bold plan formed in Zhao Hai's mind. He could use space soil and spring water to improve the land in the black soil wilderness. This would be equivalent to having an incomparably huge farm. As long as this place developed, he could recruit more people and become a powerhouse. At that time, he could take revenge for the Buda family. After a while, Zhao Hai came back to his senses and shook his head gently, laughing at himself for thinking too far ahead. It was not the time to think about it yet. It was better to understand this place first. While thinking, Zhao Hai casually opened the icon with the shop written on it. The notification sounded immediately. "Welcome to the space shop. What do you want to buy?" Zhao Hai looked at the screen. There were pictures of some crops on Earth. Below the pictures were the prices and levels. Zhao Hai knew that this was like in the game. He stopped looking and closed the shop page before looking around. In the end, he walked to the cabinet. He believed that this cabinet was definitely not a decoration, but he was disappointed. He touched the cabinet, but there was no notification. Zhao Hai was stunned. He opened the cabinet and found 3 things inside: a cloth bag, a short cane with a worm-like handle, and a short cane with a grass-like handle. Seeing these, Zhao Hai was almost sure of what their purposes were. He picked up the cloth bag first. As expected, the notification sounded again. "Money bag, it can hold gold coins. There is no limit to the number of gold coins. There are 500 gold coins inside. Because your level is too low, the gold coins can't be taken out of the space farm." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. Although the notification was short, he still understood many things. This money bag was actually like an interspatial bag, but it seemed to be able to only hold gold coins. However, this was not what Zhao Hai paid attention to. What he noticed was the last sentence. Because his level was low, the gold coins could not be taken out of the space farm. Did that mean that when his level was high, he could bring these gold coins outside? If that was true, then it would be too good. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He picked up the worm-shaped cane and the notification sounded again. Pest release device. Level 1. It can release pests which will devour crops. Usage 50 times a day. It can be used outside the space farm. Weed release device. Level 1. It can release weeds and compete with the crops for nutrition. Usage 50 times a day. It can be used outside the space farm. Zhao Hai chuckled and put down the 2 canes. These 2 things were good things. They were really great things to trick people. There was nothing else in the hut. Zhao Hai walked out of the straw hut and walked to the warehouse. He knew that there must be other things in the warehouse. At the very least, he did not find the grass seeds that the system had rewarded him anywhere else. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived outside the warehouse. This warehouse looked very ordinary. It was a small straw hut with a small wooden door. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai touched the wooden door and heard a notification. Warehouse Level 1 can store items. There is no limit to the variety and number. The item's quality when stored is maintained when taken out. Its function can be used outside the space farm. Current items: 6 bags of pasture seeds. As he read this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of the pasture seeds. Just as he finished thinking, 6 small cloth bags appeared in front of him. The words pasture seeds were written on the cloth bags. Zhao Hai was stunned and then overjoyed. He had thought about how to use this warehouse, but he did not expect it to be so easy. This was great. Zhao Hai pushed the door of the warehouse but found that it could not be opened at all. The warehouse was like a decoration that could not be used. Zhao Hai smiled and returned to the straw hut. He sat on the straw bed and quietly sorted out his gains. The land here was very fertile and the water could be drunk. Moreover, they accelerated the growth speed of the crops by 10 times. By using the water as well, it would be another 10 times acceleration. Good heavens, with this, he would never have to worry about hunger in the future. The basket could be used, and so could the shovel. Bucket, farm chemicals, pest, and weed release canes were all good things that could be brought out of the space farm. The most important thing was the warehouse. With the warehouse, he had a huge storage space. This was what he was most happy about. From Adam's memories, he knew that there were many storage tools in this world. A space mage could make a storage tool, but there were not many space mages in this world. Therefore, although there were many storage tools on the continent, they were all in the hands of those nobles. Ordinary people would rarely have them. Their storage tools could not be compared to the warehouse. Those storage tools had small space, the largest being only a few hundred cubic meters. That was already called a divine artifact. Something with space as big as his warehouse did not exist at all. Most importantly, the storage tools in the Ark continent could not store living creatures, but this warehouse could. The things he could store had no limits to quantity and types. In addition to these fixed things, he also had 6 bags of pasture seeds and 500 gold coins. Although he could not bring the gold coins out now, he could buy things in the shop in the space farm. That was enough. After reading the farm introduction, Zhao Hai already knew that this place was similar to the game he had played in the past. When he leveled up in the future, he could open a ranch and do more things. Most importantly, he still had 10 acres of land and an endless spring. With these 2 things, he could think of a way to remodel the black soil in his territory, but the first thing he had to do was to plant these 10 acres. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not help but smile bitterly. He used to be an otaku. He was born in the city and had never farmed before. It could be said that he could not even differentiate between grains. Now that he was suddenly asked to farm, he really did not know what to do. Zhao Hai sent the pasture seeds back to the warehouse. He knew very well that these seeds were useless to him now, but if he opened a ranch in the future, they would be useful. What he wanted now was food or crop seeds that could be exchanged for money. He opened the shop interface. It was filled with pictures of some crops. Below were the levels and their price. It was the same as the game interface. Zhao Hai looked at the interface and realized that it was really like the game. The settings were all similar. He was only level 1 now. The only seeds he could plant were pasture seeds, radishes, carrots, and cabbages. He could not plant anything else. Zhao Hai tried and picked a level 2 crop seed. The interface immediately showed that his level was not high enough. Zhao Hai understood. It seemed like this was really like the game. Only these 4 crops could be planted. Zhao Hai chose the radish seeds without hesitation. The radish seeds cost 150 gold coins per bag, and each bag could cover 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land could produce nearly 80,000 kilograms of radishes. If he sold them to the system shop, he could obtain 500 gold coins. According to the purchasing power of this world, 500 gold coins were about 50,000 RMB on Earth. In other words, a gold coin was equivalent to 100 RMB, a silver coin was equivalent to 10 RMB, and a bronze coin was equivalent to 1 RMB. It was quite worth it to plant radishes, but the profit was still lower than cabbages and carrots. However, Zhao Hai chose radishes not because of the profits, but because of experience. In the past, when he was playing the farm game, Zhao Hai had calculated that among all the farm products, in the process of digging, planting, and harvesting the crops, the thing that gave the most experience was this inconspicuous radish. Now, the most important thing was to increase his level so that he could expand the land. Moreover, the gold coins obtained from planting radishes were not little. From the current situation, planting radishes was the most suitable choice. Zhao Hai was an otaku. He did not like to go out, so when he had to go out, he would plan out everything in the most time-saving way, or he would do what he had to do a few days in advance. This way, he would not have to go out again in a few days. After a long time, he developed a habit of making a plan. He would plan carefully before finding the most suitable plan for himself and follow this plan. It was the same this time. He calculated for a long time and finally chose to plant radishes because radishes gave the most experience. The lost gold coins in terms of profit was nothing compared to this. Zhao Hai immediately bought a bag of radish seeds. The radish seeds did not appear in front of him. Instead, they were placed in the warehouse. However, with a thought, a small cloth bag immediately appeared in front of him. This cloth bag was not big and looked flat. There did not seem to be anything in it. However, as soon as Zhao Hai's hand touched the cloth bag, a notification sounded. Radish seeds, 1 bag. It can be taken out of the space farm. It can be planted over 10 acres of land. After closing the shop interface, Zhao Hai walked out of the straw hut with the seed bag. However, he was stunned when he saw the 10 acres of land. He had bought the seeds, but how was he going to plant them? He was a homebody. How would he know about farming? This was really a big issue. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but want to put the seed bag back in the warehouse. Suddenly, he looked at the seed bag in his hand and was stunned. A bold idea entered his mind. Everything in the space farm seemed to revolve around him. Although he had to pay gold coins to buy the seeds, the starting funds were given to him. It was like he was playing a game. If that was the case, could he farm without doing it himself? Zhao Hai immediately thought of planting radishes. As soon as he thought of this, the seed bag in his hand flew out. Then the shovel in the ground moved. The shovel dug a small hole in the ground, and a seed immediately flew out of the seed bag and fell into the small pit. Then the iron bucket flew up and poured water on the small pit. Then the shovel buried the small hole again. Then the shovel dug another hole. A seed flew into it. The bucket watered the soil, and the shovel buried the hole. It was as if there were a few people with a clear division of labor and tacit cooperation working together. Zhao Hai did not have to do anything at all. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw this situation. Space Farm was really good. He felt like he was the god here. As long as he willed it, the things in the space farm would immediately do as he asked. This feeling was really good. Seeing that it would take some time to finish planting this land, Zhao Hai was worried that Grim would be anxious when he noticed that he was missing, so he wanted to leave the space farm. With a thought, he returned to his room in the Iron Mountain Castle. He looked at the sky outside the window and saw that there was not much change. Moreover, no one seemed to have entered the room. This made Zhao Hai believe that he had not stayed in the space farm for long. Even if he had stayed in it for a long time, the time in the space farm must be different from the time outside. Zhao Hai was so excited that he wanted to shout. With such a heaven-defying cheat, he could at least be a carefree landlord in this world. Whether he could help Adam take revenge was another matter. The most important thing now was to let his life be good. It had to be admitted that Zhao Hai was not an ambitious person. He had a strong sense of a small farmer. As long as he was doing well, it was fine. Revitalizing the Buda family, helping the Buda family take revenge, and helping Adam take revenge were all thoughts that he had in a moment of excitement. When he thought of the power of those nobles, Zhao Hai felt a chill. The dignified Buda family was destroyed just like that. What was a small Zhao Hai? It would be easy for them to destroy him. Keep a low profile. I must keep a low profile. Zhao Hai, who had read countless transmigration novels, knew very well that if you did not keep a low profile in the other world, you would not have a good ending. Zhao Hai believed that novels were just fantasies. The reason why those protagonists could control the wind and rain in the other world was all because of the author's cheat and plot armor. If a person was still so arrogant in a completely unfamiliar environment, the consequences would definitely be tragic. Zhao Hai was the last heir of the Buda family. However, they had offended the largest forces in the Aksu Empire. Under such circumstances, if he did not keep a low profile, he would be the first to die. Although he could hide in the space farm, there were too many ways to kill someone. Zhao Hai did not want to lose his head in his sleep. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately said, "Come in." Meg pushed the door open and walked in. She lowered her head and did not look at Zhao Hai. She bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master." She did not say anything else. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly when he saw Meg's expression. The reason why Meg did not look up at him was that Adam had wanted to molest her because of her beauty, but he had not succeeded. However, from then on, Meg had always avoided Adam. Even when they met, she would only lower her head and call him young master before turning to leave. Zhao Hai sighed. This was all Adam's fault, but he had to bear the responsibility. Heavens, what kind of sin was this? Zhao Hai looked at Meg and sighed. "I'm fine, go and rest. I want to sleep for a while, just wake me up for dinner." Meg nodded and left. After leaving, she gently closed the door for Zhao Hai. Seeing Meg avoid him like she was escaping, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Now that his body was completely fine, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. The reason why he said that he wanted to rest was to organize Adam's memories and see if there was anything he missed out. In addition, he had the space farm now, which would greatly help his future development. He had to think about how to use this space farm better. His space farm was growing radishes. If he sold these radishes to the shop, he would be able to earn at least 500 gold coins. In other words, he could earn 350 gold coins in profits. He could also take these radishes out of the warehouse and let Grim sell them elsewhere in the Ark continent. This way, he might be able to obtain more gold coins. But most importantly, he did not know if there were vegetables like radishes in the Ark continent. Adam was a prodigal in the past, so it was impossible for him to do grocery shopping. He usually ate high-quality food. He would not ask what was in the food, so he did not know if there were radishes in this continent. If he could not sell those radishes outside, he would have to sell them to the shop. Radishes were treasures, and the radishes collected by the system should only be the body of the radish. The system probably would not take the leaves. The radish leaves were actually very delicious. As long as they were marinated, they could become a delicacy. Zhao Hai lived in northern China, so he clearly remembered that when he was young, his mother often used pickled radish leaves to cook. The taste was also very good. Moreover, these radish leaves could be used to feed some herbivores. If there were no radishes in this world, they could sell the radishes and leave the leaves to feed some herbivores. In Adam's memory, there were some magical beasts that were easy to feed. They could eat anything. When the time came, they could raise those magical beasts in large numbers. At that time, they would not have to worry about not having meat to eat. Moreover, they could set up a ranch. This way, they would naturally have more income. Even if this world had radishes and the price was not high, he could sell them to the system shop and keep the radish leaves. No matter what, they would not be wasted. Because his level was not high enough, Zhao Hai could not open a ranch in the space farm. However, he could open a ranch in the Ark continent first. When the space farm was upgraded in the future, he could open a ranch and raise some earth animals. Zhao Hai had already thought it through. His future development would depend upon farming. After all, the space farm lacked offensive abilities, so farming was the most suitable for him. Now he had a large fief, a mountain, a land of death, and carrion swamp. These places were all his territories, but it would take a lot of time to make these territories useful. Zhao Hai only hoped that the water and soil in the space farm could really change the black soil wilderness. In that case, he would have a large piece of land to farm. No matter what, land was the foundation. Zhao Hai had never been worried about manpower because he knew that there was a category of person in this world that did not exist on Earth. They were slaves. There were no slaves on Earth, but there were slaves here. As long as you had money, you could buy many slaves. The life and death of these slaves were completely decided by you. They were absolutely loyal to you and could not escape because every slave was branded with the special mark of the family that purchased them. Once they were discovered to have escaped, the consequences would be tragic. Therefore, as long as his farm could earn money, he did not have to worry about manpower. There were many slaves on the continent. As long as someone could provide them with a suitable price, those nobles could turn countless people into slaves. Nobles possessed everything. This world was that simple. However, with Zhao Hai's current status, if he suddenly bought a large number of slaves, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Therefore, no matter what, he had to keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile was his plan, and farming was his main development direction. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and slowly lay on the bed. He still felt like he was in a dream. He was an ordinary otaku on Earth. Although he liked to read transmigration novels, that did not mean that he wanted to transmigrate. However, who would have thought that such a thing would really happen to him? Heavens, if you force an otaku away from the computer, isn't it equivalent to turning a sex maniac into a eunuch? This is too cruel. Zhao Hai sighed and threw himself on the bed. Looking at the stone roof, he couldn't help but sigh again. There were no entertainment facilities at all in this place. How could he live every day? What about my novels? Perhaps because he had just received too many memories and obtained the unexpected joy of the space farm, Zhao Hai was very excited for a while. Now that the excitement was over, he felt waves of exhaustion. Unknowingly, he fell asleep again. What Zhao Hai did not realize was that just as he fell asleep, the door to his room was pushed open. Meg stuck her head in and saw that Zhao Hai was asleep. She walked in quietly and picked up the blanket on the bed to cover Zhao Hai. Then she stood by the bed and looked at Zhao Hai. She sighed and muttered, "Young master, you have to work hard. The Buda family is relying on you." With that, she turned and walked out, closing the door behind her. Just as Meg came out of Zhao Hai's room, Grim walked over and looked at Meg. "Meg, how is the young master? What is he doing?" Meg said, "Nothing, he is asleep." Grim nodded and said, "Go and see if your grandmother has finished cooking. When it's ready, call the young master to eat. Since we're already here, the etiquette of the nobles can only be put aside." With that, he shook his head and walked back. Meg looked at her grandfather. She knew his feelings very well. Her grandfather had given his entire life to the Buda family and saw it fall before his eyes. How could Grim feel good? Meg walked toward the kitchen. Although Merlin was the only cook here, she was only responsible for their food. She did not have to care what the slaves outside ate. Grim had already given food ingredients to the slaves. They would cook for themselves. Meg agreed with his method. The slaves usually had a pitiful life, but they were doing well here. They might not have good food to eat, but they could still eat their fill. Other nobles would not even let them eat their fill. Meg was very clear about the situation. The Buda family was relying on her grandfather now. This young master, Adam, did not know anything at all. Now she only hoped that Adam would be sensible and stop fooling around. Otherwise, the Buda family would really have no hope. But even if Adam was sensible, he had a lot to learn. In the past, he was just a profligate son who was a typical example of ignorance and incompetence. He had no experience in managing a family at all. If he was sensible and willing to learn, it would be fine. But if he was still unwilling to learn and manage the family blindly, with their current situation, they would fall to a dire straits within a few years. Although the Buda family was not too rich in the past, they were still a noble family. Moreover, although they had been convicted, their assets were not confiscated. Therefore, they still had a lot of money. In total, they had about 100,000 gold coins. This was not a small sum. But now the money had been exchanged for various supplies, and there were only more than 100 gold coins left. If Buda was still as extravagant as before, they would probably starve to death. Now, Adam's actions determined the survival of the Buda family. The sky slowly darkened. In the entire castle, other than Zhao Hai's bedroom, which was using magic lamps, the other places were using torches. Magic lamp was made of a kind of magic crystal from the Ark continent, and there were only two ways to get the magic crystal. The first was the underground magic crystal mine. This kind of magic crystal could be good or bad, and the amount of energy contained in it could be calculated. If there was a lot of energy, it could be used as a power source for magic tools. If there was little energy, it could only be used as a light source. This kind of underground magic crystal could not be renewed. After using it up, the magic crystal would be useless. No matter which type of magic crystal it was, they were very expensive. The magic crystal produced in the magic crystal mine was slightly cheaper than the ones produced by the magical beasts, but the price still was not something ordinary people could afford. The Buda family was in a critical period. Although Grim had bought a few magic crystals, each one was very precious and could not be used carelessly. Therefore, at night, other than Zhao Hai's room, the other places were lit with torches. At At this moment, the slaves had already finished eating and were sleeping, but Merlin had just finished cooking and had asked Meg to call Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slept soundly. Although he had arrived in the other world, he now had the space farm. He did not have to worry about his livelihood. Moreover, because he had been unconscious for the past few days, Merlin had been using magic to treat him. There was still a large number of water elements in his body. The water elements had the effect of calming the mind, and now that he was relieved, he slept especially well. When Meg arrived outside Zhao Hai's room, she first listened to the sounds in the room. The room was very quiet. Meg immediately knocked on the door and said, "Young master, it's time for dinner." There was still no sound in the room. Meg called twice more, but there was still no sound in the room. Meg had no choice but to push the door and enter Zhao Hai's room. When she entered Zhao Hai's room, Meg heard even breathing. She quietly walked to Zhao Hai's bed and saw that he was sleeping soundly. He did not hear her shouts at all. Meg sighed. She did not know if Zhao Hai was careless or stupid. At this point, he could still sleep so soundly. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai's bed and gently pushed him. "Young master, it's time for dinner." Zhao Hai woke up in a daze and muttered, "What time is it?" Meg quickly said, "Young master, it's already 7 in the evening." Zhao Hai opened his eyes and turned to look at Meg, who was standing beside the bed. He turned to look out the window and realized that it was already dark. He slowly sat up and shook his dizzy head. He turned to Meg and said, "Meg, what day is it today?" Meg lowered her head. "Young master, today is April 6th. Zhao Hai nodded and calculated in his head. He had fainted on February 17, 1637 in the new era calendar, and it was already April 6th now. In other words, he had been unconscious for more than a month. After losing consciousness for so long, he could still move so freely. If this were on Earth, it would be deemed a miracle. However, Zhao Hai did not ask Meg the reason for this, because he knew from Adam's memories that the healing magic of mages on this continent was very magical. Not to mention a month. Even if you went into coma for a year, you could walk on the ground naturally without showing signs of muscle atrophy after you woke up. Just as Zhao Hai sat on the bed, Meg immediately took Zhao Hai's boots and was about to put them on him when Zhao Hai immediately said, "Meg, put them down. I can do it myself." Meg was stunned, but she said, "Young master, let me do it. This is my work." Zhao Hai was not used to this. He quickly stopped Meg and said, "Forget it. I'll do such small things myself in the future." With that, he snatched the boots from Meg and put them on. Meg looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. She felt that the Zhao Hai today was very unfamiliar. In the past, Zhao Hai would not even take off his boots, let alone wear them. Today, he actually wore them himself. Zhao Hai put on his boots and stood up. He turned to Meg and said, "Let's go and eat first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Grimm." Although Meg felt that Zhao Hai was very strange today, she still agreed and led him to the dining room. Because Meg knew that Zhao Hai had not left his room since he arrived, he would not know the structure of this castle. If she let him walk alone, he would definitely not know where the dining room was. As soon as he left the room, Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he looked around curiously. This castle was clearly an ancient castle. It had been built for some time, but it looked quite sturdy. However, the style was very old, and the interior design was not like Adam's original home. It gave off a dark feeling. However, Zhao Hai did not care about this. He preferred the castle like this. In his impression, castles should look like this. This was the style of an ancient castle. Perhaps he could even find secret rooms in this castle. Soon, Zhao Hai noticed the torches on the wall. When he saw these torches and thought of the price of the magic crystals, he immediately understood why they were used here. Although Adam did not know the value of common goods, he knew the price of things like magic crystals. This was because such things were high-end consumer goods that only people of Adam's level could afford, so he knew the price. At the same time, Zhao Hai thought of the magic lamp in his room. It seemed like that was the only magic lamp in the entire castle. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but feel warm. The dining room was not far from Zhao Hai's bedroom. Soon, the two of them entered the dining room. Grimm, Merlin, Rock, and Wood were waiting for Zhao Hai in the dining room. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, they bowed and said, "Good evening, young master. Enjoy your meal." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the wooden table in the dining room. He realized that only his cutlery was placed there. Through Adam's memories, Zhao Hai knew that servants were not allowed to sit with the nobles when they ate. They could only stand aside and wait. Zhao Hai sat down and looked around the dining room. The room was not big, only about 20 square meters. There was a long dining table in the middle. The dining table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and there were 2 candle holders on the table. There were 3 candles on each candle holder. There were 8 chairs around the dining table. The workmanship of these chairs was very exquisite, and it was obvious that they were high-grade goods. There was a torch in every corner of the dining room, illuminating the entire dining room. But other than these, there was nothing else in the dining room. After looking around the room, Zhao Hai turned to Grimm and said, "Grandpa Grimm, sit down and eat. I have something to ask you after dinner." Grimm immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this won't do. We can't sit with you while you're eating. This is the Empire's rule." Zhao Hai snorted and said, "The Empire's rules are not my rules. Since the Empire has given up on us, why should we respect the Empire's rules? Stop talking about them. Go get the cutlery and sit down to eat. I have something to talk about. If you don't eat, I won't eat either. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Grim had no choice but to turn to look at Merlin. Merlin glared at him and said, "Why are you looking at me? Young master hasn't eaten properly for more than a month. Do you want him to starve?" As expected to Grim, Zhao Hai's body was more important than anything else. Hearing Merlin say this, he immediately turned his head and said, "Then serve the food to everyone. I'll wait on the young master." Merlin did not say anything this time and led Meg away. Grim sat down with Rock and Wood. Wood and Rock were clearly not used to this. Their postures were rigid. Moreover, it could be seen that the two of them were a little silly and did not know how to speak. After seeing Zhao Hai, they only followed Grim in saying, "Good evening, young master. Enjoy your meal." They did not say anything else. From Adam's memories, Zhao Hai knew that Wood and Rock were adopted by his father. They were not smart and could be said to be very stupid. However, the two of them were born with extraordinary talent and divine strength. In addition, they had learned the Berserk Dragon Battle Aura. Now, the two of them were almost level 6 warriors. Moreover, they were loyal to the Buda family and would definitely not betray them. While Merlin was away to serve the food, Zhao Hai turned to Grim and said, "Grandpa Grim, how many gold coins do we have now?" Grim was stunned. He did not know what Zhao Hai meant by asking this, but he immediately stood up and replied, "Young master, we still have 180 gold coins, but we don't lack any resources now, so these gold coins can be used." Zhao Hai quickly asked Grim to sit down and said, "Then when we came from the capital, did we use carriages to bring the things here? What about the horses pulling the carriages?" Grim said, "Young master, our place is small and we don't have much production. Therefore, in order to save on food, we only got 5 horses. The carriages we used when we came were all rented." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood what Grim meant. Grim was trying to save as much as possible. It had to be known that a good horse was not just fed with grass. It had to be fed with some food, and they could not produce much food at all. Therefore, they had to save as much as possible, instead of raising horses that they could not feed. Zhao Hai nodded and continued, "Grandpa Grim, what about the meat? Did we buy some demonic beasts to raise?" Grim did not know why Zhao Hai was asking this. He thought that he was afraid that there was no meat to eat, so he immediately said, "Young master, don't worry. We have bought some blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs. Young master, you don't have to worry about not having meat." Zhao Hai was caught between laughter and tears. It seemed like Adam's personality was really not good in the past. He wanted to ask about animals that bred quickly and were not picky about food, but Grim thought that he was worried about not having meat to eat. At this moment, Merlin and Meg walked in with a few plates of food. The food on the plates was much simpler than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at his plate. There was a white bread, 2 eggs, a piece of meat, and some vegetables. In this situation, his food was already very good. He looked at the others' plates. There was only black bread and some vegetables. There were no eggs or meat at all. This made Zhao Hai's heart ache, but he did not say anything. He only picked up his knife and fork and ate. When Grim and the others saw that he had begun to eat, they also ate. Grim and the others did not eat quickly. Only Rock and Wood ate quickly. Moreover, it could be seen that their portion was much larger. It had to be said that Merlin's food was quite delicious. Although it was not as delicious as the food he ate in China, it was already amazing that she could make such simple food taste like this. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and quickly ate the food in front of him. Although he was not used to eating with knives and forks, he was indeed a little hungry, so he ate quickly. However, when he finished eating, Grim and the others had already finished eating. They were all standing there and looking at him. This made Zhao Hai very helpless, but he also knew that this situation could not be changed in a day or two. After eating, Merlin and Meg cleared the plates and brought up a pot. As soon as he smelled the smell coming from the pot, Zhao Hai knew that it was filled with kia. Kia was something like coffee and was the favorite beverage of the nobles on the continent. Grim poured a cup for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took a sip. It tasted similar to coffee. He couldn't help but nod. He picked up the pot and poured a cup for Grim. Then he pointed at the stool beside him and said, "Grandpa Grim, sit. I have something to discuss with you." Grim quickly said, "No, this old servant will just stand." Zhao Hai stood up and pressed Grim to the chair. "Grandpa Grim, you're from my grandfather's generation. You watched me grow up. Speaking of which, you're also my elder. This time, the Buda family is in trouble. If not for you, my life might have been in danger. You don't have to be polite. Please sit. I really have something to discuss with you." Grim looked at Zhao Hai as he sat. Suddenly, tears flowed down his face. He muttered, I'll sit. Young master has grown up and is sensible." Zhao Hai pretended to sigh and said, "After experiencing so much, it's time to grow up. I'm sorry, Grandpa Grim. I've made you worry in the past. It won't happen again." Grim shook his head and said, "No, young master, don't say that. It's all my fault that something happened to the master. That's why the Buda family fell into such a state." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's not your fault. All right, let's not talk about this. Grandpa Grim, do you know what kind of magical beasts on the continent are not picky about food, breed very fast, and grow quickly?" Grim was stunned by Zhao Hai's question, but he knew about these things, so he immediately said, "There are many kinds of magical beasts on the continent. The blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs we raise belong to this kind of magical beasts. They are all level 1 magical beasts and don't have much attack power. The blue-eyed rabbits take only 3 months to mature. Moreover, after they mature, they can give birth once every month on average. The number of children they give birth to will not be lower than 5. The growth cycle of the long-haired pigs is longer, about 8 to 10 months. After that, they can give birth once every 4 months on average. The number of children they give birth to will not be lower than 7. These two kinds of magical beasts are also the main source of meat on the continent. There are many people who raise them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, which of these two magical beasts is more easy to raise? Grimm said, although blue-eyed rabbits are not picky about food, they are herbivores. They usually only eat some plant leaves, unlike long-haired pigs who eat everything. Zhao Hai nodded and realized that the blue-eyed rabbit Grimm was talking about was no different from the rabbits on Earth. He immediately stood up and said, Grandpa Grimm, didn't you say that we bought blue-eyed rabbits? Take me there. Although Grimm did not know what Zhao Hai was thinking, seeing that Zhao Hai was finally concerned about the situation of the family, he was very happy. However, he still said, Young master, it's already late today. I think we should go and take a look tomorrow. Young master, you should go back and rest early. Zhao Hai looked at the sky, and although he was a little hurried, he nodded. All right, let's go and take a look tomorrow. But Grandpa Grimm, I saw that there are many supplies in the square. Why haven't they been moved to the castle? Grimm said with a troubled expression, Young master, it's not that we don't want to move them inside the castle, but the castle is too small to accommodate so many resources. Therefore, we are organizing the slaves to build a wooden shed so that we can put those things in it. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky outside. Do those slaves have a place to stay? It's already April and it's almost the rainy season. We have to let those slaves have a place to stay. Our Buda family only has so few people left. We have to rely on them in the future. The uneasy expression on Grimm's face changed. When Zhao Hai asked about the supplies in the castle, he was afraid that Zhao Hai would ask about the slaves. In the eyes of the nobles in the continent, those slaves were far less valuable than those supplies. If Zhao Hai thought the same, he would definitely chase those slaves out of the castle and put the supplies in the castle. However, Grimm knew very well that there were only so many people left in the Buda family. Moreover, it was almost the rainy season. If he made those slaves sleep outside, they would easily fall sick. At that time, they would face the predicament of having no one to use. However, Grimm did not expect Zhao Hai to think of this. This made him know that his young master had finally grown up, so he quickly said, Young master, don't worry, it's all arranged. Zhao Hai nodded and said, with Grandpa Grimm around, I'm relieved. All right, I'll go back and rest. We'll talk tomorrow. With that, he walked upstairs. At this moment, Merlin and Meg walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Grimm standing there excitedly, Merlin asked curiously, Old man, what's wrong? Grimm suddenly laughed and said, Young master has grown up. He has become sensible. Ha 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 ha, the heavens haven't given up on our Buda family. Then he told Merlin about the conversation he had with Zhao Hai. After saying that, he smiled and said, Young master is concerned about the family's affairs. This is a good thing. As long as young master can manage the family well, even if the Buda family can't develop and expand, it can still continue on. No matter what, the Buda family will not disappear. Merlin was also very happy. It doesn't matter if we can develop or not. As long as young master is safe, it's fine. I think it's even better now. In the imperial capital, although the Buda family was glorious, it was too eye-catching. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been implicated by those guys. Now it's better to stay away from that world and live normal lives here. There's nothing in the black soil wilderness, and no one will have designs on this place. Our Buda family is safer here. Grimm nodded with a smile. Yes, that's right. That's why I bought equal number of male and female slaves this time. It's for the future development of the family. I don't want to think about anything else now. As long as young master is safe and the Buda family can continue, I'm satisfied. Merlin nodded and smiled. Meg stood behind her. Although her face was expressionless, her eyes showed a trace of happiness. Zhao Hai also heard Grimm's laughter. Thinking about Grimm's expression just now, Zhao Hai knew why Grimm was so happy. When he thought of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. He did not expect them to be so happy just because he had acted normal. It seemed like the previous Adam had really not done anything good. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai could not fall asleep. Perhaps because he had slept too much during the day, he could not fall asleep no matter what. After lying for more than an hour, Zhao Hai still did not fall asleep. After some thought, he decided to go to the space farm to see how the radishes were doing. As soon as he entered the space farm, Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect that the radishes he had planted for a few hours had already grown large leaves. It seemed like they were not far from maturity. Zhao Hai looked at these radishes in a daze. He really did not expect these radishes to grow so quickly. Although space soil and spring water could increase the growth speed of plants, this was too fast, right? Zhao Hai walked to the side of the field and dug out a radish to take a look. He realized that a small portion of the radish had already grown out of the ground. However, because the time was too short, it was still not big. He had to wait for a while before it could mature. Zhao Hai chuckled for a while and buried the radish. Then he stood up and muttered, "At this speed, it will mature tomorrow morning. At that time, I can ask Grandpa Grimm if there are radishes here. I can also see if those blue-eyed rabbits eat radish leaves. If they do, I can open a ranch. Heh." After walking around in the space farm and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhao Hai came out of the space farm and lay quietly on the bed, thinking about all the things he experienced today. After he knew that he had transmigrated, Zhao Hai was not afraid at all. Instead, he was secretly delighted. On Earth, Zhao Hai was an otaku. He lived with a small salary every month and was under a lot of pressure. But it was different here. He was a noble. Although his family was ostracized, he had his own fief. Although it was a land of death, he still had a few loyal subordinates. He could decide their lives and deaths with a word. He had a castle and slaves. Most importantly, he had the space farm. Although he did not know how this space farm came about, as long as he had it, he did not have to worry about food and water for the rest of his life. He could live a carefree life. While thinking about this, he kept thinking about the future development of the farm. However, it was useless to think about it now. He could only wait for the farm to level up. However, the farm had clearly mutated. It was hard to say if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Therefore, as long as there was a chance tomorrow, he had to get the black soil into the space farm and see if he could use the space soil and space water to modify it. Moreover, he had to accumulate funds as soon as possible and buy more seeds from the space shop. He would need to get some space water outside as well. This way, even if this space farm disappeared in the future, he would have fertile land. That was the foundation of his life. While thinking about it, he fell asleep. In his dream, he had built a huge manor and was the owner. His life was beautiful. Just as he was dreaming, a voice suddenly sounded. "The radishes have ripened. Please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai woke up and quickly entered the space farm. He realized that the radishes had really ripened. The ground around the white radishes had cracked. Zhao Hai could not care less. He quickly ran to the side of a radish and dug it out. He wiped the soil on it with his hand and bit it, not caring if it was dirty or not. The sweet and slightly spicy radish liquid filled his mouth. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. It tasted really too good. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he especially liked to eat white radishes. White radishes were sweet, unlike green radishes that were spicy. This white radish that grew in the space farm tasted much better than the ones on Earth. Zhao Hai chewed on the white radish in his mouth while sizing it up. This radish was at least 1.5 kgs heavy. This was not small among white radishes. Moreover, it was straight and plump white. Just looking at it made one's appetite increase. Zhao Hai laughed happily and walked to the window of the straw hut. He picked up the basket with the word "collect" written on it and shouted, "Collect." The radishes flew out of the ground one by one and landed in the basket. The basket could not be filled no matter what. Zhao Hai looked down and saw that the radishes immediately disappeared as soon as they entered the basket. After a while, the entire land was cleared with pits left by the radishes. Zhao Hai checked the warehouse. Indeed, all the radishes were stored in the warehouse. Zhao Hai did not sell these radishes. Instead, he bought another bag of seeds. At the same time, he ordered the small shovel to start digging the ground. Then he planted this bag of seeds in the ground. Just as the seeds were finished planting, he heard a ding. Then a voice sounded, "Congratulations on advancing to level 2. The system gifts you 2 bags of cabbage seeds. Each bag can cover an acre of land." Zhao Hai curled his lips and said, "How stingy. 1 bag of seeds can only cover an acre of land." After finishing his work, Zhao Hai came out of the space farm. He looked at the sky and realized that it was still early. The sun had just risen in the east. It was impossible for Grimm and the others to get up at this time. Even the slaves were still sleeping, but Zhao Hai was so excited that he could not fall asleep. He sat alone in the room and ate the white radish that he had dug out from the space farm. The smell was really irresistible. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to finish a 1.5 kg radish. He only ate half of it before he could not eat any more. However, a strange thing happened. Zhao Hai felt a warm current in his stomach. His body seemed to be filled with energy and his slight drowsiness was gone. Zhao Hai was stunned. This had never happened before. He seemed to be eating stimulants, not a radish. How could this be? Was this not a radish but ginseng? At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch his nose. He was afraid that he would have a nosebleed, but he realized that his nose was still clean. Zhao Hai smiled self-deprecatingly. He was a person who let his imagination run wild, so he often did things that others thought were ridiculous. However, he was sure that it was not an illusion because he still felt energetic. This situation was a little abnormal. From Adam's memories, he had drunk the void water. Although drinking the void water did not affect people who did not learn magic in battle aura, it would still make them feel very tired. It was impossible for them to train to become a warrior just by relying on physical strength. How could there be such a feeling of endless energy? There was only one possibility for this feeling. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look forward to this radish even more. He immediately placed the radish in the space warehouse and prepared to ask Grimm what this radish was. Looking at the sky outside, it was already starting to brighten, but it was still very early. No one was awake yet, and Zhao Hai was too embarrassed to wake them up. However, it was too boring to stay in the room, so Zhao Hai slowly walked out. He wanted to take a good look at this castle that belonged to him. He walked out of the castle, which was in the inner fort. After passing a small square, he arrived at the outer fort. The structure was very simple. The outer fort's ground was paved with limestone slabs and had rows of stone houses. Behind the stone houses were the walls. The walls were very tall, about 10 meters. When he walked near the walls, he saw that they were also very thick, about 4 meters thick. The gate looked to be made of pig iron. It was more than 4 meters tall and was locked with a huge iron bar. There was a device beside the gate that looked to be used to pull out and insert that iron bar. This device was designed very cleverly. As long as its handle was moved, the gears on the locking device would turn, moving the iron bar on the gate to lock it tightly. The way to pull it up was the same. Zhao Hai nodded. He did not expect the machinery in this world to be so developed. He looked around and did not find anything. Other than a large pile of materials bought by Grimm in the middle of the square, there was nothing else. Seeing those materials, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like Grimm was really not a business person. He had actually exchanged all the gold coins for such things. Didn't he know that money could produce money, and these things would be used up sooner or later? It seemed like Grimm wanted to turn this place into a large manor that was isolated from the world. However, thinking about it, he was right in doing so. If Zhao Hai had not transmigrated, Adam might have lived longer. If the original Adam had such money lying around, he would have moved around carelessly and would have died soon. He turned to the stone stairs beside the gate and slowly walked up the wall. These walls were made of green stone and looked very sturdy. The walls were well preserved and the battlements were very neat. There was no need to repair them. There were arrow towers on the 4 corners of the walls that could protect the castle from all directions. Zhao Hai turned to look at the inner fort walls. The inner fort walls were slightly higher than the outer fort walls. There were also a few arrow towers built on it. It seemed like the defensibility of this castle was really comprehensive. He turned around and looked outside of the wall. There was a 5-meter wide moat outside the fort wall. The water in the moat was very clear. He could tell that it was running water. There was a suspension bridge on the moat. The suspension bridge was about 5 meters wide. The suspension rope was made of iron chains as thick as an arm and looked very heavy. The suspension bridge was made of huge iron frames. The wooden boards on it were new. It was obvious that they had been replaced. Outside the bridge was a straight path paved with stones. It was unknown how far it went, and it seemed to have not been used for a long time. There were many weeds growing on it. Zhao Hai knew that this castle had been abandoned for countless years. They had only walked through that path once. He believed that no one had gone out of the castle in the past month, so that path looked like that. Other than this path, the outside of the castle was filled with black soil. There was not a blade of grass on it, making it look so desolate and dead. At this moment, the sun had already risen. The golden sunlight shone on Zhao Hai. He stood on the wall with his hands behind his back and looked at the rising sun in the distance. He could not help but feel heroic. He laughed and said, "All right, this castle and everything here are mine. Although this place is in such a poor state, like the rising sun, sooner or later, I will let its light shine on the entire land." Zhao Hai did not realize that Grimm and the others had already gotten up. They were standing under the wall and quietly looking at Zhao Hai, who was standing on the castle wall like a god. Tears of excitement flashed in their eyes. Zhao Hai only calmed down when the sun rose from the ground. Yes, this was the first sunrise he had seen in the other world. The magnificent scenery made him feel relaxed and heroic, so he could not help but say those words. When Zhao Hai turned around, he realized that Grimm and the others were standing under the wall with the 100 slaves behind them. It could be seen that these slaves had been carefully selected. There were equal numbers of male and female, and they all looked healthy and strong. They were also clean and wore clean clothes. However, there was a mark on the faces of the men. That mark was on their foreheads. It was a ferocious dragon bearing its fangs. It was the emblem of the Buda family. It was made according to the name of their family's battle aura. When Grimm saw that Zhao Hai had noticed them, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said loudly, "Young master, the glory of the Buda family will definitely shine on the entire land. Please guide us." After he finished speaking, the slaves behind him all knelt down and kowtowed. No one dared to raise their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was just an ordinary otaku in his previous life. He had never seen such a scene before. He was stunned and at a loss for words. It took a while for him to calm down. Seeing that Grimm and the others were still bent over, he quickly said, "Grandpa Grimm, everyone get up. We've arrived at a place where there's nothing. The land cannot be cultivated and there are no ores in the mountains. We only have this abandoned castle as a place to stay. And you people have already been branded by the Buda family's mark. You belong to the Buda family whether you are willing or not. As long as the Buda family exists, you have a need to exist. If the Buda family disappears, you will also disappear. This is an immutable fact. Yes, we have nothing now, but we have a pair of capable hands. Everything in this world is created by the hands of humans. Every one of us has a pair of hands, so we won't starve to death. We will work to make our lives better. Most of you are slaves, and so you might think that the beauty of life has nothing to do with you because no matter how good life is, you are still slaves. But today I will announce that as long as you work hard and contribute to the Buda family's development, I will remove your slave identity. You will become civilians, and your children will also be free. They also might one day join the Buda family's army and become a glorious warrior. If their performance is good, they might become a knight and even a noble. I ask you to give your best, and I will also give you what you deserve. As long as you work hard, I, Adam Buda, swear by the name of my family's honor that I shall fulfill my promises. A slight commotion occurred among the slaves. Before being sold, those slaves had been professionally trained. They were not allowed to move when their masters were lecturing them. Even if they wanted to fart, they had to endure it. Such a commotion should not have happened. However, Zhao Hai's words were really shocking. There had never been a noble on the continent who would turn slaves into commoners. Once you became a slave, you would be a slave for all eternity, and your descendants would also be slaves. This could not be changed. If Zhao Hai had just said that, these slaves would not have believed him, but Zhao Hai had sworn on the honor of the Buda family. The nobles on the Ark continent did not easily make an oath. Even if they swore, they would not swear on their family's honor. That was what all the nobles valued the most. But as long as they swore on their family's honor, they would definitely fulfill their promises. In other words, what Zhao Hai had said was all true. What was the greatest wish of a slave? It was to one day become a commoner, to restore their freedom, to prevent their descendants from suffering the pain of slavery. For this, many slaves resisted. They rebelled and revolted, but they were quickly suppressed by those nobles. They were only slaves, they had no weapons, no armor, and no battle aura. They could not defeat the noble army that was armed to the teeth. Now Zhao Hai was telling them that as long as they worked hard and contributed to the Buda family, they could obtain the status of commoners. This was like a dream to these slaves. Working hard was compulsory for the slaves. If they did not work hard and were discovered to be slacking, they would be executed or punished severely. Therefore, no one dared to slack off. Now someone told them that as long as they continued working hard, their dream would be fulfilled. This was too shocking for them. Grimm and the others were also stunned. They did not expect Zhao Hai to say such a thing. Grimm did not agree with Zhao Hai's words because it was normal for those slaves to work hard. Moreover, no noble on the continent would turn a slave into a commoner. There were too many things involved in this, but now that Zhao Hai had already said it, he could not retort. He could only wait until they returned to the castle to tell Zhao Hai about the situation. Looking at the reactions of the slaves, Zhao Hai knew that his words had achieved its purpose. From Adam's memories, he already knew the status of these slaves. It was because he knew this that he used what these slaves wanted the most to lure them. Humans' creativity was endless. As long as they were given hope, the energy they could erupt with was unimaginable. Now, Zhao Hai needed them to erupt with this energy, so he did this. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with their reaction, so he continued, "You can think of various ways to make contributions. As long as you can let the Buda family gain benefits or make things that can improve our lives, you can show them to Supervisor Grimm. As long as I believe that the things you make are useful, I will record your contributions. As long as your contributions reach a certain level, you can become a civilian of our Buda family and this black soil territory. Even if you don't do anything creative, as long as you work hard and perform well, you can obtain contribution points." The slaves were even more excited. They were almost treating Zhao Hai as a god because only a god would be so benevolent. An aura erupted from all the slaves. This aura actually made Grimm, who was already a level 8 warrior, feel a little shocked. Grimm turned to look at the slaves and realized that there seemed to be something new on them. In the past, when he saw these slaves, he would feel that they were lifeless like a rock, but now they were like a living human. They showed vitality and strength. Grimm was shaken. He suddenly understood Zhao Hai's actions. If the Buda family wanted to develop, it was impossible to rely on just 100 lifeless slaves. But if it were 100 people filled with vigor, it would be completely different. Grimm did not know what 100 hardworking people could do, but he knew what 100 slaves could do. Grimm heaved a sigh of relief and smiled sincerely. At the same time, there was a trace of determination in his face. He believed that the opportunity for the Buda family to start anew was coming. Zhao Hai also felt the changes in the slaves. He smiled and knew that his words were effective, so he immediately said, "All right, go and work. Arrange these supplies first. There will be a new mission for you tomorrow." The slaves responded and quickly walked towards the supplies. Their footsteps were much livelier than before, and their bodies were filled with energy. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and got down from the wall. He slowly walked to Grimm and said, "Grandpa Grimm, let's go back. I have something to ask you." Grimm nodded and led Merlin and the others into the castle. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Grimm knew that Zhao Hai had really changed. He was no longer the young master who only knew how to cause trouble. He was now the head of the Buda family, a true head. The few of them quickly arrived at the dining room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and the remaining half of the radish which he had eaten appeared in his hand. He placed the radish on the table and said to Grim, "Grandpa Grim, look at this." Grim did not say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Grim strangely and realized that Grim was looking at his hand in a daze. He knew why Grim had such an expression. It was because he had taken out the radish out of nowhere. On this continent, there was space magic. However, space magic was very difficult to learn, and the requirements were very harsh, so not many people learned it. Although there were spatial equipment that could be used to store things, it required energy like magic energy or battle aura to open those equipment. As for him who had drunk the void water, even if he had such equipment, he could not open it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Grim, what do you think this is?" Grim came to his senses and stood up excitedly. "Young master, you just. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It's an ability I accidentally obtained. It's okay if you guys know of it, don't tell others. All right, look at what this is." Grim had lived in the imperial capital for his entire life and had seen all kinds of things. He immediately came to his senses. He did not look at the thing on the table, but looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, "Young master, you can use magic now." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't use magic. You also know that anyone who drinks the void water can't use magic. This is just an ability. It has no offensive powers and can only let me store some things." Grim nodded and was slightly disappointed. Then he turned his head to the table and saw the radish on the table. He was stunned for a moment and immediately picked it up. He looked at it carefully and sniffed it. Finally, he took a bite and nodded. He placed the radish on the table and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, this is magic radish, a very common magical vegetable." Zhao Hai was stunned. "What magical vegetables? Are there other kinds of vegetables?" Grim nodded and said, "Yes, young master. There are two types of vegetables on the Ark continent. One is ordinary vegetables. These vegetables are usually eaten by commoners or slaves, while the nobles usually eat magical vegetables. These vegetables contain some magic energy and can only grow in some special lands. Moreover, they need to be carefully taken care of. Magic radish is such a magical vegetable, but it is the most common one. The current market price is about 2 silver coins per kilogram." Zhao Hai quickly calculated in his mind. He had 40,000 kilograms of radishes. 2 silver coins per kilogram was 80,000 silver coins. If he exchanged it for gold coins, it would be 8,000 gold coins. This was way much better than selling to the space farm. If he sold to the space farm, he would only get 500 gold coins, which was equivalent to selling the radish for a little more than 1.2 bronze coins per kilogram. According to the purchasing power of this world and the purchasing power of Earth, if he sold these radishes to the space farm, he would be selling them for a little more than 1.2 yuan per kilogram. However, if he sold them to the people here, he could sell them for 10 yuan per kilogram. The difference was nearly 20 times. Even a fool knew whom to sell. At this moment, Grim picked up the map and said, "But this magic radish is a little strange. I've never seen such a big magic radish on the continent, and its taste is much stronger than the ones I have tasted. Young master, where did you get this thing?" Zhao Hai did not answer him and only continued then, "Can the blue-eyed rabbits eat the leaves of this thing? When we buy the magic radishes, do we take the leaves as well?" Grim shook his head and said, "We won't take leaves when we buy the magic radishes. The leaves of this thing don't taste good, but it's a food that the blue-eyed rabbit likes very much." "Why are you asking this, young master?" Zhao Hai stood up and walked around the ground happily. "The heavens didn't abandon me. This is great. With this, I can build a ranch." Grim looked at Zhao Hai and felt worried. He did not know what was wrong with Zhao Hai and thought that he had gone crazy. He quickly said, young master, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Zhao Hai came back to his senses and laughed loudly at Grim. "Grandpa Grim, don't be worried. I'm just too happy. By the way, Grandpa Grim, let me ask you, is this magic radish easy to buy?" Seeing that Zhao Hai was fine, Grim was relieved. He immediately nodded and said, "It's easy to buy. There's no war on the continent now, and the people have a lot of income. Many commoners will buy some magic vegetables to eat, and the magic radish is the cheapest among the magic vegetables. So many people buy it." Zhao Hai nodded and sat down. He asked Grim to sit down as well and said, "Grandpa Grim, I have 40,000 kilograms of this magic radish. You have to think of a way to sell them. It doesn't matter if you sell them a bit cheaper, but you have to sell them as soon as possible and buy as many blue-eyed rabbits as possible. There are many abandoned mines on this mountain. You can transform those mines into the nests of blue-eyed rabbits. This way we will have a fixed income in the future." Grim was stunned. He stood up excitedly and said, "Young master, are you saying you have 40,000 kilograms of magic radish? Why do you have so many of them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry about it for now. Hurry up and settle this matter. Moreover, the buyer you find has to be a big dealer. Tell him that I have a lot of magic radish in my hands. In about 2 more days, I will have another 40,000 kilograms of magic radish. He can have as much as he wants." Grim stammered, young master, are you serious? Do you really have that many magic radishes? Where did you get them from? Zhao Hai smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. You just have to deal with this as soon as possible. You have to be fast, but you have to keep a low profile. Don't let anyone know that we sold these things. Can you do it? Grim immediately calmed down. Although he did not know where Zhao Hai had obtained these magic radishes, he thought that this must be related to the ability Zhao Hai had obtained, so he immediately said, young master, don't worry. I can do this. I will arrange it immediately. Zhao Hai nodded and stopped Grim, who was about to leave. Grandpa Grim, tell those slaves to stop caring about those supplies. Go and clean up those mines immediately. We have to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. I will take care of those supplies. Don't worry. Grim's eyes lit up. He had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's ability. Although Zhao Hai said that his ability was not aggressive, just the fact that he could store so many things and provide so many magic radishes was already impressive. Grim immediately nodded and said, young master, don't worry. I will arrange it. Wood Rock, from now on, stay by young master's side and protect him. I am going out for a few days. Merlin, Meg, watch over those slaves and make sure they finish what young master has planned in the shortest time possible. Do you understand? At this moment, Grim displayed the experience and skills of a butler of a noble family. He arranged the few important things in the shortest time. The first was Zhao Hai's safety, the second was the focus of the work, and the third was to sell the radishes outside. Clearly, he was going to do the third thing himself. Merlin and the others were stunned. They really did not expect Zhao Hai to have such a secret. Now that Grim shouted, they came back to their senses and nodded. Only then did Grim quickly walk out. Zhao Hai looked at Grim's back and nodded. It seemed like Grim was not ignorant in business matters. The reason why he had spent all of the family's money when they came to the Black Soil Wilderness might be because of the reason he had guessed earlier. It was to let Adam have no money to spend and stay here obediently. But now, Grim did not need to worry about this. Seeing that Grim had left, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, are you hungry? You haven't eaten since you woke up this morning. I'll prepare breakfast for you immediately. With that, she walked into the kitchen. Zhao Hai quickly said, Grandma Merlin, forget it. I ate half a magic radish this morning. I'm still full. Merlin quickly shook her head and said, how can that do? How can you fill your stomach with just this? Young master, wait a moment. I'll make it immediately. It'll be ready soon. Seeing that he could not stop her, Zhao Hai quickly said, Grandma Merlin, cook this magic radish too. It should be quite delicious. Merlin agreed and took half of the radish into the kitchen. Meg stood beside Zhao Hai while Wood and Rock stood behind him. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that Wood and Rock wouldn't listen to anything he said now. These two guys were very stubborn. They had Grim's order to follow, so he also didn't say anything. He just turned to Meg and said, Meg, bring me some Kia. I'm a little thirsty. Meg responded and turned to walk to the kitchen. However, when she walked behind Zhao Hai, she secretly glanced at him before quickly walking into the kitchen. Zhao Hai sat there in boredom. There were still too few people in the castle that he could talk to. There were only Grim and the others. It was impossible for those slaves to chat with Zhao Hai normally. If Zhao Hai went to chat with them, he might scare them instead. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only sit here alone. Zhao Hai wanted to chat with Wood and Rock, but the two of them were slow-witted and did not speak much. He could not chat with them at all, so he could only sit there alone and stare blankly. Fortunately, Meg came out with a pot of Kia. However, after pouring a cup for Zhao Hai, she retreated behind him without saying anything. This made Zhao Hai depressed, but he did not know what to say to Meg. Because of what Adam had done to Meg in the past, Zhao Hai felt very awkward when facing Meg. Merlin was very fast. Soon, Zhao Hai's breakfast was prepared. It was similar to the Western breakfast on Earth. The breakfast contained bread, meat porridge, and a few fried eggs. Of course, this fried egg was not made of normal eggs like on Earth, but the eggs of a level 1 magical beast on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and the others and said, Grandma Merlin, sit down and eat. You still have many things to do after breakfast. Merlin nodded. This time she did not retort because she knew that they really had a lot of work, so she and Meg went to the kitchen to get a few more plates of food and ate them with Wood and Rock. After breakfast, Zhao Hai did not return to his room. Instead, he went to the living room on the first floor and sat there drinking Kia. He knew that after Grim arranged everything, he would definitely report to him, so he was not in a hurry. As expected, not long after Zhao Hai sat down, Grim walked in and bowed to Zhao Hai. Young master, I've already arranged everything here. I'll set off soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Don't worry, those things won't disappear. It won't be a problem even if they are stored for 10 years. Make sure to find some big businessmen and sign a long-term cooperation agreement with them. Also, remember, we have to raise a large number of blue-eyed rabbits in the future. We have to cooperate with them on this. If I'm not wrong, after we sell off all the magic radishes, their price might drop. We have to be mentally prepared for this. Grim nodded. Zhao Hai pointed to the seat beside him and said, Grandpa Grimm, you should sit down. I don't feel comfortable talking with you standing like this. I still have a lot to say to you. Wood, bring Grandpa Grimm breakfast. Wood looked at Grimm and saw him nod. Wood walked to the kitchen. Grimm sat down. Zhao Hai did not say anything about this. He knew very well what Adam had been like in the past. If it had not been for Grimm, Adam would have died countless times. He was naturally not jealous of Grimm's authority. After Grimm sat down, Zhao Hai continued, Grandpa Grimm, you know our current situation, so I hope you remember to keep a low profile. If we do anything that those nobles can't take, we will be finished. Therefore, this cooperation must not be known to anyone. Grimm nodded. Zhao Hai sighed and said, although I don't know why those nobles let us off and only sent us to such a place, I think we must have something that they have scruples about. If they want to deal with us, they will have to pay a huge price. But if they know that our Buda family still has the hope of rising in this forsaken place, they will kill us regardless of the price. Therefore, we have to keep a low profile now till we have developed well. Grimm's eyes turned red. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely settle this matter properly. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandpa Grimm, don't be like this. Sit down. Remember, the magic radish is only the first step. After a while, I will try to see if I can turn the black soil outside into normal soil that can be cultivated. That will make our situation even better. However, we will need more manpower, so you have to buy more slaves through various channels. No matter what race they are, as long as they are useful or are proficient in some area, you can buy them. Anyway, ordinary people will not come here to check, but we still have to be careful. Grimm nodded. He realized that his young master had really changed. In the past, his young master would not have thought of this. This change was definitely a good thing for the Buda family. At this moment, Wood also served Grimm's breakfast. Zhao Hai glanced at Grimm's breakfast. It was very simple, which made Zhao Hai shake his head. He turned to Grimm and said, Grandpa Grimm, after you sell the magic radishes, you have to buy blue-eyed rabbits, long-tailed chickens, and scaleless fish. Now, the moat outside the castle has no life forms. I took a look. That river seems to be freshwater that can be used to raise fish. Let's not care about how much money we can earn first. We have to make our own life comfortable. When you go, don't be afraid of them asking for a lot of magic radishes. We can provide as much as they want. However, I think the market for the magic radish will definitely be overturned by us. When that happens, they will definitely investigate. Therefore, be careful in the transactions and don't let them know about us. Also, buy some books, especially the ones related to plants and animals in the continent. This will be very useful to us. Anyway, this is all I can think of now. You can deal with the rest yourself. By the way, our defense force is lacking. You should see if you can buy some slaves proficient in fighting. But let's take it step by step. First is to improve our lives. While eating, Grimm listened to Zhao Hai's words. He remembered everything that Zhao Hai had said. There were priorities to these things, but he had to accomplish all of them. After a while, Grimm finished eating and asked Wood to take away the dishes. He stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Young master, I'll be going. If you need anything in the few days that I am gone, you have to tell Merlin. Young master, you have to take good care of yourself. You're the last hope of the Buda family. If anything happens to you, how can I face my deceased master? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa Grimm, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't cause trouble like before. Go and return early. As long as you complete the task, it will be fine. By the way, the transportation of the magic radishes is a big problem. I think after you settle the matter, I will personally send the things over. This way, it won't attract attention. What do you think? Grimm thought for a moment and said, let's talk about this after I settle the matter. Don't worry, young master. I will arrange everything properly. Grimm's eyes turned red, but he accepted Zhao Hai's bow and looked up at the sky. Master, old master, do you see this? Young master has grown. There is hope for the Buda family. Even if I have to risk my old bones, I will make the Buda family prosper again. With that, he bowed to Zhao Hai and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Grimm did not look like a servant at all. His heroic spirit was soaring, and the might of a level 8 martial artist was displayed. Zhao Hai looked at Grimm's back and smiled. He turned around and walked into his room. Zhao Hai knew that it would take some time for others to adapt to his changes. His performance was very eye-catching, so he had to act a little modestly. Anyway, Grimm had already arranged the matters at home. Merlin and Meg were watching over the rest. He did not have to worry. He should take a look at the farm. That was his foundation. However, the two stubborn fellows, Wood and Rock, followed behind him like two ghosts. No matter where he went, they would follow. They carried out Grimm's words thoroughly, making Zhao Hai feel very helpless. Zhao Hai did not want Grimm and the others to know too much about the space farm, but with Wood and Rock around, it was impossible to hide the matter from them. After entering his room, Zhao Hai turned to Wood and Rock and said, Wood, Rock, go back to your rooms. I want to rest for a while. There's nothing to worry about in the castle. The two of them shook their heads at the same time and did not speak. Zhao Hai said impatiently, I'm going to rest. Can you go help Grandma Merlin? They still shook their heads. I'm going to sleep. You can't stand by the bed, right? Go stand outside the door. They still shook their heads. I'm the young master. The two of you get out. They still shook their heads. "Brothers, I'm begging you. Give me some free space. Just do me a favor and leave." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the two brothers reached out and took out the two-handed swords on their backs and placed them on their necks, looking like they would suicide immediately if they were not allowed to follow. Zhao Hai slapped his head. Meeting such stubborn people gave him a headache, but he had no choice. He knew from the looks of Wood and Rock that if he really did not let them follow him, they might really commit suicide. They were among the few people who were definitely loyal to the Buda family. He could not let them die. However, if he brought them into the space farm, they would know its secret. Zhao Hai was really unwilling. However, Zhao Hai had yet to completely understand the situation in the space farm. He had already planted the radishes before dawn. Now that it was already bright, he did not know how much they had grown. He had to go and take a look. When the radishes matured, he had to collect them. That was money. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to see how to get the water and soil out of the space farm. Space soil and space water could transform the land. The black soil outside might become fertile land. This was what Zhao Hai needed the most now. Zhao Hai was thinking about the pros and cons of not entering the space farm, but Wood and Rock did not remove the swords. They stared at Zhao Hai, afraid that he would disappear. After a while, Zhao Hai came to his senses. He looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. "All right, it's fine if you want to follow, but you can't tell anyone about what you saw today. If you do, you can only tell Grandpa Grimm, Grandma Merlin, and Meg. Other than these three people, you can't tell anyone else. Even if you're talking in your sleep, you can't tell anyone." The two of them nodded at the same time, but they still did not put down their swords. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and was speechless. It seemed like the two of them were not really stupid. They were afraid that he would trick them. It looked like he could only bring the two of them into the space farm, but that was good too. In any case, he would have to tell Grimm and the others about the space farm sooner or later. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, put down the sword. Isn't it heavy? Get ready, we're going in." With that, the three of them instantly disappeared and appeared in the space farm. Wood and Rock looked at everything in the space farm in a daze. They saw the radishes that had already grown out of the ground, the straw huts, and the pile of things in front of the hut. Seeing that the two of them were still holding their swords, Zhao Hai patted their shoulders and said, "Put down your swords. Aren't we already here?" Wood and Rock came to their senses and put down their swords. They did not dare to go against Zhao Hai's words at all. Right now, they felt that Zhao Hai's words were an imperial edict. They had to follow it. Zhao Hai also felt the change in the two of them. He seemed to feel that the two of them had already treated him as their master, which stunned him. However, he did not think too much about it. He looked at the growth of the radish and the things in the hut. There was no change. He was only left with 200 gold coins. Moreover, he remembered that when he was playing the game, weeds and pests would automatically respawn from time to time. These two things were the greatest enemies of crops. Fortunately, those things did not grow in the ground. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai had to come here to take a look. Although the farm gave him a notification when the radishes matured, he did not know if the notification would appear when weeds and pests appeared. These radishes were money, and if he wanted to live well here, he could not disregard them. He needed money, a lot of money, so he could not make any mistakes. Wood and Rock were still following Zhao Hai as usual, but their mental state had changed drastically. In the past, they only listened to Grimm, but after coming to the space farm, Grimm's status in their hearts became far lower than Zhao Hai's. Now Zhao Hai was their lord. Zhao Hai did not know that this space farm was different. In fact, everything here belonged to them. However, there was the concept of levels here. Since his level was too low, there were things that were not yet accessible to him. It was precisely because this space farm belonged to him that no matter what he brought into this space farm, this thing would involuntarily recognize him as its master. His orders were the imperial edict. In this space, he was the god, which was why Wood and Rock had such thoughts. Zhao Hai had yet to discover this. He only carefully checked the space farm to see if there were any changes. There were no changes at all. Everything was normal. Although it had advanced another level, other than some seeds, he had obtained nothing. However, Zhao Hai was not depressed. Although he did not have much gold coins left, he could still plant another batch of radishes. If Grimm did not return before this new batch of radishes was mature, he could only sell a portion of them to the shop and use the money to buy another bag of seeds. It was not that Zhao Hai did not want to plant anything else, but he knew too little about the vegetables in this world. He was afraid that he would not be able to sell anything if he planted anything else. He was in an accumulation state now. If he really planted vegetables that could not be sold, his capital would be suppressed. It was not the time to test that. It was easy to sell radishes in this world, so planting radishes was the safest method. Zhao Hai could not take a single wrong step. This not only concerned his life, but also the future of the entire Buda family. Zhao Hai knew very well that he had not only inherited Adam's body, but also the responsibility of the Buda family. Therefore, he would rather be stable and keep a low profile than take a wrong step and let others discover their movements. If others discovered them, they might even lose their lives. Realizing that there was no change in the space farm, Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. He He turned to Wood and Rock and said, "All right, there's nothing else here. Let's go out." Wood and Rock naturally did not object. They immediately replied, "Yes, young master." This stunned Zhao Hai. This was the first time Wood and Rock had spoken to him. He could not help but look at the two of them curiously, but he did not find anything strange. With a thought, he brought the two of them out of the space farm and returned to his room. Looking around the room, the door was still closed. No one had entered. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Wood and Rock. "Let's go and take a look outside the castle. I want to see what's so special about the black soil. We have to modify the moat as well. We have to raise fish there." As he spoke, he led the two of them out. If it were in the past, they would definitely stop him because Grimm did not let Zhao Hai leave the castle. But now, they did not say anything and only followed behind Zhao Hai silently. The three of them arrived at the square of the castle. Zhao Hai casually put the materials that were not placed in the house into the space warehouse. At the same time, he used his sense to explore the space farm and found that many things had been placed in the warehouse. Moreover, the warehouse had already arranged them and displayed the number of materials. Zhao Hai was quite pleased with this. Zhao Hai also realized that he did not have to go to the space farm to control everything there. When he wanted to see something in the space farm, the projection of that thing would appear in front of him, and this projection seemed to be invisible to others around him. This was much more convenient. The three of them slowly left the castle. The main entrance was already open. Merlin and Meg were watching the slaves tidy up the previously abandoned mines. Actually, even if they did not supervise, those slaves would not slack off, because Zhao Hai had given them a goal. As long as they worked hard, sooner or later, they would no longer be slaves. This was their greatest motivation. Merlin and Meg also realized that these slaves were especially energetic today. They seemed to have endless energy. The work that could have been completed in an hour was completed in half an hour. Zhao Hai did not go there. There were not many people he could trust now, but he could definitely trust Merlin and Meg. Since he trusted them, there was no need to go there to take a look. He wanted to see if he could modify those black soil. Zhao Hai first walked to the side of the moat. The moat was not very wide, but it could be seen that it was built very well. The entire river had even been built with stones. Therefore, although no one had lived here for many years, the river water was still very clear. Zhao Hai looked around. When this moat was built, there were two water sources. One was the two springs in this moat. These springs kept spewing water day and night, and the other was a subterranean river that flowed down from the mountain. Logically speaking, it was strange that there was a subterranean river on this mountain. This river flowed into the moat, and there was a water outlet on the other side of the moat. Therefore, the water in this river was definitely flowing water and could be used to raise fish. However, he would definitely be an idiot if he raised the fish just like that. This was flowing water. If he were to release the fish directly, the fish would run away with the water. Therefore, if he wanted to raise fish, he had to modify the moat. But the problem was that this moat was connected to the castle's drainage system. If he wanted to modify it, he would have to change the castle's drainage system. There were many issues involved. Zhao Hai frowned and put this matter aside. He still felt that he should inspect the black soil first. If the black soil could really be modified, then he would make more plans like cultivating the land, irrigation works, harvesting, and so on. Farming looked simple, but it was difficult to farm well. Although Zhao Hai had never farmed before, he had some understanding of farming. He had seen people farm before. In addition, the country valued agriculture. There was a lot of news about farming. In addition, he had read some history books, so he naturally knew that it was not easy to cultivate the land. The word water conservancy was mentioned more than once in China's history. Every emperor attached a lot of importance to it, but there were no water conservancy facilities in Zhao Hai's territory. It was strange. This black land did not desertify even after so many years. It should have long been turned into sand, but this place was still that black land. Zhao Hai led Wood and Rock to the black land. This black land was not far from the castle. After walking for dozens of steps, Zhao Hai squatted down and grabbed a handful of black soil. This stunned him. Zhao Hai used to live in an oil city in northern China. There was black soil there that was called oil sand. This oil sand was like sand mixed with oil. It did not grow anything at all, but it looked black. Zhao Hai had seen this oil sand before, and when he touched this black soil, he felt like he was touching oil sand. Zhao Hai's heart sank. If this was really oil sand, it would be over. He would not be able to plant anything. He only hoped that it only felt like oil sand and was not really oil sand. Zhao Hai turned to Wood and said, "Wood, dig out some black soil. We'll study it when we get back." Wood responded and took out his sword to dig the ground. Soon he dug out a large pile of black soil. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That will do." With that, he put the pile of black soil in the warehouse and prepared to study it when he returned. After putting away the black soil, Zhao Hai looked at the large piece of black soil and couldn't help but sigh. It was really a waste that there was no way to cultivate this large piece of land. He hoped that the space water and space soil could transform this place. Otherwise, even if they wanted to develop, it would be quite slow. Moreover, his secret would be known by the entire world. In that case, the Buda family would be finished. After putting away the black soil, Zhao Hai led wood and rock to Merlin and Meg to see how they were doing. Although there were many mines on this iron mountain, they were actually part of a large mine. Almost the entire mountain had been dug out by the dwarves, so the structure of this mountain was very strange. In addition, the dwarves were very proficient in mining, so the entire mine was very sturdy. There was no need to worry about the danger of a cave-in. Although Merlin and Meg were women, they had always been serving the Buda family and had always assisted Grimm in various matters. It was naturally not an issue for them to do this. On the other hand, the slaves were motivated by the fact that they could regain their freedom. They were full of energy and did not need supervision. However, when they were packing up the mine, they realized that there were not many places that could be used. The first few dozen meters of the mine were a residential area formed by empty land and stone caves. The dwarves ate and lived here, and this place could be used to raise blue-eyed rabbits. However, they could not go further in. It was diagonally downward, and it was already filled with water. However, just these places outside were enough to raise many blue-eyed rabbits. At least tens of thousands of them would not be a problem. Because those dwarves lived in the mine for a long time, this mine was designed like a small city. It was not far from the water source and had a drainage facility. Moreover, the place was wide and close to the cave entrance. Although there was water inside, this residential area was still very dry. It could be said to be the best place to raise blue-eyed rabbits. This was the first time Zhao Hai had seen the true appearance of this Iron Mountain. The entire Iron Mountain range was not very high. It was only about 1,000 meters high and stretched for over 1,000 kilometers. It formed a semicircle that surrounded the black soil wilderness. There was only one way to enter and exit the black soil wilderness, and that was through the opening of the semicircle mountain range. Zhao Hai's castle was built along the mountain. A portion of it was on the slope, and on the back was the Iron Mountain. The mines were halfway up the mountain, and the terrain was not low. Behind the Iron Mountain range was the famous land, known as one of the 5 forbidden areas of the continent, the Carrion Swamp. The soil on this mountain was dark brown with weeds growing here and there. However, they were not growing well and looked like they were about to die of disease. Although there were a few crooked trees, they too looked malnourished. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He finally knew why those nobles had sent him here, and why Grimm had spent all his wealth to buy resources before coming here. This was a land of death. No matter how hard they worked in the future, it would be considered great if they could have their fill. It would be a fool's dream for the Buda family to rely on this to start anew. Looking at the busy slaves, Zhao Hai quickly walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the mine. However, Merlin and Meg were watching the slaves in the mine and did not notice Zhao Hai's arrival. Although this mine was built by the dwarves, the entrance was very tall. It was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters wide. There was a large open space inside, and caves of various sizes were spread on the walls of the entire space. This was simply a city in the mountains. Even if it was inhabited by humans, it could accommodate 10,000 people without any issue. Zhao Hai was shocked by the scene in front of him. He really did not expect those dwarves to create such a cave city. This was really too shocking. The inside of the mine was made of stones. It was clearly an underground base. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. This place was really good. As long as they tidied up this place, not only could they use it to raise blue-eared rabbits, but they could also use it as a secret base. However, that would take time, which they did not have now. At this moment, Merlin saw Zhao Hai and quickly walked over. "Young master, why are you here? This place is very dirty. You should return to the castle." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to see what this place is like." "Grandma Merlin, how many caves like this are there on this mountain?" Merlin quickly said, "There are only 2 caves of such a large size on the mountain. One is this one, and the other is on the other side of the mountain. The size of that place is similar to this place. The rest are small passageways. There are dozens of small passageways like that." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Are these caves connected? How deep is this mine? We need to build fences here. Otherwise, it is meaningless to raise blue-eyed rabbits here." Merlin looked around the cave and said, "Young master, don't worry. These caves might be connected since it is the habit of the dwarves, but the tunnel is usually built under this mine. In order to ensure that this mountain won't collapse, they won't dig a horizontal tunnel outside. However, it is filled with water now, and it's unknown how deep it is, so that tunnel has already become a dead end. Young master can use this place without worry." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "That's good. We don't have to pay attention to the cave on the other side of the mountain for the time being. We can repair the path here and put fences inside as well. Although the tunnel is blocked by water and we don't have to worry about the blue-eyed rabbits running away, we have to prevent those blue-eyed rabbits from drowning." Merlin nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what to do. This is not a place you should come. You should go back." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Grandma Merlin, I'll go and see if the water in the mine can be used." Merlin nodded and said, "Then I'll accompany you. I'm a water mage and know a lot about water. I believe I can help, young master." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, there's nothing much here anyway. Grandma Merlin, you don't have to work too hard. With that, he walked into the mine. Merlin followed Zhao Hai. Wood and rock followed them, but Meg did not move. She had to stay and watch the slaves. The four of them quickly entered the mine. This mine went down diagonally, but the slope was not big. From the looks of it, there were tracks above, but the tracks had already been moved by someone, leaving only the brown stone ground. After walking down the slope for a few hundred meters, Zhao Hai saw an underground lake. Yes, this could only be described as an underground lake. The area here was really too large. With the light coming from the mine, he could not see how deep the lake was. He could only hear the sound of water flowing on it. At this moment, a ball of white light suddenly lit up beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked to the side curiously and saw that Merlin was holding a ball of light in her hand. Zhao Hai immediately understood that this was magic. From the memories that Adam had left behind, he knew that this was a light-type illumination spell. It did not have any offensive, defensive, or healing effect. Its only use was as a lamp. It was a spell that any mage, even a magic apprentice, could use because only spells like illumination had no attribute restrictions. Zhao Hai only took a look and turned around to carefully size up this underground lake with the help of the illumination spell. The surface of the water here was much larger than ordinary underground lakes. It could be said to be almost boundless. What made Zhao Hai feel the most puzzled was that there were actually a few small islands on this lake. However, these islands were not big, only dozens of square meters. Moreover, they were connected to the roof and the ground like pillars. Zhao Hai asked Merlin in confusion, "Grandma Merlin, do you know what those pillar-like things are for?" Zhao Hai's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. "Great, this is great. We can raise fish here. This is really a natural treasure trove. Ha 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 ha." Merlin looked around and said, "Young master's idea is not bad, but we have to take a good look at this place. If this is stagnant water, there is no way to raise fish at all. However, this doesn't seem to be stagnant water. I feel that the water elements here are very active, but the source of this water is a problem. If there is a river flowing in, there must be an exit. Otherwise, this water can't be maintained at this level. But if there is an exit, no matter how many fish we throw in, they might run away along that exit." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. This is a huge problem. Moreover, I discovered this problem at the moat as well. Looks like we have to resolve this problem first." Then he turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, get some water. I want to take it back for research." Although Merlin did not know what Zhao Hai meant, she still agreed. Then with a move of her hand, a water ball with a diameter of 1 meter slowly rose from the surface of the lake and stopped in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sighed at the power of magic, but he did not stay idle. With a thought, the big water ball entered the space warehouse. After putting away the water ball, Zhao Hai sensed around and realized that there were no notifications from the space. It seemed like the water ball had really been stored inside. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This space warehouse was really magical. It could even store water balls. However, what Zhao Hai did not know was that Merlin was shocked to the point of being speechless. Merlin was a mage, and a level 8 water mage at that. On the Ark continent, mages were divided into 10 levels. Level 1 to 3 were called mage apprentices, level 4 and 5 were low-level mages, level 6 and 7 were intermediate mages, level 8 and 9 were advanced mages, and level 10 were god-like existences in legends, mage gods. It was not easy to be a mage. First of all, one had to have magic aptitude and comprehension. Among 10 mages, 5 would be magic apprentices, and 3 of the remaining 5 would be low-level mages for the rest of their lives. The remaining 2 might be stuck as mid-level mages. There was only a 1 chance that a high-level mage would appear. This was only the ratio among mages, and the probability of a person possessing magic talent on the continent was only 1 in 10,000. Therefore, there were very few mages on the continent, and even fewer high-level mages. An 8th grade mage like Merlin was treated as a guest of honor in any country. However, Merlin and Grimm were both from the Buda family, so they were wholeheartedly helping the Buda family. It was precisely because of this that the Emperor of the Aksu Empire did not kill the entire family and only sent them here. An advanced mage like Merlin was very sensitive to the changes in the elements. If someone used magic within 1,000 meters of her, she would immediately notice it. On the Ark continent, there was only one type of magic that could put things away like this: space magic. If 1 in 10,000 people could learn magic, then those who could learn space magic were 1 in a million. There were not many space mages on the continent now, and their levels were not high. They could not open a space by themselves. There were indeed some magic tools made by space mages on the continent. These magic tools were used to store things. Space mages used their magic to open a storage space. Then they used various materials and the help of magic arrays to seal this space into an item. This formed a storage equipment. In order to do this, space magic energy required was at least comparable to an advanced mage's energy volume. Moreover, they could only create 5 storage equipment in their lifetime. Therefore, this kind of storage equipment was very rare on the continent and was naturally very precious. The Buda family did not have such a storage device. Merlin knew this very well. In other words, this ability belonged to Zhao Hai himself, but Zhao Hai was someone who had drunk the void water and could not learn magic or battle aura. Naturally, he could not be a space mage. Merlin saw the water ball disappear without any trace of magic fluctuation just now. There were only two possibilities for this to happen. The first was that Zhao Hai's magic energy was higher than Merlin's, and he could completely hide his magic fluctuations from her. However, this was impossible. Zhao Hai had drunk the void water, so it was impossible for him to use magic. The other possibility was that Zhao Hai was not using magic or magic tools at all. If he did not use magic or magic tools, Merlin would naturally not be able to feel the magic fluctuations. Zhao Hai turned to look at Merlin and smiled. "Grandma Merlin, don't be anxious. I'll tell you what's going on in a few days. This might be an ability given to me by God." Merlin nodded and did not ask further. It was fine as long as Zhao Hai was not in danger. Moreover, if Zhao Hai had such an ability, it would only be a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at the lake and realized that there was nothing to see here. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. As long as Grandpa Grimm returns, we can immediately carry out these plans." Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, go back early. You don't have to worry about this. Meg and I are here." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, but Grandma Merlin, don't tire yourself out. Let the slaves do these things. You and Meg can just watch. Anyway, there's no hurry. You just have to clean up this cave before Grandpa Grimm comes back." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, you've really grown up. You have learned how to care about others. But no need to worry, my old bones can still hold on. Young master, go back to the castle first. I'll cook for you later." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll go back first." With that, he led Wood and Rock out. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's back and muttered, "The ancestors have blessed the Buda family. I didn't expect the ability young master obtained to be so strong. There's hope for the Buda family." Zhao Hai led the two of them back to the castle and entered his room. He wanted to see what was so special about the black soil and the water. Once in the room, Zhao Hai turned to the two of them and said, "The two of you don't have to go in with me. Stay here and watch. If Grandma Merlin comes, block her for me and say that I'm sleeping." Zhao Hai also wanted to try and see if the two of them would listen to him. When he brought them into the space farm, he felt that their attitude towards him had changed drastically, as if they had a sense of reverence for him. Moreover, he also felt that the two of them would listen to him, so he wanted to try again to see if the two of them would obey him. Unexpectedly, the two of them did not hesitate at all and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Okay, young master." With that, the two of them left Zhao Hai's room and closed the door. Then they stood on either side of Zhao Hai's door and acted as door gods. Zhao Hai really did not expect the two of them to be so obedient. However, this was a good thing. He immediately entered the space farm. As soon as he entered the space farm, Zhao Hai willed it and the black soil appeared in front of him. Before he could speak, a notification came immediately. "New item discovered. It's mutated soil. The soil contains a lot of harmful substances. It can be modified with space soil or space water. The area that can be modified every day is 10 acres. Because of the discovery of new items, the space farm has been upgraded to level 3. 2 bags of corn seeds have been gifted. Each bag can be planted over an acre of land. They can be used outside of the space farm. The new item is soil. The land in the space farm has been upgraded to level 2. It can increase the growth speed of crops by 11 times. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. He did not expect to level up just like that. This was great. He even obtained 2 bags of corn seeds. Corn was a good thing. The yield was very high. If he planted corn here, the food problem would be resolved. Most importantly, those black soil could be modified with space soil and space water. This was great news. Although he could only modify 10 acres a day, this was not bad. The space farm was leveling bit by bit. Although it had been upgraded to level 3, the land area had not increased. He did not know when the land would expand again. Just as he was thinking this, the space farm's notification sounded again. "Do you want to reclaim new land? Reclamation requires level 3 space farm and 200 gold coins. You can reclaim 2 acres of land. The next time you reclaim new land, you will need level 5 and 500 gold coins." Zhao Hai was overjoyed. This came just in time. However, he was in a dilemma again. If he reclaimed more land, he would not have the money to buy seeds. He was a little reluctant to sell those radishes to the space farm. Moreover, it would also be a loss to plant the corn and sell them to the space farm. The key problem now was how to get the seeds. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai did not immediately expand the land. Instead, he took out the corn seeds. A small bag of corn seeds appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai gently opened the bag and grabbed some corn seeds. The golden seeds were huge and full. It was obvious that they were the best quality seeds. Once these corns were cooked, they would definitely be delicious. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then an idea flashed across his mind. He patted his head and said, "That's right, how could I have forgotten? All plants can form their own seeds. Even the radish can do it. I wonder if the radish in the space farm can form its own seeds. If it can, I don't have to buy seeds myself, ha 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 ha." Zhao Hai put away the corn seeds, but he did not start digging immediately. Instead, he looked at the radishes in the ground. He did not know if the things planted in the space would form seeds. If they could not form seeds like in the game, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he did not start digging immediately. Instead, he wanted to wait for a while. If the radishes could really form seeds, he would start digging immediately. If they could not, he could only push back the time. After thinking this through, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out the large water ball. When the water ball appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, it was still in the shape of a water ball. This was also Zhao Hai's ability. He might not have the ability to turn the water into this state outside the space farm, but he could do it here. The moment the large water ball was taken out, a notification sounded. New item discovered. The item is subterranean river water. It is of good quality. Space water can be used to increase the nutrients in the water. Because of the discovery of a new item, the space farm has been upgraded to level 4. 2 bags of wheat have been rewarded. Each bag can be planted over an acre of land. Because a new item has been discovered, the space water has been upgraded to level 2. It can accelerate the growth of the crops by 11 times. Seeing this notification, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. This was great. He didn't expect that the 2 things he brought in from the outside would actually increase the space farm by 2 levels. Moreover, he had obtained 4 bags of seeds and even upgraded the space land and space water. Zhao Hai threw the water ball into the spring in the space farm. Anyway, this water was not poisonous and the quality was good. Then Zhao Xin turned his gaze to the pile of black soil that had yet to be modified. There was not much black soil, only half a meter tall pile. Zhao Hai already knew that he could use space soil and space water to modify this black soil, but he was not in a hurry to do so. He wanted to conduct an experiment and find the best modification plan. After looking at the pile of black soil for a while, Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Shovel, divide it into 10 parts." Just as Zhao Hai gave the order, before the shovel could move, the black soil on the ground automatically split into 10 parts. When Zhao Xin saw this situation, he could not help but be delighted. It seemed like as long as anything entered this space farm, they would move according to his will. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai decided to test it out. He said in a low voice, "Space farm, calculate the best ratio of space soil and space water to black soil to improve the black soil. Exceeding authority, unable to calculate. FCK, it's better to rely on myself then." Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse. He filled the bucket with the spring water and shoveled a pile of space soil. The reason why Zhao Hai calculated this ratio was because he was afraid that if he used too much space soil, there would be less soil in the space farm. If that happened, the gains would not make up for the losses. Space farm was Zhao Hai's greatest reliance now. If it was destroyed, all his plans would be in vain. There would be no way to realize them. He would return to that poor state of waiting for death. Out of this consideration, Zhao Hai wanted to calculate the optimal ratio of space soil and space water to modify the black soil. This way, not only could he improve the black soil better, but he could also prevent using too much space soil and space water. Although the settings in this space farm were basically the same as the game, this place had become Zhao Hai's last reliance. He could not be as casual as in the game. Every step had to be calculated. Zhao Hai first sprinkled the space water on the black soil, then carefully observed the changes in the black soil while calculating the ratio of the two. When the water poured on the black soil, it was like the immortal dew in Guan Yin's water vase. The black soil that was like oil sand started changing and turned into a color unique to the black soil. The sand-like things inside slowly disappeared and turned into ordinary soil. After the small pile of black soil was completely improved, Zhao Hai carefully calculated that it was about a 15-to-1 ratio. In other words, he could use 1/15 of space water to modify a unit of black soil. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. This meant that the space water was very good at improving the black soil. Then Zhao Hai sprinkled the space soil on another pile of black soil. This time, the change in the black soil was different from when he used space water. The black soil modified by space soil looked more fertile than the black soil modified by space water, but the ratio of the space soil used was 10-to-1. Zhao Hai turned to the third pile of black soil. This time, he used space water and space soil in a ratio of 9-to-1 to modify the black soil. The result was successful, but the modified black soil was no different from the black soil modified with space water. The result was the same with an 8-to-2 and 7-to-3 ratio. With a 6-to-4 ratio, the black soil became as fertile as the black soil modified with just space soil. A 5-to-5 ratio looked no different from a 6-to-4 ratio. There was no need for Zhao Hai to experiment anymore. Using space water and space soil according to the ratio of 6-to-4 should be the best ratio to improve the black soil. It would not cause too much waste. Moreover, the improved black soil was of the best quality. With such a test result, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. He put the bucket back and the soil back to the ground before leaving the space farm. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai sat there quietly and sorted out his gains from this trip. The land had been upgraded and he could reclaim more land. He had found the best formula for improving the black soil. Then he should start preparing to improve the black soil. It was already April. If he did not do it now, it would be past the farming season. Although Zhao Hai could not distinguish between the 5 grains, he still knew the basic knowledge of sowing seeds in spring and harvesting in autumn. It was the spring season now, and it was time to farm. Now he had 200 gold coins in the space farm, 6 bags of pasture seeds, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of corn seeds, and 2 bags of wheat seeds. There were also 40,000 kilograms of radishes in the warehouse. This was all he had now. Fortunately, all the seeds could be brought out of the space farm. In other words, as long as he improved the land outside, he could plant the seeds obtained from the space farm outside. As he thought about this, Zhao Hai walked out. He had to measure the land as soon as possible to carry out the modification plant. As soon as he walked out, he saw wood and rock standing in front of the door. It seemed like no one had come to look for him. Zhao Hai nodded at the 2 of them and said, "Wood, find a bundle of ropes and a ruler. Let's go measure the land." Although Wood did not know why Zhao Hai was doing this, he still nodded. Because they were going to the black soil wilderness which had nothing, Grimm had prepared almost everything they needed. The most important thing was food, seeds, and various living expenses. He had naturally prepared a lot of things like ropes and rulers. Wood was not in a hurry to find them. Instead, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's almost lunchtime. Grandma Merlin has already returned to prepare lunch for you. Let's go after lunch." Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at the sky and saw that it was indeed noon. After hearing Wood's words, he felt a little hungry. He nodded and said, "All right, let's talk after lunch." With that, he led the 2 of them to the castle's dining room. As soon as the 3 of them arrived at the dining room, they saw Merlin and Meg setting the table. Seeing that Zhao Hai was here, Merlin quickly bowed to him and said, "Young master, you're up. I was about to get Meg to call you for dinner." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Get up, Grandma Merlin. The slaves can stop cleaning the cave in the afternoon. Ask them to clean it tomorrow. Anyway, it's impossible to transport the blue-eyed rabbits now. In the afternoon, prepare a ruler and rope and measure the black soil outside. Make a mark every 10 acres. It's spring, right? We have to hurry." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Merlin said with an ugly expression, "Young master, the black soil outside can't be cultivated at all. Although we bought a lot of seeds, those seeds are to be planted on the mountain. It's a waste to plant them in the black soil. It's useless to measure it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin. I have a way to improve the black soil outside. I can make those black soil fertile. You just have to be in charge of measuring the soil." Merlin's eyes lit up. "Young master, are you serious? Do you really have a way to improve the land outside? Can you make those lands farmable?" Her voice was trembling. She was too excited. The area here in the black soil wilderness was the largest plain in the entire Aksu Empire. It covered a third of the entire Aksu Empire. However, this place had never been included in the Empire's land because it was a land of death. But if this place could be cultivated, and those black soil could produce crops, what would this place become? It would become the richest and most coveted place in the entire Aksu Empire. Although the Ark continent was a magical civilization, and people paid more attention to things like magic, martial arts, and magic crystal mines, agriculture was the foundation of a country. This was an indisputable fact. Food was the most important thing to the people. No matter how strong your magic was, it could not be eaten. No matter how powerful your martial arts were, you had to eat. Even if a country was rich, it was impossible to not plan anything. No country would leave food, a top priority that concerned the livelihood of the people, to other countries. If that was the case, that country would not be far from destruction. If all the land in the black soil wilderness could be cultivated, there was no doubt that this place would become the entire continent's granary. There was no other place on the continent that was as flat and easy to farm as the black soil wilderness. The most important reason for Merlin's excitement was that in order to completely prevent the Buda family from having a chance to make a comeback, His Majesty Aksu Abajo had reached an agreement with the Buda family under the witness of the temple envoys and other countries. Under the witness of God, this place would become the permanent fiefdom of the Buda family. This agreement was not to be underestimated. Because this agreement was witnessed by the envoys of various countries and was recognized by the temple, it was witnessed by God. Anyone who dared to violate this agreement was disrespectful to God and would be attacked and punished by all the forces on the continent. There was another special point of this alliance. Because of the witnesses of the various countries, even if the Aksu Empire was destroyed and other countries ruled this land, the black soil wilderness would still belong to the Buda family. No empire had the right to take it back, including the temple. Think about it, what would it be like when Zhao Hai completely improved this land? Zhao Hai would obtain the largest fief on the Ark continent, and it would exist forever. No one had the right to take it back. How could Merlin not be excited? If Zhao Hai really improved the land, the Buda family would become the richest and strongest family in the Ark continent. In the Ark continent, it was not that no one had studied the black soil wilderness before. About 1,000 years ago, there was a famous wood-type advanced mage who worked with a few water-type mages, alchemists, and elves who knew the most about plants. They wanted to change the soil of the Black Soil Wilderness and make it the largest granary in the entire continent. However, after 20 years of research, they still could not make even a single blade of grass grow on the Black Soil Wilderness. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. From then on, no one studied the Black Soil Wilderness. People thought that there was no value in studying it anymore and that it was just a waste of time. In fact, this had a lot to do with the basic situation on the Ark continent. Although there were many people on the Ark continent, the land was much larger. There was also a lot of land to farm, so there was no need to worry about food. Therefore, agriculture had never attracted the attention of the people on the continent. However, because the continent had been relatively calm in recent years, and there were no large battles, the population growth was very fast. Food crisis was already appearing in some small countries. However, because the 5 empires on the continent had no issues, this situation did not attract widespread attention. Moreover, there were slaves on the Ark continent. It was fine if the price of food was high. As long as the slaves ate less and did not die from hunger, it was okay. Of course, those slave owners would not go out and say that their slaves had less food to eat. In fact, those slave owners would not talk about slaves at all. They would rather talk about women and the moon than talk about slaves. Therefore, the people on the continent did not realize that the food crisis was getting closer and closer to them. The continent was peaceful now, and the economies of various countries were developing well, so prices had been rising. However, those in power did not realize that although the economy of the country was rising, the standard of living of most civilians had not increased. On the contrary, it had decreased greatly, let alone the quality of the lives of those slaves. Of course, Merlin did not know about this. She only knew that the food on the continent was expensive. If Zhao Hai could really turn the Black Soil Wilderness into fertile land, it would be impossible for the Buda family to not develop. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin's excited expression and smiled. Yes, Grandma Merlin, this is an ability I've obtained. However, I can only modify 10 acres a day, so you have to organize them in the afternoon and measure as much land as possible. Let's use 1,000 acres as the benchmark. We won't be able to handle more for now. Merlin nodded excitedly. All right, young master, I'll arrange it immediately. With that, Merlin walked out. Zhao Hai quickly stopped her and said, all right, Grandma Merlin, don't be in such a hurry. You can go after dinner. By the way, we cannot plant too far away from the castle. We can't let outsiders discover my ability. Otherwise, with our Buda family's current ability, we won't be able to stop those guys at all. Merlin was someone who had seen the world. Hearing Zhao Hai say this, she calmed down and nodded. All right, I understand, young master. Leave this to me. Neither Zhao Hai nor Merlin noticed that Meg, who was standing behind Merlin, was looking at Zhao Hai with infatuation. Previously, as long as Zhao Hai appeared, Meg would lower her head, but now she raised her head and looked at Zhao Hai carefully. She no longer looked as shriveled as before. Meg had grown up with Adam. Because Adam was 2 years older than her, they had played together a lot when young. At that time, Meg had been Adam's little tail. Wherever Adam walked, Meg followed. If Meg was bullied by other children, Adam would fight for her, so she had a good impression of her young master brother. But as they grew older, they slowly became sensible. Meg knew that Adam was her young master. She could not call Adam the same way as before because she was a girl and Adam was unwilling to play with her, so she was very sad. When he grew older, Adam joined the circle of other noble young masters. From then on, Adam began to learn bad things, and he seemed to have forgotten about his childhood friend. Adam became more and more outrageous. Meg, on the other hand, became more beautiful and sensible. She even showed good talent in magic. She and Adam took completely different paths, but Meg became more and more unhappy. Seeing Adam's antics every day, she wanted to stop him, but it was useless. Adam did not even listen to her grandfather, let alone her. She wished that time could return to the past, to when they were young, to when her young master played with her every day and fought for her. Everyone said that a girl's emotions were always poetic. Meg was like this. She had always hoped that one day, Adam could return to his past appearance, but reality mercilessly shattered her dream. Adam actually tried to rape her. When Adam walked towards her with a lewd smile, she felt her world collapse. Those beautiful memories left her. Although she had escaped a calamity, she was like a lost soul. Her world had lost its color, and she lived every day in a daze. At that moment, a disaster arrived. The Buda family was in a life and death situation. She watched as the people who had lived with her since she was young left the Buda family one by one. She saw with her own eyes that the place where she had lived since she was young was taken away by the emperor. She saw Adam being fed the void water. She saw her home disappear in a short time. Then they arrived at the Black Soil Wilderness, a land of death. However, Adam did not wake up. She watched her grandparents work day by day. For the sake of the continuation of the Buda family, they kept working hard like a person who was about to drown and was making a final struggle. Meg was just a young girl who had not experienced much. She could not take these sudden blows. If not for her grandparents, she might have killed herself. However, not long after they arrived in the Black Soil Wilderness, Zhao Hai came. Meg realized that her young master had changed. He was no longer the young master who knew nothing other than to cause trouble. He had matured and knew to work hard for this family. First, it was the blue-eyed rabbit, and now it was the black soil. She suddenly realized that her young master had become a stranger, but he was slowly fusing with the perfect young master image in her heart. Meg realized that there seemed to be something about Adam that was attracting her. His aura was no longer frivolous and terrifying. Instead, it had become a calm and natural aura that made people want to get close to him. She liked to see Adam's confident expression, his gentle smile, the unnatural and guilty expression on Adam's face when he saw her. Unknowingly, the girl's heart was tied to Adam. Merlin did not notice Meg's change. After talking to Zhao Hai, she immediately walked to the kitchen. This also brought Meg back to her senses. She immediately lowered her head and followed Merlin to the kitchen with a red face to bring food. The few of them ate together, but Merlin and the others ate very quickly today. Then Merlin and Meg immediately walked out. It seemed like they were preparing to organize people to measure the land. Looking at Merlin's impatience, Zhao Hai could only smile. He could understand Merlin's mood. Merlin and the others had always thought that the Black Soil Wilderness was a land of death. Now, someone suddenly told them that he could turn a land of death into a place of life. This was like someone telling a terminal patient that their illness could be saved. How could they not be excited? Zhao Hai slowly finished his lunch and led Wood and Rock out of the castle. Once they were outside the castle, they realized that Merlin and the others were already leading the slaves to measure the land. Although those slaves did not have any skills they had farmed before. If they were asked to do other things, they might not be able to do it, but they could still do things related to farming. 10 acres of land were soon measured, but Merlin and the others did not continue. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai to see if he could really improve the land. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 acres of land and was stunned. He had seen how big the 10 acres of land was in the space farm, but he did not need to worry about planting or harvesting in the space farm. Now that he was looking at these 10 acres of land outside of the space farm, he did not know how to start modifying them. Could the space soil and space water be controlled by him when they left the space farm? When he was in the space farm earlier, he had been focused on calculating the ratio and had forgotten about this. What should he do now? Could it be that he had to slowly sprinkle the soil and water on the ground? Just as Zhao Hai was pacing around anxiously, the space farm's notification suddenly sounded. Do you want to modify the land in front of you? Yes, no. Following the voice, a screen projection appeared in front of him. On it were two buttons. One said yes and the other said no. Zhao Hai was overjoyed. He immediately reached out and pressed the yes button, but he realized that his hand passed through the screen. He did not touch anything, and the screen and the two buttons were still there. He looked like a dancing lunatic. Merlin and the others looked at Zhao Hai in a daze, not knowing what he was doing. Could it be that he had no way to improve the land? Merlin's heart sank. She had also realized that Zhao Hai had changed a lot recently, but in a good way, so she did not think too much about it. She only thought that Zhao Hai had matured after a huge change, but now that she saw Zhao Hai's expression, she could not help but worry. She was afraid that Zhao Hai had turned stupid from the huge pressure. Zhao Hai was also very embarrassed. He was used to using the computer. When he saw such a scene, he could not help but want to click it. Because he did not have a mouse, he could only click it with his hand. However, he completely forgot that what was in front of him was not a physical screen, but a projection. Scratching his head, Zhao Hai immediately shouted in his head, yes. Then another space farm notification sounded. Please enter the modification area. Your maximum modification area is 10 acres. Then an input box appeared in front of him, and it kept flashing. Zhao Hai immediately thought of 10 acres. Then the number 10 appeared on the input box, followed by the unit acres. Zhao Hai thought that he could modify it like this, but he did not expect the notification to continue. Please choose the method of modification. Space soil modification, space water modification, custom. Zhao Hai was being driven crazy. He had also noticed the way Merlin and the others were looking at him, but there were still so many procedures. He immediately clicked on custom. He had already calculated the best ratio, so of course he was going to select the custom option. As expected, after he chose custom, an input box immediately popped up in front of him. The space farm notification sounded again. Please enter the ratio of space water and space soil. Zhao Hai immediately entered 6 for space water and 4 for space soil. Fortunately, he could put the numbers just by thinking and not have to move his hands to write. Otherwise, others would think he was crazy. After the input was completed, there were no further notifications. Zhao Hai was relieved. Then he saw a pocket-sized hole suddenly appear beside him. Then a grayish thing flew out of the hole and landed on the black soil in front of him. It was impossible to tell if the gray thing was space soil or space water. It looked like a cloud of dust. However, when it landed on the black soil changed at a visible speed. The oil-like color slowly became lighter and became the color of normal black soil, forming a contrast with the surrounding land. The location the gray thing landed on was quite interesting. It was exactly 10 acres of land, not a bit more, not a bit less, and the land was the exact land measured by Merlin and the others. There was also a shallow ditch at the side that separated the modified 10 acres of land from the surrounding land, making it obvious. Only when the 10 acres of land was completely modified did the hole beside Zhao Hai slowly disappear. Zhao Hai walked to the edge of the modified land and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. He looked carefully and saw that this soil had already turned into fertile black soil, just like he had expected. Zhao Hai grabbed the soil and laughed loudly. He had finally succeeded. He could plant things in these 10 acres of land. As long as he had this ability and this large piece of land, it would be difficult for him to starve in the future. Zhao Hai's laughter also woke everyone up. When the hole appeared beside Zhao Hai, they were all stunned. They had never encountered such a thing. Everyone lost the ability to speak and stood there in a daze as they watched the black soil change bit by bit. It was not until Zhao Hai laughed that they came back to their senses. Almost everyone could not help but do the same thing as Zhao Hai. Be it the slaves or Merlin and the others, everyone went forward and grabbed a handful of soil to take a closer look. Merlin and Meg might not be able to tell much, but those slaves were mainly farmers. They could tell at a glance that this soil was very different from before. It was the same as the soil they used to plant on in the past, or even better. They burst out in cheers. Although they were slaves, they were not idiots. After coming to the black soil wilderness, they knew their situation, but they really did not expect to see such a magical scene one day. Merlin couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Although she had never farmed, she could still tell the difference between the modified land and unmodified land at a glance. This land was not just a piece of land. It was also the hope of the Buda family. Meg was the same. Tears fell from her eyes from excitement. She had not expected this happy day to come so quickly and so suddenly. Although she had thought of this before, she was still stunned when the moment arrived. She suddenly lost the ability to think and speak. She seemed to have turned into a wooden statue, but tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Meg suddenly threw down the black soil in her hand and ran to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai had already calmed down. Because of the space farm, he did not pay as much importance to improving the land as Merlin and the others, so he recovered the fastest. At this moment, Meg suddenly ran to Zhao Hai and hugged him. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect Meg to hug him. Zhao Hai knew about the past between Adam and Meg, but he did not know about Meg's feelings for Adam. In the memories he had obtained from Adam, he only had lust for Meg. It could be said that the previous Adam was really a beastard. He did not care about Meg at all. The memories of his childhood were long blurry, and in the memories he had when he was young, there was no love for Meg, only desire. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know about Meg's feelings for Adam, so he was really stunned when Meg hugged him. He wondered what was wrong with Meg. In his previous life, Zhao Hai was an otaku and had some inferiority complex, so he had never found a girlfriend. He had not even touched a girl's hand. He could be said to be the otaku among otakus, a model of boredom. It was because of this that Zhao Hai did not dare to face Meg after knowing what Adam had done to Meg. He was afraid of facing Meg. He did not know if he should be responsible for Meg or stay away from her as far as possible, lest Meg remember those unpleasant things when she saw him. Therefore, Meg's hug really frightened him. He stood there helplessly, not knowing if he should push Meg away or hug her back. Merlin also noticed Meg's abnormality. As the person who knew Meg the best, Merlin knew very well how Meg felt about Adam, but it was also because of this that Merlin knew very well how deeply Adam's actions had hurt Meg in the past. At that time, Merlin watched over Meg every day, afraid that she would commit suicide, but she did not commit suicide. Instead, she was like a person who had lost her soul, making Merlin's heart ache. However, there was nothing she could do because she knew very well that feelings of heart could only be healed by the person themselves. No one could help Meg in this matter. The only person who could help her recover was Adam. However, Merlin did not have any hope in Adam. To be honest, she was extremely disappointed in Adam. If not for the fact that they had been raised by the Buda family, she would have stopped caring about Adam. However, after Adam woke up in the black soil wilderness, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He became sensible and stable. Moreover, he had obtained a very strange ability. Most importantly, he was not as mischievous as before. He did things in an orderly manner. Of course, she did not know that the person now was not Adam, but Zhao Hai. Merlin had also noticed the changes in Meg over the past few days. Meg had been stealing glances at Zhao Hai. Moreover, Meg would appear in front of Zhao Hai from time to time. It was impossible for this to happen in the past. After that incident, Meg had always avoided Zhao Hai whenever she could. If she really could not avoid him, she would lower her head and stand there, trying her best not to attract Zhao Hai's attention. However, over these few days, she would appear in front of Zhao Hai from time to time and even serve him water, wake him up, and take care of his life. This made Merlin very puzzled, but seeing Meg's action, she finally understood her thoughts. It took a while for Meg to let go of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was red. He had never been so intimate with a girl in his previous life. Although he had obtained Adam's memories, Zhao Hai's memories were the dominant part, so he was really not used to Meg's passion. Meg's face was also red after letting go of Zhao Hai, but she was clearly in a better state than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's face was red and his mouth opened and closed, but he did not say a word. Meg looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly giggled. She glanced at Zhao Hai coquettishly and turned to run. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's back and felt like he had drunk 10 bottles of wine. He was so drunk that he had lost the ability to think. Meg was a beautiful girl. Zhao Hai liked to see Meg, but because of what Adam had done to Meg, Zhao Hai felt guilty when he saw Meg. Therefore, he had been thinking of ways to avoid Meg these past few days. Even when he was with Meg, he tried not to be alone with her. But Meg's hug and gaze had shocked Zhao Hai, letting him know that it was not impossible for there to be feelings between him and Meg. Zhao Hai went back to the castle. Merlin and the others naturally followed. When they reached the living room, Zhao Hai asked Merlin to sit down, but Meg stood behind Zhao Hai silently. However, this time she did not lower her head. Instead, she stared at Zhao Hai's back in a daze. Zhao Hai had already calmed down. Although Meg had electrocuted him and her image fixed itself in his heart, he had too many things to do now, so he was not in a hurry to progress the relationship with Meg. The future of the entire Buda family was on him. The first thing he had to think about was the survival of his people. Merlin was already used to Zhao Hai's way of doing things, so she did not refuse. She sat down and looked at Zhao Hai excitedly. "Young master, what should we do next?" She was already subconsciously asking for Zhao Hai's opinion. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Grandma Merlin, go outside and choose some people who know how to farm the most. Ask them what are the best seeds to plant at this time and let them plant on those 10 acres of land. By the way, we have seeds, right?" Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, we have a lot of seeds now, but most of the seeds are of some grains and common vegetables. Moreover, they are most suitable to be planted on the mountain. The land outside is so good, it will be a waste to plant those things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandma Merlin, what do we use to start a fire now? The weather is still a little cold. What do those slaves use to warm themselves at night?" Merlin said with a troubled expression, "Young master, at that time, we only thought of buying some daily necessities. For example, we used to use a magic furnace to cook food and heat the residence, but we have too few magic crystals now, so we can't use a magic furnace. Now we use withered trees and dry grass on the mountain to cook and warm the rooms." Zhao Hai nodded. Clearly, Merlin and the others, who had been in the upper echelons of the nobles, had tried their best to prepare everything. But they did not know that there was an ancient Chinese saying that there were 7 necessities of life: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. These 7 things were closely related to people's daily lives, especially the 4 things: firewood, rice, oil, and salt. They were even more necessary. The importance of firewood was obvious. However, because they had always been in a high position, they did not know much about these things. Although Merlin and the others had brought a lot of living supplies, they were not prepared for the simplest and most important thing in life. In fact, the main reason was that the black soil wilderness was really too barren. Even the grass was dead. This was something Merlin and the others had not expected. There were many people in the Ark continent, but it was much larger. Firewood was not something precious here. Hay and branches of trees were used by most people. The rich used good quality firewood and charcoal. The nobles usually used magic furnaces driven by magic crystals. No one had ever worried about firewood. Even the poorest people would not have to worry about not getting firewood. However, this firewood became a precious thing in the black soil wilderness. There were only some short trees and some weeds here. Other than these things, there was nothing else that could be used. Therefore, Merlin and the others realized that although they had prepared well, they had not prepared the most inconspicuous thing on this continent. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Merlin could only say, "Young master, what do you want to plant on the land outside?" Zhao Hai was also thinking about this. He had a few seeds that were suitable to be planted outside, such as wheat and pasture grass. Although there were also cabbages, the season was not right and they could not be planted yet. However, wheat and pasture grass were not suitable either. He could not use the pasture grass now. Although wheat was good stuff, it was not a sustainable material for fire. Most importantly, the yield of wheat was not high, so Zhao Hai did not want to plant this thing. Now was not the time to think about the quality of his life. He had to think of a way to resolve the problem of the Buda family. Then Zhao Hai only had one choice left: corn. Corn was a good thing, and it was also a crop that Zhao Hai was most familiar with. It was not that he had grown it himself, but many of the villages around the city where he used to live grew corn. Not only was the yield of corn high, but most importantly, it was also the main crop for producing fire. There were many places in the northern countryside where they relied on corn stalks for fire, but now he only had 2 acres worth of corn seeds, and this improved land was 10 acres. It was not enough. Zhao Hai frowned as he calculated the things he could use. There were a total of 200 space farm gold coins, cannot be brought out of the space farm. 6 bags of pasture seeds can be planted on 6 acres, 2 bags of cabbage seeds can be planted on 2 acres, 2 bags of wheat seeds can be planted on 2 acres, and 2 bags of corn seeds can be planted on 2 acres. There were radishes in the warehouse that could be sold for 500 gold coins, but it was impossible to bring gold coins out of the space farm. Now he could open up 2 more acres of land in the space farm, but it required 200 gold coins. If he expanded the land, he would not have a single cent left. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai's frown and did not know what he was thinking. She did not speak. She knew that it was useless to urge him now. She hoped that this young master, who had been creating miracles recently, could continue to create miracles. Meg was looking at Zhao Hai in a daze. She realized that Zhao Hai was especially charming when he was thinking. That expression fascinated her. Zhao Hai calculated the things in his hand and finally chose a plan. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, you should organize those people to clean up the mine. You have to clean up the mine as soon as possible. I will modify 10 acres of land tomorrow and tell you what to plant. I'll go and rest first." With that, he stood up and walked into his room. Although Merlin did not know what method Zhao Hai had, she still chose to believe him. Zhao Hai had been doing too well recently, and he had even obtained an ability that she could not understand. She believed that Zhao Hai would have a way. Wood and Rock followed Zhao Hai to his room, but Meg did not follow. She was going to follow Merlin to organize the slaves to clean up the mine. Merlin alone could not do it. Zhao Hai returned to his room as quickly as possible. He made Wood and Rock guard the door and entered the space farm. The space farm was still the same. Although the land and water had been upgraded, nothing could be seen from the outside. Zhao Hai looked carefully at the space farm and realized that the space soil and space water had not changed. There was no decrease in the amount of soil or water because of the modification of the land. He heaved a sigh of relief. The modified black soil outside was very beneficial to him. If the space farm suddenly disappeared one day, he would have a large area of farmable land outside and would not starve to death. However, he was in the accumulation stage, and the existence of the space farm was more helpful to him. If anything happened to the space farm because of the improvement of the land, it would not be worth it. Looking at the radishes that were almost ripe, Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Sell the radishes in the warehouse." The space farm notification sounded. "Are you sure you want to sell the items in the warehouse?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Yes." The space farm notification sounded again. "Selling the radishes in the warehouse. 500 gold coins have been placed in the gold coin bag. Please work hard." Zhao Hai had no choice. He had wanted to wait for this batch of ripe radishes to mature and see if these radishes could produce seeds, but it seemed like this experiment was too early. What he needed now was gold coins to buy things useful to him. He could only do this experiment in the future. Now Zhao Hai's net worth had changed to 700 gold coins, 6 bags of pasture seeds, 2 bags of cabbage seeds, 2 bags of wheat seeds, and 2 bags of corn seeds. After calculating what he had, Zhao Hai immediately said, "Expand the land." The space farm notification sounded again. "You need to be level 3 to reclaim new land and have 200 gold coins. You have already reached the requirements. Do you want to reclaim it now?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Yes." Following his voice, there was a fluctuation in the space farm. The fog around the land flashed. After a flash, another small clearing appeared beside the original 10 acres. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 acres of reclaimed land. It was no different from the land in the beginning. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Plant corn." Shovel and bucket immediately got to work, and the seeds were planted over the 2 acres of land. Zhao Hai knew about corn. Corn was different from radishes. Root was what was eaten from the radish, while seeds were eaten from corn. When the corn was ripe, the seeds of corn would be ripe. Now that he had expanded 2 acres of land, he used it to plant corn. When the corn was ripe, he would not only obtain the corn seeds, but also the corn stalks that could be used as firewood. Planting an acre of corn required about 3 kilograms of seeds, and the yield of an acre of corn was about a ton. In other words, if he planted 2 acres of corn, he could obtain at least 2,000 kilograms of corn. If these corn could be used as seeds, he could plant at least 600 acres of land. This was definitely a good deal. Now Zhao Hai only hoped that the corn in the space farm was not like the corn on Earth, where the seeds produced from the crop were inferior to the bought ones. If the corn in the space farm could really be used as seeds, it would solve his big problem. He could plant radishes in the space farm and turn them into money, and plant corn outside. This way he would have firewood and food to lay the foundation for his future development. Looking at the corn being planted, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Now he finally understood the phrase, "What is sown is hope." Wasn't hope what he was planting now? If the corn really had the effect he hoped for, he would not have to worry about the development of the territory, but the result would only be known after more than 10 hours. The 2 bags of corn were quickly planted, but Zhao Hai did not leave the space farm. Instead, he looked carefully at the radishes. He did not know how long it would take for them to mature. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai patted his head and said, "Yeah, I can ask the space farm." I remember that there is also this reminder function when playing farm games. How long will it take for the radish to mature? The space farm notification sounded. "The radish will ripen in 3 minutes. Zhao Hai nodded and muttered, 3 minutes, good. I can harvest the radishes in 3 minutes. I have to plant more radish seeds. Zhao Hai immediately spent 150 gold coins to buy a bag of radish seeds. Now he only had 350 gold coins left. However, Zhao Hai did not care. He had already adjusted his development path. He did not want to develop too quickly in the black soil wilderness. Firstly, he did not have the conditions. Secondly, if he developed too quickly, he would definitely be noticed by others. At that time, they would be dead meat. Therefore, his focus should be on the space farm. As long as the level of the space farm increased, his development would not be a problem. The space farm was his foundation, and he was not planning to sell too many radishes. Just like he had said at the beginning, if he sold too many radishes at once, its price would decrease greatly. At that time, he would be the one to suffer the loss. Unfortunately, there was no mobile phone, so he could not tell Grimm these thoughts. He only hoped that Grimm did not get a big order this time. Previously, Zhao Hai had not wanted to rely on the space farm because the existence of space farm was really too illusory for him. He did not know when it would disappear. If it disappeared and he did not have a stable income source outside, the Buda family would be finished. But now it seemed like he had to rely on the space farm. With the upgrade in the space farm, he could obtain more things. Only then could his territory develop better. However, he could not relax about the modification of the land outside the space farm. If he could not modify the land outside space, he would have nothing left if the space farm really disappeared one day. He had to calculate every step carefully and do it to the best of his ability. Not only did he have to develop the space farm, but he also had to improve the living environment outside. Leveling up the space farm required an increasing amount of money. In the past, when Zhao Hai was playing the farm game, he had two accounts. One was his old account with more than 400 online friends. When playing the farm game, he would steal as much vegetables as he wanted. In the end, he had so much money that he could not use it at all. Gradually, he lost interest. His second account was a new account. He did not add any friends and was alone. The main reason he opened this account was to see how difficult it was to play the farm game alone. It was really difficult. In the beginning, it was fine, but when the farm reached level 20 and he opened the ranch, it was the end. His game gold coins were not enough at all. He only had money to either expand the land or upgrade the ranch. However, this made Zhao Hai learn to calculate even more. He carefully calculated the income from the crops and the ranch. Then he calculated the most suitable animals to raise. Like this, he played the farm game alone. His current situation was similar to the alternate accounts. He could only level up bit by bit. He had some experience in this, but he still had to use the things in the space farm to modify the territory outside as well as get seeds to plant there. His funds were more strained because of this, so he had to carefully calculate every step. While he was pondering and letting his imagination run wild, the space farm's notification sounded. The radishes are ripe. Please collect them as soon as possible. Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He did not immediately collect the radishes. Instead, he looked at them thoughtfully. The last time when he had collected the radishes, the leaves had disappeared. He guessed that the space farm had treated the leaves as trash. Of course, he could not waste them like this. He still had to keep these things to feed the blue-eyed rabbit. If he let the space farm harvest the radishes according to the previous way, he would not be able to obtain the leaves. If he were to harvest them himself looking at the 10 acres of radishes, Zhao Hai quickly dispelled his thoughts. Now Zhao Hai only hoped that the space farm was really as magical as he hoped, where he could do anything he wanted. In the space farm, after the plants matured, if he used the space farm to harvest them automatically, it would only collect things that could be eaten or used. Things like corn stalks and radish leaves were cleared away as trash. Of course, this was not a problem when playing games, but now that Zhao Hai wanted to use these things to change his life, these things were very important to him. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai frowned. He was really afraid. If the space farm could not collect radishes according to his will, he would be in big trouble. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said in a low voice, "Collect the radishes. Collect the radish leaves and radishes separately." After saying this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but thump. He was really afraid that he would fail. If he failed, he would have to think of another way. The only other way he could think of now was to let the slaves enter the space to collect the radishes. Not only would this cause trouble, but it would also increase the chances of the space farm being exposed. The space farm reacted. Radishes flew into the basket. After collecting all the radishes, Zhao Hai took a deep breath and walked to the warehouse. He touched the warehouse. Soon, the items in the warehouse were displayed in front of Zhao Hai. On the first row were the radishes and radish leaves. Behind them were the other materials Zhao Hai had put in the warehouse. Zhao Hai clenched his fists as he cheered. He really did not expect the space farm to give him such a huge surprise. This success not only helped him collect the items, but also represented his further understanding of the space farm. It turned out that the space farm really listened to him. He could order the space farm to do anything. Ever since the space farm appeared, Zhao Hai had a surreal feeling. It was as if he was playing a very real game. He had been controlling the entire space farm according to the game's operating procedures. However, this success made Zhao Hai understand that this space farm had really changed. He was not just an operator in this space farm. The settings he had used to play the game might not necessarily work in this space farm. It could be said that his control of this space farm was deeper than in the game. He might be the god of this space farm, a supreme existence. After a while, Zhao Hai calmed down and looked at the space farm. There was nothing else for him to do here, so he left. Once he left the space farm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. With its existence, this black soil wilderness could become the largest granary in the entire continent. Just like his hometown, the northern wilderness would become the northern granary. However, he had to use the space farm less in the outside world to adapt to the feeling of not having the help of the space farm in the future. Zhao Hai had always been afraid that the space farm would disappear one day. Although he had placed the focus of development in the space farm now, that was only to allow it to provide him with more help and allow his territory to develop faster. Therefore, he had no choice but to do that. Zhao Hai was a very practical person. He did not believe in things that he could not see or touch. He only believed that the thing in his hand was his. 100 birds in the forest were not as good as a bird in his hand. Space Farm was like the internet on Earth to Zhao Hai. It was too illusory. Although Zhao Hai was an otaku, he never met with those online friends because he did not believe in those illusions. It was because of this mentality that Zhao Hai tried his best to change things in reality. Only then would he feel at ease. He did not believe in luck, so when he was on Earth, he never bought lottery tickets. Every cent he earned was earned through his own efforts. He did not believe that anyone would give him money for no reason. He only believed that people could only obtain everything they wanted through their own efforts. After coming out of the space farm, Zhao Hai did not go out. There was too little he could do now. He still needed to think about his future development in the black soil wilderness. Zhao Hai realized that he had not thought it through when he modified the land today. He had been too anxious and rash. No one could guarantee that no one would come to the black soil wilderness in the future. If someone suddenly came here one day and found that there was something growing on a large area in front of their castle, it would definitely arouse suspicion. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Looks like I have to get a deeper understanding of the black soil wilderness tomorrow." With that, he fell asleep. Zhao Hai woke up in the evening. It was already starting to get dark, and Merlin and the others had returned. In order to save resources, Merlin and the others usually did not go out at night. Even if they did not use magic stones to light the way, just using torches or oil lamps required oil. Now they had to save every bit of resources. The slaves had already eaten. They could move freely in the castle until they slept at night. Anyway, he did not have to worry about them escaping. It was good to let them relax. The slaves were sitting in the courtyard of the castle and chatting. Compared to other places, their lives here were like heaven. They could eat their fill and did not have to do too much work. They also had enough rest every day. They liked such a blissful life. Previously, they were in despair when they knew they were coming here. Although they were slaves, they had heard of the situation in the black soil wilderness. There was nothing living here. There was only a desolate mountain range beside the carrion swamp. Such a place was a land of death. They had always thought that they would definitely starve to death in such a place. However, they did not expect that their master was so capable. Although they had only been here for 2 days, he could actually use mystical magic to turn those dead black soil into fertile fields. They did not have to worry about starving to death in the future. These people were just slaves. They had never seen anyone use magic. In their impression, mages were omnipotent, and spells were extremely mystical. Their living conditions were better than before, and they were treated like civilians. With the temptation of being free from the slave identity, and coupled with the incomparably mystical spells, they were fully loyal to Zhao Hai. Unknowingly, they had formed a huge cohesion. Now, these slaves were no longer working passively. Instead, they wanted to work more and leave their slavery status as soon as possible. Zhao Hai stood quietly in the castle and looked at the slaves outside. He wanted to go up and chat with these slaves, but he also knew that now was not the time. These slaves had always been living in oppression. Whenever they saw nobles, they would be very nervous. Not to mention chatting with them, they would probably kneel immediately and not even dare to raise their heads. It was easy to change a person's identity, but it was very difficult and took a long time for their thoughts to change. Everything had to be done step by step. If he advanced too quickly, he might fail. Even if he succeeded, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. Without a doubt, the hope of having fertile lands and escaping the slavery status filled these slaves with hope. They were no longer as lifeless as when they first arrived. Zhao Hai liked this. Only those who were filled with hope could be creative and unleash their abilities to the greatest extent. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai came back to his senses and said in a low voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Meg stood in front of the door and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, dinner is ready." Wood and Rock were still standing outside the door, guarding it for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that it was almost time to eat, but he felt sorry. Not only were Merlin and Meg busy with managing the slaves, but they also had to cook for him. It was too tiring for them. However, although Zhao Hai knew how to cook, he did not dare to do so. He could not forget his identity. He was a profligate son who was always served by others. Possessing special abilities made sense. After all, this was a continent where magic and battle aura coexisted. There were all kinds of strange abilities. His ability was not particularly eye-catching, but if he suddenly said he could cook, it would arouse Merlin and Meg's suspicion. The few of them went to the dining room and realized that the food was already placed on the table. The dinner was still bread and some vegetables, as well as some meat and soup. Zhao Hai, a native Chinese, was really not used to eating this, but there was no choice. Even if he wanted to eat Chinese food, no one knew how to cook it. Only he knew how to cook, but he did not dare to do it. After eating a few mouthfuls, Zhao Hai said, "Grandma Merlin, I think what we did today was too rash. It's better if we don't modify the land here tomorrow." Merlin was stunned and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "What's wrong, young master? Why do you say that? Can't you improve the land? What will we do if we don't improve it?" Zhao Hai understood what she meant and immediately said, "Grandma Merlin, you're mistaken. It's not that I can't improve the land, but I can't improve the land near the castle. Think about it, our current strength is still too weak. If those guys discover that we can turn this place into land that can be cultivated, will they let us go? At that time we will be finished." Merlin was experienced and knowledgeable. Today she was just overwhelmed by the joy of improving the land, so she did not think of this deeply. Now that Zhao Hai reminded her, she immediately understood. Zhao Hai was right. If those old nobles realized that they could improve the land here, they would definitely deal with them. Although the Buda family had already signed an agreement with the empire, that was only if the Buda family had an heir. If a noble family did not have an heir, their noble title would be taken back by the emperor, and their land would naturally be taken back. A man's wealth could lead to trouble. Merlin put down the knife and fork and nodded. "Young master, you're right. We were too careless. We were only focused on improving our lives and forgot that those old nobles might not let us off easily. What do you think we should do now, young master?" Now, Merlin was paying more and more attention to Zhao Hai's opinion. This was because Zhao Hai had done many things in the past few days. Moreover, he had done everything methodically. In addition to his strange ability, Merlin and the others had unknowingly treated Zhao Hai as their backbone. Zhao Hai also put down his cutlery and gently wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he said, "We still have to modify the land, but we can't do it around the castle. That will be too eye-catching. As long as someone comes in, they will be able to tell at a glance. It will be too easy to be discovered. I want to look around and see if there are any places in the surroundings that are secluded. We can modify those areas. There's no need to make them too big. As long as there are about 1,000 acres, it will be more than enough to satisfy the needs of our people. This way, it will not be easy to be discovered." Merlin nodded and said, "Young master is right. I'll get someone to look around for such areas tomorrow." "Then, young master, are we still keeping blue-eyed rabbits and scaleless fish?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Yes, we must raise them. Anyway, the scaleless fish is very easy to raise. Those people won't notice anything, and the blue-eyed rabbit is even more easy to raise. They will only think that we are making a dying struggle and won't care too much." Merlin nodded and said, "All right, but there's still the problem with the water. I realize that there don't seem to be any fish in our moat. Even the lake in the cave doesn't have any fish. This doesn't seem right." Zhao Hai was stunned. This was the first time he had thought of this. He was just an otaku and not a professional fisherman, so he did not notice this at first. On the contrary, it was natural for Merlin, a water-type mage, to notice it. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be many fish in the moat in the lake. There was no problem with the water quality. He had already analyzed this in the space farm. How could there be no fish? Zhao Hai said to Merlin in confusion, "Grandma Merlin, do you know the reason? There's no problem with the water. I've analyzed it. The water is of very good quality and is completely suitable for fish to survive. Isn't it a little unreasonable for there to be no fish?" Merlin frowned and said after a while, "There are only two possibilities. The first is that the water is poisonous and is not suitable for fish to survive. The second is that there are ferocious magical beasts in the water that have eaten all the fish. If it's really as young master said, and the water is not poisonous, only the second possibility remains. There are ferocious water-type magical beasts." Zhao Hai thought about it carefully and felt that what Merlin said made sense. He remembered that when he was on Earth, he had seen a news report that two very aggressive carnivorous fishes entered a fisherman's fish pond and ate all the fish in it. There might be such magical beasts here too. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Seeing Zhao Hai frown, Merlin knew what he was thinking. Merlin comforted him, "Young master, actually, this is not difficult to resolve. If the water is poisonous, it will be difficult for us to resolve it, but if it is only the problem of magical beasts, we just have to find and kill them." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. His thoughts were the opposite of Merlin's. If the water was poisonous, he could easily resolve the poison with the space water, but if there were magical beasts in the water, he could not do anything. Seeing that Zhao Hai was still frowning, Merlin couldn't help but smile and say, "Young master, don't worry. If there are really magical beasts in the water, I will definitely find them and kill them. It won't affect your plan to raise fish. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Merlin. Then he realized this was not Earth. On Earth, it was not easy to go down to the sea to kill a beast, but this was the Ark continent. Magic was prevalent here, and Merlin happened to be a powerful water mage. She might really have a way to kill the magical beasts in the water. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Will it be dangerous?" "Grandma Merlin, if it's dangerous, let's not raise fish first. After all, no matter how important raising fish is, it's not as important as your safety." Merlin was moved, but she still smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I'm a level 8 water mage after all. It's easy to deal with a magical beast." Seeing how confident Merlin was, Zhao Hai could only nod and say, "All right, but we can put this matter aside for now. Tomorrow we have to organize people to take a good look at the suitable land nearby. The land improvement comes first." Merlin nodded. Although the business in the Ark continent was very developed, the Buda family did not pay much attention to business. They were nobles. In their eyes, land was the key. No one interrupted Merlin and Zhao Hai. There was no need to talk about wood and rock. The two of them were not very smart. They would do whatever they were told. Letting them make suggestions was equivalent to playing the lute to cow. Although Meg was very smart, she was still too young. She did not live in an era of information explosion like Zhao Hai, so she still had a lot to learn. She really could not interfere in the discussion between Zhao Hai and Merlin. Zhao Hai quickly finished his dinner and drank kia in the living room before returning to his room. There were only so many things to do in the castle now. As long as they were arranged properly, there was no need to worry too much. There was no entertainment here. It was isolated from the world. At night, other than sleeping, there was nothing else to do. Zhao Hai returned to his room because he wanted to see the situation in the space farm. Zhao Hai felt very bored at night. When he was on Earth, he was an otaku, and otakus were mostly night owls. The past few days he had been too busy, so he could still sleep at night. However, he had slept during the day today and could not sleep now, so he naturally ran to the space farm to take a look. The space farm was still the same, but the seedlings of corn and radishes had already grown. Fortunately, there were no pests. Looking at the growing seedlings, Zhao Hai was a little excited. These seedlings represented hope. Zhao Hai did not have much ambition. He only wanted to live well in this other world. Back on Earth, he was just an otaku. He had no ambitions and only wanted to live his life. After arriving in the other world, he obtained Adam's body and knew about Adam's background. He knew that Adam had a huge grudge, but Zhao Hai also knew that this revenge was not easy to take. They were facing an empire. The Buda family was beaten to this state from their peak. With their current strength, it would be good enough if they could keep their lives, let alone take revenge. Although he had the space farm as a cheat, it had a huge flaw. It lacked offensive methods. The space farm was great. It could grow vegetables and store things, but it did not have any offensive ability. On the Ark continent, true experts were best at attacking. A mage like Merlin could kill 1,000 people with magic in an instant. Compared to Merlin, Zhao Hai was not even a newborn baby. He was only an ant. If Merlin wanted to crush him, she could do it with a finger. It was because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to keep a low profile. If those old nobles found out that he had such an ability, they might kill him immediately. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had completely absorbed Adam's memories. Although Adam was an ignorant and incompetent guy, he still knew some common knowledge about the continent. Zhao Hai was not a brainless person who would think that he was the boss of the world as soon as he transmigrated. He was not so ambitious as to want to dominate Earth and pierce the heavens. He also knew that if he really dared to be so high profile, he would be the first to die. The characteristics of the space farm determined that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to become an invincible expert. In addition, Adam had already drunk the void water. Not to mention becoming an expert, he could not even become a low-level warrior. Zhao Hai's greatest reliance now was the space farm, but this thing that he had suddenly obtained made him feel uncertain. He was afraid that it would disappear one day. This sense of urgency made Zhao Hai think about how to improve his territory as soon as possible. Although he could improve the black soil every day, it was also because of this that he was even more worried. Would those old nobles let them go just because they were sent to the black soil wilderness? Not necessarily. Those guys would definitely send people to watch them. If they noticed the changes here, those old nobles would not stay on their hands. Zhao Hai sat in the space farm and concluded what he had to do in 2 words: low profile. He had to make his fortune silently. Although he knew that the radishes and corn here were growing well, Zhao Hai still watered them. Now he was taking care of these seedlings with all his heart. Watering in the space farm was very convenient. With a thought, the spring water in the space seemed to be lifted by an invisible force and floated to the sky before falling like light rain. Looking at the ground that was getting wet, Zhao Hai immediately stopped. He knew that he could not water it too much, or the crops might be damaged. After everything was done, Zhao Hai came out of the space farm. He looked at the sky outside and saw that it was completely dark. The slaves were already asleep, and there was no places with lights on in the castle. The entire castle seemed to be sleeping as night fell. In such a quiet environment, Zhao Hai's heart slowly calmed down. He knew that whatever he was thinking now was unnecessary. He had to take it step by step. The most important thing now was to resolve the problem of food for the 100 people in the castle. Not only did he have to provide enough food, but also provide good food. Responsibility. Zhao Hai deeply felt this sentence. When he was on Earth, he had no family, so he only needed to care about himself. But after coming here, the lives of these 100 or so people and the future of the Buda family were placed on Zhao Hai's shoulders. Therefore, he was very careful with every step, afraid that he would make a mistake. Being willing to take responsibility was also a sign of maturity. Zhao Hai was more mature now than when he was on Earth because reality had forced him to be mature. After standing quietly in front of the window for a while, Zhao Hai returned to the bed even if he was not sleepy. Now that they were short of resources, he could not waste them. Unknowingly, he fell asleep again. Ding, the radishes are ripe. Please collect them as soon as possible. The space farm's notification woke Zhao Hai up again. He sat up and immediately entered the space farm. The radishes had already ripened, and the corn had also grown to the height of a person. The ears of corn on them had already taken shape. At this moment, he could break them off and cook them. Zhao Hai was still counting on these corn to be seeds. It did not matter if he broke a few of them now, but when these corn matured, he could use them as seeds to plant across a wide area of land. Zhao Hai immediately put away the radish and bought a bag of radish seeds from the shop, which he planted again. Only then did Zhao Hai run to the cornfield and carefully look at the corn. The corn was growing very well. The corn cobs were covered in husks. They could be collected when they were ripe. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and left the space farm. He returned to his room and looked out the window. The sky was already slightly bright. Zhao Hai was no longer sleepy. He opened the door and walked out. The space outside was quite good. Although the castle was on a desolate mountain, the mountain and river made it a scene of tranquility. In addition, it was April. It was still a little cold in the morning. After breathing in the slightly cold air, Zhao Hai could not help but feel rejuvenated. Zhao Hai thought about how his body did not seem to be in good condition. Adam was a profligate son who was ignorant and incompetent. In addition, he was greedy and lustful. His body had long been tortured from the energy overuse. In addition, he had drunk the void water, which made his body even weaker. Zhao Hai did not want to become a sickly child. In addition, the weather was so good. Zhao Hai decided to run and train his body. Even if he could not become an expert, he had to at least become a healthy person. After running for a while, the slaves got up one after another. They looked at Zhao Hai, who was running in the castle, in surprise, not knowing what he was doing. Zhao Hai's body was really too weak. He was already panting from exhaustion after running for a while. He had no choice but to stop and slowly adjust his breathing as he returned to the castle. Although he had only run for a while, he still felt refreshed and much more energetic. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, Merlin and the others were already awake. However, they did not expect Zhao Hai to wake up so early. They thought that Zhao Hai was still sleeping in his room. When they saw Zhao Hai enter, they were very surprised. Zhao Hai greeted them and washed his face before sitting in the living room and waiting for Merlin to make breakfast. After breakfast, Merlin asked Meg to lead the slaves to tidy up the caves. It would be best if they could cut down some trees on the mountain and see if they could make a small boat. This way, they could go to the lake in the mountain to take a good look. Meanwhile, Merlin was preparing to search around the castle to see if she could find a place that was secluded. In Merlin's opinion, improving the land was the most important thing. As long as the land was improved, they would have the foundation to survive. Although she did not know what was going on with Zhao Hai's ability, seeing that Zhao Hai could improve the land and take out 40,000 kilograms of radishes, it meant that Zhao Hai's ability was related to agriculture. Although Merlin did not know the wonders of the space farm, she was a smart person. In addition, she was old and had a lot of experience in life, so she was able to guess some things. However, seeing that Zhao Hai did not tell her, she did not ask further. She knew that Zhao Hai was in charge now and he had his own thoughts. It would not be good if she asked. When Zhao Hai heard that Merlin was going to explore the surroundings of the castle, he insisted on following. In the past few days, other than staying in the castle, he would either be walking around the mountain or in the space farm. He had not looked around at all. Today was a good opportunity to take a look around. No matter what, this was his territory. Since Zhao Hai was going out, wood and rock naturally would follow. However, Zhao Hai did not let them. He only took wood with him and asked Rock to accompany Meg in supervising the slaves. Zhao Hai was worried about leaving Meg alone to watch over the 100 slaves. Zhao Hai and the others came out of the castle. Wood walked up the mountain and carefully looked at the terrain. Zhao Hai and Merlin walked along the foot of the mountain. Merlin was old and was a mage who did not train her body, so her stamina was not good. Zhao Hai was the same, so the two of them did not go up the mountain. If they went up the mountain, they would probably be too tired to move after walking for a while. This was the farthest Merlin and Zhao Hai had left the castle till date. They looked around as they walked. This black soil wilderness was really strange. There were only some small trees and weeds growing on the semicircular mountain range. The mountain range was surrounded by a large plain. There was nothing else to see at all. The terrain on the mountain was more complicated, but because the mountain was not very high and there were not many trees, the situation at higher terrain of the mountain could be seen from the foot of the mountain. The two of them walked along the foot of the mountain for more than 3 hours. Other than feeling the surroundings become more and more desolate, they did not discover anything else. The black soil was still black soil, and the desolate mountain was still a desolate mountain. Zhao Hai looked around and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, let's rest for a while. Our territory is too big. We can't finish exploring it in a day or two. If there's no other way, we can wait for Grandpa Grimm to return. We can explore while riding horses. It's too tiring to walk like this." Merlin was also exhausted. She was a mage, not a warrior, and her body was not strong at all. She could do houseworks, but she really could not endure traveling like this. The two of them found 2 rocks and sat down. Seeing that the two of them were sitting down, Wood immediately ran down the mountain and walked to Zhao Hai's side. "Young master, rest here first. I'll look around." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. Be careful." Wood responded and turned to run up the mountain. He did not look tired at all. Merlin sat on the rock and looked at the endless black soil in front of her. She sighed and said, "When we heard that the Empire had given this place to us, we lost almost all hope. Everyone knows that this black soil wilderness is a land of death. Nothing grows here, and it's close to the carrion swamp. Other than waiting for death, there's really nothing we can do." She stopped and lowered her head, her eyes filled with memories. As soon as Grimm heard this news, he immediately used all the money in the family to buy various supplies. He wanted us to last for a few more years. As long as those old nobles don't pay attention to us in a few years, we can think of other ways to earn money. No matter what, we can't let the Buda family die in our hands. At this point, Merlin did not speak for a long time, as if she was recalling the despairing scene. Zhao Hai did not speak either. He could understand Merlin and the others' feelings. The Buda family was the place that had raised them, but they could only watch as the Buda family walked towards the dead land of the black soil wilderness. How despairing was it for them? After a while, Merlin took a deep breath and turned to look at Zhao Hai. "Fortunately, young master, you woke up. Moreover, you have that magical ability to improve the land. This gives us hope. Young master, the revival of the Buda family will depend on you." Grimm had said similar things to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood that this was Merlin and Grimm's expectations of him, but the more this was the case, the more Zhao Hai felt that this matter was difficult. If even people like Grimm and Merlin could not do it, it would be difficult for him to do it. If they wanted the Buda family to prosper again, they had to face the suppression of all the old nobles in the entire Aksu Empire, including the imperial family. But at this moment, he could not say these words. He could only nod hard and say, "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin, I will work hard." Merlin nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. She smiled and said, "The heavens did not give up on our Buda family. They actually gave you such a magical ability. This means that the heavens want our Buda family to prosper again." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'll take you to a place." With that, the two of them appeared in the space farm. Merlin and Grimm were people that Zhao Hai could trust completely. Previously, he did not bring Merlin and the others to the farm. Other than keeping it a secret, it was because there were many things in the space farm that he could not explain to Merlin and the others. Zhao Hai was also afraid that Merlin and the others would realize that he was not truly Adam. If that was the case, Merlin and Grimm would probably kill him immediately. But he was not afraid now. He knew that Merlin and Grimm did not suspect him at all. Moreover, they had already treated him as the hope of the Buda family. After all, he was the only heir to the Buda family now. Even if Grimm and the others discovered that he was someone else possessing Adam's body, they might not touch him, because if the two of them killed him, it would be equivalent to destroying the Buda family. If a noble family did not have an heir, this title would be taken back by the Empire. Merlin was stunned when she entered the space. When she saw the radishes that had just sprouted and the corn that was ripening, her mind could not process it. At this moment, Zhao Hai said, "Grandma Merlin, this is the special ability I obtained. This land can be used to grow fruits and vegetables. The time it takes for them to mature is much shorter than outside. That's why I can take out 40,000 kilograms of magic radishes in such a short time." Merlin looked at the land and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, where did you put those magic radishes? Why don't I see them?" Zhao Hai pointed at the warehouse and said, "It's all in there. That room is like a spatial equipment. It can store many things. Not only is it filled with magic radishes, but some of the supplies we brought are also in there. As long as I want to use them, I can take them out at any time." Merlin nodded with shining eyes. Just this warehouse was enough to surprise her greatly. Zhao Hai continued, "The land in this space can be used to improve the black soil outside. Its water can also do the same. Previously, when I modified the black soil, I used the mixture of the land and water here." Then he walked to the side of the cornfield and said, "This is a new plant I planted. I call it corn. If these corn mature, the seeds produced will be enough to cover 1,000 acres of land. However, I don't know if the corn produced here can be used as seeds. This has to be tested. The stalks of the corn can be used as fuel. It is the most suitable plant for us to plant." Merlin looked at the corn and her eyes lit up. Of course, she understood what Zhao Hai meant. As long as these corn were ripe and could be planted, they would be able to solve their food problem. At the same time, they would have materials to burn. Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, as long as we find a suitable place, we will first modify 1,000 acres of land and plant corn. When the corn matures, we won't have to worry about food or burning materials. When we have food, we will sell the magic radishes and have the money. Our Buda family can grow stronger bit by bit. Merlin nodded hard and turned to Zhao Hai. Young master, don't tell anyone about this. How many people know about this now? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, only you, Wood, and Rock have been to this space. Grandpa Grimm and Meg have never been here. Merlin nodded and said, you can trust the few of us, but not the others. Young master, don't mention this to anyone else in the future. If others know about this, you will be in danger. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandma Merlin, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Let's go out. If Wood comes back and doesn't find us, he will be anxious. With that, the two of them appeared at the foot of the mountain. After coming out of the space farm, Merlin was very excited. She could not be blamed. Seeing Zhao Hai's magical space, she really felt that the future of the Buda family was filled with hope. Although Zhao Hai could not learn magic and battle aura yet, to Merlin, it would be better if Zhao Hai could not learn them. That way, Zhao Hai would be safer. Merlin did not want Zhao Hai to follow the previous path of the Buda family. The Buda family relied on military merits to rise in status. If they wanted to obtain military merits, they had to fight in wars, and war was very dangerous. Now that the Buda family only had one heir, Zhao Hai, Merlin did not want anything to happen to him. Now that they had such a space that could only be used to farm, they did not have to worry about food and water. Moreover, as long as they had money, the Buda family could develop. There were many business families on the continent that were very prosperous. Even those old nobles did not dare to touch them easily. Because of what? Because of money. There were too many mercenaries on the continent now, and those mercenaries were all outlaws. As long as they were given money, they would dare to do anything. No one dared to provoke those business families because of their money. If they were angered, they could use money to buy their lives. In the end, they would only lose some money, but their enemies would lose their lives. Who could afford to make such an exchange? After experiencing the entire process of the Buda family turning from prosperity to decline, Merlin no longer thought about anything. In her eyes, fame and fortune were nothing. It was more important to let Zhao Hai live well. Looking at Merlin, Zhao Hai was very happy because he knew that Merlin really cared about him. This feeling of being cared for was really good. Zhao Hai was an orphan in his previous life, and no one had ever cared about him so much. This feeling warmed his heart. After a while, Merlin calmed down. She walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, Young master, if you encounter any danger in the future, hide in the space farm immediately. Don't worry about us. You're the only one left in our family. Nothing can happen to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, Grandma Merlin. I know what to do, but as long as we are careful and keep a low profile in the future, we should be fine. Merlin nodded and was about to say something when they heard Wood's voice. Young master, I found a good place. As he spoke, he ran down the mountain. Zhao Hai and Merlin couldn't help but turn to look at Wood. Wood quickly ran to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, I found a good place ahead. It definitely meets your requirements. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he said happily, All right, where is it? Let's go. Wood pointed at the mountain and said, Young master, we have to cross the top of the mountain. We can't cross from here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, we'll go over now. Grandma Merlin, you can rest here. Wood and I will go over. However, Merlin shook his head and said, No, I'll come too. In the future, we can't always let you lead the way. I have to go over and know the location. Then she turned to Wood and said, Wood, lead the way. Wood responded and walked forward. The two of them followed. Although there were only some weeds on this desolate mountain, it was not easy to walk. Although the weeds were not tall, they were very tough. When people walked on them, they would often trip over these weeds, making it difficult to walk. Fortunately, the location was not far. After walking for about 3 miles, they saw a huge canyon in front of them. This canyon was very strange. It was like a huge rock had fallen from the sky and smashed into the mountain range. There were cliffs on all sides, and there was no path to the outside world. Zhao Hai stood there dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This canyon was in line with his request. They could not see this place from the foot of the mountain, but how could they go down? Merlin also realized this. She turned to look at Wood and scolded jokingly, Wood, you stupid boy. It's difficult for even me to go down there, let alone young master. Even if you can carry young master down, what about those slaves? Those slaves will be the ones who come here to farm in the future. Don't tell me you want to carry them down too. Zhao Hai also glared at Wood. This canyon did not look deep. It seemed to be only dozens of meters deep, but it was dizzy to look down from above. In addition, it was surrounded by cliffs, so it was very difficult to go down. If they had a lot of resources, they could build a mountain ladder here, but now they did not have that many resources at all. Even wood was not produced on this mountain. It was too difficult to make a wooden ladder. This was definitely a death trap. Wood turned to look at the two of them and chuckled. Young master, Grandma Merlin, don't worry. Come with me. With that, he walked to the back of the Iron Mountain. All along, Zhao Hai, Merlin, and the others had not walked to the back of the Iron Mountain because they knew that it was close to the Carrion Swamp. The Carrion Swamp was famous for its poisonous miasma, poisonous magical beasts, poisonous plants, and undead creatures, so no one wanted to go to the back of the mountain to take a look. It represented danger. Seeing Wood walking behind the mountain, Merlin's face darkened. "Wood, don't you want to live? Come back quickly." Wood turned and smiled at the two of them. "It's okay, Grandma Merlin, young master, don't worry. There's a cave over the mountain. We can enter the valley through that cave. I came out from there just now." Merlin wanted to say something, but Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go take a look." With that, he followed Wood to the back of the Iron Mountain. Merlin could only follow, but once he reached the top, Zhao Hai was attracted by the scene in front of him. Behind the mountain, it seemed to be a scene of chaos. As far as the eye could see, it was all multicolored fog. You could not see the sky or the ground, as if that was a world formed by the colorful fog. Beautiful, too beautiful. Zhao Hai had never seen a colorful fog before. Moreover, the fog was bright and dazzling, not dim and dark. A long sigh interrupted Zhao Hai's thoughts. Zhao Hai turned around and saw that it was Merlin. Merlin was also looking at the seven-colored fog, but she sighed and said, "What a beautiful scene." Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene is the most fatal thing on the continent? This colorful, poisonous fog is the greatest barrier in this Carrion Swamp. Since the beginning of history, no more than 10 people have come out alive after entering this colorful fog, and they were all top experts on the continent. Even such people could not live for more than 5 years after coming out of the seven-colored poisonous fog. They could not be saved by even the most powerful priests and apothecaries. Zhao Hai felt a chill on his back. Now, when he looked at the fog, he felt that the colors of the fog were so strange, as if there were countless evil spirits smiling at him. Zhao Hai did not dare to look anymore. He said to Wood, who was waiting for them, "Let's go." Wood responded and walked forward. They were already walking from the top of the mountain to the back. It was strange. The grass on the front of the Iron Mountain looked malnourished, but the grass on the back of the mountain was dark green and full of vitality. However, they were not growing all over the mountain like the front. Instead, they were growing in some small areas. There was nothing growing in other areas, looking like a bald head with few hair. Merlin followed beside Zhao Hai and said to Zhao Hai and Wood, "Young master, Wood, be careful. Don't touch those grass. Those grass might be poisonous. Wood is strong and might be fine, but young master can't touch these things because you drank the void water." Zhao Hai was stunned. Although he felt that Merlin was making a mountain out of a molehill, he did not dare to let his guard down. The Carrion Swamp was famous for its danger, so it was better to be careful. He carefully walked around the grass and followed Wood for about 500 meters before seeing a small cave. This cave was not very big and could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. It was only about 2 meters tall. The cave was dark and there was the sound of water. Merlin walked in front of Zhao Hai and a ball of light appeared in her hand, illuminating the path in front of Zhao Hai. Only then did she lead Zhao Hai into the cave. It could be seen that this cave was also a mine path built by the dwarves. It was also very neat and flat. After walking for about 5 minutes, they arrived at an empty space. This space was clearly just a temporary resting place or a place to store things. There were no residential caves here, only an empty space of more than 300 square meters. Wood turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there's a lake over there. I wonder if it's connected to the lake on the other side of the mountain. If we walk to the left, we can enter that valley." Zhao Hai nodded. He did not go to look at the lake. According to his estimation, the lake here was very likely to be connected to the lake on the other side of the cave. Now that they did not have large lighting tools, they could not see anything even if they looked. The two of them followed Wood to the left. The tunnel on the left was very wide, enough for 10 people to move side by side. It was also 5 meters tall. The ground was dry, and it was comfortable to walk on. The 3 of them walked for about 10 minutes when a light suddenly appeared in front of them. Merlin extinguished the illumination spell and quickly followed Zhao Hai to the light. Zhao Hai and Merlin looked at the valley in a daze. They had entered this valley after coming out of the cave. The area of this valley was not very large, only about 1,000 acres. It was also black soil, the same as the black soil in the wilderness. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool about 10 meters in diameter. The water in the lake was clear and sparkling. On the wall opposite the cave that Zhao Hai and the others had come out of, there was another cave entrance. The entrance was smaller than the entrance that Zhao Hai and the others were at. It could be seen that it was also a mine. Seeing these mines, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire those dwarves. They had really dug out through such a huge mountain range and built so many mines. How much work did they put into it, and how did they manage to do it? Zhao Hai looked around and nodded. "Not bad. Wood, you did great." "How did you discover this cave?" Wood chuckled and said, "Young master, when I first saw this canyon, I jumped down from the cliff and found these 2 holes. The other hole is filled with water and there is no way out. There is a way out from this hole. I walked out from inside." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood now. This guy had walked in from this entrance and found the cave that led outside. Merlin also sized up this black soil. Just as Wood had said, this place fitted their requirements. Although it would take some time to improve the land, this valley was suitable for planting things. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Merlin walked around the valley. It was an irregular circle. There were no large rocks on it. Other than the black soil, there was only the pool. It was a good land to farm. Zhao Hai was also looking around and nodding. He was really satisfied with this place. Not only could he farm here, but because of the pool, even irrigation was much easier. Even if the water in the pool was not enough, there were 2 lakes in the caves on both sides. There was plenty of water in them. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Wood knew that Zhao Hai was very satisfied. Wood quickly said, "Young master, do you realize that there is something different here?" Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked around and did not find anything different. He shook his head and said, "I don't see anything special." Wood smiled and said, "Young master, don't you feel it? The temperature in this valley is higher than on the mountain. Look at the grass on the walls. They are fresher and longer than outside. Although the weeds are growing on the mountain slopes too, they don't grow much. The reason why we felt that it was difficult to walk when we came was because there is a lot of dry grass mixed with them. These dry grass are quite tough, so we might trip over them. However, the grass on these walls is new. Moreover, they have already grown so much that many of them have already borne seeds. This means that this valley is not affected by the cold wind and has always maintained this temperature. If that's the case, this place can be farmed all year round. What a good place." Zhao Hai looked in the direction Wood was pointing and realized that there were many weeds growing on the mountain walls. These weeds were really different from the ones outside. The weeds outside looked green as well, but if seen from up close, it could be seen that the green color was from the new grass that grew from under some withered grass. Moreover, they were not very long, but the weeds here were very long. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. He also felt strange. This valley was on the mountain, and the land here should be similar to the mountain. It shouldn't be the black soil outside, but the soil here was like the black soil in the black soil wilderness. He did not know what was going on. At this moment, Merlin's voice suddenly sounded. "Well said. I didn't expect you to be so observant. When did you become so smart?" Hearing Merlin say this, Zhao Hai and Wood were stunned. Zhao Hai also felt a little strange, because in his memory, Wood was indeed not so smart. Not only was he not so smart, but he was also a little stupid. He usually could not even speak properly, so how could he observe so carefully and speak so logically? Wood was also puzzled. He did not know what was going on. Ever since he entered Zhao Hai's strange space farm, he seemed to have been enlightened. He observed things more carefully and thought more comprehensively. However, Wood did not have the chance to show off. He had always been by Zhao Hai's side and listened to everything Zhao Hai said, so Merlin and the others did not notice anything unusual about Wood. Only when Wood spoke today did Merlin feel that Wood was different. Merlin had just said it casually and did not take it to heart. Seeing that the 2 of them did not say anything, she continued, "Young master, this is really a good place. Moreover, I can feel that this place is really like what Wood said. It will maintain this temperature all year round. I can also feel that the water element in the air is very active. It's really a good place. As long as the soil here is improved, this will be the best land for farming." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, why do you think the soil here is also black soil? Logically speaking, this land should have the same soil as the soil on this mountain. If it is the same as the soil on the mountain, we can save a lot of trouble." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, you should not be greedy. It's already quite good to find such a place. Young master can slowly modify it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandma Merlin is right. I was too greedy. This is really a good place. However, there's another problem. There are about 1,000 acres of land here. We don't have any magical beasts to plow the ground. We can only rely on manpower for this, and it will require a lot of people. But this place is so far from the castle. It will take a lot of time for people to walk here. In this case, time will be wasted on the road. It will be difficult to finish planting all the land here." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, how could you forget? There's a lake in the mountains. This lake is really connected to the lake on the other side. We can use a boat. This way we can save time and keep it a secret." Zhao Hai was stunned. He had really not thought of this. If they moved by water, it would really be much faster than walking. Moreover, their movements would be much more hidden too. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is a good idea. All right, I'll modify 10 acres of land first." With that, the spatial hole appeared again. The 10 acres of land in front of Zhao Hai would be modified soon. Although Merlin and Wood had already seen Zhao Hai modify the land, they were still excited. Zhao Hai's ability was definitely unique in the continent. Although it could not be used to kill people, it was what they needed the most. After modifying these 10 acres of land, Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go back. Unfortunately, there is no boat. If there was a boat, we could follow the lake and see if it leads to the back of the castle." Merlin chuckled and said, "Young master, how could you forget? I'm a water-type mage. I can easily bring 2-3 people on the water." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before nodding. To be honest, although he had been on the Ark continent for a few days, he was still not used to the wonders of the Ark continent. He was always confusing this place with Earth. Things like using magic to allow people to move on the surface of water might not happen on Earth, but it could happen here. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the land and turned to Merlin with a smile. Grandma Merlin, let's go back too. Meg and Rock might be tired. Merlin looked around and realized that there was really nothing to pay attention to. She nodded and said, all right, let's go back. With that, the three of them turned and walked into the cave. The three of them entered the cave. Merlin used a light spell to open the way while Zhao Hai and Wood followed behind her. This time, the three of them walked towards the sound of water. After walking for about 15 minutes, Merlin saw the lake in the mountain. This lake was really big. Other than the two sides being blocked by the mountain, they could not see the end of it. Zhao Hai stood beside Merlin. Their current position was about 3 meters higher than the lake. There was a slope that went down. This slope was very flat. It looked like it was used by the dwarves to transport ores. The ground was also paved with stones, but because it was closer to the water, it was already covered in moss and was a little slippery. Zhao Hai looked at the water and sighed. Who would have thought that there would be such a treasure land in the black soil wilderness? As long as we know why there are no fish in this lake, we can raise fish on a large scale. Merlin nodded and said, yes, this lake is so big. How many fish can it raise? In the future, this can become a main income source of our Buda family. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin. Grandma Merlin, let's go back. By the way, if there are really magical beasts in the water, will we be fine crossing the water like this? Merlin smiled and said confidently, young master, don't worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen. With that, she led the way to the lake. Zhao Hai quickly followed carefully. Wood walked to Zhao Hai's side and held his arm. Although the ground was slippery, Wood was as steady as a mountain. Zhao Hai and Wood stood by the lake. Merlin stood beside them and chanted softly. Soon, a transparent aqua-blue shield appeared around them. Then a wave emerged from the lake. Just as Zhao Hai was stunned, the wave swept the three of them into the lake. However, Zhao Hai realized that the three of them were standing in a transparent blue sphere, and the lake water was carrying them forward. This was the second time Zhao Hai had seen the wonders of magic. The first time Merlin had only used a simple illumination technique and a simple water ball technique, but even so, it had made Zhao Hai, who had seen magic for the first time, feel amazed. This time, it was even more magical than the previous time. They were actually moving on water, and furthermore, one person was bringing two others along. It was even more awesome than the running on water and crossing the river on a reed in Chinese martial arts. Compared to Zhao Hai, who was considered half an outsider, Wood was much more calm. He had long known about the amazing effects of magic, not to mention that Merlin was a level 8 water-type advanced mage. Fighting with such a mage in the water was every enemy's nightmare because that was their home ground. Merlin also looked relaxed. She was very confident in her ability. On the water, she believed that she was an invincible existence, so when she said that there might be water-type magical beasts in the water, she did not look worried at all because she believed that she could easily kill them. Moving on the water with magic was very fast. It took them more than 3 hours to arrive, but it only took them half an hour to see the entrance of a cave. Fortunately, this cave was the one behind the castle. This also proved that this lake could indeed be used as a waterway to secretly transport people to the valley. When Merlin removed the spell and Zhao Hai landed on the ground, he could not help but jump. The feeling of having his feet on the ground was really good. Although he looked carefree when moving on the water, Zhao Hai had been feeling like he would fall at any time, which was very uncomfortable. When the three of them came out of the cave, they saw the slaves working outside. It was not noon yet and they had not rested. There were many places to clean in the cave, and many slaves were doing woodworking in the cave. If this cave was to be changed to a place to raise blue-eyed rabbits, it would need a lot of fences. They were using wood to make them since they did not have much iron. Considering the situation in the castle, Grimm and the others bought some wood, but it was not a lot. Most of the things they bought were finished products because Grimm knew that even if some of those slaves knew how to do carpentry, they could not make anything too complicated because good craftsman slaves were not at the same price as these ordinary slaves. The appearance of the three of them shocked the slaves. They immediately bowed to the three of them. The three nodded and left the cave. Meg and Rock were standing outside the cave. When they saw the three of them come out, they were shocked. Meg quickly went forward and said, "Young master, grandma, why are you guys coming out of the cave?" Merlin smiled and said, "If you follow the lake, you will reach a valley. That is the most suitable place for farming. Young master has just improved 10 acres of land there, so we came back." Meg's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Grandma, young master, go back to the castle and rest. I'll watch over here." Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, let's go back. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not know what else Merlin had to discuss with him, but seeing Merlin's solemn expression, he did not dare to delay. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's return to the castle first. Wood, stay and help Meg and Rock." Wood stayed behind, and Zhao Hai followed Merlin into the castle. After the two of them arrived at the castle's living room, Zhao Hai looked at Merlin in confusion and said, "Grandma Merlin, what is it that we can't talk about outside?" Merlin nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, when I returned today, I checked the situation in the lake, but I didn't find any powerful water magic fluctuations. There are only two explanations for this situation. Firstly, that water-type magical beast is very powerful and is very good at hiding its whereabouts, so I can't discover it. However, this situation is almost impossible. I'm a level 8 water mage, and I'm confident that nothing in the water can escape my detection. The second possibility is that there is no powerful magical beast in the water at all. There should be another reason why there are no fish in the water. Zhao Hai was stunned, but he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The lake in the mountain was one of the important plans for the development of his fief. If there was really no way to raise fish there, he would lose an important source of funds. Moreover, it would be a waste to not use such a large lake. Zhao Hai said with a dark expression, "Can you find the specific reason?" Merlin said with a heavy expression, "I've heard of a rumor. I don't know if it's related to the situation in the lake, but I heard that because the Black Soil Wilderness is too close to the Carrion Swamp, some undead creatures and poisonous magical beasts will often run to the Black Soil Wilderness. They will kill all the living creatures here, so the Black Soil Wilderness has become a dead land. However, no one has come to the Black Soil Wilderness to verify it. If this news is true, this might be the reason why there are no fish in the lake." Zhao Hai's expression changed. If it was really like what Merlin said, then the situation would be troublesome. Among his people, other than Merlin, Meg, Grimm, Wood, and Rock who had some combat strength, the others were all slaves with no combat strength. If the undead creatures and poisonous magical beasts in the Carrion Swamp really attacked them, they would be dead meat. Zhao Hai lowered his head and kept rubbing his forehead. This was a habit he had in his previous life. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai and was very worried. If that really happened, all their agriculture would have to stop. It was difficult to say if they could survive. Zhao Hai could not think of a good solution, so he could only say, "If this is true, we will be in big trouble. Grandma Merlin, let's wait for Grandpa Grimm to return and discuss this matter. How about this? From tomorrow onwards, let's not clean the mine. Let's gather all the resources in our hands and create some simple weapons. Then we can train the slaves and repair the fort. If those creatures really attacked, we can at least rely on the fort to resist for a while. If it really doesn't work, I can send everyone into my space farm. After the undead creatures and magical beasts retreat, we can come out." Merlin frowned and thought for a while, but she could not think of a good solution. She could only nod and say, "Looks like this is the only way now. We've been in the Black Soil Wilderness for a while now, but we haven't seen any abnormal movements in the Carrion Swamp. There shouldn't be a problem. I hope my worries are unnecessary." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Whether it's a baseless worry or not, we have to do this. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now, the last of our Buda family's assets are here. If we lose all of them, our Buda family will have no hope of making a comeback." Merlin nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange it immediately, but we didn't bring many weapons this time. Moreover, those supplies are mostly daily necessities. They can't be used as weapons at all. What should we do?" Zhao Hai did not have a good solution now. If his space farm was at a higher level, he could plant some trees to produce wood for weapons, but his current level was too low. He could not plant trees at all. He could not possibly let someone fight those undead creatures with a corn stalk, right? Zhao Hai rubbed his forehead hard. His forehead was already red, but he still could not think of a good solution. Suddenly, he noticed the stone ground and a bold idea appeared in his mind. He raised his head and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, how about this? Tomorrow we can organize people to gather stones and make some stone weapons. Although these weapons are not very lethal, we can use them to defend the city. What do you think?" Merlin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, we don't have that many supplies now. When we left the capital, they didn't let us bring weapons at all. We can only do this now. When Grimm returns, let him buy a batch of weapons as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. He did not expect that he would have to adopt the methods of the Stone Age one day. It seemed like the nobles in the capital really did not want to let them live. Otherwise, they would not have prohibited them from bringing weapons to a place like the Black Soil Wilderness. He did not believe that the nobles in the capital had not heard of the rumors of this place. Now they were not only facing a food crisis, but also the possibility of being killed by those undead creatures and poisonous magical beasts. Just as Zhao Hai was fretting over weapons, a voice suddenly sounded. "The corn is ripe. Please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He looked at Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, the corn I planted are ripe. I'm going to collect them. Do you want to come?" In any case, he had already brought Merlin to the space farm. It was not a big deal to bring her along now. However, Merlin was not wood or rock. He still respected Merlin a lot. Therefore, even if he was going to enter the space farm, he would ask her opinion first. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Merlin also wanted to go to Zhao Hai's space to take a look. She nodded and said, "All right, young master, I want to take a look too." Because the radishes in the space were planted in the morning, only small leaves had grown, but the corn was completely ripe. The ripeness of the corn was different from what Zhao Hai had seen in the game. In the game, even if the corn was ripe, it was still green. In the space farm, when the corn was ripe, its leaves were already dry. However, the ears looked strong. They were nearly 50 centimeters long, and the kernels were already bulging out. They were golden in color and looked appetizing. Merlin had clearly never seen corn, and she had no idea how to cook it. She looked at the corn curiously with no clue about what to do. Zhao Hai walked to the side of the cornfield happily and broke off a large corn cob. He peeled off the husk. The cob was filled with golden kernels. It seemed like the yield was not low. At this rate, these 2 acres of land could produce at least 2,500 kilograms of corn. If they could be used as seeds, it would be enough to plant 1,000 acres of land. Zhao Hai handed the corn cob to Merlin and said with a smile, "Grandma Merlin, look, this is corn. Its kernels are the edible parts. Although it is not very delicious, it can fill our stomachs. These 2 acres of corn should yield us more than 25,000 kilograms of corn. If they are used as seeds, they can be used to plant 1,000 acres of land. In the future, we can harvest it once a day. This way we don't have to worry about food." Merlin took the corn cob and stared at Zhao Hai. "Young master, are you saying that we can collect more than 2,500 kilograms of food every day?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. He knew what Merlin was thinking. 2,500 kilograms of food might not be much for 100 people if it was per month, but 2,500 kilograms a day was a little terrifying. The time for corn to mature in the space farm was about 14 hours. Zhao Hai saying 2,500 kilograms a day was actually lowering it. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Merlin was so excited that her face turned red. She kept muttering, 2,500 kilograms a day, 2,500 kilograms a day. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, Grandma Merlin, corn is not very delicious. We will plant something else in the future." Merlin came back to her senses and quickly said, "No, young master, no need to plant anything else. Just this. This is the highest yielding food I've ever heard of. Young master, let's plant this." She was so excited that she was incoherent. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I won't plant anything else, just this. Grandma Merlin, don't be agitated. There are many high-yield grains. Although they are not as high-yielding as corn, they are more delicious. Don't worry, I know what to do." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Merlin nodded and said, "That's good. Young master, let's collect it now. Let's collect it right away." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. I have the final say in this space farm." Then he said in a low voice, "Collect the kernels, corn stalks, and cobs." In Zhao Hai's hometown, the cobs were simply called corn, and the kernels grew on these corn cobs. In Zhao Hai's hometown, the silks were called corn beards, and both the cob and the silks were a good material to start a fire. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the space farm could accept such a complicated order. If it could, he was sure that the space farm completely obeyed him. Merlin looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing who he was talking to. However, what happened next stunned her. A basket with the word "collect" on it flew up, and the corn flew into the basket. After a while, the 2 acres of corn were collected. Before Merlin could react, Zhao Hai immediately walked to the door of the warehouse and touched it with his hand. Then he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Merlin followed Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, what are you laughing at? Is something the matter?" She pointed at the empty space. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay, Grandma Merlin. Didn't I tell you, I have the final say in this space farm, so I don't have to worry about farming or harvesting." Merlin said excitedly, "That's great, young master. Shall we plant this land now?" Zhao Hai nodded, but he was still very careful. With a thought, a handful of corn kernels appeared in his hand. They were the corn he had just put in the warehouse. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the kernels, the space farm's notification sounded again. Type corn, quality good. It can be used as a seed and can be brought out of the space farm. Zhao Hai was delighted. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Sow the corn." As soon as he finished speaking, the small shovel immediately flew to the cornfield and began to dig the ground. Then the seeds seemed to appear out of thin air and fell to the ground. The bucket began to sprinkle water on the ground. Merlin was dumbfounded. She had not expected Zhao Hai's space farm to be so magical. She had not even heard of such a magical ability, let alone seen it. After a while, the 2 acres of land were planted again. Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the radish field. He looked at the radishes. He was not worried that there would be pests. Although the pests spawned automatically in the game he played, he believed that the space farm would remind him if they appeared. Merlin stood beside Zhao Hai. She was really too happy today. With this magical space farm, it would be easy for the Buda family to soar. Seeing that the radishes were fine, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin with a smile. "Grandma Merlin, let's go out." Merlin nodded. With a thought, the 2 of them appeared in the castle's living room. Zhao Hai looked outside. They had not been in the space farm for long, so there was no change. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, let's take out those corn stalks and cobs. With these things, we don't have to worry about fire." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, Grandma Merlin, these things have to be dried. Otherwise, they will still be wet. After they are completely dried, we can store them again." Merlin nodded. "All right, let's put it outside the castle. There's not much space in the castle." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin to the outside of the castle, to the land that they had modified yesterday. This land could not be planted now, so Zhao Hai was preparing to place the corn stalks and corn shafts here. Firstly, it could prevent the modified soil from being blown away, and secondly, it could hide the contrasting color of this land. Looking at the corn stalks and cobs that appeared in the open space, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, you can just burn these when you cook in the future. Although they are not as resistant to fire as wood, they are good flammable materials. If those slaves are cold at night, they can also burn these things to warm themselves." Merlin looked at the large piles of corn stalks and cobs and smiled. Now she finally did not have to worry about firewood. She kept nodding and said, "All right, young master. Let me handle this." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky. "Grandma Merlin, it's getting late. Meg and the others might be coming back for lunch soon. After lunch, arrange for someone to gather stones. Unfortunately, we don't have a blacksmith. Otherwise, we could smelt those iron tools into some weapons. There were few craftsmen among the slaves and even fewer blacksmiths. Those slave owners were afraid that the slaves would learn how to forge weapons themselves, so they did not allow them to come into contact with these things at all. Even if they encountered slaves who knew how to forge, those slaves were blacksmiths who were turned into slaves. Merlin also knew that if those farming tools were not modified, they would not be as convenient as some stone weapons. Moreover, they did not have a furnace, so it was impossible to modify those iron tools. Zhao Hai and Merlin went back to the castle. Merlin went to prepare lunch, while Zhao Hai sat alone in the hall and thought quietly. Now they were facing another huge crisis. If the magical beasts and undead creatures in the carrion swamp really rushed out, what could they use to block them? Moreover, once these things came out, his entire livestock breeding plan would be destroyed. This was what troubled him the most. Livestock breeding was a large part of his future plan. It would be a pity to give it up like this, but even if he did not give it up with the threat of the carrion swamp, he could not raise anything. It seemed like he had to resolve the problem of the carrion swamp first. But how was he going to resolve this problem? There were many experts on the continent, but wasn't the carrion swamp still one of the forbidden areas on the continent? Relying on his space farm, this didn't seem to be of much use. Zhao Hai was at a loss. Zhao Hai knew very well that the space farm did not have any offensive ability, nor did it have any active defensive ability. Its only use was to plant vegetables or as a hiding shelter. Zhao Hai was not confident in using the space farm to deal with the carrion swamp. Don't forget that the carrion swamp was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent. Moreover, there were undead creatures and poison-type magical beasts, but the space farm did not have much attack power. How could he use it to deal with the carrion swamp? Time passed unknowingly. Zhao Hai could not think of a good solution. In the end, he could only decide that if the magical beasts in the carrion swamp came out, they could only rely on the fort walls to fight them. If it really did not work, he could only bring everyone into the space farm. There were more than 10 acres of land in the space farm, which was enough to accommodate these people. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a commotion outside. He looked outside and realized that it was almost noon. The slaves should be coming back for lunch. Just as Zhao Hai stood up and was about to take a look outside, he saw Meg, Wood, and Rock quickly walk in. The 3 of them immediately greeted Zhao Hai and bowed. "Young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said to the 3 of them with a smile, "Ask the slaves to arrange these corn stalks and cobs outside later on. They will be used to start a fire. If those slaves feel cold at night, let them burn these things to warm themselves." Meg looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. "Young master, what's corn?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Corn is the main crop we will plant in the future. Its yield can reach more than 1,000 kilograms per acre of land. The corn stalks and cobs can also be used to start a fire. I have already discussed this with Grandma Merlin." Meg's eyes lit up. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, is the yield of the corn really that high?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. "It's true. All right, Grandma Merlin is about to finish cooking. Arrange the food for the slaves and come back for lunch. I have something to say later." The 3 of them nodded and walked outside the castle. At this moment, Merlin walked out of the kitchen. She had also heard the commotion outside. She looked outside and did not care. Merlin knew Meg very well and knew that Meg could handle the matters outside. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, come and eat. The food is ready." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin into the dining room. Merlin went to the kitchen to serve the food, and Zhao Hai sat in the dining room in a daze. He realized that he seemed to be getting lazier and lazier. In the past, when he was on Earth, he had to prepare 3 meals a day and clean the room. He had to complete every chore alone. Now he was a young master in the Ark continent. If he wanted to, he did not even have to wear clothes himself. Naturally, he did not have to do any houseworks. To be honest, this habit was really terrifying. In just a few days, Zhao Hai was already used to having others serve him. While he was thinking, Merlin had already entered with a plate. The food they were eating now was very simple. There was bread, vegetables, and some meat. This meat was only for Zhao Hai. Others were not able to enjoy them. He was not like Buda. He had a sense of responsibility. The better Merlin and the others treated him, the more pressure he felt. These people lived with him as the center. In other words, these people relied on him to survive. Although the Buda family was in a poor state now, as long as he was alive, the Buda family would exist. these people would not be bullied by other nobles. Perhaps Merlin and the others were already very satisfied. However, Zhao Hai was not satisfied. These people were living with him as the center, so he had the responsibility to give them a better life. In this situation, the pressure on him was really great. Merlin realized that Zhao Hai was not eating and was looking at the plate in a daze. She thought that Zhao Hai was dissatisfied with the lunch and quickly said, "Young master, what's wrong? Is this food not to your taste?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses and turned to Merlin with a smile. "No, Grandma Merlin, the food is very good. I'm just thinking that when I can let everyone in the castle eat such a meal, I'll be satisfied." Merlin's eyes turned red. She looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "As long as young master has the space farm, you will be able to do it sooner or later. I believe in young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, that day will come sooner or later." As he spoke, Meg and the other two walked in. Merlin immediately went to the kitchen to bring out the food prepared for the three of them. When the few of them were almost done eating, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, arrange for the slaves to gather stones in the afternoon. Let's prioritize this matter. I'll handle the matter in the valley. You just have to send me over every day and bring me back." After seeing Zhao Hai's magical space farm, Merlin's confidence in Zhao Hai increased greatly. She immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll organize them to gather stones in the afternoon." "Young master, have a good rest in the afternoon." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that he could not help much now. Because of the void water, his body was not as strong as those slaves who worked all year round. Moreover, it was impossible for Merlin and the others to let him pick stones. After eating and resting for a while, Merlin immediately organized the slaves to gather stones. They still had some tools for mining stones. In addition, when this castle was built, the stones used were of good quality, so there was not much damage to the tools. The stone weapons were not very difficult to make. They were mainly stone spears, hammers, and axes. It was impossible to make things that were too powerful. Although they only had 100 slaves now and there were only 50 strong male slaves who could fight, they could not prepare too few weapons. Stone weapons were very fragile, and they had to prepare a few more spare weapons for everyone. In addition, they had to get rocks to throw them at the enemies. After all, Zhao Hai and the others did not think of fighting those undead creatures and poison-type magical beasts head-on if possible. They did not have the ability to do so either. They could only rely on the castle to defend. This was under the circumstances that there were few undead creatures. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend at all. However, the problem came soon. Although this was an iron mine in the past, it was an iron mine that had been mined by the dwarves. Moreover, the stone mine in the mountain was covered with the lake. Therefore, it took Merlin and the others a lot of effort to find a mining site. In the end, Merlin and the others found a small mine not far from the castle, but they could not mine too many stones in this small mine. Merlin could not help but sigh. This mine that had been mined by the dwarves really looked like it had been robbed. It was so clean that it made others want to cry. After walking around for the entire afternoon, Merlin and the others returned to the castle in frustration. They realized that the method of gathering stones to make weapons was not feasible. Firstly, they had no experience in mining stones. Secondly, the tools in their hands were not very convenient. Their efficiency was too slow. Moreover, there were not many stones here. Even if they gathered all the stones, it would not be enough. In the end, Merlin could only tell Zhao Hai about this situation. This plan had to be cancelled. Zhao Hai really rested in the afternoon. His stamina was not good now. He woke up in the morning to exercise and had walked such a long distance. He was really tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. By the time he got up, Merlin and the others had already returned. Hearing Merlin say this, Zhao Hai had no choice. It seemed like he could only wait. After Grimm returned, he would sell all the radishes and buy some weapons from outside. Before Grimm returned, they could not do anything. If the undead creatures and poison-type magical beasts really attacked, they could only hide in the space farm. Just as Zhao Hai was at a loss, Meg suddenly ran over excitedly. After entering the house, she immediately said to Zhao Hai happily, "Young master, there's good news." Ever since Zhao Hai had improved the land for the first time and she had hugged him excitedly, Meg had unknowingly changed. When she saw Zhao Hai now, she no longer lowered her head. She was much more natural and lively than before. Zhao Hai and Merlin were stunned. Merlin immediately said, "What is it?" Meg immediately smiled. "Grandma, a slave came to find me just now. She said that she knows how to weave grass. She can weave the grass on the mountain into various things like mats, curtains, and straw shoes." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He thought that this was an opportunity. The rule that he had set to remove the slave identity of those people was that as long as they had a skill and performed well, they could remove their slave status. However, not a single one of those slaves had taken the initiative to say that they had a skill. Although they worked hard, Zhao Hai was still very disappointed. Zhao Hai also knew that those slaves would not be able to change their thoughts for a while. They were afraid, so they did not dare to come forward. It would take a long time to change this situation, and someone had to set an example. Those slaves had been oppressed for too long. Their thoughts were already rigid. It would take a long time to make them accept this new rule. Zhao Hai was already mentally prepared, but he did not expect those slaves to give him a surprise today. Someone actually took the initiative to stand up. Although he had only mentioned an inconspicuous skill, he would be a good model. When Zhao Hai set that rule, he had put such a high reward for people to show their talents. Now the talent had appeared. Zhao Hai stood up happily and said, "Quick, bring me to see this person." With that, he grabbed Meg's hand and walked out of the house. Meg was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the hand that Zhao Hai had caught, and a trace of joy flashed across her eyes, which was then replaced by shyness. However, Zhao Hai was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Merlin and the others did not pay attention either. They followed behind Zhao Hai and walked towards the outer fort. As soon as the few of them appeared in the outer fort, they saw a slave standing there. However, this slave surprised Zhao Hai because it was a woman. Zhao Hai had thought that the first to step forward would be a man, but he did not expect it to be a woman. Zhao Hai stood there in a daze and looked at the female slave standing at the small gate between the inner and outer fort. This female slave looked to be in her 20s. Perhaps because of malnutrition, she looked a little thin. She was also petite. Her brown hair looked a little dry. She was wearing rough clothes. Her skin was dark and rough, and her looks were ordinary. She stood there nervously, her entire body trembling. When she saw that Zhao Hai and the others had come out, she immediately knelt on the ground and did not dare to move. Meg immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, it's her. Her name is Du. She's 20 years old." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that in this world, slaves did not have surnames. Their names usually only had one word. If they used a name with 2 words, they would be crossing their limits and they would be executed. Zhao Hai looked at the girl called Du and said in a low voice, "Raise your head." Du trembled and raised her head, but she still did not dare to look at Zhao Hai. She knelt there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Your name is Du." Du kowtowed again. "Yes, master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You know how to weave. Where did you learn it?" Du said, "Master, I became a slave 2 years ago. I used to be a commoner and often made things with grass at home." Zhao Hai nodded. He realized that although this girl called Du looked timid, her words were very organized. It seemed like this had a lot to do with her being a commoner before. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go and get some grass. Weave something for me now." Du immediately agreed and left. After a while, she brought over a large pile of dry grass. It seemed like she had been prepared. These dry grass had been watered with water and became more flexible. Du bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, please forgive my insolence." Zhao Hai nodded and Du immediately sat on the ground and began to weave. It was obvious that she was going to weave a mat, and her actions were very fast. After a while, a small mat was woven. The surface of the mat was very smooth and it was soft. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at Du, who was kneeling on the ground. He said in a low voice, "All right, Du, you have contributed a lot to the Buda family. From today onwards, you are no longer a slave. You are a civilian of my Buda family's black soil territory. In the future, you can just bow and not have to kneel when you see me. In addition, you will be given a separate room. You will be paid a silver coin every month. I will also give you the surname Buda. From today onwards, your name will be Du Buda. The name Du is not suitable for girls. Your name will be Ju Buda." Everyone in the square heard Zhao Hai's words. They had never expected that Du could become a commoner with just her skills in weaving grass. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had actually given her his family name. This was an extraordinary event. Many commoners on the continent did not have surnames. Du know she should be called Ju Buda now. She knelt there excitedly, her entire body trembling. She really did not expect that she would really become a commoner and not a slave anymore. All of this was like a dream. However, one day, a plague of insects appeared on their land. The 5 acres of food was eaten by the insects, and not a single grain of rice was left. There were many people who had the same fate as them. Then, because of the large-scale food shortage there, their family was about to starve. In order to fill the family's stomachs, their father had to work day and night. However, he was injured one day and could not continue working. Her family had to sell their land and house to treat her father's illness, but they still did not have enough money. They had no choice but to borrow high-interest loans from a noble. In the end, her father could not hold on and died of illness. Their family did not have the ability to repay the money, so the noble captured her and her brother and made them slaves. However, her mother died not long after because of grief. Before she died, her mother's only wish was to restore their family's status as commoners. However, it was extremely difficult for a slave to restore their status as a commoner. Ju Buda had also seen many slaves like her. In order to restore their status as a commoner, one family had offered the daughter to the noble, but they still could not obtain the status of a commoner. Instead, that girl was tortured to death not long after. After seeing this, Ju became even more careful. She tried her best not to let others notice her while taking care of her brother. The siblings relied on each other. Later, Grimm bought them from the slave traders and brought them to the black soil wilderness. When she first heard Zhao Hai say that as long as they could contribute to the Buda family, they could restore their status as commoners, Ju's heart was moved. However, she did not stand out immediately. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would not give much importance to her skill. After all, she only knew how to weave grass. After a few days of observation, she realized that her masters were different from the other nobles she had encountered in the past. They were very easygoing and allowed them to have their fill of food every day. They even prepared materials for them to burn to keep themselves warm. Ju had no choice but to step forward today because her brother had gotten sick. Although it was not a serious illness, it was very dangerous to continue like this. Ju was afraid. Her brother was the hope of her family. She had to save him no matter what, so she stood forward. After being stunned for a while, Ju kowtowed again and said, "Master, I don't dare to ask for your reward. I only hope that you can save my brother. He's sick now." Zhao Hai was stunned. "Oh, is that so? So you have a younger brother here too? Don't worry, I won't take back the reward. Since you have a younger brother here, your younger brother will also receive the commoner status. His surname will be Buda too. By the way, what's his name? Where is he? What illness does he have?" Ju was stunned. She did not expect Zhao Hai to do this. He had actually restored her brother's status as a commoner. Her mother's wish had been fulfilled just like that. Ju was so excited that tears streamed down her face. She cried and said, "Young master, my brother's name is in. He's in the house now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Get up. You're already a commoner. You don't have to kneel anymore. Take me to see your brother." Ju stood up obediently. She had only been a slave for a few years and had not been completely used to the slave identity. In addition, she was very smart, so she regained her composure quickly. Under the gazes of the slaves, Ju led Zhao Hai and the others to a stone house. This stone house was not very big, only about 20 square meters. It could accommodate 4 people. These people all lived on the ground, and there was only dry grass on the ground. There was a person lying on the dry grass. This person looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. His body was quite sturdy, and he looked very ordinary. He was dressed in rough clothes and had the mark of the Buda family branded on his forehead. However, he did not look too good now. His face looked green and his eyes were closed. Zhao Hai glanced at it and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, what's going on with him? Why is his face green?" Merlin glanced at it and said, "Young master, he is poisoned. It's very likely to be the poison on the poisonous grass we saw yesterday. Perhaps he accidentally touched that poisonous grass when he went out to work today. He wasn't affected immediately because of his strong body. The poison slowly acted up, which is why he is like this." Zhao Hai really did not expect that the poisonous grass was so strong. He quickly said, "Can he be treated?" Merlin smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master, it can be cured." With that, she chanted a few words in a low voice, and a ball of blue light appeared in her hand. Then Merlin slowly placed the blue light on En's body. En's body seemed to slowly emit a blue light. Then a gust of green gas was forced out of En's body. When the entire blue light occupied En's body, his expression slowly returned to normal, and the blue light disappeared. Zhao Hai did not expect that magic could be used to detoxify poisons. It seemed like he kept on underestimating the magical abilities in this world. This world had always been developing with magic as the focus. Now that it had almost developed to the limit, it was not surprising that there were so many things that magic could do. Merlin looked at En's expression and said, "Young master, he is cured now. He will return to normal by tomorrow morning." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, arrange a room for Ju and in the castle. Prepare some furniture for them tomorrow. They are now civilians of our Buda family. They can't be treated like slaves. Would carry into the castle later." At night, Zhao Hai asked Ju Buda to eat with them. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to let Ju Buda be a role model for those slaves. He wanted those slaves to have new vitality and think of ways to change their current state of life. Only then could those slaves be more creative. Ju Buda was very nervous. Although she was a commoner now, she knew that commoners were not qualified to eat with nobles, but Zhao Hai had called her to the main castle's dining room, making her even more nervous. However, when Merlin brought the dinner over, Ju Buda was stunned. She was only a commoner in the past and had not seen what the food of the nobles was like, but she had heard that the nobles would have a full course served to them. They were particular about the order of the courses. The cutlery they used was made of gold and silver, so when Zhao Hai called her over to eat, she thought that she would experience such a scene. But when she saw the dinner Merlin brought, she really could not believe that this was their dinner. There was ordinary bread, soup, vegetables, and meat, and only Zhao Hai had meat. Such a dinner was not much better than what the slaves outside ate. Zhao Hai also noticed Ju's expression. Ever since Ju entered the dining room, she had been standing there nervously, not even daring to sit. Now that he saw Ju's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and say, "Ju, come and sit. I've already given you the surname. According to the rules, you're also a member of the Buda family. Don't be so nervous." "Sit." As he spoke, Zhao Hai gave Meg a look. Meg immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She walked to Ju's side and smiled at Ju. "Sister Ju, sit down. The young master is very easygoing. We eat at the same table as the young master every day. The rules of the other nobles don't work with the young master. You don't have to worry." Ju knew Meg's identity and knew that Meg and the others were retainers of the Buda family. Such people would have a high status in other places, at least much higher than commoners like them. However, after the past few days of contact, Ju knew that Meg was a good person. Although she had been watching the slaves work, she had not beaten or scolded them. She had only told everyone what to do. Moreover, Meg was a girl, so Ju's nervousness slowly eased. After a while, Merlin served dinner to everyone. She looked at the nervous Ju and smiled kindly. Don't be nervous. You are now a member of the Buda family. Don't worry, the young master is a very good person. By the way, you said that you were a commoner. How did you become a slave? Perhaps it was Merlin's benevolent appearance that made Ju let go of the last trace of nervousness. She finally whispered how she had become a slave. Zhao Hai and the others did not speak and listened quietly. Only after Ju finished speaking did Zhao Hai sigh and say, with such nobles in existence, it's truly a miracle that the world is not in chaos. All right, Grandma Merlin, let's eat. Ju, you will be a retainer of the Buda family from now on. You will be paid monthly for your work. Tomorrow, you will follow Meg and learn from her. Although Zhao Hai was excited about Ju's skills, he knew that Ju's skills were not very helpful to them now. Instead of saying that Zhao Hai had taken a fancy to Ju's skills, it was better to say that he had taken a fancy to her courage. No matter what the reason was, the courage she had to stand forward was worthy of Zhao Hai's praise. Moreover, with a role model like Ju, he believed that those slaves would definitely work harder. While eating, Ju kept stealing glances at Zhao Hai and the others, but she realized that they did not seem to have any abnormal behavior. They ate very naturally and did not look like they were having difficulty eating such a simple meal. After the meal, Zhao Hai and the others went to the living room. Zhao Hai sat down and said to Ju, Ju, I'll get wood and rock to send you a bed and some bedding. Take good care of your brother. Follow Meg tomorrow morning. Do whatever Meg wants you to do. If there is no work, make grass curtains and send them to the people in the outer fort. The weather is still a little cold. Let them hang the grass curtains on the window to block the cold. Ju immediately said, yes, master. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Ju, you're already a retainer of the Buda family. You're no longer a slave. You don't have to call me master. Just call me young master like Meg and the others. Wood, rock, go and send bedding to Ju and En's room. Ju, go back and take care of your brother. The three of them nodded and turned to leave. Meg and Merlin stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sighed and said, I hope this matter regarding Ju can stimulate those slaves. Our Buda family is really poor now. If we can give those slaves more hope, we might be able to find some talents. Merlin nodded. She also knew about the difficulties of the Buda family. Although they had bought a lot of supplies when they came to the Black Soil Wilderness, those supplies were mostly food and clothes. They had not bought anything that took up too much space. Otherwise, they would have given beds to those slaves. Although they were no longer under the pressure of food, they were now constantly worried about the carrion swamp. The pressure was even greater than before. In fact, Merlin was confident in her and Meg's skills. She believed that they could deal with the common magical beasts. Don't forget that she was a level 8 mage and Meg was a level 6 mage. Wood and Rock were level 6 warriors. Their total power was quite high. The reason why Merlin did not dare to say anything to reassure Zhao Hai was because she was not confident in the current situation. What kind of place was the carrion swamp? It was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent. Even a level 9 great mage would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone a level 8 mage like her. Although they did not have to enter the carrion swamp, if the magical beasts that attacked them were too strong, she could not guarantee that she could defeat them, so she did not dare to say anything to Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stood up and turned to Merlin. Grandma Merlin, I'm going to the space farm. The magic radishes are ripe. I have to collect them. Do you want to come? Merlin shook her head. Young master, I won't go. I have to clean the kitchen. Let Meg accompany you. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Meg. Meg, come with me to a place. That place is our Buda family's greatest secret. Other than you, me, Grandma Merlin, and Wood and Rock, no one else knows. Even Grandpa Grimm doesn't know about it now, so you can't mention it to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Hai was so serious, Meg did not know how to react. She could not help but turn to look at Merlin. Merlin nodded and said, Meg, listen to the young master. Meg immediately nodded. Yes, young master. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, the two of them entered the space farm. Meg's reaction when she entered the space was similar to Merlin's. The radishes in the space farm had already ripened, while small seedlings had grown out of the corn. Zhao Hai explained the use of the space farm to Meg before collecting the radishes. Just like last time, he kept the radishes and the leaves separately. Meg looked at the magical space farm and understood why her mother and Zhao Hai had said that this was the Buda family's greatest secret. This was not only the Buda family's greatest secret, but also their hope of revival. No wonder the two of them took it so seriously. After Zhao Hai put away the radishes, he bought a bag of radish seeds from the shop. He had nearly 3,000 kilograms of corn and 3 harvests of radishes in his space, but he only had 50 gold coins left. Although he had a few bags of other seeds, it was not the time to plant those things, so he could only leave those seeds there. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned to Meg and said, Meg, this is the magical space I obtained. This is also the hope of our Buda family. You can't tell anyone. Meg said seriously, don't worry, young master, I know the severity of this matter. I won't tell anyone. Zhao Hai nodded and said to Meg, let's go out. There's no need to worry about this place. It's getting late. Go and rest early. With that, the two of them appeared in the living room again. At this moment, Wood and Rock had already returned. The two of them were not surprised by the sudden appearance of Zhao Hai and Meg. The two of them had already gone to the space farm and knew what was going on there. Seeing that they were all here, Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, everyone, go and rest. We still have things to do tomorrow. Meg, let Ju learn from you tomorrow. Only then did Zhao Hai slowly walk to his room. Zhao Hai had to think carefully about what to do next. He only had 50 gold coins left. Should he sell the radishes or corn for gold coins? He could also only plant corn on the 10 acres of land where the radishes were planted. He lay on the bed and thought about the space farm. He only had 50 gold coins left. He had to sell the things for money. Zhao Hai was more inclined to sell radishes. Before Grimm returned, radishes were not very useful. Moreover, he had already put away the radish leaves. Even if he sold the radishes, he did not have to worry about not having anything to feed the blue-eyed rabbits in the future. There was still a lot of corn, and it was more useful than radishes. Not only could it be used as food, but it could also be used as forage and fuel. Zhao Hai did not plan to sell the corn. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai entered the space farm again. When he was in the space farm, he really did not like others watching from the side, but in order to reassure Merlin and the others, he had to bring them into the space to take a look. The Buda family still had to rely on them. Zhao Hai let Merlin and Meg know about the situation in the space farm to increase their confidence. There was one crisis after another in the black soil wilderness. If Merlin and the others lost confidence, everything would be over. After entering the space farm, Zhao Hai immediately sold the radishes. He sold the 3 batches of radishes and got a total of 1,500 gold coins. In addition to the original 50 gold coins, he had 1,550 gold coins. If he used these gold coins to plant radishes, he could plant radishes 10 times. It was not that Zhao Hai did not want to get seeds from the radishes, but radishes were different from corn. When they matured, the edible part was mainly the roots. He did not know if the space farm would allow the radishes to bear seeds. Moreover, even if the radishes bore seeds, the amount would be few. They were far less productive than corn, so Zhao Hai canceled the plan. In any case, he could earn a lot of money by selling the radishes. If he sold them outside, he could earn even more. As long as he waited for Grimm to return, he could sell the radishes. At that time, he could buy some books about plants in the continent. This way, he could decide what to plant. He knew too little about plants in the continent, so he did not even have a correct direction to develop towards. Anyway, he could harvest another batch of radishes tomorrow. He had also told Grimm that he only had 40,000 kilograms of radishes on hand, and a harvest of radishes was enough for now. However, although he had more than 1,500 gold coins, this money was not enough. The radishes could be harvested 3 times a day. In other words, the gold coins he had were only enough for 3 days. After 3 days, he would have to sell the radishes again. Zhao Hai was very helpless. His level was too low. Even if he wanted to buy some high-grade seeds, he could not. Therefore, he could only wait. He did not know when the space farm would level up. After coming out of the space farm, Zhao Hai lay on the bed and fell asleep. He also realized that he seemed to be able to sleep very well. He had clearly slept in the afternoon, but he could still sleep at night. It was unbelievable. The next morning, Zhao Hai was woken up by the space farm's notification regarding the radishes maturing. He went to the space farm and saw that not only the radish, but even the corn was about to ripen. Zhao Hai immediately put away the radishes and bought another bag of radish seeds to plant. He looked at the corn and saw that it would ripen in a few minutes. Zhao Hai did not want to go out either. He washed his face with the water in the space farm and rinsed his mouth before waiting. Looking at the corn, Zhao Hai was really hungry. He had lived in the north before. Although no one treated corn as a staple food at that time, it was very good to eat it occasionally. However, the corn at that time was high-yielding and was not as delicious as the waxy corn. In addition, most of it was planted with fertilizers, and the taste was far inferior to using manure. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not eat it often. However, on the rare occasions Zhao Hai went to visit his relatives in the countryside, he had eaten good corn. They used large iron skillets to make corn pancakes. They were delicious. The corn pancake was completely different from the corn pancakes bought in the city. Although they were very thick, they were very fragrant. The bottom half of the pancake was covered in vegetable soup. When one took a bite, not only did it have the fragrance of cornmeal, but also the fragrance of the crust. The places where the vegetable soup was stuck were even more fragrant. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but salivate. He quickly swallowed his saliva and smiled bitterly. Although he had eaten corn porridge and corn pancake, he did not know how to process this thing. He only knew that the making of the corn porridge was relatively simple. He just had to remove the hull of the corn. The cornmeal was even more troublesome. He had to remove the hull of the corn, then grind them into cornmeal. If it were on Earth, it would be very easy to process corn. They just had to find a food processing plant and start the machine. But it could not be done here. There was no grinder here. Zhao Hai sighed. At this moment, the space farm notification sounded again. The corn was ripe. Zhao Hai immediately collected the corn and planted them across the 2 acres again. Then he looked at the cornfield in a daze. The yield of this corn was high, but this processing was a problem. He really did not know how people ate corn in the past. Suddenly, Zhao Hai realized a problem. Corn must have appeared long before machines like the grinder. In the years when there were no machines, did people directly cook corn kernels to eat? The people at that time were not so stupid, right? Then how did they process corn? Zhao Hai walked around the space farm a few times and touched his forehead habitually, thinking about how people had processed cornmeal in the past. Suddenly, Zhao Hai slapped his forehead. He finally remembered 2 things. He had only seen people use these 2 things on television, but he had never used them before. Moreover, he had never seen the people in the countryside use them, so he did not think of it. Roller and bedstone. Yes, these 2 things. When Zhao Hai went to his relative's house in the countryside, he saw a millstone. However, it was a millstone that had been dismantled. No one used it anymore in the countryside. However, because of his curiosity, he had asked what it was used for. Only after asking did he know that this bedstone and roller were used to grind grains. Most importantly, the main materials for these 2 things were stone and wood. Although there were not many stones in the mountain that could be mined, there should be enough to make them. There were not many stones to use, and there was no need for good materials. The small trees growing on the mountain were enough. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not stay any longer. He immediately came out of the space farm and looked at the sky. Meg and the others should be awake. Zhao Hai immediately pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, he saw Meg and Ju walking into his room with a copper basin. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Meg was stunned and quickly said, "Young master, why are you out? You haven't washed up yet." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. I got up long ago and washed myself." "Ju, is your brother okay now? Is he up?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite? Let's go to the living room first. Call him over. I have something to ask him." Meg and Ju were stunned, but they did not say anything. The 2 of them immediately agreed and followed Zhao Hai into the living room. In the living room, Meg put down the copper basin and stood behind Zhao Hai, while Ju went out to call in. The inner fort was divided into the main castle and the servants' rooms. The main castle was where Zhao Hai and the others lived, while the servants' rooms were some small houses behind the main castle. Now, Ju and In lived in the servants' rooms. Although they were already commoners and had been given the surname by Zhao Hai, their status was far inferior to Meg and the others. Meg and the others were trusted subordinates, while Ju and In could only be considered ordinary retainers. After a while, Ju let In and looked really good and was very tall. He was a little thin, but he looked very sturdy. He no longer looked like he was on the verge of death, but he still lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Ju walked to Zhao Hai and lowered her head. "Young master In is here." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at In, who was standing not far away. He smiled and said, "Call him over. There's no need to be so formal." It seemed like Ju had already told him before coming, which was why he called Zhao Hai young master and not master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't have to be so polite. You're already a member of the Buda family. It's only right to save you. Stand up." Zhao Hai frowned when he saw In's expression. He did not like people doing this. This was the resemblance of a slave. Zhao Hai shouted, "And raise your head. You have to remember that you are a member of the Buda family now and a commoner. If you go out in the future, you will represent the face of our Buda family. Don't always bow and look like a servant. That will make people look down on our Buda family." Seeing that Zhao Hai seemed to be angry, Ju and In knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. "Young master, please punish us." Zhao Hai was impatient and could only say, "All right, stand up. Don't kneel for no reason." Seeing the 2 of them stand up and straighten their backs, Zhao Hai continued, "And let me ask you, have you learned masonry?" And quickly said, "Yes, young master. My father was a mason. I've learned some skills. Although I'm not very proficient, I can still make ordinary things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. I'll draw 2 patterns later. See if you can make them. If you can, I'll immediately organize people to mine a few stones for you to make what I want as soon as possible." En's heart tightened, but he still bowed and said, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai went to the study upstairs. This study was prepared by Grimm. There were some books in it which were mostly related to accounts, but there was no lack of paper and pens. To Zhao Hai's surprise, the pens here were divided into several types. There were ones made of bird feathers and animal bones. There were also pens made of metal that looked like a fountain pen. There were also brushes made of charcoal and lead-like things. There were all kinds of them, which broadened Zhao Hai's horizons. However, Zhao Hai was a little disappointed. It was not the white paper that he had imagined. It was yellow, similar to the craft paper that Zhao Hai had seen when he was young. The paper was very hard and much drier than craft paper. In Adam's memory, there were many things about romantic affairs, but he had no memory of this pen or paper. It could be seen what kind of person he was before. Zhao Hai picked up the charcoal pen and drew the shape of the bedstone and roller on the paper before handing it to Wen, and looked at the thing on the paper and immediately said, "Young master, I can make this thing. We have used similar things before. Although they are not exactly the same, they are similar." Only then did Zhao Hai nod in relief. "All right, it's good that you can do it. Meg, arrange for 40 men to learn how to make these two things. Make a few more. These are used to grind grains and make flour. We have many people here, so just one or two might not be enough." Meg nodded, and Zhao Hai continued, "The remaining 10 men will go to the mountain to cut the dry grass. Let the women learn how to weave grass from Jew. There has to be mats in all the rooms as soon as possible. By the way, if anyone with skills looks for you, you have to tell me. Also, tell the slaves that if they feel that it's too cold to sleep on the ground, they can spread the corn stalks on the ground. We don't have resources to get beds for them, but they will get sick if they sleep on the ground all the time." Meg nodded. She knew that those slaves had nothing much to do now. The land improvement had not finished and the mine was almost cleaned. There was really nothing left to do. After giving the instructions, they came out of the study. Just as they walked to the living room, they met Merlin. Breakfast was ready. Merlin had come to call them. At the dining table, Zhao Hai told Merlin about the arrangements he had made. Merlin did not object. The millstone was really useful. Zhao Hai had planned nicely. After the meal, Meg immediately distributed the manpower according to Zhao Hai's arrangements. She let Rock lead in and the others to find suitable stones to make millstones. She supervised the female slaves in weaving the mats. The entire castle became busy, but Zhao Hai and Merlin were not in the castle. The two of them went to the valley from the mountain lake. This time it was just the two of them. Since there was no danger, bringing one person less was easier for Merlin. The two of them stepped on the waves and quickly arrived at the valley. Zhao Hai walked to the land that he had improved yesterday and looked at it. There were no changes. Then he improved another piece of land beside that piece of land. It was still 10 acres. Seeing that Zhao Hai had finished modifying the land, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, why don't we get those slaves to turn over the soil here tomorrow and plant these lands first?" Zhao Hai shook his head. He still wanted to use this piece of land as an experiment. He would not forget the hint he had received when he first touched the small shovel. That small shovel could be brought out of the space farm to be used. It could also turn over 10 acres of soil every day. Similarly, he wanted to know if the seeds and water in the space were still under his control after being brought out of the space farm. If they were still under his control, he could plant 10 acres of land every day. Seeing Zhao Hai shake his head, Merlin knew that he must have some plans, so she stopped talking and looked at Zhao Hai, not knowing what he was doing. With a thought, the small shovel immediately flew out of the space farm and started turning the soil. Zhao Hai immediately thought about sowing the seeds. As expected, the corn seeds immediately flew out of the space farm and landed on the ground that had just been flipped over. Zhao Hai looked over worriedly and was relieved to find that the seeds had been buried properly. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. The shovel, the seeds, and everything in the space farm could not leave the range of 10 acres. They could only move in this area, and they could not do anything too complicated. Like the shovel, it could only turn over soil and not do anything else. The seeds could only plant themselves in the ground and could not do anything else. Zhao Hai still wanted to test the space water, but he could not do it. The space water had already been used to improve the land. He could not move it outside today. Zhao Hai was not satisfied. If the water in the space farm could really change according to his will, it might be able to become an attack weapon. Unfortunately, after the water in the space came out, it could only water the soil and nothing else. Compared to Zhao Hai's dissatisfaction, Merlin was very shocked. She had not expected Zhao Hai to use such a method to farm. This was too mystical. After more than 2 hours, the 10 acres of land was planted. The small shovel flew back into the space farm automatically, and the seeds stopped appearing. Although it was only 10 acres of land, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. After all, he could only modify 10 acres of land a day. Seeing that the land was planted, Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, can you water this land with water magic?" Merlin came back to her senses and nodded. She walked to the side of the pool and chanted an incantation in a low voice. Her incantation lasted for a long while. Soon, a ball of water vapor rose from the pool. Then, the water vapor accumulated in the air and slowly turned into a light rain. Zhao Hai felt the wonder of magic again. This was like artificial rain. It was too amazing. In fact, Zhao Hai did not know that not all mages could do this. Only an advanced mage like Merlin could do this. Moreover, this was only an auxiliary spell, not an offensive spell. It was much simpler than an offensive spell. There was nothing to say about Merlin's control over magic. Soon, the soil in the ground became wet, and she immediately stopped her magic. Zhao Hai looked at the 10 acres of land and felt a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, although this place can't let plants mature as quickly as the space farm, this is the foundation of our survival. I'm worried that the space farm will disappear one day, so I'm in a hurry to improve the land." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Merlin's expression changed, and she quickly said, "May the gods bless us. I hope young master's space farm will not disappear. Zhao Hai smiled and turned around. All right, Grandma Merlin, I can only improve 10 acres of land in a day. Let's go back. Merlin nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the cave. Although it was very satisfying to move on the waves, Zhao Hai still hoped that he could ride a boat. However, not only did they not have the materials to build a boat, but they also did not have anyone who knew how to build a boat. Therefore, he could only think about it now. The two of them had just come out of the cave when they heard work chants coming from a small cave not far away. Zhao Hai and Merlin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Rock was leading in and the others to carry a mined stone out of the cave. Zhao Hai quickly walked over and looked at the stone. Of course, he could not tell if this stone was good or bad. He just wanted to see if this stone was big enough. The shape of this stone was irregular. It was about 1.5 meters tall. The diameter of the smaller part was about 3 meters, while the larger part was about 5 meters in diameter. It was obvious that it was not light. They used a lot of ropes and carried the stone out of the cave bit by bit. Zhao Hai quickly said, "All right, put the stone down. I'll bring it back. You guys can continue mining." And then the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but Rock knew what was going on. Zhao Hai wanted to put the stone in the space farm and bring it back. He did not explain to An and the others and immediately said to them, "All right, put down this stone and continue mining in the cave. We don't have to worry about this." Although An and the others were puzzled, they did not dare to go against Zhao Hai's words. They immediately placed the stone on the ground and untied the ropes. Seeing that there were no more ropes on the stone, Zhao Hai waved his hand and kept the stone in the spatial warehouse. And the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a magical ability. Although there was spatial equipment on this continent, those things were usually only available to some powerful nobles. Small noble families could not afford to use them. Slaves like An had not even heard of them, let alone seen anyone use them. However, An and the others knew the wonders of magic. They thought that Zhao Hai was using magic, so they were all excited. They thought to themselves, "So Master is a powerful mage." Zhao Hai ignored them and immediately followed Merlin to the castle. On the way, he saw a few men cutting the grass on the mountain. This time, Zhao Hai did not help them transport the grass back. Grass was very light. He could just let the slaves take it back. When the two of them returned to the castle, they realized that there were many women sitting in the square. These women were led by Meg and Ju and were making straw mats. Some women were carrying corn stalks from outside the castle and walking towards the rooms where the slaves lived. Although they were busy, they were all smiling. Their smiles were filled with hope for life, making people feel that they were living a good life. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He turned around and walked to the ground where the corn stalks were placed. Then he placed the corn stalks he had collected this morning on the ground. Zhao Hai had no intention of hiding it from these people. These people were slaves of the Buda family. They had already been branded by the Buda family's mark, which would not disappear for the rest of their lives. Their fate was already linked to the Buda family, so there was no need to hide it from them. Those slaves seemed to have adapted to Zhao Hai's magical performances, so they did not react when they saw Zhao Hai take out so many corn stalks. Zhao Hai looked at the female slaves holding the corn stalks and said, "These can be used to spread on the ground or to start a fire. But remember, you have to be careful when you start a fire. Also, these corn stalks are still damp. It's best to dry them first before you use them." The female slaves quickly responded, but this time they did not kneel in a hurry. It seemed like Meg had communicated well with them. Most importantly, although Ju had regained her status as a commoner and changed her room, she still worked and joked with the slaves. Therefore, it was easier for these slaves to accept Ju. Slaves had the lowest status in the entire continent. Sometimes they were even inferior to their master's dogs. There was news that a dog of a noble family died, and the noble family killed 100 slaves to bury with it. It could be seen how low the status of a slave was. It was also because of this that the slaves were very wary of anyone with a higher status or related to the nobles. They never believed the words of anyone related to the nobles. Ju's identity was special. She was also a slave, but she had been restored to the status of a commoner. Moreover, Ju had always been very honest and had a good relationship with these slaves. That was why these slaves could accept her so quickly. When women were together, they would naturally chat. Even the slaves were the same. While working with Ju, these people naturally asked Ju about Zhao Hai. Ju did not hide anything from them. This surprised the slaves. They really did not expect Zhao Hai to be so easy to talk to. At the same time, Ju also knew from Merlin that Zhao Hai did not like people kneeling in front of him. Therefore, Ju had told the slaves about it. In addition, Zhao Hai's friendly behavior over the past few days had lowered the vigilance of the slaves, so they did not kneel to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai did not care. To be honest, even though he had accepted all of Adam's memories, he was not used to having people kneel to him like this every day. However, in order to not let Merlin and Grimm say anything about it, he accepted it. Now, these slaves did not kneel to him like before. This made him feel more at ease. Zhao Hai and Merlin went to the courtyard again. Meg and the others wanted to bow, but Zhao Hai waved his hand to tell them to continue with their work. He walked to an empty space beside the courtyard and released the stone he had just received. Then Zhao Hai watched Meg and the others weave the straw mats. Clearly, those slaves were used to this kind of work and were very agile. Even those who did not know how to weave in the past learned quickly. On the other hand, Meg was far inferior to those slaves. There was a large pile of grass beside everyone. However, there was more grass beside Meg, almost blocking her entire body. Seeing Meg's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of a saying, borrowing arrows with thatched boats. Zhu Liang had sent straw-made scarecrows and boats to deceive the enemy, from which he got many arrows. Wait, borrowing arrows with thatched boats, thatched boat. Zhao Hai patted his hand hard. He finally thought of what to use to make a boat. He remembered that when he was on Earth, he had seen a news report that someone had used grass to make a thatched boat and was going to conquer the Pacific Ocean. Although he did not know if that lunatic had succeeded in the end, at the very least there was one thing that was certain. Grass could be used to make a boat. Zhao Hai paced back and forth. If the thatched boat was really completed, the problem of the boat would be resolved and it would be easier to move the people to the valley. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not help but be even more excited. This shocked Merlin, who was standing beside him. She did not understand why Zhao Hai had become so agitated when he had just glanced at Meg. Merlin quickly said, young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He turned to look at the others. As expected, everyone was looking at him. Zhao Hai was embarrassed. He quickly said, "Grandma Merlin, call Meg and Ju to the living room. I have something to tell them." With that, he quickly walked to the living room. Although Merlin did not know what Zhao Hai was doing, she knew that he must have thought of something good. She quickly called Meg and Ju and walked into the living room. Zhao Hai was already in the living room, pacing back and forth while touching his forehead habitually. He stopped when he heard footsteps. He saw that it was Merlin and the other two. Seeing the three of them enter, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Come and sit. I have something to say." The three of them walked to Zhao Hai but did not dare to sit down. Zhao Hai smiled and sat down first. Then he waved his hand and said, "Come and sit." The three of them sat down. Ju sat the furthest with her head lowered. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and said, "Grandma Merlin, we need a boat now. Someone has to take care of the land in the valley, but we have too few resources now. We can't build a boat at all. Just now I saw Meg weaving grass and suddenly got an idea. Can't we use grass to weave a boat?" Merlin and the others were stunned. Even Ju looked up. This was the first time they had heard of someone using grass to build a ship. Merlin said with uncertainty, "Young master, will this work?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, it will definitely work. However, this kind of boat uses a lot of grass. You have to compress the grass and tie it tightly with ropes. I looked at the grass on the mountain. It's very tough. It shouldn't be a problem to use it to build the boat. How about this, Meg? You and Ju lead others to try it first. You don't have to be afraid of failing. In any case, the grass on this mountain is good. We can definitely make it after a few tries." Seeing Zhao Hai's confident expression, Merlin could not say anything. On second thought, she decided to let it go. After all, even if they failed in making the boat, they would only lose some grass and ropes. It was not a big deal. After arriving upstairs in the study, Zhao Hai drew a rough image of a thatched boat according to his memory. It was not very complicated, and the shape was like an Arabian shoe. The front of the boat was raised high, and the back was relatively flat. The bottom of the boat was very thick, and the middle was tied tightly with ropes. Zhao Hai had only seen the picture of this thatched boat on the computer and roughly remembered it. After Zhao Hai finished drawing, he handed the paper to Meg and said, "The boat should look like this. Try this first and see if you can make it. It's okay to try a few times." Meg nodded and left with the blueprint. Seeing that Meg had left, Zhao Hai did not know what to do. Suddenly, he looked at the books in the room and his eyes lit up. He looked carefully at the books. Fortunately, although Adam was a good-for-nothing, he was still a noble child. Therefore, he had learned to read since he was young. Zhao Hai knew all the words in this book. It was strange. The language spoken on this continent was Chinese. Although pronunciation was different in some places, the difference was not that big. The written part, however, was very different from Chinese. Fortunately, he had received Adam's memories. Otherwise, he would be illiterate. Zhao Hai looked at the books in the study. There was nothing too useful. There were only a few miscellaneous books and a few history books. There were also a few books on magic and battle aura. Zhao Hai picked up a history book and looked at it. He felt dizzy. What kind of history book was this? It was an entire myth and a holy scripture. Moreover, the words were difficult to understand, making Zhao Hai feel a headache. After reading 2 pages, Zhao Hai threw the history book to the side and picked up a book that covered various topics. It was a little like a personal travel diary. There was also a lot of information about the local customs on the continent. There were also some legends that suited Zhao Hai's taste. Zhao Hai could not help but read it seriously. Seeing that Meg had been out for a long time and Zhao Hai had not come out of the study, Merlin could not help but feel puzzled. She went to the study door and saw that it was not closed. Zhao Hai was sitting inside and reading a book seriously. Merlin could not believe her eyes. She knew very well what Adam was like. Ever since he was young, Adam did not like to read. He would cry non-stop when he saw books. It was only under his father's coercion that he could recognize all the words, but that was it. There was no way to make him continue reading books. Although Zhao Hai had been doing well these past few days, he had not mentioned anything about reading. Merlin only thought that Zhao Hai had become sensible, but he had not changed his habit of not liking to read. How could she know that when Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was an otaku who lived on books? Asking him to leave books was like asking for his life. He did not read books a few days ago because he had just arrived and was facing such a dangerous situation. He was naturally not in the mood to read. Zhao Hai did not notice Merlin. His attention was focused on the book. Although this book was a miscellaneous book, there were many things recorded in it. Most of them were local customs, which were very useful to Zhao Hai. Adam was just a popinjay in the past and did not know much about the local customs of the continent. Now the continent was relatively peaceful. There were a total of 32 countries, big and small, led by the 5 empires. In addition, there were some tribal settlements. It could really be described as vast. Zhao Hai was in the Aksu Empire, one of the 5 empires. The other 4 empires on the continent were the Rosen Empire, the Lion Empire, the Fudo Empire, and the Bibo Dynasty. Zhao Hai's current fief, the Black Soil Wilderness, had long been selectively forgotten by everyone on the continent. However, the Carrion Swamp behind the Iron Mountain Range was one of the 5 forbidden areas on the continent. The other 4 forbidden areas on the continent were Mount Akara. That was the territory of magical beasts. Very few foreign races could survive there. The Arctic ice field was a world of ice. The temperature was extremely low, and only a few ice-type magical beasts could survive there. Flame Island was an island on the sea. It was a small island 5,600 nautical miles south from the Bibo Dynasty. However, the volcanoes on the island erupted differently. In addition, there was earth fire. It was an absolute forbidden zone. The last was the Demon Abyss. It was said that it was connected to the demon realm, but it had not been confirmed. However, from time to time, some magical beasts that could not be seen on the continent would appear in the Demon Abyss. The Carrion Swamp was famous for its poison. Be it the magical beasts or the undead creatures, they were all toxic. It was because of this that the Carrion Swamp became a forbidden area. Adam's memories were vague, but the records in this book clarified them for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was an otaku. If an otaku did not know about transmigration novels, he would not be a complete otaku. After reading this short book, Zhao Hai understood that he had come to a world similar to the ones portrayed in the transmigration novels. There was magic, battle aura, magical beasts, elves, dragons, and dwarves. Everything that existed in transmigration novels was here. Zhao Hai was even more determined to keep a low profile. He did not know how powerful the top experts of this world were, but seeing Merlin use water magic to water the ground today, he roughly knew how powerful these people were. That was 10 acres of land. It would be too easy for Merlin to deal with someone like him. Zhao Hai slowly put down the book in his hand. He had developed the habit of reading books over the years. His reading speed was much faster than ordinary people, and many of the things written in this book were not very useful. However, this book made Zhao Hai understand this world better. The experts in this world were not inferior to those in the novels that Zhao Hai had read in the past. In the past, when Zhao Hai read novels, they said that mages' close combat ability was not good, and warriors did not have long-range attacks, but this world was completely different. A mage's body was not as strong as a warrior's, but if they did not need to chant long incantations for some simple spells. An advanced mage like Merlin could use spells below level 3 almost instantly. No one dared to underestimate such a mage, let alone try to fight them in close combat. Although warriors knew how to use battle aura, it was not something that could be released easily. It would take some time to condense the battle aura. Most warriors knew how to use bows and arrows. Even if they did not know how to use bows and arrows, they would learn to use long-range weapons like javelins or tomahawks. Their strength could not be underestimated. Zhao Hai slowly stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the things in this book, he felt that his decision to keep a low profile was correct. There were too many experts in this world. Their powers were far beyond his imagination and were not people he could afford to offend. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the window of the study. There was also window paper on the window. Only some commoners on the continent had window paper. Some of the noble families on the continent used glass, but it was not popularized yet. It was very expensive to make, so Grimm did not buy it. Zhao Hai gently opened the window and looked outside. This study was on the 3rd floor. The lighting was very good. From here he could see the square between the inner and outer fort clearly. He could see many women weaving straw mats in the front yard. However, Zhao Hai did not see Meg. It seemed like she had gone to prepare the materials for the thatched boat. Zhao Hai looked at the busy people and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These people were really too easy to satisfy. Moreover, they didn't know that they were facing a huge crisis. At this moment, Zhao Hai really hated himself. He did not have the strength to protect these people. At most, he could only send these people into the space farm and let them escape this calamity. However, hiding was not a solution. The carrion swamp would always be a hidden danger. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Then Merlin's voice followed, "Young master, it's time for lunch." Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect time to pass so quickly. He looked out again. Indeed, the women who were weaving the grass were returning to their houses to eat. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw Merlin standing at the door happily. He was stunned and said, "Grandma Merlin, what's the matter?" Merlin did not say anything and only said, "It's nothing, I'm just feeling happy." "Young master, let's go down and eat." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Merlin downstairs. At this moment, Meg and the others had returned and were waiting for him downstairs. They entered the dining room and realized that Merlin had already prepared lunch. After the few of them sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Wood and said, "Wood, I have tasked Meg to try making a thatched boat for the next few days. You have to lead more people to gather more grass, and also assign some men to help Meg and the girls." Zhao Hai turned to Rock and said, "Rock, help In and the others gather all the stones we need as soon as possible. Pile the stones somewhere. When there is a certain amount, I will help you transport them back. This will save a lot of trouble." He then turned to En, "And you have to be careful when you mine the stones. You have to pay attention to your safety." He turned to Ju and said, "Ju, you should organize everyone to weave the straw mats first. After they learn it, you have to follow Meg and think about how to make a thatched boat. Don't make this thatched boat too big. It is quite good if it can accommodate 10 or so people. Don't be afraid of wasting the resources. Anyway, there is a lot of grass on the mountain." They all nodded in response. Zhao Hai then turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, do you think we should build a sentry post at the top of the mountain to watch the carrion swamp and the surroundings of the castle? If there are really magical beasts or undead creatures coming out of the swamp, we can make preparations in advance." Merlin thought for a moment and nodded. "Young master is right. We should build a sentry post. I'll arrange it after lunch. Young master, you don't have to worry. You should read more if you have time." Zhao Hai was stunned by Merlin's words. He did not expect Merlin to ask him to read more books. However, he would be spending a lot of time in the study room in the future, so he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Merlin, I will read more. However, there are too many things that need to be settled right now. After our lives are more stable, I will spend more time reading." Merlin nodded, but Meg and the others looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. They had grown up with Adam, so they naturally knew how Adam was. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say that he wanted to read seriously, they really could not believe it. After saying that, everyone began to eat. Zhao Hai ate quickly and immediately walked to the study. He really wanted to understand more about this world. When Merlin saw that Zhao Hai had gone to the study again, her eyes could not help but light up. Although the strong was respected in this world, a knowledgeable person was very respected as well. Even in the Aksu Empire, many important management positions were held by famous scholars because those emperors realized that a country could not be without scholars. This was also one of the reasons why Merlin was happy. Because Zhao Hai had drunk the void water, it was impossible for him to learn magic in battle aura. Now that he had the space farm, it was equivalent to a life-saving place. If he could not defeat others, he could run into the space farm and hide. No one could do anything to him, but this alone was not enough. He still needed the respect of others. Since he could not learn magic in battle aura, the only way he could gain respect was from knowledge. Although Merlin was dissatisfied with the Aksu Empire, she still hoped that one day, Zhao Hai could return to the imperial capital and become a powerful noble in the imperial capital. That would mean that the Buda family had obtained the recognition of those old nobles and was truly powerful. Merlin did not know that Zhao Hai had no intention of returning to the capital, nor did he want to obtain the recognition of the old nobles. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the recognition of those old nobles had nothing to do with him. He would still live like this whether they acknowledged him or not. As long as he had the strength, it did not matter if they acknowledged him or not. It was no wonder that their views were so different. Merlin had lived in the Ark continent since she was young. This was a world where nobles were supreme. To be recognized by those old nobles was the goal of the new nobles. If they were recognized, it meant that they were true nobles. Otherwise, they would be called nouveau rich. On the other hand, there was no such thing as a noble on earth. You are from a noble family. As long as I have money, I am a noble. As long as I have the strength, you have to acknowledge me. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not care at all. However, he would still study seriously and understand this world better. Only in this way could he let the Buda family develop as soon as possible and have stronger strength. After returning to the study, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry to read those miscellaneous notes. He looked carefully in the study and realized that there were no books on enlightenment. The simplest were probably the basics of battle aura and magic. Zhao Hai picked up those things and took a look. He realized that they were all very mysterious. If he did not have anyone to guide him and only relied on reading books to learn, he might not be able to learn anything. Moreover, he had drunk the void water and could not learn magic in battle aura, so he did not pay attention to them. He put them aside after a few glances. In the end, Zhao Hai focused on the miscellaneous books. However, when he flipped through the miscellaneous books, he found a good book. It was a book about calligraphy. This book about calligraphy introduced the uses of the several kinds of pens on the desk in detail. Zhao Hai finally understood that the pens on the desk were not for show, and they had their own uses. The brush was used to write and draw. It was usually used by people who liked calligraphy. Some mages would use the brush when making large magic scrolls because the magic array drawn on the scrolls was larger. The quill was the main pen used to make magic scrolls. Because the brush was thin, it could be used to make some small and medium-sized scrolls. The pen that looked like a fountain pen was used to write and record because the ink cartridge inside could store ink, so it could be used for a longer period. It was very convenient, but this kind of pen could not be used to make magic scrolls. Because the magic conductivity of metal was very low, ordinary mages would not have anything like metal on them to prevent their spells being affected. Of course, there were some special metals that had good magic conductivity, but those metals were very expensive. No one would be willing to use them to make pens. As for charcoal pens, they were used for alchemy. They usually used these pens to draw some blueprints or to draw some sketches. In the miscellaneous notes, Zhao Hai also saw that ordinary nobles on the continent used brushes to sign some especially important words. That was the symbol of status. This surprised Zhao Hai. When he was on Earth, he had always wanted to learn calligraphy. Unfortunately, he had no money to find a teacher at that time. In the end, this wish could only be abandoned. He did not expect there to be calligraphy in this world. It seemed like his wish could be fulfilled. However, Zhao Hai only remembered the usage of these pens. It was clearly not realistic for him to learn calligraphy now. There were too many things left to do, and there was no time to learn calligraphy. Zhao Hai spent a few hours in the study. At around 2 in the afternoon, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhao Hai was stunned. "Who is it?" Rock's voice came from outside. "Young master, we have already picked several stones. Please help us transport them back." Zhao Hai put down the book and walked to the door to open it. "Let's go." With that, he walked out first and Rock followed. As he walked out, Zhao Hai said, "Are you guys still mining in that cave?" Rock nodded and said, "Yes, young master," and looked at a few caves and said that the stones in that cave are the easiest to mine. Moreover, the stones produced in that cave are not iron ores. They are the best for making the millstone. Perhaps because that place does not produce iron ores, those dwarves did not mine there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You have to be careful. Our Buda family only has so few people left. We can't lose anyone. Every time we lose a person, our strength will decrease. I asked you to follow them because I'm worried they will be too rash." Rock nodded. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Under Zhao Hai's promise to remove the slave status, the slaves were very enthusiastic about working. However, they were a little too hurried, so they should be supervised. The two of them walked to the outer fort. The women were still weaving straw mats, but there was no sign of Ju or Meg. Zhao Hai followed Rock out of the fort. As the two of them walked up the mountain, Zhao Hai noticed that there seemed to be a straw shed at the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai pointed at the shed and said to Rock, "Is that shed the sentry post I mentioned?" Rock nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma Merlin asked us to build a small shed. There are 2 people in the shed watching. Every 2 hours or so, they will be changed." Zhao Hai nodded. Merlin was indeed from the Buda family. The Buda family had started with military merits. When Merlin was young, she had followed the army many times. She was naturally familiar with arranging sentries. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran over from the mountain. He shouted loudly. Although Zhao Hai did not hear his shout, his heart sank. He immediately turned to Rock and said, "Rock, go to the cave and get everyone to return to the castle. Then go find Wood and the others and ask them to return to the castle immediately. I'll go find Meg and the others now." With that, he was about to leave when Rock grabbed Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I'll go look for them. Go back to the castle immediately. The Buda family can't do without you. If anything happens, enter the space farm immediately." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then his face darkened. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm the head of the Buda family. How can I retreat at such a time? Go quickly." With that, he walked forward. Rock quickly ran in front of him and knelt on the ground. He hugged Zhao Hai's leg and said, "Young master, quickly return to the castle. The Buda family can't do without you. Without you, all of us will be finished, young master." Looking at Rock, Zhao Hai knew that if he did not agree, Rock would not move. He knew how stubborn Rock was. He still remembered the last time these 2 brothers held a sword to their necks. Zhao Hai could only nod and say, "All right, go immediately. Tell everyone to go to the castle." Rock nodded and stood up. At this moment, the figure ran to Zhao Hai and knelt down. "Master, there are many magical beasts and undead creatures climbing up the mountain." Zhao Hai immediately said, "Is there anyone else in that shed?" "Yes, he is still there." Zhao Hai said angrily, "Idiot, why isn't he coming down?" "Rock, go to the mountain and tell that guy to leave." Rock immediately turned to run. Zhao Hai turned to look at the kneeling slave and said, "What's your name?" The man immediately said, "Master, my name is Lin." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Go back to the castle immediately and look for Grandma Merlin. If she's not in the castle, tell those people who are weaving the grass to retreat to the inner fort. This is my order. Go quickly." Lin nodded and ran toward the castle. Zhao Hai knew his body. It was impossible for him to run faster than Lin, so he asked Lin to send the message. Zhao Hai ran into the castle, but his body was really weak. He was already panting from exhaustion after running for a short while. When Zhao Hai returned to the castle, he realized that the weavers had already entered the inner fort. When he arrived, he saw Merlin standing there. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai uneasily. Seeing that Zhao Hai was back, Merlin immediately walked to his side and said, "Young master, what should we do now?" Zhao Hai took a few breaths and said, "Grandma Merlin, count the number of people immediately and see how many are in the courtyard. I will go to the gate. After everyone returns, I'll immediately get them to close it." Merlin quickly said, "Young master, you should stay here and count the number of people. I'll go to the gate." With that, she quickly walked out, not giving Zhao Hai a chance to object. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin's back impatiently. Merlin and the others had really taken care of him too much. They had always placed him in the safest place. However, Zhao Hai knew that he had no way to protect himself now, so he could only follow their arrangement. He turned to look at the people standing in the inner fort. Other than Lin, there were more than 30 women standing here. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Everyone, line up." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, these slaves immediately stood in line. Their speed was greatly unexpected. Zhao Hai thought that it would be very difficult to get these slaves to stand in a line since they had never been to school. However, he did not expect that as soon as he gave the order, the female slaves quickly lined up in 2 neat rows. Their speed was comparable to the time when Zhao Hai was in school. Lin stood alone at the side. Zhao Hai glanced at Lin and knew that this was because he was a man. He was the only male slave in the castle right now, so he stood there alone. The speed at which these slaves lined up far exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations, so he was momentarily stunned and looked at the slaves in confusion. Zhao Hai did not know that these slaves had been trained since they were young. Standing in line was almost their instinct. Of course, those slave owners would not count the number of slaves every day, but no matter if these slaves went out to work or returned, they would first stand in line and be numbered off. This was to prevent anyone from running away. Zhao Hai did not know about this, so when he saw that these people lined up so quickly, he was stunned. However, he immediately came to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to think too much. He immediately said, "Count off." He shouted this almost instinctively, but the slaves immediately began to count. The last number was 34, which meant that there were 34 female slaves and 1 male slave in the courtyard. Zhao Hai nodded and said loudly, "Just now there was news from the mountain. A large number of magical beasts and undead creatures are invading. There might be a battle later. Stay here and don't go anywhere." Fear appeared on the faces of the female slaves. If a human army attacked, they were not afraid. As long as they did not resist, the other party would not kill the slaves. Because slaves could be sold for money, as long as they did not resist, they were safe most of the time. But this time it was magical beasts and undead creatures. For these 2 things, gold coins were useless. In their eyes, they could not tell who was a noble and who was a slave. In their eyes, humans were prey. There was no difference in status. At this moment, a few more slaves walked over. They were also women. Ju was with them. Zhao Hai asked them to count too. Including Ju, there were a total of 50 females. All the female slaves had returned. When Zhao Hai saw that Ju had returned with these female slaves, he knew that Meg might have returned too. However, she did not enter the inner fort. She should be waiting for Wood and the others. Zhao Hai did not go to the outer fort. He knew that if he went now, he would only cause trouble for Merlin and the others. He might as well wait here. Zhao Hai glanced at the slaves and turned to Ju. "Ju, watch them. Don't let them run around." Then he turned to the slaves and said, "I'm going into the castle to get something. Listen to Ju and don't run around." With that, Zhao Hai quickly walked into the castle. There was an underground warehouse in the castle. He had gone there to take a look. All the resources bought by Grimm were there. Now Zhao Hai was going there to store those resources in his space farm to prevent them from being ruined by those beasts. This underground warehouse was really big. It took Zhao Hai a while to finish storing the things. Then he ran upstairs to collect the books and other things. Zhao Hai had realized that Grimm seemed to have bought those books to nurture those slaves. Otherwise, he would not have bought so many books on magic and battle aura. Those books were very important. Not only were they a key to understanding this world, but they were also a way for the Buda family to nurture talents. Zhao Hai quickly went upstairs and stored everything in the study, even the tables and chairs. After all, the space farm's storage space was not limited. Zhao Hai had just finished putting away the things in the study when he heard Merlin call him from outside. He quickly ran out of the house and saw that Merlin, Wood, and the others had already returned. They were all gathered in the inner fort. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, is everyone back?" Merlin nodded and said, "Everyone has returned. The gates are also closed, but I don't think those magical beasts will arrive so soon. Young master, why don't you go to the space farm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need to do that now. Grandma Merlin, let's go to the outer fort walls to take a look. I haven't seen magical beasts and undead creatures yet." Merlin looked at Zhao Hai worriedly and said, "Young master, this is too dangerous. What if something really happens?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't I have you guys?" I just want to see those magical beasts and undead creatures and see how many of them there are. If there are too many, we will retreat to my space farm. If there are not many, we will fight them off." Merlin was stunned, but she did not say anything else. She was still very confident in her ability. Just like Zhao Hai had said, if there were not many magical beasts and undead creatures this time, she could really defeat them. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Ju and an over. He said to the two of them, "Stay here and watch them. Don't let them run around." With that, he walked to the wall with Merlin. Wood and Rock followed closely behind Zhao Hai. Meg also stood behind Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was helpless about their actions, but he had no choice but to let them follow. Zhao Hai knew very well that if he did not let them follow, he might not be able to go to the wall. Merlin and the others thought that the undead creatures and poisonous magical beasts would not be too fast, but to their surprise, when they reached the wall, they found that those creatures had already reached the top of the mountain and were moving down. Moving at the front was a group of rat-like creatures. They were about 1 meter tall and over 3 meters long. They had light green long fur and had mold-like things on their feet, as well as a thick and long tail. Among these rat-like things, there were a few that were larger. They were 2 meters tall and had colorful fur. From the looks of it, they were the heads of these things. There were more than 1,000 rats. Zhao Hai's hair stood on end. Behind this group of creatures was a large group of snakes. There were countless snakes of various sizes and colors. The largest snakes were colorful and were 1 meter thick. They did not look like an easy target. Behind these snakes were insects of all kinds. These insects had a special characteristic. They were huge. Even a spider was more than 1 meter tall, and the larger ones were about 2 meters tall. Of course, there were also some small insects, but those small insects were not to be trifled with. Every one of them was very agile and fast. They moved in and out among the insects. These insects were all colorful and looked toxic. Zhao Hai's heart sank. There were already so many snakes, and there were more insects than snakes. At this moment, the rat-like magical beasts at the front had already approached the moat outside the fort. Those rat-like things clearly knew how to swim. They ran into the moat, and the water in the moat instantly turned green. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly again. He finally understood why there were no fish in the river. It would be strange if there were fish in the river after those poisonous rats took a bath. Merlin walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, let's go back. There are too many magical beasts. We can't deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the mountain. He realized that another type of magical beast had come out. This time it was crocodile-like magical beasts. They were huge and colorful. Among these crocodile-like magical beasts were some skeletons. In Zhao Hai's view, they were indeed skeletons. There were skeletons of humans and beasts in every size. Slowly, more and more skeletons appeared on the mountain. Merlin pulled Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, let's go." Zhao Hai nodded, but he suddenly felt that the sky seemed to have darkened. Zhao Hai looked at the sky in confusion and saw a group of flying magical beasts. The flying insect-type magical beasts did not fly very high, while the bird-type magical beasts flew very high. Zhao Hai's expression changed. With these magical beasts, it would be too easy to invade the fort. Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Let's go. There are flying magical beasts. We have to make those slaves retreat into the castle. Otherwise, it will be too late." Merlin saw it too. She immediately shouted, "Wood, quickly return to the inner fort and send those slaves to the castle." Wood responded, and his body slowly flashed with yellow light. His speed became much faster, and he ran towards the inner fort. Rock carried Zhao Hai and ran straight to the castle. Fortunately, he had also used battle aura. Although he was very fast, he was stable and did not let Zhao Hai suffer. Merlin's body flashed aqua blue. She was no slower than Rock. Meg's body flashed with green light, and she was much faster than Rock. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Fortunately, the fort was not too big. Rock was very fast. In a few seconds, Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the living room. The room was not big to begin with, and with so many people there, it was very crowded. Fortunately, there was no chaos. The slaves knew very well that if they did not listen now, the outcome might be death. Therefore, they obediently entered the castle. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately said to Merlin and the others, "Grandma Merlin, go into the space farm first. When those slaves enter the space later, make sure they don't run around. Wood, Rock, guard the door. Meg, Ju, and organize everyone." Ju and had not entered the space farm before, so Zhao Hai asked Meg to supervise the slaves while Ju and helped her. He asked Merlin to enter the space farm first so she could settle the people who entered later. Rock and Wood were on guard in front of the castle door to prevent the magical beasts from attacking. Then a hole appeared beside Zhao Hai. The slaves were not unfamiliar with this hole. It was the hole that appeared when Zhao Hai modified the land. It was not that Zhao Hai did not want to put these people into the space farm directly, but he could not do it. When he realized that the space farm did not react when he wanted to take in the slaves, Zhao Hai was shocked. Fortunately, when he took Merlin in, the space farm immediately reacted. Merlin appeared in the space farm, which relieved Zhao Hai. In the end, he had to let the hole-like thing appear to see if he could let the slaves in through it. The slaves were originally a little afraid, not knowing where Zhao Hai wanted to bring them to. However, when they saw that Merlin had already entered, they knew that Zhao Hai would not harm them. They immediately entered the hole slowly under Meg's supervision. At this moment, the roars of magical beasts could be heard from the outer fort. The iron gate was being slammed hard. Meg urged the slaves to move even faster. Fortunately, the hole that Zhao Hai had made this time was large enough for 4 people to walk side by side. The slaves could enter the space farm in few lines. Soon, all the slaves entered the space farm. Meg, Ju, and An also entered. With a thought, Zhao Hai appeared in the space farm with wood and rock. The slaves who had just entered the space farm looked around in a daze. Zhao Hai realized that the radishes were already ripe, but he did not have time to collect them now. He said loudly to the slaves, "Listen up, this is my space farm. Don't walk around randomly. Find a place to sit down now. Be careful not to step on any crops." Fortunately, other than the farmable land, there were also some empty spaces. Those empty spaces could not be used to plant crops. Zhao Hai had tried to use the small shovel to dig there, but like in the game, there was no reaction. Although the slaves did not understand what was going on, they still sat down obediently. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves and turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, I'll take out some cups. Give them to those who want to drink water. Tell them to get the water from the spring if they want to drink. I will take out some blankets as well." With that, he walked to the warehouse, and with a thought, a large pile of cups appeared in front of the warehouse. These cups were wooden cups, the cheap ones that Grimm and the others had specially bought for the slaves. These slaves were given such cups, but because of the urgency, they did not bring their things in. Now they could only distribute them again. Merlin immediately led Meg and the others to distribute these cups. Then Zhao Hai took out many blankets and spread them on the ground. After doing this, Zhao Hai took out a few straw mats. These straw mats had just been woven by the slaves and were stored in the spatial warehouse. Zhao Hai did not take out these straw mats for the slaves to sit on, but to cover the latrine. It was difficult to guarantee that no one would want to relieve themselves. There were both men and women here. It would be very inconvenient if there was nothing to cover them. Fortunately, Grimm and the others had bought some planks. Although there were not many of them, they were enough to build 2 latrines. Wood and rock led the male slaves to the back of the straw hut in the warehouse. They used the straw mats to block the piece of land behind the 2 places. The women's latrine was at the back of the straw hut, and the men's latrine was at the back of the warehouse. After all this was done, Zhao Hai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai immediately collected the ripe radishes and planted another batch. In order to calm the slaves, Zhao Hai gave each of them a large radish to eat. These radishes tasted really good. It was sweet with a hint of spiciness. However, it was a spectacular scene to see more than 100 people eating radishes together. The slaves ate happily. After hearing Merlin and the others' words, they realized that this was actually a magical vegetable. Not to mention eating it, they had not even seen it before. They ate it carefully and treated it as a peerless delicacy. Fortunately, these slaves were still calm. Zhao Hai returned to the straw hut. During this period of time, he had not entered the straw hut much. Anyway, there was nothing inside. Although there was a monitor, he could only enter the shop from it. If Zhao Hai wanted to buy something, he did not need to use the screen at all, so he had not entered the hut. However, there was a bed in this room. Zhao Hai wanted to rest on the bed. These events had exhausted him. Although the space farm was large, this straw hut was very small, only enough for 1 person to sleep in. Of course, a few people could sit at the table in chairs, but it was probably not as comfortable as sitting outside. Zhao Hai wanted to have a good sleep, but he knew that now was not the time. After entering the straw hut, he called Merlin and the others in, leaving Ju and An to watch over the slaves. Merlin and the rest looked around the room curiously. After a while, they did not see anything special and sat on the chairs. Zhao Hai said, "We don't know what the situation is like outside. We can only hope that those magical beasts will return to the swamp sooner, but we have to be prepared to live here for the long term. In a few hours, the corn will be ripe. With the food brought in from outside, food will not be a problem. After the corn is ripe, we don't have to worry about fire materials too, but if we keep letting those slaves stay idle, it might be a problem. Grandma Merlin, do you have any good ideas?" Merlin thought for a moment and shook her head. "The space here is only so big, and there's no need for them to farm the land. I don't have any ideas. Young master, what do you think?" Zhao Hai walked around the room and said, "When I first came in, I put all the books in the study into the warehouse. Grandma Merlin, why don't you teach those slaves how to read? If our Buda family wants to develop, we can't rely on just the few of us. I believe these slaves won't betray us. Let them learn some words. They might be useful in the future." Hearing Zhao Hai say this, Merlin nodded happily and said, "All right, young master, this is a good idea. There's nothing much to do now. They will definitely be of great use in the future if they learn to read." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. The books in the study appeared in front of him, as well as some paper and pens. Zhao Hai pointed at these things and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, take a look and pick one to teach them." Merlin looked at the books carefully and took out a book from the middle. "Young master, this one." Zhao Hai took a look and saw that Merlin had taken out a miscellaneous journal. Moreover, it was a relatively simple miscellaneous journal called A Trip Through Aksu Empire. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's no need to start now. They just came in and are still a little shaken. Let them rest for a while." Merlin nodded and looked at the exhausted Zhao Hai. "Young master, have a good rest. We're leaving." Zhao Hai also knew that this room was too small and was not suitable for them to rest. He could only nod and say, "All right, I'll take out a few more blankets. Grandma Merlin, if you want to rest outside, remember to spread more." Merlin nodded and led Meg and the others out of the straw hut. However, Wood and Rock remained at the entrance of the straw hut. They stood there like door gods. Merlin looked at the slaves who were sitting there, not knowing what to do. She said in a low voice, "This place is the young master's magic space. Everything here works based on the young master's will. The magical beasts and undead creatures outside have probably already attacked the castle. Only this place is safe, so you have to listen to us. Otherwise, young master will send you out of the space farm. Do you understand?" The slaves immediately stood up and said in unison, "Understood." This reaction was also trained by the slave traders. Any slave trader would make the slaves undergo some simple training before selling them. Among them, standing in line, counting their numbers, answering, kneeling, and kowtowing were the simplest, so these slaves had already formed a conditioned reflex. Merlin nodded and said, "You guys have done a lot of work today and are probably frightened. The young master said that you guys can have a good rest. Remember the location of the latrines and don't run around. Don't go near the young master's room and don't touch anything casually. Do you understand?" The slaves responded in unison. Zhao Hai did not know what was happening outside the straw hut. He believed that Merlin and the others would deal with it. He was really tired now and just wanted to have a good sleep. He took out a blanket from the warehouse and laid it on the bed. Zhao Hai immediately lay down and fell asleep in a few minutes. He was really too tired. Because of the void water, as long as he exercised a little, he would be exhausted, let alone in such a tense situation today. The slaves outside the straw hut were also resting. It was a rare opportunity to rest, so they naturally did not say anything. In addition, there were soft blankets on the ground, which was much better than sleeping on dry grass. Soon, the entire space farm fell silent. Even Rock and Wood, who were guarding the door for Zhao Hai, sat on the ground and dozed off. 2 hours later, Merlin and the others woke up. Merlin quietly walked to the straw hut and opened the door to look at Zhao Hai. He was sleeping soundly. She quietly closed the door and looked at the slaves. Some of them were already awake and were sitting there doing something. Although Merlin could teach them now, she did not do it. There would definitely be sounds when she started teaching. She did not want to wake Zhao Hai up. She noticed that the radishes that had been planted after they arrived here had already sprouted. This surprised Merlin. This was the first time she had seen the plants in the space farm grow. This was too fast. Merlin could not help but squat beside the field and look at the newly grown radish seedlings. These seedlings were very strong and the soil was in good condition. It was obvious that they were very healthy. Meg also squatted beside her and said in a low voice, "Grandma, why did these magic radishes sprout so quickly? I heard that magical vegetables are very difficult to grow. Why is it so simple here?" Merlin smiled and said, "Young master told me long ago that the time it takes to mature will be greatly shortened in this space farm. I just didn't expect it to be so short. The magic radish you're talking about is just called radish here. It's the lowest grade of food in this space farm. It matures every 8 hours. Zhao Hai's voice sounded. Merlin and Meg were stunned. They turned around and saw that Zhao Hai had already come out and was standing behind the two of them. Merlin quickly stood up and said, "Young master, are you serious? These magic radishes can really mature in 8 hours. Zhao Hai nodded and pointed at the corn that had already grown ears. "Do you see those corn? The price of corn here is higher than radishes. It takes 14 hours to grow it to maturity." Merlin and the others looked in the direction Zhao Hai was pointing. The corn was still in its growth period, and the leaves were bright green. They looked full of life. Zhao Hai turned to Merlin and said, "There is enough food here. It's best if we stay here for some time to avoid encountering those magical beasts." Merlin nodded and said, "Yes, young master is right. There's no need to worry about food here, and it doesn't rain too. Everyone can sleep on the ground outside. It's not a big deal to stay here for a few days." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look. The slaves who had already woken up stood up and looked at him respectfully. He sighed and said, "Grandma Merlin, teach them how to read later. Wood and I will build a few stoves." It was not easy to cook for more than 100 people. Although Zhao Hai had stored all the resources in the warehouse, he had to build big stoves to provide for these people. There were no utensils in the space farm, so they had to build stoves. Merlin looked at the slaves and said, "Young master, just let them do it. It's not like we're short of time. How can we make you do all the things?" Zhao Hai looked at the slaves and could only nod. If he started building the stove while the slaves were learning, they would probably be frightened and would not be able to learn a word. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Merlin immediately organized people to start digging for the stove. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had taken all the materials from the castle's warehouse. They did not lack tools now. There were more than 100 people, so about 10 stoves should be enough. The pots were all large cauldrons. These pots were specially chosen by Grimm and the others. They knew that they were coming here, so they had prepared many such iron pots. Firstly, they could be used on the way, and secondly, they were for the slaves. In fact, many slave owners used such a method because it was very simple. No matter where the slaves went to work, as long as 2 people carried such a large pot, they could cook directly in the work area. This saved a lot of time. The 10 cooking stoves were quickly set up, but they could not be used yet. Zhao Hai had to wait for the corn to ripen before there were combustible materials. Otherwise, they would have to burn the wood they had bought. Those woods were useful materials. It would be a pity to use them for fire. Zhao Hai and the others were lacking many things, and they did not know when Grimm would return. After he returned, they could sell the radishes and buy wood. The wood in their hands was the only wood they had. Zhao Hai did not want to waste them. Zhao Hai looked at the stoves and nodded. He looked at the slaves and turned to Merlin. Grandma Merlin, there are still more than 2 hours before the corn ripens. During this period, teach everyone how to read. I'll go inside and rest. Merlin nodded and Zhao Hai walked into the house. Merlin watched Zhao Hai enter the house and said to the slaves, "Everyone, don't be anxious. In about 2 hours, the corn will be ripe. By then, we can eat. In these 2 hours, everyone has to learn to read from me." Before she could finish, a commotion rose among the slaves. It was common knowledge on the continent that slaves could not read. No slave owner would teach slaves to read, so to the slaves, reading was a very sacred thing. Now, hearing that Merlin was going to teach them to read, all the slaves were shocked. Merlin said in a low voice, "Quiet." The slaves immediately fell silent and looked at Merlin excitedly. Merlin continued, "Our Buda family is different from other noble families. Young Master is a benevolent person. I have already obtained young Master's approval. If anyone learns well and is able to read well, young Master might exempt them from being a slave. Do you understand?" The slaves were even more excited. It was already good enough that Zhao Hai was letting them learn to read. Now, Merlin told them that as long as they learned well, they could become commoners. To those slaves, this was simply a pie from the heaven. They would even be given a bonus if they ate more. Merlin looked at them and continued, "Because of the current situation, I can only teach you some simple characters. In these 2 hours, I will teach you 10 characters. With that, she picked up a few pieces of white paper and took out a brush. She wrote a character on each piece of white paper and taught these people how to pronounce and write it. They did not have a blackboard, so they could only use white paper to teach. Because there were too many people, there was only one character written on each large white paper. This way, the characters were big enough that even the people sitting at the back could see them. Meg was standing beside Merlin and watching these people study seriously. The students included Ju and An as well. Although Ju and An were commoners and could go to school, their family did not have the money to pay the fee, so the 2 of them had never gone to school. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they let it go? Meg had studied in an imperial school. She realized that these slaves were completely different from the students in the school. The noble students in the school treated school as a form of torture. They were very listless when they went to school. When class ended, they were extremely happy and wanted to play at home every day. In the past, Adam was such a person. However, these slaves were completely different. When they learned that they would be taught how to read, they were very excited and focused, afraid that they would not be able to remember. Because they did not have anything to write with, they drew on the ground with their fingers. Their seriousness touched Meg. Wood and Rock also looked at these people. Although the 2 of them were not very smart in the past, they knew how to read because they were adopted by the Buda family. However, when they learned how to read, they were not as serious as these slaves. Firstly, it was because they were young. Secondly, they were not smart enough. They had to study a character several times to remember it. Thirdly, it was because the opportunity came too easily. When something was obtained too easily, people would often not cherish it. They were like this. Back then, they had learned to read with Adam. Adam, too, was not a smart person. Although he was smarter than the 2 of them, Adam did not like to read. Therefore, he also had to read every character several times before he could learn it. The 2 of them were barely able to recognize all the letters. Now that they were enlightened and smart, they could not help but feel ashamed when they looked at the slaves. Merlin naturally saw this. She suddenly understood how correct Zhao Hai's decision was. If these slaves did not know how to read, they would not be cultured. This way, even if they wanted to work for the Buda family, they would not be of much help because their abilities were limited. However, as long as they knew how to read, they would be of greater help to the Buda family in the future. Now, the Buda family needed everyone in the family to use their greatest strength to help the family. Only then could the Buda family revive. Therefore, she taught them seriously. Zhao Hai did not pay attention to the ongoing class. Zhao Hai knew that Merlin would not disappoint him. Moreover, Merlin was a level 8 advanced mage. There were not many experts at that level in the Aksu Empire. Merlin had a few disciples before, but they died in battle when they followed Adam's father to war. Therefore, Merlin was experienced in teaching and was the best choice to teach those slaves. What Zhao Hai was troubled about now was the food of those slaves. As long as the corn ripened, they would have stalks to burn. There was also other food in the warehouse, so there was no need to worry about food. However, Zhao Hai thought of a problem. When they started the fire, there would definitely be smoke. The space here was only so big. If the smoke could not be discharged, it would start accumulating. That was not a good thing. What Zhao Hai was most afraid of was that the smoke would cause pollution in the space farm, but he could not say this. He could not let the slaves eat radishes every day, right? He could only let them cook first. If it became a problem, they would have to reduce the number of times they cooked. When he could leave the space farm, he would think of a way to expel the smoke. However, Zhao Hai was also worried about the situation outside. He did not know how the castle outside was doing. If it was destroyed by those magical beasts, they might not even have a place to stay after they left. That would be even more troublesome. After walking around the room a few times, Zhao Hai could not think of a good solution. He could only walk to the monitor beside the bed. The monitor was not on and was dark. Zhao Hai did not know how to turn on the monitor, so he could only say softly, "Open." The monitor did not react at all. Zhao Hai was in a dilemma. There was no obvious switch on this monitor. Zhao Hai could only reach out and touch the display screen. However, to his surprise, the display screen lit up the moment his hand touched. Then various tools and shop, as well as the logo of the warehouse, appeared on the screen. This stunned Zhao Hai. He remembered that the last time he checked this monitor, there was only a shop logo and a farm introduction icon. He did not expect there to be more icons now. Zhao Hai did not care. He could easily control the things on the screen with his thoughts, so there was no need to look at the things on it. At the same time, when Zhao Hai was about to close the monitor, he suddenly noticed an icon. This icon was not of the things in the space farm. Instead, it looked like a logo of a camera. Zhao Hai was stunned. If this symbol appeared on a computer, it would not be strange, but it was strange for this symbol to appear on this screen. Zhao Hai clicked on the icon. He wanted to see what this icon was. As soon as his finger touched the icon, it immediately emitted a white light that shot to Zhao Hai's head. A lot of information appeared in Zhao Hai's head. Because there was too much information, Zhao Hai had to close his eyes and lie on the bed to digest the information. It took Zhao Hai a while to digest all the information. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Isn't it just a monitoring device? It's so long-winded." Zhao Hai finally understood what that icon was for. That icon only appeared because Zhao Hai had been to many places. It could be said to be something like a CCTV. However, its range was larger. Because the level of the space farm was still too low, he could only monitor things within 100 meters of where he entered the space farm. As the level of the space farm increased, the range he could see would also increase. This was really a timely assistance. Just as Zhao Hai was worrying about how to check the situation outside, such a thing appeared and resolved his urgent problem. Zhao Hai immediately sat up from the bed and walked to the monitor. He touched the screen again and the screen immediately lit up. Then Zhao Hai clicked on the camera-like symbol. The scene on the screen changed, and a three-dimensional castle image suddenly appeared on the computer. There was a scale below the image of this castle. The 100-meter range of scenery was squeezed in this screen. Zhao Hai saw many green dots moving on the 3D image. He clicked on a green dot. The screen flashed, and then, as if the camera was zooming in quickly, a huge rat-like magical beast appeared on the screen. This rat-like magical beast looked around sneakily. Only now did Zhao Hai realize that this rat-like magical beast was standing in the living room of the castle. There was a pile of rotten wood beside the rat. From the texture of the wood, it was the sofa that was originally placed in the living room. Zhao Hai looked carefully at the screen and saw a 3D castle image in the upper left corner of the screen. Zhao Hai knew what this was for. He tapped on it, and the screen immediately returned to the previous main view. There were still many green dots moving on it. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and understood. The green dots represented either a magical beast or an undead creature. Zhao Hai clicked at the living room. This time he did not click on the green dot. As expected, the scene changed, and the entire living room appeared on the screen. There were two rat-like magical beasts standing in the living room. One was the one Zhao Hai had seen earlier, and the other was chewing on wood. The sofas, small tables, and other things in the living room had been completely destroyed. It seemed like they had been eaten by those rats. Zhao Hai looked at the large rats and accidentally swiped his finger on the screen. The scene changed to a room beside the living room. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect this thing to be so convenient. He could actually change the scene with just a swipe. This seemed to be even more useful than the surveillance cameras on Earth. Zhao Hai swiped his finger down on the screen. As expected, the scene on the screen changed to the courtyard. The courtyard was very lively now. The undead creatures and all kinds of magical beasts were moving around in the courtyard. The straw mats and dry grass were scattered all over the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Hai sighed and turned off the screen. Now that he knew that the outside world was still a world of magical beasts, he couldn't be in a hurry to leave. At this moment, another space farm notification sounded. The corn are ripe. Please collect them as soon as possible. Zhao Hai immediately walked out of the house and saw Merlin teaching the slaves. When they saw Zhao Hai, they looked at him in confusion. Zhao Hai knew that they had also heard the space farm notification. He did not care about them and only said softly, "Collect the kernels, corn stalks, and corn cobs." Just as he finished speaking, the basket that was used to collect the things immediately flew up. The corn in the ground also flew out. Soon, the 2 acres of corn were collected. Although the slaves had already seen Zhao Hai harvest radishes, they were still very surprised to see Zhao Hai harvest corn. After Zhao Hai finished collecting the corn, he immediately took out the corn stalks and corn cobs and placed them beside the stoves. He then took out rice and flour before planting another batch of corn. Merlin understood what Zhao Hai meant. It was time to cook. She put away the papers and said to the slaves, "All right, everyone, time to cook. We'll continue after the meal." The slaves looked at the papers that Merlin had put away reluctantly. To them, being able to learn to read and write was more important than anything else. Not to mention eating a bad meal for a while. Even if they were asked to not eat today, they would be willing. Zhao Hai really did not know what these slaves usually ate, but he had been eating bread for the past few days and he was getting tired of it. However, there was no oven here, so it was impossible to bake bread. Zhao Hai wanted to see what Merlin would cook for him today. As expected, Merlin looked at the things Zhao Hai took out and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, you need to take out some vegetables, ham, and nut oil." Zhao Hai immediately took out those things. Merlin left the rice, some vegetables, and some nut oil to the slaves, while she took the flour, some nut oil, vegetables, and ham and entered the straw hut. She remembered that there was a kitchen in the straw hut, and there were many kitchen utensils that she had not seen before. Zhao Hai did not know what Merlin was doing. He followed Merlin into the hut. When Merlin began to knead the dough, Zhao Hai more or less understood that Merlin might be making flatbreads. Flatbread was Zhao Hai's favorite food. He turned and left the hut. In any case, he could not help much. He was stunned when he came out of the hut. He thought that the slaves were going to make rice, but it looked like that was not the case. The slaves had started a fire and put oil in the heated pots. Then they placed the rice in it and began to stir fry. Zhao Hai's scalp turned numb. This was the first time he had seen someone eat rice like this. Meg and the others did not seem surprised at all. They only watched from the side as the people cooked. Zhao Hai knew that the people here must eat rice like this often, so Meg and the others did not show any surprise. Zhao Hai was depressed. This was the first time he had seen someone eat rice like this. Although this rice did not look like the rice he used to eat, it was similar. When he thought of how the white and fragrant rice was reduced to this, Zhao Hai felt like he was about to collapse. He also understood why Merlin did not cook rice for him. These people probably did not know how to cook rice at all. If the rice was cooked like this, it would definitely not be delicious. Therefore, only slaves ate such rice. He happened to see a large stove being lit up and the pot was being heated. Zhao Hai could not help but walk over and say to the female slave who was about to pour oil, "Wait, don't pour oil first." Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, the female slave thought that she had made a mistake and immediately knelt down. "Master, please punish me." This stunned Zhao Hai, but he quickly came to his senses and shook his head. "I'm not punishing you. You did nothing wrong. Listen to me now. Don't pour oil into the pot first. Use the basin to wash this rice. From the looks of it, this pot can probably hold a basin of rice. Wash the rice clean and pour the water out, then pour the rice into the pot." As he spoke, Zhao Hai took out a copper basin. The female slave did not know what Zhao Hai wanted, but she immediately took the large copper basin from Zhao Hai's hand and filled it with rice. She went to the spring to wash it properly and poured the rice into the pot. Zhao Hai continued, "Go and fill this basin with water the same amount as the rice. Pour the water into the pot." The female slave went obediently and filled the pot with water. Zhao Hai asked her to pour the same amount of water again in the pot. The pot was almost full after being filled with 2 basins of water. Zhao Hai then took out a larger copper basin from the warehouse and covered the pot. Then he asked the female slave to start the fire. Zhao Hai just wanted to teach them how to cook rice. It was actually very simple. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he lived alone, so he was very good at cooking rice. The ratio of rice to water was about 1 to 2. 1 kilogram of rice meant 2 liters of water. However, for such a pot, he had to add more water because there was firewood below, which meant the heat was quite high, so he added a bowl of water more. Moreover, he did not let the female slave increase the heat. He only used a steady fire to boil it. Meg and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They had used water to cook rice before, but they used it as an ingredient for soup, so they did not know what cooked rice looked like. It did not take long for the rice to be cooked. Before long, the fragrance of rice came from the pot. The rice in the pot was organic rice, free from any pesticides, so it would naturally taste good. These slaves also had bowls for food, but their bowls were all wooden. Everyone was given a set. Other than the pot, everyone only had a wooden spoon, but it was enough. 1 stove for 10 slaves, and every slave was given a wooden bowl, a wooden spoon, and a wooden cup. These were all the assets of the slaves. Even so, the slaves were very happy because they did not even have these things before. While Zhao Hai was staring at the pot of rice, Merlin walked out of the straw hut and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, come and take a look. How do you light the fire in this kitchen? Zhao Hai was stunned and immediately followed Merlin into the straw hut. He had not paid much attention to the kitchen utensils in the past. Now that he looked at it, the kitchen utensils were actually all electrical appliances like electric rice cooker, baking scale, and electric frying pan. Everything used electricity. What made Zhao Hai the most speechless was that he did not know where the wires were connected to. All the wires were linked to the wall of the straw hut, and there were switches on the appliances. However, Zhao Hai knew how to use all these things. He looked at what Merlin was going to cook and was speechless. Good Lord, he had thought that Merlin was going to make flatbreads and stir-fry vegetables. He did not expect that Merlin was making something like a pizza. However, it was obvious that this pizza was different from the pizzas Zhao Hai had eaten before. It was not as beautiful as the pizzas on Earth. She only made a dough and placed the vegetables and ham on it. Zhao Hai was impatient. He was from China, and on Earth, China's food was world famous. In this world, he had never eaten a normal meal. He had thought that he would be eating flatbreads today, but in the end, it was something that was neither flatbread or pizza. However, Zhao Hai still told Merlin about the usage of the kitchenware. These things were all electric, so it was naturally much more convenient. Merlin learned it immediately. Seeing that Merlin learned how to use these kitchen utensils, Zhao Hai did not stay in the kitchen. He turned around and walked out of the kitchen. At this moment, the smell of the rice in Zhao Hai's pot became stronger, making people sniff. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Meg immediately went up and whispered to him, "Young master, this smell is so fragrant. How did you cook it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't you see it? It's just boiling rice with water. Actually, the taste of rice comes out as long as you boil it with a suitable amount of water. This is much better than stir-frying the raw rice. Then you can make a delicious meal with nut oil and those vegetables. It's much better than what they make now." Merlin looked at Zhao Hai in admiration and said, "Young master, you know so much, you're amazing." Zhao Hai walked to the stove and listened to the sound inside. He felt that it was about ready. He picked up a corn stalk from the ground and pushed the copper basin on the pot with it. The copper basin fell to the ground with a clang, and a ball of hot air rushed out of the pot. Zhao Hai could not help but take a step back. Along with this ball of hot air was an even stronger smell of rice. This smell was too fragrant, much more fragrant than the rice Zhao Hai had eaten on Earth. Zhao Hai could not help but drool. After the heat dissipated, the rice in the pot finally revealed its true appearance. This rice was not as snow-white as Zhao Hai had imagined. Instead, it was slightly yellow, but it was glistening and smelled extremely fragrant. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out a spoon from the warehouse, scoop a spoonful of rice, and slowly put it in his mouth. Meg wanted to stop him, but he moved too quickly. By the time she wanted to stop him, he had already placed the rice in his mouth. Meg and the others couldn't help but stare at him. Zhao Hai felt a fragrant smell of rice fill his mouth. When he chewed on the rice, it was chewy and soft. He couldn't help but close his eyes and slowly savor the taste. Only then did he open his eyes. Seeing that the slaves and Meg were looking at him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Don't look at me, let's eat. If the rice you cooked earlier doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Just cook another meal." The slaves did not move immediately. Seeing that they were eager to try but did not dare to move, Zhao Hai understood that it was because he was here that these slaves did not dare to act rashly. He could not help but smile and turn to Meg. "Meg, let's go in. If they don't like stir-fried rice, they can make this." Meg was a smart person and immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She immediately nodded and said, "All right, young master, let's go in and see if Grandma has finished cooking." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He was liking this understanding and gentle girl more and more. The two of them pulled wood and rock into the straw hut. Ju and Nin did not follow. They also wanted to stay outside and taste how delicious the rice was. Seeing that Zhao Hai and Meg had already entered the house, the slaves immediately surrounded the stove and finished the large pot of rice. Everyone cheered as they ate. After finishing this pot of rice, the slaves looked at each other and immediately poured away the fried rice. They washed the rice again to cook it. The pot from earlier had a thick layer of crust left in it. They had never seen this thing before. A slave took out the crust curiously and looked at it. Then he sniffed it. The fragrance of the rice was even more tempting. In the end, he could not resist the temptation and took a bite. His eyes lit up and he quickly took a second bite. This pot was not small, so the crust was not small either. It was like a small shield. Naturally, one person could not finish it. The slave distributed the crust to the surrounding people. Before the second pot of rice was ready, they were already full. Zhao Hai, Merlin, and the others had been watching the slaves from behind the door of the straw hut. Seeing that they were going to make rice for the second time, Zhao Hai immediately pushed the door open and walked over. He said to the slave, "Everyone, 7 pots of rice are enough. Make soup in the remaining 3 pots. When both the rice and soup are ready, you can eat them together." Many people were already crying when they ate the rice. They had never eaten such delicious food in their lives. Not to mention them, even their families had never eaten such delicious food. They were really too excited. With a recommendation, I don't have to run around naked anymore. I'm happy. I hope that everyone will add more to my collection and click on it. As long as everyone works hard, Mingaming's update will also be powerful. Those slaves were not stupid. Almost all of them knew how to cook. When they were in the hands of other slave owners, each time it was time to eat, the supervisors of the slave owners would randomly choose 2 people from their team to cook. Therefore, these slaves were familiar with cooking. Cooking rice was a simple task, so the slaves quickly filled all 7 woks with rice. Zhao Hai then took out a few large copper basins for them to use as lids. These military stoves didn't have a special lid, and they didn't need it. Everyone knew that even ordinary soldiers didn't use these military stoves. Only slaves used them. For slaves, it was good enough to give them a bite of food. They didn't care if it was delicious or not. However, the slaves had never made soup, so they didn't know what to do. They had never been able to eat as well as the Buda family when they were with the other slave owners. Sometimes, they could only eat things like chaff or moldy rice. Because of this, many slaves died on the continent every day. However, to the slave owners, the death of slaves was nothing. He would just buy more. Therefore, these slaves were now staring at the vegetables and fruit oil in a daze. Of course, Chrysanthemum also understood the feelings of these slaves. No matter what, she was a civilian in the past, and she still knew some simple dishes. Chrysanthemum walked to an empty pot, picked up the oil, and poured it into the pot. This was the first time Zhao Hai paid attention to this kind of oil. It was slightly yellow and very clear. He heard that it was squeezed from a kind of fruit with a high oil content. This kind of fruit was planted in many places on the mainland, so the oil was very cheap. After the oil was hot, he put the vegetables in the pot and stir-fried them. Then he poured some water into the pot and threw in 2 pieces of salt. As long as the water was boiled, the soup would be ready. This was the simplest soup, without any technical content, no seasoning, only a little bit of coarse salt. This was the best treatment for slaves. On the mainland, salt was not cheap. Most nobles used refined clear salt, which was very fine, similar to the fine salt on Earth. The coarse salt used by slaves was very cheap, but of course it also had a lot of impurities. Even so, apart from the Buda family, these slaves did not get to eat salt every day. The other slaves were only given salt once every 3 days. Even if it was considered generous, the slave owners would only give them salt once a week, and there was not much of it. Zhao Hai had been busy with the space and the future development of the Black Earth wilderness these days, so he didn't know much about the living conditions of the slaves. He didn't feel anything wrong with what Zhu was doing. He thought that all the slaves on the continent lived like this. Maybe the slaves in his family lived a worse life. After all, they didn't have enough materials for them to use. Looking at Chrysanthemum making the simple soup, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Meg, who was standing beside him, asked in confusion, "What's wrong, young master? Is there a problem? Did they use too much salt? Do you want to reduce it a little?" Zhao Hai looked at Meg in confusion and said, "Many. How could there be more? They only used a little bit of salt for such a big pot, so how could it be more? I'm just thinking that our Buda family is still too weak and can only let them eat such simple food. When we have money in the future, we'll definitely let them eat meat." As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, he felt that everyone was looking at him weirdly. The slaves were all looking at him as if he was a ghost. Zhao Hai did not know what was going on. He looked at Meg in confusion and said in a low voice, "What's wrong, Meg? Did I say something wrong?" Looking at Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that although the Buda family had slaves in the past, Zhao Hai had never left the imperial capital and had never interacted with those slaves. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of life those slaves lived. That was why he said that. She had to explain to Zhao Hai about the living conditions of those slaves in a low voice. Zhao Hai listened in a daze. For someone who was born in a new society, grew up under the red flag, and was born in a time of reform and opening up, the life that Meg was talking about was so far away from him. It was just like how those who had experienced the old society would resonate with the Beijing opera of the white-haired woman, but people born in the 80s like them had a hard time resonating with it because they didn't have such an experience. No matter how detailed it was written in the books, it was still something that was written in them. How could it be compared to personal experience? After Meg had briefly explained the living conditions of these slaves, Zhao Hai turned to look at them with eyes full of sympathy. He sighed and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I'm a man of my word. Sooner or later, I'll let you eat meat. And I'll let you eat it every day, every meal, until you're sick of it. I swear on the name of the Buda family." Zhao Hai was a kind person. Even though he was a homebody on Earth, he was a coward. They were kind people. They might not be good at socializing, but that didn't mean they were perverts. Most of the homebodies couldn't stand the darkness of the world, so they chose to shut themselves in their own world. Zhao Hai was such a person. Although they had not obtained anything yet, Zhao Hai's words were enough. The nobles on the continent had a very strange tradition. They did not swear easily. Even if they did, they would not swear in the name of their family. Even if they swore in the name of God, they would sometimes go back on their oath. However, they would not go back on their oath in the name of their family. It was because of this that the slaves believed Zhao Hai's words. They believed that the vow Zhao Hai made in the name of his family would come true one day. Meg opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She had been managing these slaves these days. To be honest, she felt sorry for them, so she didn't object to Zhao Hai's words. At this moment, Merlin's voice was heard. "Young master, it's time to eat." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the others. He then said to Meg, Chrysanthemum, and Anne, "Meg, Christen, and let's go in and eat." Juheen wanted to stay and eat, but seeing Zhao Hai's expression, she didn't say anything more and followed them into the house. Mu Tou and Shi Tou also followed. The moment they entered the house, the slaves became even more relaxed. Although Zhao Hai had always been very kind to them, to these slaves, Zhao Hai was still their master. With Zhao Hai around, they felt uncomfortable. Zhao Hai and the others went into the house to take a look. Sure enough, Merlin had already made the pancakes and a soup. Zhao Hai wanted to eat rice, but looking at Merlin's expression, he was afraid that there was no hope for him today. There were only 4 chairs at the square table in the room. Zhao Hai took 3 chairs out of the warehouse, which could seat 7 people. Although the table was not as big as the one in the dining hall of the castle, it was enough for 7 people. After Zhao Hai asked them to sit down, he picked up the fork and knife and started eating the flatbread made by Merlin. He did not want to use the fork and knife, but unfortunately, Merlin would not agree. The flatbread made in this way had a unique flavor. The taste was not bad. Zhao Hai and the others slowly ate their dinner. Merlin kept the things away. When they went out, the slaves had already finished their dinner. The military stove was still there, but it was obvious that it had been cleaned. The slaves seemed to have eaten a lot and were sitting there listlessly. Zhao Hai knew that people would feel drowsy after eating. He assumed that these slaves were the same. Zhao Hai did not ask them to get up. He looked at the rubbish on the ground and frowned. This was his space. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a clean freak, he didn't want his space to be dirty. However, he had to leave the things in his space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look up at the space. The space was still foggy and he couldn't see anything clearly. Fortunately, he didn't see any black smoke in the sky. It seemed like burning in the space didn't affect the space much. Zhao Hai turned to Merlin. "Grandma Merlin, I think you should rest in the house. They've just eaten and are tired. Let them rest." Merlin glanced at the slaves and found that they seemed to be listless. He could only nod and say, "All right, then let's rest for a while. But we don't need to rest in the house. We can rest outside." Grandma Merlin, Meg, Wood, Stone, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Come in with me. I have something to show you." After he finished speaking, he opened the door of the grass hut and entered. Although Merlin and the others did not know what Zhao Hai wanted to show them, they still followed him obediently. They knew that they did not understand this space as well as Zhao Hai. In this space, it was better to listen to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai led the 4 of them into the room, he walked towards the screen in front of the bed and touched it with his hand. The screen lit up and the icons appeared on the screen once again. Merlin and the others looked at the screen with some amazement. For Zhao Hai, these things were very common, but for Merlin and the others, these things were really too magical. Zhao Hai immediately clicked on the icon of the camera, and the 3-dimensional map of the castle appeared on the screen once again. Zhao Hai discovered that the green dots in the castle seemed to be a little less, especially in the main castle, where the green dots could no longer be seen. Zhao Hai clicked on the location of the inner castle's courtyard, where there were still 2 green dots active. The scene on the screen immediately changed to the inner castle's courtyard. Although the computer could only display things within a radius of 100 meters from the point where Zhao Hai entered the space, this range was not small. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he was in the main castle's living room, which wasn't too far from the courtyard. The courtyard shown on the screen wasn't very big. It was only a part of the inner castle's courtyard. However, from the screen, one could clearly see that there was a snake-shaped magic beast and a human-shaped undead creature in the courtyard. Merlin and the others had been paying attention to the situation on the screen. When they saw this, they couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Several of them moved forward and carefully looked at the scene on the screen. After a while, Merlin said with some uncertainty, "This is the inner castle's courtyard." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct, this is our inner castle's courtyard. Those 2 are the magic beasts that are still active in the courtyard. It seems that those magic beasts haven't left yet. We can't go out for the time being." Merlin excitedly looked at the screen and said, "This is a good thing. With this thing, young master, you'll be even safer. You won't have to be afraid of enemies attacking you." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, Merlin had always put his safety first. No matter what, the first thing that came to mind would always be his safety. Zhao Hai clicked on the screen again, and the screen once again returned to the 3-dimensional map. Zhao Hai pointed at the green dots on the 3-dimensional map and said to Merlin and the others, "The green dots on this map are all magic beasts. The density of magic beasts on this map is much less than yesterday. Seems that these magic beasts will be able to retreat in a few days." After that, he clicked on the living room's location, and the scene on the screen immediately changed back to the living room. The living room was now a mess. Almost everything was completely destroyed. Seeing the situation in the living room, Blockhead couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Zhao Hai's hand gently swiped on the screen, and in a short while, all the rooms in the main castle had been seen. Not a single room was spared. Almost all the things in the rooms had been destroyed by magic beasts or undead creatures. Merlin and the others' complexions weren't very good. When they first came to the castle, there was nothing in the castle. Now, all the daily necessities in the castle were brought by them. It can be said that in their hands, the castle had become more humane little by little. But now everything had been destroyed. In a short while, they had seen everything within 100 meters. After Zhao Hai returned the screen to the three-dimensional map, he turned to Merlin and the others and said, "Grandma Merlin, the situation outside is now like this. We'll have to rest in the space for a few days. During these few days, you should make arrangements for everyone and teach them how to read." Merlin nodded and said, "Rest assured, young master, I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In a moment I'll tidy up the warehouse. I saw that we also brought a lot of seeds commonly used in the continent. I want to try planting them in the space." Merlin stared blankly for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Young master, it's fine if we don't plant those things. Those are very common seeds. The grain yield isn't as high as corn, and the vegetables are also very common. They aren't magic vegetables. Because we know that in the Black Waste, only Iron Mountain can be planted. Therefore, we didn't buy those delicate seeds. Since we can't use them, we only bought the most common ones." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's see what kind of seeds we have first. In any case, it's a waste to leave them there. It's better to take them out and plant them." Merlin shook her head and said, "Young master, I don't agree with you taking out those seeds and planting them in the space right now. You should still plant a few more magic radishes in the space. After all, magic vegetables are more expensive than ordinary vegetables. They are also easier to sell. Right now, our Buda clan needs more funds. If you want to plant the seeds we sold, you can plant them in Iron Mountain. Those seeds are very good crops, so they don't need to occupy the space's land." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Grandma Merlin, I don't really want to plant those seeds in the space. You don't know, but the space has a special characteristic. Every time I bring something from the outside, something relatively special into the space will level up. Originally, the space only had 10 mu of land, but last time when I brought the black soil from the black soil and the lake water from the mountain into the space leveled up. Every time it leveled up, it gained 2 mu of land. So I want to try planting those seeds and see if the space can level up again. If it can, then the space's land area will once again increase, and we can plant even more things." When Merlin heard Zhao Hai's words, she froze for a moment before saying, "So it's like that. Then we can give it a try. Young master, when we harvest the magic radishes tomorrow, you can try planting those seeds. If the space can level up, then that would be the best." Zhao Hai nodded, then turned to Marin and said, "Grandma Marin, tomorrow morning, have them clean up the garbage in the space and put it in one place. When we leave the space, we'll take it out and deal with it." Marin nodded. Merlin nodded and said, "Okay, young master, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai glanced at the furnishings in the room and said, "Grandma Merlin, I think we should tidy up the things in the room and put in 2 beds. You guys can rest in the room so that you don't have to go out." Merlin shook her head and said, "No need, young master. We'd better go out and rest. Also, look after those slaves so that they don't destroy the crops in the space." Zhao Hai saw that Merlin really didn't want to stay, so he didn't say anything. He knew that Merlin and the others couldn't possibly rest in the same room as him, and Merlin absolutely wouldn't give in on this issue. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only turn his head and say, "Okay then. When I go out in a moment, take out a few beds from the warehouse. Oh right, how about I separate a room for you and Merlin? This way it'll be more convenient." Merlin didn't oppose this time. She also felt that sleeping in the open wasn't too good. Although the space was relatively a more enclosed space, one shouldn't forget that there were still more than 100 slaves here. Sleeping and waking up under the watchful eyes of more than 100 people, most likely not many people would be used to it. Zhao Hai still had a few straw mats that the slaves had woven. It was just enough to separate 2 small rooms for Merlin, Blockhead, and the others to rest inside. Although they couldn't make a roof, at least they wouldn't be seen getting up. Zhao Hai saw that Merlin didn't oppose, so he followed them out of the room. In this space, he had the final say. If he didn't take things out from the warehouse, Merlin and the others wouldn't be able to take anything from the warehouse. Zhao Hai and the others went outside and saw that the slaves had already woken up. Moreover, each one of them seemed to be more energetic. Zhao Hai didn't care. People would be very sleepy after eating, but they would be fine after a while. Anne immediately called the slaves over. Zhao Hai took out some wooden planks and separated 2 small rooms next to the straw hut. Each room had 3 large beds, one for Merlin, Meg, and Daisy, and the other for Blockhead, Rockhead, and Anne. The current conditions were simple and crude, so they could only do this. The reason why Zhao Hai let Daisy and Anne live with Merlin and Blockhead was actually to show that they were different from the other slaves. Although Daisy and Anne had become the Buda clan's servants and commoners, they would still work together with the other slaves. This would make the slaves feel that although they had become commoners, there was no change in them. This would dispel their extreme nature. In order to let the slaves see that Daisy and Anne were different from them, Zhao Hai made sure that Daisy and Anne were different from the other slaves. This way, the slaves would have a goal to strive for. This was actually a manager's strategy. Although Zhao Hai used to be an otaku and didn't manage people, one shouldn't forget that he was a fan of books. Although he read a lot of casual books, one couldn't deny that books were books. Even if they were casual books, there would still be some useful things in them. Everything that Zhao Hai knew, except for a small part that he learned in school, most of it came from reading those books. Although the things that he read in casual books weren't necessarily true, and sometimes were made up, one shouldn't forget that the books that Zhao Hai read were web novels. The biggest difference between web novels and traditional novels was that anyone could write them. People from all walks of life could write them, and the novels written by these people were sometimes very professional. And these kinds of books were often more interesting. Zhao Hai liked these kinds of books very much, and he could also learn a lot of useful things from them. After arriving in this other world, Zhao Hai felt as if he was living in those fantasy novels that he had read before, but here it was a lot more realistic. Zhao Hai knew that if he died here, then he would really die. This wasn't a game, it wasn't a dream, this was real life. Everyone would apply what they learned little by little in their life. Zhao Hai was no exception. Although he didn't know if what he learned was correct or not, he still had to try. Only in this way could he mature little by little, right? After everything was done, Merlin taught the slaves how to read for a while and arranged for everyone to go to sleep. The temperature in the space was very suitable. It was not too cold or too hot, so there was no need to cover themselves with a blanket when they slept. The slaves only had to lay a layer of blanket on the ground and could have a good sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai was woken up by the notification from the realm. He had to get up to collect and plant the radishes again. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to plant the seeds that Merlin and the others had bought, but he was too tired and only wanted to have a good sleep, so he chose to plant radishes. Otherwise, once the interspace leveled up, the commotion would be too big. Not only would he not need to sleep, but everyone in the interspace would also not need to sleep. When they woke up the next morning, not only the radishes, but even the corn was almost ripe. Perhaps it was because the space was too comfortable, but everyone got up a little late. Zhao Hai had heard the commotion outside, so he got up. When he came out, he saw that the slaves were already up and cooking under Merlin's organization. Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to them. Merlin immediately brought a basin of water to him for him to wash up. After washing up, Zhao Hai looked at the land in the interspace. Nothing had changed. He then walked to the place where the slaves cooked. There was nothing special, but suddenly Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. The place where the slaves cooked was too clean. There was the fried rice that the slaves threw away yesterday, but there was nothing there today. Something was wrong. Even if the slaves cleaned up this place, they couldn't have cleaned it up so cleanly, right? Zhao Hai turned to Meg, who was beside him, and said, "Meg, did Grandma Merlin get the slaves to clean up the garbage this morning?" Meg was stunned by Zhao Hai's question. She looked around at the clean grass and shook her head. "No, Grandma didn't let them work this morning." Zhao Hai nodded. He had a guess in his heart. He turned around and walked to the back of the house. This time, Meg didn't follow him because she knew what was behind the house. It was the toilet, and Zhao Hai was going to relieve himself. This time, Meg was really wrong. Zhao Hai wasn't going to relieve himself. They wanted to check out the toilet in the back to confirm their guess. When Zhao Hai walked into the toilet, he knew that his guess was correct. The space would refresh once a day, which meant that the space would refresh once a day to remove all the useless things and return the space to its original state. As for why the straw sheds they built didn't disappear, it might be because those straw sheds were useful things, so the space didn't wipe them out. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was having a headache over how to deal with the garbage in the realm, but he didn't expect the realm to solve it. Zhao Hai was in a good mood, so he went to the toilet. When he returned, Meg was waiting for him. She blushed when she saw Zhao Hai's happy face. She wanted to ask why he was so happy, but she didn't know how to ask. After all, Zhao Hai had just come out of the toilet. Zhao Hai didn't notice Meiji's reaction at all. He was in a good mood now. The ability of the realm to automatically get rid of garbage was really great. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the space being affected by garbage. When Zhao Hai woke up, Merlin was ordering the slaves to cook. Now that Zhao Hai had woken up, he naturally went into the thatched house to prepare breakfast for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to see what was going on outside, so he went into the house and turned on the screen to take a look. From the 3D map, the situation outside was getting better. There were not many demonic beasts within a 100-meter radius. Only a few green dots were still active. Zhao Hai looked at the green dots again to see what kind of magic beasts they were. To his surprise, the remaining less than 10 green dots were not magic beasts, but undead creatures. There were 3 human-shaped skeletons and a few magic beast-shaped skeletons. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand why the castle was filled with undead creatures, he wasn't in the mood to care. As long as the undead creatures were still around, the outside world wouldn't be safe. After turning off the computer, Zhao Hai went to the kitchen. He wanted to see what kind of breakfast Merlin had prepared for him. When he saw that Merlin had prepared pancakes for him, Zhao Hai was speechless. To be honest, he was not used to eating pancakes so early in the morning. When Merlin saw Zhao Hai standing beside him, he immediately said, "Young master, are you hungry? Don't worry, I'll be done in a minute." Grandma Merlin, you can just make some rice or congee tomorrow morning. You don't have to go through so much trouble to make pancakes, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Merlin was taken aback and immediately replied, how can that be? Mina is food for slaves. How can we let the young master eat it? Zhao Hai was speechless, but he knew that Merlin was speaking the truth. On the continent, he had never heard of a noble eating rice. In Adam's memory, he had never eaten rice before. Zhao Hai shook his head. Grandma Merlin, we don't know how many days we'll be in the dimension. The conditions here aren't like the castle. We can't make bread. We can't eat bread every day, right? It's fine to cook some rice. Besides, didn't you see it yesterday? The taste of the rice is still very good. Merlin did not say anything this time. She had seen the rice yesterday and had even tried a mouthful. It was really delicious. To be honest, she was a little greedy for that taste. In fact, she couldn't be blamed for this. Anyone who had been eating food like bread or pancakes since birth would eat a few more bowls when they suddenly had delicious rice. Merlin thought about it and agreed. The subspace was different from the outside. There was a stone oven in the kitchen of the castle outside, so she could make bread and desserts. However, she could not do that here. She could only make pancakes, which would be annoying if she ate pancakes for a few days. In the end, she could only nod and say, all right, we'll do as young master says. While Zhao Hai couldn't help but cheer. Compared to noodles, Zhao Hai preferred eating rice, especially the rice from yesterday. It was really delicious. After breakfast, Merlin went to teach the slaves how to read. Zhao Hai had also told Merlin that there was no need to clean up the garbage. He only needed to pile them to the side. Although Merlin did not understand what Zhao Hai meant, she still did as he said. Now she had unconditional trust in Zhao Hai. The reason why Merlin trusted Zhao Hai so much was because Zhao Hai had used this space to save all of them, and also because she had been in the space for too long and was affected by it. When Wood and Stone first entered the subspace, they had already followed Zhao Haiyan's every order and placed Zhao Hai at the top of their hearts. On the other hand, when Merlin first entered the subspace, he did not feel that way. Even if he did, it was not strong. That was because she was a mage and had strong mind power, so she was less affected than the others. However, after staying in the subspace for such a long time, Merlin was already completely affected by the subspace. He would not refute Zhao Hai's words. NBSB. Her non-refuting didn't mean that she would listen to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to do something dangerous, or if she thought it would harm him, she would stop him. The space only affected their faith and made them treat Zhao Hai as someone they swore loyalty to. It didn't affect their intelligence. On the contrary, it made them smarter. The slaves had already treated Zhao Hai as their #1 target of loyalty. They were slaves of the Buda family, and under the influence of the space, they only wanted to serve Zhao Hai. This change was invisible, so Zhao Hai didn't feel it. No one else felt it either. It wasn't just one person who was changing. Everyone was changing, so no one could feel it. When it was almost noon, the radishes ripened. Zhao Hai kept the radishes in the warehouse and immediately took out the seeds that Merlin and the others had bought. These seeds were divided into a few types. The most common ones were the seeds of some oil trees, which produced oil. These were also the ones that Grimm had specially bought, because these oil trees had very low requirements for the soil quality. Even in places with very bad soil quality, they could still live and had a very long lifespan. An oil tree could live up to a few hundred years, and from the planting of the seeds to the growth of the oil fruits, only 2 years were needed. For the future development of the Buda family, Grimm said, therefore, he had prepared a lot of seeds of the oil fruit trees. Although the price of oil was very cheap, it was a necessity for the people on the continent. According to Grimm's original plan, as long as these oil fruits were planted on the Iron Mountain, after 2 years, they would be able to collect a large number of oil fruits, process them into oil, and then buy them. This way, the Buda family would have a stable source of income. As for the remaining seeds, some of them were ordinary vegetable seeds, and some were used to fertilize the field. Even the cheapest magic vegetables on the continent, the Malai Sea, had very high requirements for the soil quality. Grimm knew that it was impossible to grow magic vegetables on the Iron Mountain, so he only bought some ordinary vegetable seeds. As for the fertilizer, it was something that Clint had specially bought. This fertilizer was called clovers, and it was a type of herb that grew once a year. It could be used as a pasture to feed low-level herbivorous magic beasts. Most importantly, this crop had a very strong fat effect. When harvesting, as long as the plant at the top was cut off, the root could be left in the soil and slowly become fertilizer, making the soil more fertile. It could be said that before Grimm came to the Black Dirt Wilderness, he had already thought about how to let the Buda family survive here, so he chose these seeds. They could plant oil trees in exchange for basic living expenses. Because the oil trees had a long life, it could be said that once planted, the Buda family would continue to benefit for the next few hundred years, and there was no need to invest too much. Then they would plant clovers in the middle of the trees. This way, they could slowly change the soil quality of the mountain. After a few years, they could plant other things and increase their income. At that time, Green and the others did not know that Zhao Hai had a cheating device like the spatial farm. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level 1, no redeeming qualities, not available for extraction. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level 1, no redeeming qualities, not available for extraction. Vegetable seed discovered. Appraisal level 1, no redeeming qualities, not available for extraction. Forage seed discovered. Appraisal level 0, equal to the forage in the space. Not available for extraction. Keep the seed. Fruit seed discovered. Appraisal level 4, extracting seed. Seed extraction complete. Seeds digitized. Can be purchased from the space. Because the host level isn't high enough, the oil fruit tree will be a 9-season crop. As soon as Zhao Hai took out the seeds, a series of prompts rang out. Then, except for the alfalfa seeds and the oil fruit tree seeds, the rest of the seeds disappeared in front of Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai patted his head and muttered, "This space is really overbearing. If the host level isn't high enough, then the seeds would disappear. Fortunately, the remaining ones are enough." It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was stunned by this series of prompts. Merlin and the others were even more confused. They didn't understand what level, what appraisal, and what extraction were. They only knew that half of the seeds disappeared in front of their eyes. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, another prompt came from the space. Space has reached level 5. Reward 1 bag of eggplant seeds. Planting area 2 mu. Host level has reached level 5, 1100 gold coins. Reclamation requirements met. Planting area 2 mu. Do you want to reclaim it immediately? Yes, no. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This confirmed his thoughts. If he wanted to level up the space, then the best way was to bring in things that the space didn't have. If he relied on the space to level up, then the speed would be too slow. He immediately said, "Reclaim the land." As soon as his voice fell, a white light flashed next to the cornfield. Before long, another 2 mu of land had been reclaimed. Zhao Hai also understood. Now in this space, besides the farmland, the other places were just like the background in the game. They couldn't be planted. If the background could be planted, then how good would that be? Host's level is not high enough. Level 30 is required to use the background land. Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't think that he could use the land in the background. As long as he reached the required level, he could use it. This was great. At this moment, Merlin walked to Zhao Hai's side and asked, "Young master, what are you going to plant on this new land?" Zhao Hai glanced at the 2 acres of land, then looked at the 10 acres of radish land that had just been harvested. He turned to Merlin and said, "Granny Merlin, I'm going to plant oil fruit trees on the 10 acres of land, and then plant corn on the 2 acres of land after harvesting the corn. What do you think?" Merlin stared blankly. Looking at the 10 acres of radish land, she couldn't help but hesitate. She knew that the radishes Zhao Hai was talking about were magic radishes. Originally, she wanted Zhao Hai to plant radishes, but she felt that Zhao Hai was right. They shouldn't plant radishes now. Otherwise, they would have too many radishes in their hands, so for a moment she was hesitant. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin and smiled. "Right now, we already have 3 seasons of radishes in our hands. That's 240,000 pounds of radishes. Even if we sell them, it's enough. Moreover, because of the impact of these radishes, I think the price of radishes will drop." However, oil fruit trees are different. Oil fruit trees can be extracted to produce fruit oil, which is a necessity for everyone on the continent. Even if there's an extra few 100,000 pounds, or even millions of pounds, it won't cause too much of an impact on the market. Most importantly, if we want to plant radishes, we'll need to spend money to buy seeds, but the seeds for oil fruit trees are readily available. When Merlin heard Zhao Hai's words, she quickly said, "All right, then we'll listen to the young master. We'll plant oil fruit trees." Zhao Hai nodded. "Plant oil fruit trees, 10 acres. As soon as his voice fell, the small shovel, bucket, and seeds on the ground immediately went to work. After all, oil fruit trees were a type of tree. Moreover, they had lived for a long time. Therefore, the area of the first fruit tree was very large, 10 acres of land. Zhao Hai calculated that there were only about 300 oil fruit trees planted. This number really wasn't a lot. After planting the oil fruit trees, Zhao Hai returned the remaining seeds to the space's warehouse. As for the 2 acres of land that Zhao Hai reclaimed, he didn't plant them. Now that the corn was about to mature, he wanted to wait for the corn to mature before planting them together. That way, when the time comes to harvest, he could harvest them together. In any case, he didn't lack time. Everyone stood there foolishly looking at Zhao Hai's performance. Such a large space, such a large plot of land, everything could be done with just a word from Zhao Hai. In the eyes of Merlin and the others, this was a miracle. After Zhao Hai finished, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Merlin and the others and said, "All right, everyone go do what you need to do. There's no need to worry about me." Everyone looked at him with worship in their eyes. Even Merlin was the same. Everything that happened in the space was too miraculous. Not to mention the slaves, even the experienced and knowledgeable Merlin had never heard of such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's eyes and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although he had recently started to take care of the Buda clan's matters, his nature was still that of an otaku. Otakus were always shy. Being looked at like this made him feel at a loss. Zhao Hai could only say that, Grandma Merlin, I'll go back to the hut and take a look at the situation outside. Then he turned around and entered the hut, closing the door. Merlin and Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but look at each other. Then they laughed. The two had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. Of course, they understood Adam even more. However, Adam wasn't shy. He simply didn't know what it meant to be shy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was completely different from Adam. Because he didn't have much contact with people before, he was very easily shy. This change made Merlin and Meg feel very amused. Zhao Hai returned to the hut and took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Then he went to the screen and turned it on, looking at the situation inside the castle. There were still magic beasts inside the castle. Zhao Hai didn't want to see what kind of magic beast it was, so he turned off the screen and laid down on the bed. The space's operation was really too simple. Most of the time, he didn't know what to do. This was because whether it was farming or plowing, as long as he willed it, the space would do it for him. Although this was very convenient, it also made him feel very bored. Outside the window, the sound of Merlin teaching the slaves how to read could be heard. Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but calm down. He felt as if he was inside the shack. Zhao Hai couldn't help but take out a miscellaneous book from the warehouse and seriously read it. After about 2 hours, the corn matured. Zhao Hai stored the corn in the warehouse and planted 4 acres of corn. Then he returned to the hut and continued reading. Zhao Hai knew that the oil fruit tree wouldn't mature as fast as the radishes. After all, it would take about 2 years for it to mature outside. But now that the seeds had been digitized, he estimated that he wouldn't have to wait 2 months for it to mature. He hadn't heard that the seeds in the space would take about 2 months to mature. The slowest one would take about 3 or 4 days. Zhao Hai had already made his preparations. In any case, the space didn't lack food and water. The radishes had already been harvested 3 times, which was more than enough. It would be better to plant some other crops. The other crops in the space might not be able to be sold outside. The economic value of alfalfa was also too low. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to plant the oil fruit tree. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, the corn matured 3 times. The oil fruit tree only grew, but it didn't start to bear fruit. During these 2 days, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the castle's situation. Although the magic beasts and undead couldn't be seen on the second day, Zhao Hai still didn't let Merlin go out to investigate. He was afraid that the magic beasts were still nearby. If Merlin and the others were discovered, although they might not necessarily be in danger, the magic beasts might not leave. Then they would have to stay in the space for a long time. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want Merlin and the others to stay in the space, but in any case, the castle was their home. Sooner or later, they would have to go out. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the mood of the slaves wasn't very good. Although they could learn how to read and write in the space, they didn't have to work every day. In addition to learning how to read and write, the only thing they had to do was to eat. This made them feel very uncomfortable. They always felt that they had nothing to do. They felt very sorry for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't notice this point. When he had nothing to do, he would read books. The teaching matters were handed over to Merlin and the others. Instead, it was Merlin who discovered this point. She found that the slaves weren't concentrating on their studies these past 2 days. Each and every one of them seemed to be in low spirits. Merlin didn't know what was going on, but when she asked the slaves, they didn't say anything. In the end, Merlin had no choice but to let Daisy inquire about it. Only then did she find out the reason. During dinner, Daisy told Merlin and the others about the situation. Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter, but now that he heard about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Merlin wasn't in the mood to eat. To be honest, she wanted to go out more than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's space was magical, but there was no feeling of home here. Merlin still wanted to go back to the castle. She always felt that the castle was the Buda clan's home. No matter what, it was a permanent fief of the Buda clan. After the meal, Zhao Hai had Merlin stay in the house and asked her to help him cook some tea. While drinking the tea, Zhao Hai said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, what do you think we should do now? How can we let the slaves learn to read with peace of mind?" Merlin thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, do you really want to listen to my opinion?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "Of course, Grandma Merlin. You have always been in charge of people in the Buda clan. I have never been in charge of people before, so in this aspect, I don't have your experience." These words made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand, so he said, "Grandma Merlin, you mean I should be stricter to the slaves?" "Why?" Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, you should know that a leader doesn't only have a gentle side, he also has a strict side. If he is too gentle, his subordinates will think that he is easy to bully. Of course, the slaves won't have this kind of situation, but they will think that you are too good to them and they didn't do that well. Therefore, they will feel sorry for you, and when they learn to read, they won't be able to raise their spirits. This is because in their view, working for us is their value and learning to read is our reward for them. Now that we are only giving them a reward and not letting them do anything, they will feel uneasy." Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't think about this. Zhao Hai thought that the slaves should be like the students on Earth. To be honest, no student would treat learning as a reward. Everyone wished that they could only go to 2 classes a week and rest for 5 days. Zhao Hai had always neglected a problem. In this world, almost all technology and knowledge were closed to the slaves. Slaves were only used to work, and in the eyes of some nobles, slaves weren't people. Merlin nodded in relief. She understood what Zhao Hai meant. Yes, it was undeniable that Zhao Hai was really outstanding now. At least in her eyes, Zhao Hai was outstanding. However, she had to admit that Zhao Hai still had a lot to learn. Zhao Hai sat there for a while, thinking about how to deal with this situation. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had never dealt with such a situation before. After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai stood up and let out a long breath. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let's go out. I want to meet these people." Merlin nodded. The two of them went out of the hut and walked to the front of the slaves. The slaves were now practicing writing on the grass. They pulled the grass aside, revealing the soil below, and then used corn stalks to write on the soil. However, Zhao Hai saw that these slaves seemed to be somewhat listless. It was very different from the excited appearance when they first learned to write. Zhao Hai calmly walked over and said calmly, "Everyone stop." When the slaves saw that Zhao Hai had come, they immediately put down the corn stalks in their hands and knelt on the ground to salute Zhao Hai. However, this time Zhao Hai didn't let them stand up like before. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "I heard that you weren't serious when learning to write these days." His voice wasn't very loud and it was very calm. However, the slaves couldn't help but tremble. They immediately said in unison, "Please punish us, master." Zhao Hai coldly said, "You haven't understood one thing. Teaching you how to write isn't just a reward for you, but also a way for you to serve our Buda clan. Even if you're stupid, you should understand the Buda clan's current situation. The Buda clan needs each and every one of you to do your best to serve it. This is the greatest effort you can muster, do you understand? But what ability do you have now? Aside from doing some manual labor, what else can you do? What skills do you have? What specialties do you have? If I give you a book, how many words can you read? You don't know anything right now. If I can control those undead, then one undead is equivalent to 10 of you. Moreover, I don't need to waste food to feed them. In terms of strength, you can't compare to horses. Why would I want you to not have horses? Because you can learn to read, but horses can't. As long as you learn to read, you can better serve the Buda clan. If it's just for manual labor, why would I let you learn to read? Don't tell me you don't want to learn to read because you don't want to better serve the Buda clan." All the slaves were trembling as they knelt there. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had spoken such harsh words to them. They were really scared. Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths, calming his emotions. Then he said, "I said that if you do well, I can restore your commoner status. But do you think that if I give you commoner status, you can live a good life? Wrong. If you don't have the ability, even if you are a commoner, you will still be the lowest commoner. You have to remember that my Buda clan needs people with ambition, people who want to live a good life, not people who only want to eat and wait for death." Then Zhao Hai looked at Chrysanthemum and said, "A lot of you want to know why I restored Chrysanthemum's commoner status. She only knows how to weave grass, and there are a lot of you who know how to weave grass. Some of you even know how to weave grass. Some of you even know how to weave grass. But why did I restore Chrysanthemum's commoner status? Let me tell you, because Chrysanthemum dared to stand up and say that she can. She wants to change her life. She wants to live a better life. She wants her brother to be saved. She wants her brother's child to become a commoner, to have a fair opportunity to receive an education instead of relying on rewards. I hope that you can learn from Chrysanthemum. I hope that one day when you see me, you will only bow to me and only call me young master, not master. The Buda clan needs 100 dedicated people to serve the clan, not 100 slaves. Do you understand?" All the slaves knelt there and loudly said, "Understood, master." These slaves were now very excited. This was the first time that a noble had said such words to them. This was the first time that someone saw them as humans, the first time that someone wanted them to become humans. Although Zhao Hai was angry at them, their hearts didn't have a bit of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were full of gratitude and reverence towards Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had planted a seed in their hearts, a seed of inextinguishable self-improvement. After Zhao Hai listened to them, he nodded and said, "Stand up. I don't like people always kneeling in front of me. Remember, properly learn how to write. This is not a reward, but an order." The slaves said in unison, "Yes, master." Then they stood up. Although these slaves had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, when they stood up, their bodies had an additional temperament. The previous wilted appearance seemed to have disappeared, and their bodies seemed to be full of strength. Merlin smiled as she stood behind Zhao Hai. Her eyes were full of gratification. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would do so well today. It was even better than what she had imagined. Not only did he give the slaves a show of strength, but he also made them full of gratitude towards him. Merlin was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves who stood up straight and nodded. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't just study every day. If you do that, your brain will become numb and you won't be able to remember anything." Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what to do. This isn't the first time I've taught students." Zhao Hai laughed and turned to walk towards the thatched hut. Blockhead and Rockhead followed behind Zhao Hai. This time, Meg didn't follow Merlin, but followed Zhao Hai with a look of admiration. Meg felt that Zhao Hai was really too handsome today. When he was talking, his body seemed to be glowing, and there was an inexplicable force that attracted her gaze, making her eyes unable to leave Zhao Hai for a second. Zhao Hai returned to the hut, but he let out a long breath. His words just now had been prepared before he said them. Even where to pause and what kind of expression to use at that time, he had planned them in advance. Of course, he was also a little emotional at the end, so his performance was more realistic. But it was undeniable that these words had been planned. Meg followed Zhao Hai into the hut. When she saw Zhao Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but smile. She really liked staying by Zhao Hai's side more and more now. It was as if Zhao Hai had a power that could calm her mind, giving her a feeling of tranquility, peace, and ease. Zhao Hai noticed that there was someone behind him. He was stunned, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Meg. Zhao Hai was little embarrassed. He was an otaku and didn't have much contact with girls before. The last time Meg hugged him, he didn't know what to say to Meg for the next few days. Now that he saw Meg standing behind him, he didn't know what to do. Zhao Hai was at a loss as to what to do. "Ah, Meg, why did you come in? What's the matter?" Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, and the smile on her face became bigger. She immediately smiled and said, "What's wrong? Young master, can I come in?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "You can, of course you can. You can come in at any time. Sit down and drink some tea." Meg looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, that tea was prepared for you. I don't dare to drink it. Otherwise, mother will scold me." Zhao Hai quickly said, "No, it's my treat. It's fine." Megger looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. She really didn't expect a person's personality to become so big. Adam used to be an arrogant, outgoing, and big-hearted idiot. The current Zhao Hai was an introverted, calm, and meticulous big boy. She liked the current Zhao Hai more. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do when Meg didn't say anything. He could only say, "Then you can sit anywhere you want. I'll go check out the situation outside." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the screen on the bed. He turned on the screen and looked at the situation outside. The 3D map of the castle appeared again, but there were no more green dots. Zhao Hai had not seen any green dots on the map since yesterday. Seeing that there were no green dots on the map, Zhao Hai was too lazy to look at it anymore. He had already seen the state of the castle's destruction clearly over the past few days, so he did not want to look at it. Zhao Hai sighed. He was prepared to wait for 2 more days. If the green dots still did not appear on the map, he would let Merlin and the rest go out and see if the magical beasts had retreated. Meg was standing beside Zhao Hai, also looking at the screen. She had learned how to look at the screen in the past few days, but she couldn't operate it. She could only operate it with Zhao Hai's permission. Just like the other things in this space, no one could operate it without Zhao Hai's permission. Wood tried to pick up the small shovel and the bucket, but the result was that the two things seemed to be nailed to the ground. Even with Wood's strength, they couldn't move at all. Meg also knew that the green dots on the map were magical beasts. They had been very concerned about the situation outside these days, so she knew that there had been no magical beasts on the screen since yesterday. At that time, Merlin wanted to go out and take a look, but Zhao Hai stopped him. Merlin did not object too much. She knew what Zhao Hai was worried about. However, seeing that there was still no green dot on the map, Meg was a little anxious. She said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, there are probably no more magical beasts outside. Let me go out and take a look. I'm fast, so there won't be any danger." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not the time yet. The demonic beasts have just disappeared. They might still be wandering around in the wilderness. If they sense that there are creatures in the castle, they might rush back to the castle. If that happens, we will be in more trouble. It's better to stay in the origin space for 2 more days. It's safer that way." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Meg couldn't insist anymore and nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something and immediately looked at the screen. "Young master, why is there a red dot on it?" Zhao Hai, who was not paying attention to the screen, did not notice the red dot. However, Meg did. A small red dot appeared on the screen, and it was moving very fast. Zhao Hai understood that the dot was moving very fast in the room of the main castle. This made Zhao Hai stunned because he had never encountered such a situation. Zhao Hai immediately tapped on the screen, but the red dot was moving too fast. Zhao Hai couldn't reach it, so he tapped on the living room and waited there to see what the red dot was. Meg's eyes were also fixed on the screen, and she would look up from time to time. There was a miniature 3-dimensional image from which she could see the direction of the red dot. The red dot was now moving on the 3rd floor, and its movement was very regular. It was checking every room, but it was very fast. A while later, the red dot came down from the 3rd floor and quickly moved toward the living room. Zhao Hai and Meg immediately focused on the living room. They wanted to see how fast the red dot was. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the screen, and a person suddenly appeared. Zhao Hai and Meg were stunned for a moment, but when they saw this person, they were delighted. This person was none other than Green, who had been missing for a few days. Seeing that it was Green, Meg couldn't help but cheer. She grabbed Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Young master, it's Grandpa. Grandpa is back. He's looking for us." Zhao Hai nodded his head. With a thought, a misty spatial rift appeared in front of Grimm. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Grimm, come in quickly." Clint was extremely anxious. He had already been back in the Black Earth Wilderness for 2 days. This time, when he left the Black Earth Wilderness, he had arrived at the Duchy of Versailles. This was a duchy under the Arcas Empire, and its Grand Duke was Ivan Versailles. The duchy's area was not very large, but because it was backed by the Black Earth Wilderness, it posed no threat. Therefore, it was developing very well, and its economy was very developed. It was one of the most developed areas in the Arcas Empire. Naturally, Grand Duke Ivan was one of the most powerful Grand Dukes in Arcas. What was worth mentioning was that the Versailles family and the Buda family had a very secretive relationship. Even now, Adam Buda was still engaged to the pearl in the palm of Grand Duke Ivan's hand, the future Grand Duchess, Ryan Versailles. Ryan was currently Adam Buda's fiancé, which was also Zhao Hai's fiancé. However, everyone on the continent could see that the Versailles family could no longer acknowledge this marriage. Everyone understood that there was no true friendship or love between nobles. Even the marriage between Adam and Ryan was more of a marriage plan for political purposes. Therefore, when the Buda family was in trouble, Grimm did not ask for help from the Versailles family. The Versailles family also chose to forget about the Buda family. Even when the Buda family passed through the Versailles Duchy and entered the Black Soil Wilderness, the Versailles family did not come forward to meet with Grimm and the others. Grimm had never thought of meeting with the Versailles family. He knew that the Versailles family was already taking care of them by not kicking them when they were down. However, Grimm had to acknowledge that the Versailles family's territory was really well managed. It was also because of this that although the Versailles family's territory was not large, it had already become a duchy. If the development of the territory was good, the living standard of the ordinary civilians would be relatively higher, and it would be easier to sell magic vegetables. Therefore, Grimm had to travel too far and really came to the Duchy of Versailles. There, he found a big magic vegetable supplier and discussed the price of the radishes with him. 80,000 jin of radishes was not a small amount, but it was impossible to use 80,000 jin of radishes to impact the market of a country, even if the country was just a small duchy. But now, Zhao Hai and the others did not just have 80,000 caddies of radishes. If Zhao Hai wanted to, he could plant and harvest 3 seasons of radishes a day. In other words, he could harvest 240,000 caddies of radishes a day. 240,000 caddies a day. What kind of concept was this? As long as Zhao Hai continued to collect radishes like this for a month, he would have enough to feed everyone in the Arcas Empire. This was what troubled Grimm. He knew too little about Zhao Hai's space, so he could only try to maximize the benefits of radish. The magical vegetable supplier he was looking for this time was a famous merchant on the entire continent. Its business spanned half of the continent, the Macadal Trading Company. The Magicide firm was a well-known magnate in daily necessities on the continent, and magical vegetables were also their main business. Their family business was very big, and even the average great noble would not dare to offend him. Originally, the Macadera family would not have set their eyes on a small business like Grimm's, which only weighed a few tens of thousands of caddies. However, there was one thing that made the Macadera family pay more attention to Grimm, and that was the quality of the radishes. The radishes produced on the mainland, which were also called malaigu, were not very big and had a spicy taste. They were not very delicious. However, the white radishes produced by the realm did not have that taste. They were straight and fat, but they were crispy and sweet, making people unable to stop eating. To quote an internet slang, the products of the realm must be of the highest quality. It was precisely the quality of the radishes that allowed Grimm to reach an agreement with the Marchiders. The radishes in Grimm's hands would be sold to the Marchiders at 80 of the market price. Every month, the Marchiders would be able to purchase 200,000 caddies, and this was only the minimum amount. If they were able to buy good quality radishes in the future, they could purchase even more. As soon as the deal was done, Grimm heard a piece of news from the mercenaries of the Duchy of Versailles. There was a riot of magical beasts in the rotten swamp. This news made Grimm's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. He immediately rushed back to the Black Dirt Wastelands, but there were too many magical beasts and undead creatures there. He couldn't enter the castle's range. Grimm's heart was on fire as he waited for 2 days on the outskirts of the Black Earth Wilderness. These 2 days he was like an ant on fire, anxious to the point of going crazy, but there was nothing he could do. It was not that Grimm and the others did not know that the magical beasts in the Rotten Corpse Swamp would break out. It was just that they had been active in the capital of the Arcas Empire before, so they did not know much about the situation in the Black Earth Wilderness. In addition, the Black Earth Wilderness was a dead land, and not many people would come here, so everyone did not pay enough attention to it. The information they had was also vague. They only knew that the magical beasts in the Rotten Corpse Swamp would break out once every 10 or 20 years. It had been 2 years since the last outbreak of magical beasts in the Rotten Corpse Swamp. Therefore, everyone, including Grimm and the rest of the people on the continent, thought that it was a safe period. Because of this, Grimm did not put too much effort into the castle's defense. When he heard that there was an outbreak of magical beasts in the rotten swamp, he felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. He was afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would be in trouble. If anything happened to Zhao Hai and the others, the Buda family would be finished. I've been busy at home recently, so the updates are a little slow. Please don't be anxious. I'm still adjusting and will definitely speed up the updates. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, there were still some magical beasts and undead creatures wandering around the Black Dirt Wastelands. However, Grim couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to know the situation of Zhao Hai and the others, so he sneaked into the castle. Fortunately, there were no more magic beasts or undead creatures in the castle. Those magic beasts and undead creatures couldn't break through the iron gate of the castle, and they couldn't tear down the castle walls. However, they still managed to climb into the castle, destroy everything in the castle, and then climb out. It was undeniable that the strength of the magical beasts was more than a level higher than the wild beasts on Earth. Even the most common magical beast was not comparable to the wild beasts on Earth. Even the lions and tigers on Earth would starve to death on the Ark continent. Grim's heart dropped to the freezing point when he saw that everything in the castle had been destroyed. However, he was not an ordinary person. When he was young, he had followed Adam's grandfather to the battlefield. Later, he had followed Adam's father to the battlefield. He had rich combat experience. Coupled with his meticulous mind, he quickly discovered that something was wrong. There were no traces of battle in the castle, not at all. Although the things in the castle were badly damaged, Grim could still see that there was not a single trace of blood in the castle. It was as if the people in the castle had suddenly disappeared, and the magical beasts could only destroy the things in the castle to vent their anger. In order to confirm his own thoughts, Grim carefully looked at every room in the castle and finally found that it was really like this. The people in the castle really seemed to have suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a spatial crack appeared in the living room. Zhao Hai's voice came, "Grandpa Grim, come in quickly." Grim was stunned for a moment, but he still immediately entered the hole that was blocked by the fog. He could not see the inside clearly because he had no other choice. As soon as he entered the space, Grim was stunned. He was now at the edge of the oil tree field. The oil trees had begun to bear fruit, but they were not ripe yet. The slaves were also at the edge of the field, writing seriously. Merlin was right beside the slaves. She did not know that Green had returned. Ehai and Meg had been in the house the whole time and called Green in as soon as they saw him. No one else knew about it. When Merlin saw that Grim had returned, he immediately went up to him and said, "Grim, you're back." Grim looked around in a daze and turned to Merlin. "Merlin, what is this place?" Merlin smiled. "This is the young master's space. It's the young master's territory. The demonic lyra that the young master gave you was grown here." At this moment, Zhao Hai and the others also walked out. Zhao Hai quickly walked to Green's side, opened his arms, and gave Green a big hug. He then released Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you're finally back." "Yes, young master, I'm back," Grim replied with a smile. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Quick, let's go inside and talk." After he finished speaking, he walked into the grass hut. After entering the hut, Zhao Hai briefly explained the situation of this space to Grim. Grim's eyes lit up as he listened. Of course, he also understood what this space meant to the Buda family. After Zhao Hai finished, Green said excitedly, "That's great, young master. With this space, there's hope for our Buda family's revival." Zhao Hai laughed and took a sip of the kia. He then said to Ji Lin, "Grandpa Grim, what did you get from this trip? Have we sold all our radishes?" "Radish." Grim was stunned. Zhao Hai smiled. "Radish is the demonic raider. I'm used to calling it radish. How about it? Have you found a buyer?" Green smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I've already found it. It's the Magaldur Trading Company. They have agreed to buy the 80,000 pounds of Malala that we have. If their business gets better in the future, they can consume about 200,000 pounds of Malala every month, and it may be higher." "That's great. What's the price?" Zhao Hai slapped his thigh. "The market price for 8 floors, Grim replied with a smile. Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, this price had already exceeded his expectations. He had thought that it would be good enough for the 6th floor to be sold at the market price. They were buying it in bulk, not in bulk. Zhao Hai then pointed to the oil fruit trees outside and said, "These oil trees are about to ripen, and we can still get a large amount of oil. Will the Magaldur Trading Company accept it?" Green smiled and said, "Yes, they will definitely accept it." However, the Magaldur Trading Company pays a lot of attention to the quality of their products. They want our Malala because of its good quality. As long as our fruit oil is of good quality, they will definitely want it. Zhao Hai nodded, then frowned. "Grandpa Green, I forgot to ask. How's the situation outside? Are there any other magical beasts roaming the black soil wasteland?" Grim's brows furrowed as he nodded. "There's more, but the number has decreased by a lot. I suggest that we hide here for a few days. If we go out and attract a large number of magical beasts, it will be troublesome." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Megar smiled and said to Green, "Grandfather, young master has been thinking this for a long time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Look, this is the magical thing that allows us to see the situation in the castle. Young master and I also discovered your return through this thing." Meg pointed at the screen as she spoke. She was now even more amazed by the magic of the screen, because it could tell whether a person was friend or foe. Grim walked to the screen curiously. Zhao Hai followed suit and demonstrated to Grim how to use the screen. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the space. The oil fruit has ripened. Please collect it as soon as possible. Zhao Hai and the others were stunned, but they immediately walked out of the house and looked at the oil fruit farm. The oil fruit tree had been planted for 4 days and was finally ripe. This oil fruit was like the kiwis on Earth. The greenish-gray skin did not have as many bristles on it. The skin was smooth and the size was much larger. It was the size of a human fist. Inside was the greenish-yellow flesh that was very juicy. However, unlike other flesh, the juice in the flesh was the fruit oil that Zhao Hai and the others were using. From this, one could see how high the oil extraction rate of the oil fruit was. However, Grim and the others were a little surprised. They knew very well that the oil fruits on the mainland were not so large. Looking at the mysterious oil fruits on the tree, they could roughly estimate the output of this oil fruit tree. It was definitely not low. However, Zhao Hai knew that even though there were many fruits on these trees, they were all digitized. The total weight of the first oil fruit was limited. It would not be too much or too little. This oil fruit tree could produce about 1,500 caddies of oil fruit. And now, there were 300 oil trees planted in the oil fruit field, which meant that these oil trees could produce about 450,000 caddies of oil fruits. The output of oil from oil fruits had always been very high. If the oil production of 450,000 jin of oil fruits was direct, it could produce about 300,000 jin of oil, which was not a low amount. However, although oil nuts were harvested in 9 seasons, it would take them at least 2 days to ripen again after 1 season. In other words, they would not be able to harvest the next season until 2 days later. Zhao Hai had calculated that it would take them almost 1 month to harvest all the oil nuts from planting to the end of the season. However, they could extract about 2.7 million jin of oil from the oil nuts. Although he was calculating all these things in his head, Zhao Hai still said in a deep voice, "Collect the oil fruits." The basket flew out and the oil fruits entered the basket. This was the first time Grim had seen such a scene and he was amazed. One must know that this oil fruit was really too useful. Other than being able to extract oil, the remaining oil residue was also very good food and could be used to feed many magic beasts. There was an advantage to growing this kind of seasonal crop. After harvesting, you didn't need to plant any more in the field. You just needed to harvest them. After collecting the oil fruits, Zhao Hai and the rest went back into the house. Jelen said impatiently, "Young master, how many oil fruits did we get this time?" "It's about 450,000 caddies. There are a total of 300 fruit trees, and the first one has a yield of about 1,500 caddies," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Grim and the others lowered their heads and counted, looking at how much oil could be extracted from these pieces. After a while, Grim said, "That is to say, we can extract about 300,000 jin of fruit oil this time. My God, the yield of this fruit tree is really too high." Grim knew that the oil trees on the big trees could only produce about 1,000 caddies of fruit at most, but the ones in the space could produce 1,500 caddies. There was an additional 500 caddies of fruit, which was not a small number. Zhao Hai smiled. "However, the fruit trees here have been digitized by the space, so we can only harvest them 9 times at most. However, the yield the first time will be the same. We can harvest them in 2 days next time." Grim stood up excitedly and stomped back and forth on the ground as he said, "Harvest 9 times and harvest 2 days later, which means it takes 2 days for it to ripen once. 9 o'clock is about 18 days. 1 time is 300,000 jin of oil. 9 times is 2.7 million jin. 1 jin of oil is 1 copper coin, and 2.7 million jin is 2.7 million copper coins, which is equivalent to 2,700 gold coins. This is already a lot." Zhao Hai was stunned by Grim's words. He had never thought that the fruit oil would be so cheap on the mainland. It was even cheaper than the radish. It seemed that this thing was not worth it. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the amount of fruit oil consumed on the mainland every day was an astronomical figure. The amount of oil he consumed in the big market was not even a shadow to be seen. When you have nothing to do, you can go to the book review section to take a look. Ming Ming has a habit of replying to the book reviews and comments every once in a while. She will reply to almost all the comments that you can see. If you have any thoughts, you can communicate with Ming Ming there. Don't worry, Ming Ming will see it. Indeed, it was more profitable to plant radishes than to plant oil trees. The profits of the two parties were not even on par. A season of radishes could be bought for 8,000 gold coins, while the monthly gross output of an oil tree was only 2,700 gold coins. However, one shouldn't forget that this time, the magic dare firm that Grim had contacted was already one of the few large trading firms on the continent, and they could at most digest about 400,000 pounds of radishes every month. They couldn't afford any more. After all, for the people on the continent, a silver coin for a pound of radishes was still something that many people couldn't afford. In other words, Zhao Hai only needed to plant 5 seasons worth of radishes every month, and it would be enough for their monthly consumption. They wouldn't be able to buy any more. 5 seasons worth of radishes was just a matter of 40 hours to Zhao Hai, which was less than 2 days. What should they plant in the remaining time? Using the space to grow the ordinary vegetables on the continent. Don't even think about it. Once the vegetable seeds enter the space, they will be cleared out immediately. You have no way to plant them. Plant the vegetable seeds in the space. Zhao Hai still did not know which of these vegetables could be sold at a good price on the mainland. Even if those vegetables were like radishes, they were considered magical vegetables on the mainland. However, if there were no such vegetables on the mainland, it would take a certain amount of time for the people on the mainland to accept them. Moreover, the demand for these vegetables would not be large. It would be better to plant oil trees. Cooking on the mainland required oil. In addition, fruit oil was very cheap. Ordinary people might not be able to afford meat, but they could definitely afford oil. Such families were often civilians who had to engage in heavy physical labor and needed more nutrients. Therefore, fruit oil became their first choice. The daily consumption of fruit oil on the mainland was an astronomical figure. Therefore, fruit oil was a sustainable industry, although the profit was not as much as radish. However, it would also make most of the nobles envious. A monthly income of 2,700 gold coins was a very shocking number. Even a small dukedom might not be able to collect so much in a month. It must be known that the purchasing power of gold coins on the mainland was still very shocking. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin could buy 500 grams of fruit oil or 500 grams of rice. Rice and oil were still very cheap on the mainland. Fruit oil was because of its high production, while rice was usually eaten by slaves. Now many commoners were eating rice. For Zhao Hai and the others, their monthly living expenses were not much. Even if they gave the slaves good food every day, they only needed about 100 gold coins. They could have a net savings of 2,600 gold coins. Furthermore, they could still buy 5 seasons of radishes. Even if they could not get 8,000 gold coins for each season, they could at least get 6,000. 5 seasons of radishes would be 30,000 gold coins. In other words, Zhao Hai's realm could generate a net profit of 32,000 gold coins for them every month. This was an astonishing amount. Of course, Zhao Hai was still not satisfied with this. He was used to Radish's ability to earn thousands of gold coins per season. After spending so much effort to earn only 2,000 gold coins per month, Zhao Hai was not interested in it. However, Green was thinking this way. After he found out about the characteristics of the farm, he connected it to what Zhao Hai had asked him to find out. He understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai wanted the planting and farming industries to develop together. The radish leaves could be used to feed the blue-eyed rabbit, but don't forget that the blue-eyed rabbit couldn't just eat the radish leaves. Sometimes it also needed to add some ingredients, and the oil residue left from the oil fruit was one of the best fodder. When the time came, they would not only use the oil residue to feed the blue-eyed rabbit, but also some other magical beasts, which were more common than the horses and cattle on the continent. The horses and cows that were fed with this kind of oil residue were very strong, so as long as it was an oil-producing land, it would be a good place for producing horses. Although the horses produced by them were ordinary horses and not high-level magic beasts like the flame horse, the horses were very strong and very popular. In addition, the oil residue could not only be used to feed magical beasts such as horses and cattle, but also some water-type magical beasts like to eat this kind of oil residue. This way, the fish-raising industry could also be established, and this additional industry could bring them huge profits. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Green was so excited. He walked around the house a few times before stopping. He took 2 deep breaths and suddenly laughed out loud. Zhao Hai and the others understood why Green was laughing. It was because Green had been holding it in for too long. If Zhao Hai had felt great pressure ever since he woke up, Green had always been under great pressure. He and Merlin had watched the Buda family go from glory to decline. They had thought that the Buda family would slowly die out from then on. If it were not for this thought, he would not have exchanged all the money in his hands for supplies. Although Zhao Hai had changed for the better, Green was still worried about the Buda family's lack of a stable source of income. This was a fatal weakness for the family. However, after understanding this space, all of Grimm's worries disappeared at once. He felt that a sun had suddenly appeared in his dark life, a sun that was shining brightly, sweeping away the haze in his heart. Zhao Hai and the others did not stop Green. They knew that Green needed to vent his anger. He was too happy. After a while, Green finally calmed down. He walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, after we get out, we will immediately send the Malala to the Macadal Trading Company. Then we will use the money to buy some things that we need. Collect these oil fruits. Oil extraction requires machines, and we have to buy those things." Zhao Hai nodded, "I know that. But Grandpa Grimm, we have a big problem to solve now. It is the magical beasts and the rotten corpse swamp. Even if we have a good plan, we can't hide in this space forever. We still have to go out and develop our territory. But what if we are attacked by those magical beasts the moment we go out? What should we do? Grim calmed himself down. He frowned and stomped his feet in the room. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. All their plans were in vain. They were like bubbles in the air that would not disappear with the wind. If they were attacked by magical beasts as soon as they went out, they would not be able to protect themselves, let alone develop. But how could he solve this problem? Although Grim was confident in his skills, he knew that it was impossible for them to conquer the rotten corpse swamp. For so many years, countless experts had appeared on the continent, but the 5 forbidden lands were still the 5 forbidden lands. They had never been conquered by anyone. From this point, one could see the power of the 5 forbidden lands. However, after walking around for a few rounds, Grim could not come up with any good ideas. He sighed impatiently and sat down at the table. The ambition he had just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Zhao Hai was also at a loss as to what to do. The continent's 5 great forbidden zones were notorious, and no one was confident of being able to escape unscathed. Besides, they were not going to enter the rotten corpse swamp, but the demonic beast's attack was enough to make them feel extremely distressed. After all, they were still too weak. Seeing Green's depressed mood, Zhao Hai could only say, "Grandpa Green, you should tell us about the situation outside." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the screen. Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed when he saw the green dot on the 3D map. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and walked to the screen. Green and the others also noticed Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai did not immediately look at the situation in the castle. Instead, he carefully counted the green dots on the screen. There weren't many green dots on the screen, only a dozen or so, but they had just appeared without a doubt because the green dots had disappeared for 2 days. Merlin and the rest were also staring at the screen. Meg said, "What's going on? Why did these things appear again?" "There's nothing to be surprised about," Grim said in a deep voice. "When I came to the castle, there were still many magical beasts and undead creatures wandering in the black wasteland. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't wait, I wouldn't have taken the risk to rush in. Those things might have come after me." Zhao Hai nodded and tapped on the screen. The inner castle's courtyard appeared on the screen once again. It was also the place with the most green dots. The scene on the screen changed to the courtyard with more than a dozen undead creatures. That's right, the screen was filled with undead creatures and no demonic beasts. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the situation. He remembered that it was the same 2 days ago. The last to leave the screen was not demonic beasts but undead creatures. What was going on? Zhao Hai took a closer look at the screen and confirmed that his judgment was correct. He then said, "Grandpa Grim, why are there undead creatures here?" "I also saw it 2 days ago. The undead creatures left in the end. What's going on?" Grim did not speak, but Merlin said, "There's nothing strange about that, young master. The undead creatures have a near-crazy desire for fresh flesh and blood. They can smell and feel the presence of living creatures in many places. When Grim came to the castle from the Black Earth Wilderness, he was naturally discovered by the undead creatures. In this aspect, even magical beasts can't compare to the undead creatures." Zhao Hai nodded and pulled the scene into the living room. There was also an undead creature wandering there. It was in the shape of a crocodile and was more than 10 meters long. However, it was now just a skeleton. It was wagging its head and tail in the living room. Its bones glowed with a green light and looked very scary. This was Zhao Hai's first time looking at an undead creature so seriously. He really didn't know how it was formed. Although there were many legends about zombies on Earth, they were just legends. However, this one in front of him was real. The skeletal frame of the giant crocodile was swaggering around the hall. It looked like a real crocodile. It was made of bones, and its tail was like a steel whip. Every time it waved, it would leave a mark on the wall. The wall was made of iron ore, which was as hard as steel. What caught Zhao Hai's attention the most were the 2 eyes of the skeleton. They flickered with green flames, as terrifying as will-o'-the-wisps. After comparing it to the wall next to it, Zhao Hai calculated that the creature was at least 15 meters long and 3 meters tall. If it extended its claws, it would be about 5 meters wide. If it was not for the large gate of the main castle, it would not have been able to climb into the hall. Zhao Hai swiped the screen a few more times. There were only a few magical beasts in the main castle. Other than the giant crocodile, there was only an undead creature that looked like a rat skeleton upstairs. Zhao Hai turned the screen back to the living room and looked at the crocodile skeleton. He said to Green, "Grandpa Green, can you make a rough estimate of this thing's combat power?" Green nodded and said, "This isn't a high-level magic beast. It should be an undead creature transformed from a shallow water poisonous crocodile. Its combat power isn't very strong, only about the standard of a grade 4 magic beast. But now it is an undead creature. It isn't afraid of death and won't die easily. In addition, its bones are poisoned, so even a grade 5 warrior like Wood and Stone wouldn't have any advantage when fighting with it." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Green and Merlin, "Grandpa Grim, Grandma Merlin, see if you can bring this thing into the space. I want to take a closer look at it." Merlin smiled. "It's fine." This is very simple. I can do it alone. Then he stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai and the others followed. When they reached the empty mine behind the house, Merlin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, open the space." Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, a spatial crack appeared. Merlin softly chanted a few incantations, and an aqua-blue band of light immediately flew out of the space. This band of light was like a huge rope. It curled around the outside and then retracted. The giant crocodile skeleton was rolled into the space without any ability to fight back. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the skeleton that was writhing on the ground. He was looking at the undead creatures at such a close distance. Previously, he had only seen them on the screen. The crocodile's skeleton had been completely bound by the blue light, and it was wriggling on the ground. However, its most powerful claws, tail, and mouth were all tied up, so it had no attack power at all. Zhao Hai looked at the skeleton carefully. If it wasn't writhing, Zhao Hai would have suspected it to be a specimen. There was no flesh on it, and with the green bones, it had a strange beauty in the medium. At this moment, a notification from the realm came. Unknown object has entered the space. Scanning completed. The object is a humanoid robot-like offensive poisonous object. It has strong toxins. Extract the toxins and strengthen the poisonous compounds in the space. The program inside the object is too violent and does not meet the requirements of the space. Reimplant the program. The program is successful. As the toxins in the body may affect the humans in the space, the immunity of the humans in the space to the toxins must be strengthened. Dissolve the antidote molecules in the space water. Host and the other humans in the realm, please drink the water as soon as possible. Everyone was stunned as they listened to the space's notification. Grimm and the rest did not know what chemical compounds, robot-like offensive poisonous substances, extraction of toxins, strengthening of the space's toxic components, and programming mania were mentioned in the space's notification. It was their first time hearing about these things, so they had no idea what they meant. They didn't understand, but Zhao Hai did. However, there were some parts that he didn't quite understand. He only knew that the realm classified the undead creatures as robot-like creatures, but robots didn't have to be humanoid. Zhao Hai remembered that many robots on Earth had strange shapes, so it wasn't wrong for the realm to classify this skeleton as a robot-like creature. First of all, it was just a skeleton. It didn't have flesh, blood, heart, and didn't need to breathe, so it couldn't be considered a living creature. Second, all its actions were controlled by the soul fire, which was similar to a robot. Robots were mainly controlled by smart chips, so the realm classified this undead creature as a robot. However, this was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Hai. He didn't expect the realm to have such an ability. From the notification sound, he could tell that the realm knew that the poison would have a negative effect on the people in the realm, so it extracted the poison from his body and made an antidote. Put the antidote into the water in the space. As long as they drank the water, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the poison anymore. However, Zhao Hai didn't understand. What did the space mean by the implantation program? And what did it mean to strengthen the toxic compounds in the space? Where did the toxic compounds come from? However, Zhao Hai also noticed that the skeleton was no longer struggling. It lay there quietly like a specimen, but the green soul fire in its eyes had turned red. When Zhao Hai saw the color of the soul fire, he suddenly had a flash of understanding. He could more or less understand what reimplantation meant. Replanting the program might have changed the undead creature's soul fire and turned it into one of them. Zhao Hai could tell this from the color of the crocodile skeleton's soul fire, because he clearly remembered that the green dots on the screen represented the enemy, while the red dots represented their own. This had been verified by Grimm. Zhao Hai thought about it and decided to give it a try. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, let go of this thing. It might have been changed by space and become ours." Merlin was stunned, but she still dispelled her spell. Now that Grimm was by Zhao Hai's side, it didn't matter even if this undead creature didn't join them. With Grimm around, it couldn't pose any threat to Zhao Hai. As soon as Merlin's spell was dispelled, the crocodile skeleton swayed its head and moved closer to Zhao Hai. Although it still looked like a skeleton, it no longer gave off a scary feeling. Instead, it looked like a puppy that was acting cute to its owner. "Stop right there," Zhao Hai quickly said. He wasn't afraid to let this thing get close to him. He hadn't drunk the antidote water yet. If this thing touched him, he would be poisoned. At the same time, he wanted to try and see if he could command this guy. Grimm looked at the skeleton nervously. He had already gathered his combat energy and was ready to attack at any time. However, his worry was unnecessary. Zhao Hai gave the order and the skeleton immediately stopped. Although he was still shaking his head, everyone felt that he was a little pitiful. Zhao Hai patted his head. He didn't know what to do. He didn't expect an undead creature to be so demonic. It was just a skeleton, but it could still make people feel this way. Merlin suddenly spoke. "Oh my god, it's a mind-mutated undead creature. Young master, we've really picked up a treasure this time." "Grandma Merlin, what's a spirit-mutated undead creature?" Zhao Hai asked in confusion. Merlin said, "The spiritual mutant undead creature is a special and terrifying kind of undead creature. Just like humans, undead creatures are also divided into levels. Those who have just become undead creatures are the lowest level. As they live longer, they will become more powerful. If they were magical beasts when they were alive, they will slowly regain their attributes when they were alive after they die. For example, they were poisonous crocodiles in shallow waters when they were alive. When it first became an undead creature, it would only be an ordinary skeleton crocodile. As it existed for a longer time, it would slowly turn into a poison-type skeleton crocodile, which had the same attributes as when it was alive. When it was alive, it might have been a mutated shallow water crocodile with poison and spirit-type attributes. So after it became an undead creature, it could slowly turn back into an undead creature with these two attributes. It's the one we're looking at right now, which is why we can feel the change in his mood. In fact, this is also a type of mental attack. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I see. What if it's an undead creature in human form? Don't tell me that after they die, they will slowly regain their original skills. Merlin nodded with a serious expression. Yes, young master is right. If a person was a mage when he was alive, after he becomes an undead creature, he will slowly become an undead creature that knows magic and has the same attributes as when he was alive. Many people on the continent think that as long as it's an undead creature, it must be of the dark element. In fact, their thinking is wrong. Undead creatures also have various attributes. Zhao Hai looked at the crocodile skeleton. He didn't expect it to be a treasure. Mental attacks were the scariest attacks on the continent. It was impossible to defend against, and it was also known as the nemesis of magicians. He didn't expect this thing to have mental attacks. This was a surprise. Young master, isn't it not safe to leave this thing in the space? Grim asked one emperor. This thing is poisonous. It's okay, Grandpa Green, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Let's go and drink some water. Get everyone here to drink some water. We won't have to be afraid of the poison if we drink this water. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the spring in front of the straw house. The crocodile skeleton obediently followed behind Zhao Hai like a loyal dog. The few of them went to the side of the spring, but they did not find anything special about the spring. The spring was still the spring, and there was no change at all. Zhao Hai and the others were a little confused, but Meg still went into the house to get the cups. Wood and Stone went to call the slaves who were almost demonic from practicing. Meg brought over a few cups. Zhao Hai took the lead and drank some water. He smacked his lips and realized that there was no taste. He put down the cup and walked toward the crocodile skeleton. Merlin, who had just drunk some water, quickly pulled Zhao Hai back and said, Young master, let me do it. Your body is not in good condition right now. If this water doesn't work, I can use my battle energy to withstand it, but you can't. Zhao Hai thought about it and nodded. Green walked to the crocodile skeleton, took a deep breath, and extended his hand to him. Zhao Hai and the others looked at Green nervously. When Green placed his hand on the crocodile skeleton, they all held their breaths. He was fine. Clint was completely fine. He patted the crocodile skeleton's bones with force, but nothing happened. It seemed like the water really had an antidote effect. After patting the crocodile skeleton a few more times, Grim smiled and said, I'm fine, young master. It seems that the water is really effective. Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the crocodile skeleton. He touched it. The crocodile skeleton was like a puppy that had been rewarded by its master. It wagged its tail and almost hit a slave. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat the crocodile skeleton. Don't wag your tail. What if you hit someone? You're an interesting big guy and you're a mutant too. Since you're so big, I think I'll call you Alien. Zhao Hai wanted to laugh too. When he was on Earth, he liked movies like Alien. Since the crocodile skeleton was so strange, Zhao Hai just called it Alien. The big fellow seemed to have understood Zhao Hai's words. It wagged its tail even more happily. However, it did not wag it too much this time. Instead, it seemed to be shaking. Zhao Hai didn't pay any attention to him and patted the alien's head. Go to the back of the house and lie down. After he finished speaking, he ignored the xenomorphs that were slowly crawling towards the back of the house and turned around to say to Clint, Grandpa Grim, do you think we can take in more undead creatures? That's not a bad idea, Grim said after some thought, but there's only so much space in the space. We can't fit so many undead creatures. Zhao Hai frowned. He had forgotten about this. The realm was only about 10 acres in size, and 10 acres of land could be used for farming. Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't let the undead creatures occupy that area. The rest of the land had to be occupied by the slaves. There wasn't much space left for him to use. The undead creatures were almost the same size as the xenomorphs. There was really no place for them. Zhao Hai turned around on the ground and suddenly thought of the notification from the realm. The realm had set the alien as a robot-like object. Take note, it was not a living thing, but an object. In other words, the realm could not recognize the alien as a living thing. If the alien was not a living thing, did that mean that it could put him in the warehouse? If that was possible, more undead would be able to enter the realm. Zhao Hai might even be able to pretend to be a summoner in the future. Since the alien was already in the origin space, Zhao Hai only needed to think about it to see if his idea had worked. As Zhao Hai thought about it, the alien disappeared. He walked to the warehouse and touched it. The warehouse page appeared. The alien turned into a small icon. It was a crocodile skeleton. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He then turned to say to Green, Grandpa Green, don't worry. These undead creatures can be stored in the warehouse. They won't take up any space. Grim also nodded happily and said, that's great. With these undead creatures, young master's safety will be even more assured. Moreover, young master only needs to wear a mage robe and a mage hat in the future, and he will be able to walk around the continent. Young master can completely pretend to be a summoner, and no one on the continent will suspect you. No one will even think that it's you because you drank the void water. Zhao Hai nodded. That's good. Grandpa Grim, let's capture more undead creatures. If we capture more, we'll place them on the outskirts of the Black Earth Wilderness. We'll make the people who come to the Black Earth Wilderness think that the demonic beasts haven't left. This way we'll be safer. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Green's eyes brightened. They had never thought of this method. Green asked curiously, young master, should we bring in some demonic beasts? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. Demonic beasts are different from undead creatures. The undead space can turn them into objects, but demonic beasts are definitely living creatures. Living creatures can't be placed in the warehouse yet as it takes up too much space. Besides, the space may not be able to turn demonic beasts into our own. Merlin nodded. He knew that he was being too greedy. It was already good enough that the space could change undead creatures. If it could also change magic beasts, it would be too amazing. In fact, Zhao Hai had something else to say. His level was not high enough, and he did not have enough money, so he could not open up a farm. As long as they opened up a farm, they might be able to tame those monsters. Now, he had only opened up a farm and could only use it for farming. Zhao Hai looked at Merlin and the rest and said, Grandma Merlin, please arrange for the slaves to go to a safe place first. We'll catch the undead creatures later. I'm afraid they'll be hurt. Before Merlin could speak, he said, young master, leave it to me. I'll let Juheen take them to the oil fruit tree field. I believe it'll be safe there. The oil fruit tree was not very tall, only about 5 meters in height. However, there were no branches about 1 meter below him, so people could walk down there. It was the best place to let the slaves stay. Zhao Hai nodded and walked into the grass hut. Suddenly, he stopped because he noticed 2 things. 2 bottles were placed under the window of the grass hut. These 2 bottles looked very ordinary. If they were placed on earth, no one would pay attention to them at all. Even if they were thrown on the road, no one would pick them up. Instead, they would kick them. However, Zhao Hai stared at the 2 bottles as if they were the same as Yuan Qinghua. The words on the 2 bottles were pesticide and weedicide. The words were written in China, so Green and the others did not know what was written on it. Of course, Zhao Hai knew. However, he paid attention to the 2 bottles not because of the words on the bottle, but because he had to remember the instructions from the realm. He had to extract the poison and strengthen the poisonous compound in the realm. Zhao Hai didn't know what it meant before because he didn't remember any poisonous compounds in the space. But when he saw the 2 bottles, he understood that the 2 things were poisonous compounds. That's right, the weedizers and pesticides in the realm were indeed poisonous. If they increased their toxicity, even people who ate the vegetables sprayed with this kind of chemical would be poisoned. Zhao Hai wanted to confirm his thoughts. He walked to the window and picked up the pesticide bottle. This time there was no notification from the realm. Instead, a message appeared in his head. Pesticide poisonous compound can kill pests. Dosage unlimited. Toxin strength can be adjusted. Zhao Hai understood immediately. The pesticide was no different from the original except for the additional content. The strength of the toxin could be adjusted, which could not be adjusted in the past. After adding the pesticide, Zhao Hai picked up the weedicide. The result was similar, but there was an additional content. The toxin could also be adjusted. Putting down the bottle in his hand, Zhao Hai was quite satisfied. The items in the inner space could be upgraded in various ways. As long as his level was high enough, he believed that he would not have to fear any master in this world. Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai's actions in confusion. They did not know what he was doing. When Zhao Hai stood up, Merlin asked in confusion, young master, what are these 2 bottles for? Zhao Hai smiled and said, the contents of these 2 bottles are poisonous. One can be used to kill the bugs on the crops, and the other can be used to kill the weeds that grow in the ground. The poison the realm extracted from the xenomorphs increased the toxicity of the drugs in these 2 bottles. I just wanted to confirm if that was the case. Merlin and the rest were stunned. They had never thought that these 2 bottles would have such a use. Although there were many alchemists and potions masters on the continent, their status was noble. Moreover, the people on the continent generally did not pay much attention to agricultural production. So far, there were no potions on the continent that were specially used for weeding and killing insects. It was the first time Merlin and the rest had heard of such things. Of course, Green knew what these 2 potions meant. He immediately told Zhao Hai, young master, can these 2 things be brought outside the space to be used? Zhao Hai nodded. Of course you can. There's no limit to the amount of these 2 things you can use. You can use them as you wish. Great Grim clapped his hands. With these 2 things, the crops outside won't have to worry about insect disasters anymore. Because the people on the mainland did not pay much attention to agricultural production, There were places that went out of production every year due to insect disasters, and many places starved to death. All of these left a deep impression on Grimm. However, Grimm had to admit that the natural conditions on the Ark continent were too good. They had a very high yield of white rice trees. These trees were like bamboo and could grow to more than 10 meters tall. They could also produce rice twice a year, so most people on the continent would not starve to death. The rice produced by the rice-producing tree was the most common food for the slaves. The tree did not require a lot of land. There were many places on the continent where it could be planted, so it was not easy for there to be a shortage of food on the continent. However, Grimm did not buy the seeds of this kind of rice tree because he was very clear that although the rice tree did not have high requirements for the soil quality, it was impossible to grow rice trees on Iron Mountain. This was because the most important weakness of rice trees was that they were very sensitive to metal. Someone once did an experiment. They put a piece of iron that weighed about 100 jin into a 10 mu rice tree field. In the end, all the rice trees in the 10 mu of land died in less than 10 days. It was because of this characteristic of this tree that Grimm did not buy its seeds. The place they were going to was once the dwarves' Iron Mountain. Although the iron ore in this mountain had been mined, the iron content in the soil on the mountain was still much higher than in other places. It would be a fool's dream to grow rice trees in this place. Hence, Merlin chose the oil fruit trees as the main planting target. Oil fruit trees had very low requirements for soil quality, and they could benefit for many years. They were also suitable for planting in mountainous areas. These were the answers he obtained after asking some old farmers with many years of planting experience. Thus, he chose the oil fruit trees. But like the rice trees, oil trees had a fatal weakness. They were susceptible to insects. Compared to the rice trees, the oil trees were much more susceptible to insect plagues. On average, there would only be a large-scale insect plagues on the rice trees once every 5 years on the mainland, while the oil trees would be affected by the insect plagues almost every year. Fortunately, these things were easy to grow and could grow anywhere, so the output had always been able to keep up. However, this weakness was fatal to the Buda family. They had to plant oil trees on a large scale so that these oil trees could become the main source of income for the Buda family. However, if the oil trees were constantly attacked by insects, they would be finished. Previously, Green had been having a headache over this matter. Now that he heard Zhao Hai say that there was a potion specifically used to kill insects, the huge stone in Green's heart was finally lifted. Zhao Hai looked at Green's happy expression and laughed, but I don't agree with the use of these two things. Both of them are poisonous. If they are used on crops, they will also carry a trace amount of poison. Although the poison doesn't have a great impact on the human body, eating it for a long time will accumulate a large amount of poison in the human body, which will affect the human health. Merlin was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and said, "That's a problem. It seems that we can't use this for our own food in the future." Hearing Grimm's words, Zhao Hai's face was filled with black lines. He had never thought that a serious person like Grimm would have such a black-bellied side. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, Merlin and the others nodded in agreement, as if they thought what Green said made sense. In fact, Zhao Hai did not know that ever since Merlin and the others had been driven here, she had harbored a little hatred for the world. In their opinion, everyone had betrayed them and were the murderers who had caused the Buda family to fall to this state. It was also because of this that Grimm had said those words and Merlin had agreed. Zhao Hai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, let's go into the room and see how many undead creatures there are on the screen. Then we'll think of a way to capture them." Grimm nodded and the few of them walked into the house. To be honest, Grimm also felt that it was very convenient to have this screen. They could sit in the space and know what was going on outside. The only drawback was that the range was too small. After they entered the house, Zhao Hai took another look at the screen. The number of green dots on it did not seem to have increased. There were still more than 10 of them. Zhao Hai looked at the living room and to his surprise, another green dot appeared in the living room. Zhao Hai clicked on the living room in confusion. A skeleton rat appeared in the living room. Zhao Hai was stunned when he saw the skeleton rat. He couldn't help but look at the miniature 3-dimensional image. As expected, the green dot on the upper floor was gone. It seemed that the skeleton rat had gone to the living room. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Was the living room that good and attractive? He remembered that the frequency of magical beasts and undead creatures appearing in the living room was the highest. Grimm also looked at the skeleton mouse on the screen and said, "It seems that this thing has smelled human again. It's strange that these undead creatures are so sensitive to fresh blood and flesh." Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. When they were capturing the alien, the human scent must have leaked out from the space crack. The skeleton rat must have sensed it, and that was why the thing had come to the living room. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he thought of this. He had thought of a way to catch the skeletons. In gaming terms on Earth, it should be called luring monsters. Zhao Hai didn't like to play games on Earth, but he still had some understanding of games, and this understanding came from online gaming novels. He had to admit that on Earth, those web novels were all-encompassing. Zhao Hai did not like football, but he knew nothing about those football stars. He knew a little about basketball, but he was just a fake fan. However, he knew nothing about basketball. All of this could be attributed to web novels. Grandpa Green, do you think we can use this method to capture the undead creatures? Zhao Hai asked. The living room isn't that big, so it's impossible for too many undead creatures to come in at once. If we catch this one, we might be able to attract another one. If we can't, we can send someone out to attract more undead creatures. This way we won't have to go too far, and we can catch more undead creatures in the castle without worrying about attracting magical beasts. Zhao Hai knew that the undead creatures were very sensitive to living humans, but the demonic beasts weren't. He didn't want to attract too many demonic beasts. If those demonic beasts were lured into the castle and refused to leave, he wouldn't be able to go out anymore. That's a good idea, Grimm said after some thought. We can sit here and slowly capture the undead creatures. By the way, young master, do you think the undead creatures sensed us when they attacked us? Zhao Hai was taken aback and his expression changed. Of course, he couldn't tell if it was because of this, but this was what he was most worried about. If the undead creatures had sensed their presence and ran out, the castle would be even more dangerous in the future. However, Merlin shook his head. I don't think it's because of this. Don't forget, we've been here for a long time. The young master was unconscious for more than a month. Haven't we been here all this time? If the undead creatures came out because of us, they should have come out long ago and not wait for so long. Moreover, the first ones to come out this time were the magic beasts, not the undead creatures. When Grimm and Zhao Hai heard Merlin's words, they could not help but sigh in relief. However, Grimm frowned and said, "That's strange. I heard that the demonic beasts in the Black Dirt Wastelands would only appear once every 10 to 20 years. The last time they appeared was 3 to 4 years ago. If they break out at such a high frequency, we'll be in trouble." However, Merlin smiled and said, "Forget it. Can the news you heard from the outside be accurate? Do you know how many years it's been since anyone came to the Black Earth Wilderness? How could they truly understand the situation here in the Black Soil Wasteland?" Grimm patted his head and nodded. Yes, how could I have forgotten about this? There's nothing in the Black Soil Wilderness that can attract people, so naturally no one would come here. It seems that I'm overthinking it. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Anyway, I have the young master's space. If it's really impossible, I can just hide in the space. It had to be said that Grimm's current state of mind was much better than before. In the past, Grimm had a kind of desperate mentality, the feeling of losing hope in life, but the feeling of making a final struggle made him very serious. He was determined not to do everything to the best of his ability, which put a lot of pressure on him. However, after learning about Zhao Hai's space, Green's attitude changed completely. He relaxed because he believed that as long as Zhao Hai's space existed, the Buda family would definitely be able to continue on. Even if they couldn't restore their original glory, they would be able to ensure the continuation of the Buda family. It could be said that the heaviest stone in his heart had been lifted. Hearing Green's words, Zhao Hai could not help but smile. That's a good idea, but Grandpa Grimm, the space can still be upgraded. As long as we move some strange plants from the continent into the space and get the recognition of the space can continue to grow and help us more. Clint was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Really? Young master, is this true? Space can really become bigger. Zhao Hai nodded. Of course it's true. In fact, the space has been upgraded twice and it has grown by 4 acres. Grandma Merlin knows this. When the space was upgraded for the second time, we were all in the space. Grimm turned to look at Merlin. After receiving an affirmative answer, Grimm said excitedly, "That's great. As long as we get through this crisis, we'll immediately send the Molly to the Mackel Trading Company, and then we'll go find what you want, young master." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the screen again. He turned to Merlin and said, "Grandma Merlin, Grandpa Green, you should go to the back of the thatched cottage. I'll monitor the undead creatures in the house. We must catch more of them today." Grimm and Merlin nodded and walked out of the house. Zhao Hai was in the straw house, keeping an eye on the situation outside. The undead hunting operation had officially begun. In the next 5 days, the slaves practiced writing every day while Zhao Hai and the rest focused on capturing undead creatures. In 5 days, they used Zhao Hai's method to capture more than 1,000 undead creatures. After these undead creatures entered the realm, there was no notification from the realm. However, the green soul fire in their eyes turned red as soon as they entered the realm. Zhao Hai then threw them into the warehouse. In the past 5 days, Zhao Hai had harvested 8 seasons of corn and 2 seasons of oil fruits. Now, he had a lot of corn and oil fruits, especially corn. He now had 4 mu of land to plant corn. With the 8 seasons in the previous ones, he had more than 100,000 jin of corn in his hands. This made Zhao Hai think about whether he should plant something else. But he didn't have time to think about this because the demonic beasts outside had retreated. After 5 days, the undead creatures and demonic beasts outside had almost disappeared completely. This made Grimm feel at ease. He had been worried that the magical beasts and undead creatures would come out of the rotten corpse swamp because of their presence, but now it seemed that it was not the case. If the other party had really rushed out because they had discovered them, It would be impossible for them to retreat back into the swamp while he was luring the monsters. Instead, they might come out of the rotten corpse swamp again. Now that the undead creatures had retreated, it meant that they didn't rush out of the swamp because they discovered them. This was good news. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if the undead creatures rushed out again after a while. As soon as the monsters and undead creatures left, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the space. They had been holding their breath in the space for a long time. However, when they came out of the space, everyone's face didn't look good. The whole castle was now destroyed beyond recognition. It looked even more dilapidated than when they had first arrived. Although the main building was not damaged, all the supplies outside were destroyed. There was nothing left. It was a mess on the ground. It was because of these things that made the castle look even more dilapidated. Looking at the dilapidated state of the castle, Zhao Hai and the others felt terrible. Although the conditions here were very simple, it was still their home. How could they feel good when they saw their home in such a state? Although he could see what was happening outside through the screen, now that he was in this situation, the feeling was even more intense. Blockhead couldn't help but punch the wall beside him, and blood flowed down the wall. On the contrary, Grim was very calm. He had been going in and out of the space to lure monsters for the past few days. He knew the situation in the castle very well, so he did not show any extreme behavior. Merlin also took a look at the situation in the castle. Now, besides the destroyed items in the castle, there were some magic beast feces on the ground, making the whole castle look dirty and messy. Merlin sighed and said, "All right, let's clean up. Take everything in the castle outside and roast them. Those magic beasts have touched them. I'm afraid they're poisonous, so we'd better not use them. When we're done, let's go out. I'll wash the castle with water." Grim frowned. "Let's wait for another 2 days. The water in the moat outside is green. I think it's poisonous. If we use that water to wash the castle, the entire castle might be poisoned." Merlin frowned and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, do you want to go to the moat to take a look?" Zhao Hai also wanted to go there. The space water had the ability to detoxify. If possible, he wanted to detoxify the poison in the moat outside. Green had obviously thought of this as well. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can you detoxify the poison in the city protection river?" Zhao Hai sighed. "Let's take a look first. Meg, go and pack up the things in the castle. They've all drunk the water in the inner space. I don't think they'll be poisoned." Meg replied and organized the slaves to pack their things. Zhao Hai, accompanied by Green and Merlin, left the castle and headed straight for the moat. The three of them went to the moat to take a look. Just like what Grim had said, the water in the moat actually had a very strange light green color, which made people's hair stand on end. The most puzzling thing was that although the water was flowing, the green color in the water did not decrease, which made people very uncomfortable. Merlin looked at the water in the moat and frowned. "The water is flowing," Wang Yao said. "It hasn't lost its activity, but it still seems to contain a large amount of poison. I think the problem is in the lake in the mountains." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, get some more water. I'll let the space analyze it and see how poisonous it is." Merlin responded. With a wave of her hand, a water ball appeared in her hand. Zhao Hai immediately kept the water ball into the space. A notification from the realm immediately rang in Zhao Hai's head: water contaminated with poisonous compounds. Poison content medium can be purified with space water. It was a very simple hint. This made Zhao Hai feel at ease. As long as the poison could be detoxified, it would be fine. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and turned to Merlin and Green. "Grandpa Grim, Grandma Merlin, let's go to the mountain lake and take a look. The poison in the water can be cured with spatial water, but the source of the water is there. We'd better start from the source." Merlin and Grim heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were also afraid that the spatial water could not cure the poison in the water. Although they believed that the water would slowly carry away the poison, it would take time, and it would affect them greatly. They turned around and were about to walk into the mountain when Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. His face was pale as he stared at a place and stopped moving. Merlin and Green both looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. The two of them followed Zhao Hai's gaze at the same time. It was just ordinary black soil, nothing special. Green looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Merlin was also a little puzzled, but she understood in an instant. Her face turned pale. Merlin finally understood why Zhao Hai's face was so pale. It was because the ordinary-looking black soil was the same one that Zhao Hai had improved. However, the color of the soil there was no different from the black soil in other places. In other words, the black soil might have returned to the unique black soil of the original black soil wasteland. "Young master, is that the place?" Merlin's voice trembled. Zhao Hai nodded and walked over with a pale face. He wanted to make sure that the black soil had returned to its original appearance. If that was the case, it would mean that his improvement had failed. Although Green didn't understand what they meant, he could tell from their expressions that something bad must have happened. He quickly followed Zhao Hai to the land. Zhao Hai arrived in front of the piece of land and squatted down. He looked at the piece of land carefully and then used his hand to pick up the black soil. He heaved a long sigh of relief. It turned out that the land didn't return to its original state. Perhaps the magical beasts or undead creatures had brought the black soil from their original land to this land, so the black soil that didn't grow at all covered the land that he had improved. His improvement didn't fail. Merlin also grabbed a handful of black soil and looked at it carefully. However, she raised her head to look at the black soil again, and her expression was still as ugly as ever. Grim looked at the two of them in confusion. He did not know why the two of them were looking at the black soil so carefully. What was there to see about the black soil? He squatted down and grabbed a handful of the black soil. He took a closer look and soon found the improved black soil under the black soil. He was stunned for a moment and then said to Zhao Hai with excitement, "Young master, what is this?" Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh. "I used the soil and water in my inner space to improve the land here. The improved land can be used to grow things." But when these demonic beasts came, they probably brought the black soil from other places here, so they covered the improved black soil. Grim shuddered. Just as he was about to say something, Merlin's voice was heard. "No, young master, I don't think the black soil from the magical beasts covered this place. It's just that the surface of this land was affected by the toxins from the magical beasts and turned into black soil again. If the magical beasts had brought black soil from another area, it would not be so uniform. Look at this land, the entire color has changed. That's 10 acres of land." Zhao Hai was taken aback and his expression changed. He took a closer look at the 10 acres of land and found that it was just as Merlin had said. The color of the improved land was very uniform and all the improved black soil was not exposed. This was too unreasonable. There was only one explanation. The improved land was not covered, but once again contaminated. No one on the continent knew why the Black Earth wilderness had become like this, not even Zhao Hai and the others. However, when they saw the polluted river, they immediately associated it with the pollution caused by the magical beasts. Unfortunately, they found the right answer. Zhao Hai punched the ground and said in a deep voice, "Why is it like this? Did all our previous efforts go to waste?" Green patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "We won't, young master. Don't worry, we'll find a way to solve this." Zhao Hai's expression was still ugly. He touched the dirt on the ground and said, "No, you don't know. This is such a large piece of land, but it can't be cultivated. I had already planned to improve the land here and slowly turn it into a granary of the continent. Unfortunately, it seems that this plan can't be carried out." Zhao Hai clapped his hands and stood up with a depressed look on his face. The blow this time was really too big for him. It was impossible for him to complete the transformation of such a large piece of land in a short time. If the magical beasts appeared again before he completed the transformation, all his efforts would be in vain. Even if he completed the transformation, the appearance of the magical beasts would be equivalent to his efforts being in vain. Green and the others did not know how to comfort Zhao Hai. They knew how Zhao Hai was feeling. No one would feel good in such a situation. Zhao Hai took another look at the black soil wasteland and sighed. He turned around and walked up the mountain. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and muttered, "No, this is very wrong." Merlin and Green, who had just turned around with Zhao Hai, glanced at him. Puzzled, Green asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Grandpa Green, what do you think is up there?" Zhao Hai pointed to the mountain. Grim glanced at the mountain and frowned. "No, only some weeds. Weeds." "That's right, why would there be weeds on this mountain? If the black soil of the black soil wasteland was like this because of the toxins in the magical beasts' bodies, then why wasn't the soil on the mountain affected? This isn't right." At this time, Merlin also reacted. She also looked at the weeds on the mountain that had been stepped on. These weeds were really tough. Although they had been stepped on by the magic beasts, after a few days of recovery, they were still green. They were really tenacious. When those magical beasts retreated, it was different from when they came. When they came, they were like a large group, swarming forward. But when they retreated, they were scattered, so the damage to the grass on the mountain was not serious. Now, the grass on the mountain had recovered a lot. It was these rejuvenated weeds that made Zhao Hai realize that something was wrong. If the black dirt wastelands had been poisoned by the demonic beast's poison, it was impossible for the mountain to be fine. After all, the demonic beasts had come from the mountain. Zhao Hai turned around and looked at the black soil. He mumbled, "No, it's definitely not because of the poison on their bodies. What could it be? What could it be?" Grim and Merlin also turned to look at the black soil ground. They did not know what was going on. At first, Merlin thought that his inference was correct, but when she saw the weeds on the mountain, she knew that her inference was wrong. Zhao Hai kept walking around in circles. He could not figure out why the place had become like this. Slowly, he walked to the side of the moat. He stopped and stared at the pale green water in a daze. Merlin and Merlin saw that Zhao Hai was standing still by the moat and approached him nervously. They were really afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. Suddenly, Zhao Hai clapped his hands and said, I've thought of it. Young master, what did you think of?" Zhao Hai pointed at the river and said, "This river has always been flowing, but it's still light green. This means that there were demonic beasts in the mountain lake. But why did they go there? There's nothing to eat there, so I think they must have some purpose for going into the lake. The most likely reason is to take a bath." A bath. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, both Green and Merlin gave him a strange look. They then looked at each other, thinking that Zhao Hai had gone crazy. Young master, take a rest, Merlin said hurriedly. Zhao Hai turned to look at Merlin and asked, What's wrong, Grandma Merlin? You don't believe what I said. Merlin laughed bitterly. Young master, those magic beasts came from the rotten corpse swamp. The swamp doesn't lack water. Why would they come here to bathe? Zhao Hai snapped his fingers and said, That's the problem. Although there's no lack of water in the corpse swamp, the water is poisonous. Just like you said before, even the air is poisonous. How can the water not be poisonous? That's why it's as if they haven't washed themselves. I think they must be looking for clean water to bathe in. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Green and Merlin were stunned. They had never thought of it this way before. However, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, it seemed to be true. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and continued, Also, have you thought about it? It was very likely that the black soil land had become like this because of those magical beasts. Those magical beasts had been living in the rotten corpse swamp for many years. The food, water, and air they ate were all poisonous. Even if they were poisonous magical beasts, they might not be able to stand it. Therefore, it was very likely that they had come to the black soil wasteland to expel the excess poison from their bodies. This poison might even be the most poisonous part. That's why the black dirt wasteland slowly became like this. The more Zhao Hai spoke, the more he felt that it made sense. Green and Merlin were the same. The more they listened, the more they felt that it made sense. What Zhao Hai said really made sense. However, Grimm frowned and said, So the magical beasts are using this place as a place to detoxify. If that's the case, the frequency of them coming out of the corpse swamp must be very high and will be in big trouble. Hearing Green's words, the excitement on Zhao Hai's face disappeared. He just remembered that he had just found a truth that might be the truth, but he had not found a solution yet. Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and turned a few rounds on the ground. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Merlin could not help but glare at Green. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, let's not think too much about it. Let's get rid of the poison in the water first. Otherwise, we won't even be able to use water. We'll have to use the water in the inner space. Zhao Hai returned to his senses and glanced at the black soil wasteland. He took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Let's get over this first. Since it has already happened, there must be a way to solve it. Let's think about it slowly. After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain. Grimm and Merlin also glanced at the black soil wasteland side and followed Zhao Hai up the mountain. They were really afraid that there were other magical beasts in the mountains and lakes. If that happened, Zhao Hai would be in danger. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the mine. Before Zhao Hai could enter, Green had already entered the mine. However, Merlin pulled Zhao Hai back and said, Young master, let's wait and let Grimm take a look. Zhao Hai stopped helplessly. After a while, Green's voice came from inside. Young master Merlin, come in. There are no more magic beasts here. Only then did Zhao Hai and Merlin enter the mine. When they arrived at the lakeside, Green was already standing there, staring at the lake in a daze. Merlin immediately used an illumination spell, and the situation of the lake was completely presented in front of the three of them. The green in the lake was much deeper than the green in the moat. It looked dark green, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai sighed. It's such a nice lake. Those guys actually used it as bathwater. How hateful. While speaking, she opened her space and brought the water into the lake. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the moment the water entered the lake, it was like a chemical reaction. Starting from the point of entry, the green in the lake disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was out of Zhao Hai's vision. Zhao Hai and the others were all stunned. Although they knew that the space water could cure the poison in the lake, it was too fast. The water hadn't flowed out of the space yet, so how could he react so fast? After a while, Zhao Hai said with uncertainty, I wonder if the poison in the water is still there. Grandma Merlin, you should take a look. Merlin was a water-type great mage, so she was the most suitable person to do this. Merlin nodded and extended his hand into the lake. Then, he muttered a few incantations in a low voice. A ball of blue light was emitted from her hand, and then disappeared into the lake like a sky full of broken stars. After a while, the blue light spots that had disappeared gathered in Merlin's hand again and slowly disappeared. Merlin opened his eyes and said with a shocked expression, It's unbelievable. All the poison has disappeared. Not a single drop is left. Let's go back to the castle and take a look, Zhao Hai said. The three of them quickly walked out of the mine. As soon as they came out of the mine, they saw a cloud of black smoke rising from the castle. It seemed that Meg and the others had already packed up the castle. As soon as they arrived outside the castle, they saw Meg and the others throwing some garbage into the fire. Zhao Hai and the others quickly walked to the moat. As expected, the water had become clear and the green color had completely disappeared. However, Zhao Hai was still worried. He asked Merlin to make another water ball. He kept it in the subspace to see if there was any poison. From the notification from the subspace, the water was completely free of poison. It even contained some anti-poison factors, which was an unexpected gain. When Meg and the others were almost done, Merlin used water magic to clean the castle thoroughly. After all this was done, the castle could finally be inhabited again. Although the entire castle had been cleaned, it did not feel wet. This was mainly due to water magic. As an 8th tier great mage, Merlin's control of water magic was perfect. The water only carried the dirty things in the castle, but not much steam was left behind. The entire castle looked as if it had been wiped with a cloth. If it had not been for the fact that it had been so long, it would have been sparkling. However, Zhao Hai did not have the time to pay attention to this. After Merlin had cleaned the castle, Zhao Hai immediately took out some living supplies, such as some common items in the castle, corn stalks, military stoves, and other slave items. After all, they still had to live. After releasing these things, Zhao Hai left Meg and the others to tidy up the castle. Then he brought Merlin and Merlin to the canyon. They wanted to see if the canyon had become the same as the Black Earth wilderness. However, for the safety of the castle, Gurney still placed the wood on the Iron Mountain and asked him to monitor the movements in the rotten swamp. Now that the magical beasts and undead creatures had just retreated, they had to be careful. Who knew if those things would come back and attack them? Green also wanted to see the piece of land that Zhao Hai and the others had obtained. If it was not destroyed, it would be a good granary for them. Merlin used a water spell to bring the two of them straight to the canyon. Zhao Hai was still very uneasy. He knew that the canyon was not much better than the outside world. The first time he went to the canyon, it was filled with black soil, no different from the outside world. As soon as they entered the canyon, Zhao Hai's face froze. Just as he had expected, the improved land in the canyon had returned to its original state. After a while, Zhao Hai sighed and looked at the land carefully. He found the problem. There were no footprints on the ground, which meant that no magical beasts had come here. Then how did the land become like this? Zhao Hai looked at the land in confusion. Green sighed and said, "It seems that this is the place where the flying magic beasts detoxify." There are no footprints on the ground, but there are many black spots on the wall of the canyon. It seems that the poison is being detoxified by the flying magic beasts. Hearing what Grim said, Zhao Hai also looked up at the mountain wall. As expected, there were many black spots on the mountain wall. It seemed that it was just as Grim had said. The flying magical beasts had come here to detoxify. Zhao Hai was depressed. The magical beasts in the rotten corpse swamp were strange. The flying magical beasts and the earth-type magical beasts were not in the same place to detoxify. Don't tell me that those who fly and those who walk on the ground are fighting over the toilet. At this moment, Merlin, who was running around on the ground, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, come and see, young master." Zhao Hai and Green were both stunned. They did not know why Merlin was so excited. The two of them quickly walked over, but when they saw what was in front of Merlin, they were both stunned. There was nothing special in front of Merlin. It was just a small seedling, a small corn seedling that had just grown. This seedling was not very eye-catching, but don't forget that the soil here had turned black. Under such circumstances, wasn't it too strange that these seedlings could still grow? The two of them looked at the sapling in a daze. Zhao Hai was even more confused. What's going on? The land has already become like that. How can he still grow it? Merlin and Green did not know how to answer him. They were also at a loss. Zhao Hai did not believe it and pushed away the soil around the seedling. He found that the black soil was only the surface layer. The seedling's roots were rooted in the good soil and they were growing very strong. That was why the seedlings could grow. Zhao Xiangdong was stunned when he saw this. He stared at the root of the seedling and quickly thought about it. When he was on Earth, he went to the countryside and saw people planting corn. When those people took out the seeds, Zhao Hai was stunned. He never thought that corn seeds would look like that. They were very different from the golden corn he usually saw. The seeds were actually pink and the color was very strange. Zhao Hai found it strange. He thought that corn seeds were of this color. He didn't expect that when he asked, the man would laugh and tell him that the corn seeds were not of this color. The reason why they were of this color was that they had been soaked in a killer agent so that they would not be eaten by insects after they were planted. This was in the north. Due to the climate, most people would not sprout the corn seeds before planting them. If you wanted the corn to sprout before the germination, you could soak the corn in jade and then plant it. Of course, you could also put the pesticide in the water. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't thinking about killing all the bugs. He was thinking about soaking the corn seeds in the space with the space water and planting them on the ground. He wanted to see if he could grow the corn without improving the soil. The space water could detoxify the poison. Grim and Merlin also stared at these seeds without moving. They were also very surprised. They thought that after this catastrophe, the corn planted here would be destroyed. They did not expect that the corn here could still survive. Zhao Hai tried to dig at the seedling and found that the other corn seeds had also grown, and they were almost out of the soil. Zhao Hai dusted off the dirt in his hands and stood up. He turned to Green and Merlin and said, "Grandpa Grim, Grandma Merlin, let's go back and settle down before planting the seeds. We can use spatial water to make the corn sprouts grow. Then when we plant the seeds, we can water the seedlings with some spatial water. Spatial water can detoxify the poison and improve the soil. Let's try and see if it works. If it works, we might be able to plant more land every day." Merlin was stunned. She turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, didn't the space state that only 10 mu of land can be improved every day?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, that's the rule of the space, but we're not using the space to improve the soil. We're only using the space water." There are no rules on the use of space water in the space, so we can do it ourselves. We can plant more land and treat it as an experiment. We have more than 100,000 pounds of corn in our hands. They can all be used for planting. There's nothing wrong with us trying. Without waiting for Merlin to speak, Grim nodded and said, "Young master, that's a good idea, but will we use up all the water in the space?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't think so. There are so many of us here. We eat and drink in the space every day. We use a lot of water every day. But have you seen the water in the space run out?" Grim recalled and said, "No, it's a good idea." "Good, but young master, I think we should send radishes to the magicider firm first and exchange them for what we need. After that, we should plant oil trees and clovers on the mountain and slowly change the land. We should water the mountain with the water from the space so as to shorten the growth time of oil trees. In this way, we will have a fixed income regardless of whether we get a bumper harvest." After a few days of infection, Grim no longer called radish Malala. Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right. That's what we should do. But I'm a little worried. If the two of us go and deliver some radishes, what about the people in the castle? I'm a bit worried about them. If those demonic beasts attack us while we're gone, they won't be able to stop them." Green chuckled. "Young master, what's there to worry about? We can bring the people in the space with us. Anyway, the space is controlled by you. Wherever you go, the space will take you there. We can just put them in the space and take them away." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He had forgotten about this. Anyway, he had space and could bring everyone with him. Even if the farming time was delayed, it would not matter. The safety of the people was the most important. Merlin nodded. "That's a good idea. Let's go back and prepare now. By the way, young master, should we disguise the castle too? The people on the continent should already know that there's a beast disaster here in the Black Earth wilderness, so they'll definitely send people to check it out. We might as well pretend to be dead now so that they won't kill us. Maybe we won't have to worry about those guys in the future." Grim smiled and said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy. You've just cleaned up the castle. If someone comes to check, I'm afraid they won't be able to hide it. However, if we all disappear, they really have no place to go to find us. This time we'll be out for a long time. Not only do we have to sell the radishes, but we also have to find more rare seeds." Merlin smiled wryly. She had not expected that cleaning too quickly was a problem. "All right, let's do that," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "We have to get out of here as soon as possible so that those guys won't be able to find us." Grim smiled. "Then young master will go first. We'll set off immediately after we return. We have a lot of things to do this time, and there are still many things to do when we return." Zhao Hai and Merlin both nodded, and the three of them immediately rushed to the castle. This beast disaster was a big disaster for them, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity for them to escape the surveillance of the big families. Zhao Hai and the other two returned to the castle and immediately asked Meg and the others to prepare. They were going to the Versailles Duchy in 2 days, and they would be bringing everyone with them. In fact, the preparation was very simple. They didn't have many things, and they had everything in the space. The slaves had lived in the space for a while, so they didn't need to prepare anything. They just needed to inform them. 2 days later, the slaves returned to the realm. This time, however, Zhao Hai did not follow them in. He wanted to travel with Green. Last time, Green had traveled alone. He was an expert and could use his combat energy to increase his speed. This time, because Zhao Hai was running, his speed naturally couldn't be fast. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others had collected quite a number of undead creatures into the realm. This time, Zhao Hai released the xenomorph and rode on it with Grim. Although the speed was not as fast as Grim's own speed, it was not too bad. One should know that the xenomorphs were undead creatures. They did not know what fatigue was. As long as he determined the direction, he would be able to move forward like a perpetual motion machine. Sometimes, Zhao Hai would let Merlin and the others out. They didn't have a lot of people, only 100 or so. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's warehouse had more than 1,000 undead creatures, which was enough to carry everyone. The black soil wasteland was huge. With the alien speed, it took 3 days and nights to reach the periphery of the wasteland. For the past 3 days, the xenomorph had been moving at an average speed. This speed was not slow at all. It had been moving day and night, and even so, it had been moving for 3 days. One could imagine how big the black soil wasteland was. Luckily, the xenomorph was big enough and its bones were very hard, so Zhao Hai decided to lay a wooden bed in its chest, turning the xenomorph into a mobile RV. The only thing that was praiseworthy in the black soil wilderness was the road. The stone-paved road was still smooth, even after thousands of years of wind and frost. From this, it could be seen how superb the craftsmanship of the dwarves was. This road had once been very convenient. The dwarves used this road to transport large amounts of iron ore, then made them into all kinds of iron products, and bought them all over the continent. However, since the disappearance of the iron ore, the place had become completely different. In the past, some adventurers who wanted to conquer the corpse swamp would take this road, but in the past 100 years, it could be said that no one took this road. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no grass here, there might be no road here. 3 days later, Zhao Hai's group finally reached the outskirts of the black soil wasteland. From here, they could see the green in the distance. Although the green was still very far away, it still made Zhao Hai's spirits rise. It had been 3 days, a full 3 days, and they had only seen one thing: black soil. The black soil was boundless and traceless. This feeling almost made Zhao Hai collapse. Grim heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not have to walk on his own during the 3 days of travel, the unchanging scenery was a torture to travelers. In the past 3 days, he and Zhao Hai spoke less and less. Especially in the last half of the day, they did not say a word. The two of them just sat there, looking at the endless black soil, as if their souls had been sucked away by the black soil. One could imagine, under these circumstances, a little bit of green suddenly appeared in front of one's eyes. Even if it was just a little bit, to a person, the impact would be huge. Zhao Hai cheered as he ran. Green's expression also relaxed. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, he chuckled and said, "Young master, that's the outer area of the Iron Mountain. After that, we will be entering the Versailles Empire. The places we have passed before were all the territories of our Buda family." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the black soil. This piece of land was his, but he was not in a good mood. No matter how much land there was, it would be useless if he couldn't plant it. It was better to wait until this matter was over and see if his new idea was feasible. Gradually, the green grew larger and larger. Zhao Hai realized that the green really came from the Iron Mountain. However, the Iron Mountain here was very different from the Iron Mountain in the castle. The mountain here was taller and the trees were bigger. As the saying went, looking at the mountain will kill the horse. Being able to see the mountain and walking to the mountain were two completely different concepts. Therefore, even though Zhao Hai and the others saw the mountain, they only reached it after walking for a day. Zhao Hai was stunned when he arrived at the mountain. He had always thought that the Iron Mountain was semicircular and that the mountain at the exit should be very flat. However, when he actually arrived at the mountain, he was very surprised. Not only was the mountain not flat, but it was even steeper than the castle. Green noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He smiled and said, "Young master, are you surprised? The mountains here are so high and steep." Zhao Hai nodded his head. Green smiled and said, "Actually, this is not strange. This Iron Mountain is actually circular and fluctuates greatly. This exit, even if it is not the highest, is definitely not the lowest. In comparison, this place might be even higher than the castle." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at the 100-meter-wide canyon in the distance. That was the only way out of the black dirt wastelands. As long as they could get out of there, they would be in the territory of the Versailles Duchy. Grim pointed at the canyon and said, "It used to have a nice name, Ironflow Canyon. It means that all the iron in the Iron Mountain flowed out from there. However, Iron Mountain no longer produces iron, so no one knows about this canyon anymore. Now it's called the Forgotten Valley. Outside the Forgotten Valley, we can see a fortress built by the Versailles Duchy. It's called the Montenegro Fortress, and it's specially used to prevent large-scale beast disasters in the Black Soil Wilderness. However, it's strange that those magical beasts have never left the Black Wastelands. They seem to have set their sights on this place and only move about in the Black Wastelands. They definitely won't take a single step out, so that place has slowly become a paradise for adventurers. Although those adventurers no longer adventure in the Rotten Corpse Swamp, they still go to the Iron Mountain to catch magical beasts or hunt mountain magical beasts, so there are a lot of people there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If we go there directly, will they suspect us? What if they find out?" "Don't worry, young master," said Clint with a smile. "We'll enter the mountains from the Forgotten Valley later. I'll go to the Montenegro Fortress to get some clothes. You can use these undead creatures to dress up as a black magician." Black mages were actually a general term. All mages who studied dark magic, poison magic, blood magic, and other dark magic were called black mages. This world was not like what Zhao Hai thought, where black magic was extremely rejected. This world worshipped power. As long as they could be given power, no matter what kind of power, it was acceptable. Black magicians were the group of people that people were most unwilling to provoke in this world. It might be because the magic that black magicians studied was very dark, so their personalities were also more gloomy. If you provoked them, they might not act up on the spot, but they would definitely take revenge. No one liked to provoke such people. However, if one were to ask who had the highest status in the world, some people might answer that it was the nobility or the royal family. However, it was undeniable that the status of mages was definitely not low. A grand mage would be treated with respect in any country. If the Buda family had not had a grand mage like Merlin, they might have been exterminated. However, black mages were an exception. No country would welcome black mages, and they would not offend black mages. Most people did not like to interact with black mages, so Grim had let Zhao Hai become a black mage. This was actually a form of protection. No one liked to interact with black mages, and naturally they would not discover Zhao Hai's identity. This would make their actions more convenient. Zhao Hai knew that he knew too little about this world, so he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "I'll leave it to you, Grandpa Green. I've rarely been outside, so I don't know much about the situation outside. When I'm outside, I'll have to listen to you." Merlin nodded. This operation was related to the survival of the Buda family. They had to sell the radishes in their hands and not let anyone find out their identity. Otherwise, the Buda family would be in big trouble. Grim was really afraid that Zhao Hai would act rashly. Right now, the Buda family was like rats on the streets in the Arca's empire. If they made any moves, they would immediately be ruthlessly attacked. It was also because of this that Grim was even more careful. If it was not for the fact that Zhao Hai had replaced Adam, Grim would not have dared to bring Zhao Hai out even if it meant beating him to death. Now, Grim hoped that Zhao Hai could come out more often. This was because Zhao Hai was going to rule the entire Buda family in the future. He wanted to understand the world, and Grim hoped that Zhao Hai could understand the world in this way. The two of them quickly entered the Forgotten Valley. Zhao Hai didn't put away the xenomorphs, and there was no need to. If he was a black magician, it wouldn't be too much to take them with him, especially in the wild. No one would care. However, when entering the city, black magicians would usually put away their summoned beasts or undead. The two sides of the valley were not very steep, but two gentle slopes with some shrubs and weeds growing on them. However, it could be seen that the trees in the valley were much stronger than those in the castle. At least they looked lively, unlike the trees in the castle, which looked like they were seriously ill. There was no one in the Forgotten Valley, and only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. It was obviously very harmonious and natural. Looking at the hills on both sides, Jelin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, once we're up the mountain, find a place and go into your space. I'll go to the Montenegro fortress to buy some clothes. When I come back, we'll go to the Black Mountain fortress together." Zhao Hai nodded and directed the alien to climb up the mountain. The alien was only a skeleton now, but its claws were still very sharp, so it didn't take much effort to climb up the mountain. Although they were still on Iron Mountain, the trees here were much stronger than those in the castle. There were thick trees everywhere, and Zhao Hai could not name them. He couldn't tell the difference between the trees here and the trees on Earth. When he was on Earth, he knew very little about these trees. Other than common species such as poplar, willow, elm, and pine, he didn't know much about other trees. Green sat beside Zhao Hai and looked at the trees. "Young master, the forest here is still very dangerous. Not only are there magical beasts coming and going from time to time, but there are also some plants that are very poisonous. So you must be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he had never been to such a primitive forest before, it was very famous on the internet. Most novel writers would set this place as a very dangerous scene. Even those realistic novels would describe the forest as a dangerous place. Moreover, there were magical beasts in this world, so he was more careful. The vegetation on this mountain was very intact, and there were all kinds of forests everywhere. Once they entered the forest, the light suddenly dimmed, making people feel cold. The two of them walked into the forest for a while before they found a hidden spot. The two of them ran down from the xenomorph, and Zhao Hai kept it in his origin space. After that, Zhao Hai and Green also entered the origin space. In the subspace, the corn on the ground was still very strong, the oil rice was still healthy, and the slaves were still learning to write. Merlin had nothing to do now. Other than teaching the slaves to write, she could only prepare 3 meals a day. However, it wasn't completely fine. This time, Zhao Hai put the stones that Anne and the others had mined into his interspace. He asked Anne and the others to use them to make some grinding stones when they were free. This time, Zhao Hai had kept a lot of grass in his boundless space. He wanted to give the slaves something to do. It was impossible for people to just study without any activities. That was why Hai wanted them to do these things. The effect was surprisingly good. These tasks were not a problem for the slaves at all. They could be used to balance work and rest. When Merlin and the others saw the two of them enter at the same time, they were stunned. These few days, Grim and Zhao Hai would not enter the subspace unless there was something important. If they wanted to meet the two of them, they would have to leave the subspace. "Young Master Grim, why are you here?" Merlin quickly greeted them. "Did something happen?" "It's nothing," Grim said with a smile. "We've already reached the Forgotten Valley. We're in the woods on the Iron Mountain. I'll let the young master stay in the space for a while. I'll go to the Montenegro fortress to get 2 sets of clothes before going out." Of course, Merlin understood what Grim meant. She nodded and said, "Okay, then go quickly. We'll wait for you here. By the way, remember this place. Don't be unable to find your home when the time comes." Merlin was in a good mood these few days. No matter what, the Buda family was going to have an income. This was the first time they had an income since the Buda family's disaster. Although they had not gotten the money yet, this represented hope. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, you should be careful too. We can't reveal our identities right now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will all be in trouble. It's fine if we can't sell the radishes. We can wait for a while more. We can sell them after the wind has passed. Your safety is the most important." A warm smile appeared on Green's face as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. "Don't worry, young master. I can't bear to die before I see the Buda family's revival." He laughed out loud. In the past, Grim would never have done such a thing to Zhao Hai. This was because he was not that close to Adam, and Adam hated Grim very much. How could the two of them have such an intimate gesture? However, Adam's body contained Zhao Hai's soul. Zhao Hai was an otaku and an orphan, but he was born in China. China was very particular about filial piety. Although Green and Merlin were his servants in name, they had taken good care of him ever since he woke up. This made Zhao Hai feel an unnatural respect for the two of them as elders. Zhao Hai's change was quickly noticed by Merlin and Green. Both of them had children, so they were very sensitive to such emotional changes. It was precisely because of this change that Green had made such a move on Zhao Hai. Otherwise, with Green's old-fashioned personality, he would not have done so. Zhao Hai didn't feel any disgust at the pat on his shoulder. He only felt the love and care of an elder toward a junior. However, he didn't say anything. He was a person who was very reserved when it came to feelings. He wouldn't reveal too much of his feelings, so he only nodded to Jilin and said, "All right then, Grandpa Green, I'll send you out now." Green ordered some research and studies, and with a thought from Zhao Hai, Green came out from the space. Grim took note of the surrounding environment and left some marks in a few corners that no one paid attention to. Then he flew toward Montenegro Fortress. Grim was an experienced man. He was very clear about the style of those adventurers, so he did not have any scruples. Speaking of which, the ones paying attention to the Buda family now were all the big nobles, and those big nobles would not put all their energy on them. After all, the Buda family was no longer a threat to those big families, and those people did not want to provoke the two powerful figures, Grim and Merlin. As for those ordinary adventurers, they would not pay attention to the Buda family. No one had issued a mission to deal with the Buda family, and the Buda family did not have the ability to hire them. Those adventurers did not have time to care about a fallen noble. The real threat to the Buda family right now was none other than the Versailles family. In the past, the Versailles family and the Buda family had a very good relationship. The two families were even prepared to marry each other. However, ever since the Buda family fell, the Versailles family no longer mentioned the marriage. On the contrary, they could not bear to see the Buda family fall. There was almost no love in a noble's marriage, only benefits. In the past, the Versailles family and the Buda family had a marriage alliance because they saw the benefits that the Buda family could bring them. But now that the Buda family had fallen, the Versailles family no longer had any value to them. Under such circumstances, how could they still honor the marriage agreement? The Versailles family did not want to honor the marriage agreement, but they had the same problem as the other nobles, which was that they wanted to save face. The Buda family was in a dire situation, and it was precisely because of this that they were the weak ones. If the Versailles family were to call off the engagement with the Buda family, their reputation would be tarnished in the aristocratic circles. The Versailles family would not do such an idiotic thing. Therefore, they only had two ways to break off the engagement. One was for the Buda family to take the initiative to break off the engagement. Although everyone knew that even if the Buda family took the initiative to do so, it would be because they were forced by the Versailles family. However, at least this way, they could still put on a good face. The other method was even simpler, which was to annihilate the Buda family. With Adam Buda dead, the Versailles family would naturally no longer have to fulfill the marriage agreement. In fact, Grimm had thought of breaking off the engagement with the Versailles family. However, Zhao Hai had not yet woken up at the time, so he could not make the decision on his own. On the other hand, Grimm was also angry with the Versailles family. When the Buda family needed help the most, the Versailles family chose to stand by and watch. Otherwise, the Buda family would not have fallen to such a state. After all, the Versailles family was a powerful family in the empire, and they were a force that could not be underestimated. It was precisely because he still harbored this grudge against the Versailles family that Clint did not tell Zhao Hai that he was going to cancel the engagement. He wanted to just leave it as it was. The Versailles family did not help us, causing us to fall into this state. I will not let you off easily either. Grimm was very familiar with the problem of the noble's pride, so he was sure that the Versailles family would not take the initiative to cancel the engagement. They would only exert pressure on the Buda family and make them take the initiative to do so. However, Grimm did not want to remove it. He knew that the Versailles family would not let them off, but they had too many things to do now, and there were too many threats. One more or one less would not make a difference, so he decided to delay it for now. Although he said that, Grimm was still very careful because the only entrance to the Black Dirt Wastelands was the Versailles family. Now that they were a thorn in the side of the Versailles family, they would definitely pay attention to their movements. At the northern exit of the Forgotten Valley, a fortress stood silently. This fortress was completely made of black stone, and the walls were shockingly 40 meters tall. They were so long that they blocked off the entire Forgotten Valley. The entire fortress was like an iron wall, blocking the Forgotten Valley. If they wanted to pass through the Forgotten Valley, they had to go through the Montenegro Fortress. However, when you approached the Montenegro Fortress, you would realize that it was not as powerful as you thought. In fact, it looked more like an old man. The top of the fortress's wall was damaged in many places. The entire fortress looked like it had not been repaired for a long time. In fact, the Versailles family had built this fortress to prevent the magical beasts in the rotten swamp from entering the Versailles duchy through the Forgotten Valley. However, the fortress had been built for hundreds of years, and the magical beasts had only been active in the Black Dirt wastelands. They had never come to the Forgotten Valley, so the fortress had slowly been forgotten. Although there were still some troops stationed here, it was mostly for the sake of security. Although there were no troops stationed here, no one dared to underestimate the combat power of the Black Mountain Fortress, because there were many adventurers and mercenaries here. These people were also a force that could not be underestimated, but at the same time, the existence of these people also made the security of the Montenegro fortress very chaotic. The city defense officer was also very difficult to be, because whether it was adventurers or mercenaries, they were all rebellious guys. If something went wrong, they would draw their knives and kill people. In the face of such a group of barbarians, the city defense army, which was not an elite to begin with, seemed even more powerless. Because of this, the Montenegro fortress became the city defense army, a place jointly managed by a few large mercenary groups and merchants. These large mercenary groups and merchants had their own territories, and they didn't invade each other's territory. Of course, under such circumstances, the Duchy of Versailles could forget about collecting any taxes here. If they could not collect the taxes, the duchy would not give them money to repair the walls. Thus, the Montenegro fortress slowly became a paradise for mercenaries, adventurers, and even fugitives. This also reflected the situation in the Black Dirt Plains. The Black Dirt Plains was a land of death. Therefore, to the Duchy of Versailles, Montenegro fortress was the safest border town. There were no enemies around, and it was close to the mountains. Such a place was often a mix of good and bad. If the Black Dirt Plains was a prosperous place, then Montenegro fortress would be an important border town. This was because there would be trade between them. The Duchy of Versailles would be able to collect a large amount of taxes, so naturally, they would pay attention to this place. They would not choose to forget about it like now. Under such circumstances, the defense of the Montenegro fortress could be imagined. To Grimm, it was an undefended city. Of course, he would not enter the Montenegro fortress through the main entrance, as he might be recognized. Grimm had climbed over the city wall to sneak into the Black Mountain Fortress. The commercial development in Montenegro Fortress was very abnormal. There were weapon shops, medicine shops, equipment shops everywhere. Taverns, inns, restaurants were everywhere. However, it was difficult to find places to buy daily necessities here. In the entire fortress, other than the city defense army, there were only some adventurers and mercenaries. There were very few ordinary people. Of course, this was not what Grimm was concerned about. He found a relatively remote equipment store and bought 5 black magic robes, the kind that wore a hat, a very long wooden magic staff, and a set of armor for himself. It was a very beautiful set of armor, but it was not very good for appearance. The most important thing about this set of armor was that he had a helmet that could block Grimm's entire face. The magic robe was for Zhao Hai. With this magic robe and magic staff, Zhao Hai could pretend to be a black magician. After all, other than a black magician, no other magician would like to wear this kind of weird magic robe that almost wrapped their entire body. The magic robes on the mainland had been improved for several generations. Not only were they comfortable to wear, but they were also very beautiful, especially for some female magicians. They wore very gorgeous magic robes. It was almost as good as the gown. Compared to other mages, the black mages preferred the mages that Grimm had bought. The mages' robes were thick and the hat was big enough to cover their entire face. Gradually, the mages' robes had become the symbol of the black mages. The only use of the armor was to cover his face. He wanted to disguise himself as a follower of a mage. On the continent, mages were a group of people with high status, and they were not short of money under normal circumstances. So, although mages were not afraid of close combat, they would still bring some followers. These followers could help the mages in battle. He might be working for mages. So on the mainland, if you saw a mage with a group of warriors dressed like iron cans, you didn't have to be surprised at all. Those warriors were the followers of the mage. This time, Grimm was going to disguise himself as a warrior that followed the magician. This was the only way he could follow Zhao Hai without being suspected. After buying these things, Grimm also bought some things for mercenaries, including a mercenary backpack. A mercenary's backpack was the standard equipment for every mercenary and adventurer. Because these mercenaries and adventurers spent most of their time in the wild, they would prepare some corresponding things for themselves according to different missions. In addition, they would also need some food, use, or loot. All of these needed a place to store, so this mercenary backpack came into being. The main reason why Grimm bought this item was to prevent others from discovering the secret of Zhao Hai's space. This time, their destination was not Montenegro Fortress. Black Mountain Fortress was just a place they were passing by. No one would care about them here because no one would care about anything else other than themselves. Moreover, the Versailles family did not have much power here, so Grimm was not worried. However, if they were to go to other places, things would not be so smooth. The Versailles family had a good control of their own territory. Of course, the Montenegro fortress was an exception. Green wanted to buy more things, but he really didn't have any money now. Although he would have money if he sold the radishes, they hadn't sold their radishes yet, so he could only buy some necessities and leave the Montenegro fortress. However, Grim was not wearing his shiny silver armor. Instead, he was wearing an ordinary adventurer's cotton shirt, which made him look inconspicuous. There were hundreds and thousands of adventurers going in and out of the Montenegro fortress every day, so no one would pay attention to him. Although Grim had left the Montenegro fortress, he still carefully observed his surroundings before slowly walking into the mountains. To be honest, he was now a little nervous. Grim walked around the mountain a few times. After making sure that he was not being followed, he came to the place where he had made the mark. Before he could do anything, the space hole appeared. Grim entered the space in a flash, and the space hole disappeared. Everything returned to peace. Zhao Hai had been observing the situation outside from his origin space. Therefore, he noticed Green the moment he appeared. He could see everything within 100 meters. Seeing the huge backpack in Jelin's hands, Zhao Hai could not help but be stunned. The appearance of this backpack was too similar to the mountaineering bags from his previous life on Earth. Other than the different materials, the less exquisite workmanship, and the lack of a zipper, the other parts of the backpack were really similar to those mountaineering bags. Zhao Hai pointed at the big bag and said, "Grandpa Green, what are you buying this for? We don't need it at all." Grim smiled. "Of course we don't need this. But with this we can conceal the existence of space. After all, on the mainland, space preparation is very rare." Zhao Hai immediately understood Green's meaning. He nodded and said, "Right, I almost forgot about that." Merlin smiled and handed the magic staff to Zhao Hai. "This mage is just for show. Although the one I chose wasn't the worst, it was the lightest one. This way, young master won't have to exert much effort to lift it. There's a magic robe in this bag. Young master, please change into it." Zhao Hai nodded and took the magic staff in the backpack. He did not know what kind of wood the magic staff was made of, but it was very light. Zhao Hai felt like he was holding a bamboo pole instead of a piece of wood. However, Zhao Hai did not study the magic staff. Instead, he took his backpack and entered the straw hut. The clothes that Zhao Hai wore in the beginning were the noble clothes that Grim and the others had prepared for him. The noble clothes here were very gorgeous, but they were also very inconvenient. Although the lower body was not the tights that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth, the pants were also very inconvenient. In the end, Zhao Hai decided not to wear the noble clothes anymore. Now, he had a lot of things to do every day. Wearing that kind of clothes would only affect his movements. Merlin also knew this, so she did not object. When Green came back and saw that Zhao Hai was not wearing the noble's clothes, he originally wanted to object. However, when he saw that Zhao Hai had so many things to do and it was inconvenient to wear that kind of clothes, he let it go. He was not an inflexible person. Zhao Hai was currently wearing a set of Green's warrior suit. However, Merlin had made it a little smaller so that Zhao Hai was not as tall as Green. Fortunately, Green was not very strong, so there was no need to make too many changes. This kind of warrior suit was naturally made very loose for the convenience of warriors in battle. It was very convenient for movement, and Zhao Hai liked it very much. "I'm sorry, I just received a call from my family saying that my grandfather has passed away. I might be very busy these 2 days and might have to stop updating for 2 days. Please forgive me." Zhao Hai looked at the magic robe in his hand and was speechless. The workmanship of the magic robe was not very good. He did not know what kind of material it was made of, but it was very thick. It was just a cloth robe, but it felt heavy in his hand. What made him even more speechless was that the style of the robe looked like what villains often wore on TV. He was wearing a black magic robe with a big hat on the back. Most importantly, there was a black veil covering the face of the hat. When the hat was put on, the black veil could cover the entire face, making it impossible to see the appearance of the person wearing it. Forget it. No matter what, this was something he had discussed with Grim. Moreover, he had to disguise himself as a black magician, so this outfit was just right. The magic robe was very big, but it was also very thick. Zhao Hai took off his warrior suit and put on the magic robe. He did not feel cold at all. Although the cloth did not look very good, it kept him warm and was quite soft, so it was very comfortable to wear. Zhao Hai could not help but nod in satisfaction. He picked up his magic staff, put on his hat, and walked out of the straw house. Grim and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai as he walked out of the door. In the past, when Zhao Hai was wearing a warrior's uniform, they had never realized that the most suitable clothes for him were magic robes. This black magician suit was really suitable for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a very strange temperament, as if he was out of tune with this world. However, if you didn't pay special attention to him, you wouldn't feel his existence. It was as if he was invisible. In fact, Zhao Heijai's temperament was because he was an otaku on Earth. Otakus did not know how to communicate with others. Sometimes they would seem out of place in this world. At the same time, they were very good at hiding themselves. They would always put themselves in a place where no one would notice them. Then they would coldly observe the changes of the world. Zhao Hai had experienced this once on Earth. He went out with a friend to handle some business. The two of them treated one person to a meal. from the time they treated that person to the time they got in the car. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Hai followed his friend. When they arrived at the restaurant and entered their private room, the person they treated looked at Zhao Hai in surprise and said to Zhao Hai's friend, "You invited this person as well." This question left Zhao Hai and his friend at a loss for what to do. Zhao Hai had accompanied them all the way here, but the other party had not noticed him at all. It could be seen how unremarkable Zhao Hai was. He could be called an invisible person in the city. It was because of this temperament that Zhao Hai was more suitable in the black robe. He seemed out of place in this world, but it was easy to ignore his existence. This was the temperament of a black magician. Generally speaking, people who didn't fit in would attract more attention. However, Zhao Hai's two temperaments combined into one, forming a very strange temperament. People could notice him at first glance, but they would immediately ignore his existence. Zhao Hai noticed that Green and the others were all staring at him in a daze. He quickly took off his hat and said to Green and the others, "What's wrong? Is it strange?" As Zhao Hai took off his hat, Green and the others came back to their senses. When Zhao Hai took off his hat, his aura suddenly changed. The strange aura he had just now disappeared, and he now had the aura of a boy next door. This change in temperament was extremely mysterious. If one did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. However, Green and the rest were very happy. As long as Zhao Hai wore his magic robe, he would be a black magician. As long as he took off his magic robe, no one would associate him with the black magician. This made it easier for Zhao Hai to hide his identity. As long as he wanted to, he could change from a black magician to another person at any time without anyone suspecting him. Grimm immediately shook his head and said, "No, very little. These clothes suit you very well, young master. Young master, I think you should let Meg follow you on this trip. She can be your maid. If I have to go out, she can also protect you. Moreover, no one will suspect a black magician with a maid by his side." Zhao Hai glanced at Meg. Be honest, although he really wanted her to stay by his side, he felt a little uncomfortable when he thought about her hug. He didn't even dare to face her. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Green continued, "Originally, I wanted to let Blockhead and the others follow you, but Blockhead and the others are still too weak. Moreover, if the two of them appear together, it will still arouse people's suspicion. These two silly kids still have some reputation on the continent." Zhao Hai did not expect this to happen. He was about to tell Green to just let the wood and stone follow him, but he gave up after hearing Green's words. "Young master, do you not want to hate me?" Meg suddenly asked. Meg had already noticed that Zhao Hai seemed to be a little afraid of her. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be alone with her. Just now, she just wanted to see if Zhao Hai really cared about her, but it turned out that Zhao Hai really did care about her. No man could ever understand a girl's thoughts. Meg just wanted to know if Zhao Hai cared about her, but when she saw Zhao Hai's current appearance, she couldn't help but find it funny. She wanted to tease Zhao Hai even more, but she didn't dare to act rashly with Green and Merlin by her side. Grimm noticed her expression and glared at her. She stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, and turned around. "I'll go pack my things." After saying that, she ran back to her small house. Green didn't mind. Both he and Merlin knew that Meg was interested in Zhao. If it was before, they wouldn't have let her get close to Zhao Hai, but now they didn't object. Green looked at Zhao Hai and turned to Merlin. "Merlin, you should also get ready. If I go out and something happens, let the young master go into the space. Young master, you'd better give the use of the screen to Merlin. This way, even if we're resting, Merlin and the others can keep watch for us and nothing will happen. If I go out and Meg isn't by your side, you can also ask Merlin and the others to come out and help you at any time." Although Zhao Hai felt that it was not necessary, he still agreed. However, he still felt uncomfortable. If he gave the screen to Merlin and the others, he would have to be under their surveillance 24 hours a day. It was not a good life. However, Zhao Hai still did as he was told. He did not want to be killed by others. He knew nothing about the situation outside the Black Soul wasteland, so it was better to be safe. Although he had obtained all of Adam's memories, Adam had never left the capital of the Arca's empire from the moment he was born until he fell unconscious. Thus, Zhao Hai knew nothing about the outside world, so he had no choice but to follow Green's instructions. After giving the right to use the screen to Merlin, Meg also packed up and came out. She was holding a small bag in her hand and wearing a maid's uniform. Needless to say, she looked really beautiful in the maid's uniform. Her gentle temperament made people involuntarily want to protect her. Zhao Hai glanced at Meg and Huang quickly turned his face away. He said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, I'll leave the space to you. If you need anything, just knock on the screen and I'll hear you." Merlin nodded. "Don't worry, young master, you have to be careful too." Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, he, Green, and Meg appeared in the forest. Green looked around and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, let's call the alien out and let it carry us to the Montenegro fortress." "Grandpa Green, shouldn't we keep the summoned creatures if we want to enter the city?" Zhao Hai asked, puzzled. "Why did we call the aliens out?" Grimm smiled and said, "In other cities, you have to put away your summoned creatures. If you don't, people will think you're attacking the city, but you don't have to do it here in the Montenegro fortress. This place is full of people, so no one will attack us. If we ride the aliens there, no one will care. It will also reduce a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the city guards and mercenary groups might come to collect taxes from us. As long as we ride the aliens there, no one will dare to do anything. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Does it mean that my black magic robe doesn't work? Those people still dare to come and deal with me. Grimm smiled and said, this place is different from other cities. In other cities, mages are mages, and almost no one would pretend to be one. But not here. There are many adventurers who pretend to be black mages because black mages are the most difficult to deal with on the continent, so people often pretend to be black mages to rob. Some adventurers get good things and pretend to be black mages to transport the things away. After a long time, black mages are not so scary here. If we don't release the aliens, they might not think we are the real black magicians. Zhao Hai didn't expect such a thing to happen. There was actually someone in the world who dared to pretend to be a black magician. One had to know that they were black magicians. Black magicians were a group of people that no one in the world wanted to offend. He did not expect that someone would dare to impersonate a black mage in the Montenegro fortress. It was a strange place. Green noticed Zhao Hai's confusion. He smiled and said, there's nothing strange about that. This is a paradise for mercenaries and adventurers. There's nothing those bold guys don't dare to do. All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go. Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, he let Grimm and Merlin sit on the xenomorph. Grimm had already put on the shiny armor and looked like an iron can. However, to be honest, this armor looked quite mighty. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this thing was only for show, especially against a master like Green. This thing could not protect him at all. If he really needed to rely on this thing to protect his safety, it would mean that he had lost. Megar was wearing a maid's uniform, sitting quietly with Zhao Hai on the chest of the alien. She had seen Zhao Hai sitting on the chest of the alien before, but she had never sat on it personally. Now that he was sitting on it, she was really curious. However, she soon realized that it was not very comfortable to sit there. Although the wooden boards were covered with a thick layer of quilt, it still felt hard to sit up. Moreover, the space in her chest was not very large. Although the alien was 10 meters long, most of it was concentrated in its tail. It was half the length of its body, which meant it was about 5 meters long. In addition to his 2-meter-long head, the remaining length of his chest was only about 2 meters, and his height was only about 1 meter. Fortunately, they were under the alien's ribs, and the ribs had gaps. They could stand up through the gaps as if they were sitting in an open-top yashinu. Grimm did not sit there today. Instead, he sat on the xenomorph's skull. The surface area of the xenomorph's skull was not small. It would not be a problem for Grimm to sit or stand on it. With his skills, he would be fine even if he were to sleep on it. The xenomorph didn't mind being ridden on. Although it had become Zhao Hai's summoned beast, it didn't mean it had emotions. It had just forgotten the desire for flesh and blood in its bones, or perhaps the realm had made it forget. It was like a machine that had been programmed. Machines had no emotions. The three of them slowly left the forest and returned to the Forgotten Valley. There was still no one there, but Zhao Hai didn't mind. He directed the xenomorphs toward the Montenegro fortress. They were not far from the Montenegro fortress. After walking for about half an hour, they could see the city wall in the distance. They could also see the people going in and out of the city gate, but because they were still a little far away, they could not see their faces clearly. Zhao Hai didn't stand on ceremony and directed the xenomorphs towards the Montenegro fortress. Grimm had told him that as long as he sat on the xenomorphs and entered the Black Mountain fortress, no one would dare to offend them easily. No one would dare to inquire about their background. There was no force on the continent that liked to provoke black magicians. The three of them sat on the xenomorph's back and swaggered towards the Montenegro fortress. After walking for less than 5 minutes, they encountered a small group of mercenaries. There were only 5 of them, and each of them was carrying an adventurer's backpack. They looked at Zhao Hai and his group in surprise. However, when they saw the huge body of the xenomorph, they could not help but dodge to the side and immediately stood on the side of the road. Just as Grimm had said, they did not dare to provoke a black magician, especially when this black magician had such a powerful undying summoned beast. Zhao Hai didn't move, but his eyes were observing the mercenaries. They were wearing simple leather armor, carrying weapons and backpacks. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai noticed that these people were different. The one walking in front had a bow on his back and a short knife on his waist. His body was very small, but his arms and legs were long. One look and you could tell that he was a very flexible guy. The second person also carried a backpack, but he held a double-edged axe in his hand. The axe was obviously heavy, and the leather armor on his body was relatively thick. What surprised Zhao Hai was that, although this person was tall, he was not very big. Instead, he was thin, but his black skin was wrapped with iron-like muscles. He looked like a powerful warrior. The third person was different from the first two. He was dressed in a very traditional way. He was wearing a suitable leather armor, holding a big sword upside down in his hand, a leather helmet on his head, boots on his feet, and a cloak on his back. He wore a warrior's suit under the leather armor. This could be said to be the most traditional adventurer's outfit. There were two people behind him. They seemed to be brothers. They looked very similar, but they were not twins. However, they both had one thing in common: they were very fat. They were holding a chicken foot in their hands and stuffing it into their mouths as if they had been angry for a few days. Although Zhao Hai was sizing them up, he didn't move. The black magician's robe was still covering his head, so the five people thought Zhao Hai's eyes were focused on the front and didn't notice them at all. Although there were often people who pretended to be black magicians in the Montenegro fortress, no one suspected that Zhao Hai was a fake after seeing the xenomorph's heroic appearance. It was impossible for a fake black magician to summon an undying beast. The alien was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already left the five of them. Zhao Hai looked away. To be honest, whether it was in this life or the previous life, this was the first time he had seen a mercenary, so he was very curious. In addition, the five of them had their own unique characteristics. Zhao Hai's first impression of the mercenaries was clear, but he could not tell how strong they were. "Young master, those five people are from a rather famous adventure team in the Montenegro fortress," said Clint in a deep voice. "They're called the QE Snake Adventure Team. They're pretty strong. The one with the axe and the one with the greatsword are both peak rank 6 warriors." Zhao Hai didn't expect these people to be so powerful. A peak rank 6 warrior. Did this mean that they were more powerful than wood and stone? It seemed that there were many experts in this world. Along the way, the three of them met many adventurers and mercenaries. Some of them were dressed similar to the previous five, wearing leather armor. It seemed that these people were doing better. Most of the mercenaries and adventurers did not wear leather armor at all. They only wore warrior clothes made of coarse cloth and held weapons in their hands. Some did not even have backpacks. They were also mercenaries. When the mercenaries and adventurers saw Zhao Hai and the others, they all made way for them. Even if they were strong, no one wanted to have a conflict with a black magician. Although the mercenaries and adventurers were rebellious, they were also flexible. As long as they could not afford to offend someone, they would lower their status. After all, they were just a group of mercenaries. Of course, you couldn't bully them too much. If someone bullied them too much, they would stand up and fight back, and it would be the kind of resistance that was neither dead nor naked. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai and the others sat on the xenomorphs and swaggered into the Montenegro fortress. Even the city guards in front of the city gates didn't dare to stop them. They were only one of the forces in the city, not the biggest. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend a black magician. Following Green's lead, they stopped in front of a very large and luxurious hotel in the city. Zhao Hai raised his head to look at the hotel and saw the words Paramita Flower Hotel written on it. The three of them got down from the xenomorph. Grim carried his backpack while Merlin picked up his own small talisman pouch. Zhao Hai realized that there was nothing else to take, so he put the xenomorph away. Any summoner could send their summoned beast back to their summoning space. That space was a very strange thing. Except for the summoner himself, no one else could feel him. Besides the summoned beast, there was nothing else that could be stored in there. Only by putting this thing into the body of the summoned beast could the summoning space be completely filled. As the alien was a skeleton crocodile, the wooden board that Zhao Hai had tied to its chest could be kept into the summoning space. If it couldn't be kept, Clint would have warned him long ago. When the waiter saw a black magician outside, he didn't want to come out to welcome him, but he was afraid that he would anger the magician. That would be bad luck for him, so he walked over and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Welcome, Mr. Mage. This is the most high-end hotel in the Montenegro fortress. We provide hot water for 24 hours to wash away your fatigue." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. Merlin immediately walked to the waiter and said, "Get 2 of the best rooms, prepare hot water, and bring a table of good food to the room. Don't want anything else." After saying that, he stood beside Zhao Hai, who then walked into the store. This was also something they had discussed beforehand. Zhao Hai would try not to speak as much as possible. If there was anything, he would let Green handle it. This way, he could give people a feeling that he was unfathomable. Another reason was to prevent people from guessing his age from his voice. On the mainland, the strength of mages was usually proportional to their age. The training of mages was much harder than that of warriors. On the mainland, warriors did not need to be too old at the beginning of their training. When they were young, they could be trained and strengthened. When they were older, they could undergo the beginner training of fighting energy under the guidance of adults. It was not easy to practice warrior power. Only when your body met the requirements could you practice warrior power. The more powerful the warrior power, the more demanding it was on your body, because warrior power was really overbearing. The training of a mage was much more difficult than that of battle energy. All the children born on the continent would be sent to a designated place to be examined to see if they had the talent to practice magic. If they did, they would be focused on training. If not, they would go home and prepare to become a warrior. The age requirement for a mage's cultivation was very strict. No one was allowed to practice magic before the age of 12. After so many years of exploration, people on the continent had discovered that a person's mental strength could only be considered stable at the age of 12. If one practiced too early and hesitated to stabilize his mental strength, it was very likely to cause a backlash of mental strength and go crazy. In that case, one would become an idiot at the least, and in the worst case, one would be brain dead. It was for this reason that powerful mages were generally not too young. Someone like Meg, who could become a 6th-tier mage at such a young age, could definitely be regarded as an anomaly on the mainland. She was a genius among geniuses. Not many people on the continent knew about Merlin's strength. Merlin and the rest had always kept this matter strictly confidential. Even in the past, only a few people in the Buda family knew about it. They were very clear that if others found out that Meg had such a strong cultivation at such a young age, there were only two ways. One was to control her and cultivate her into a great killing weapon, and the other was to kill her. Neither of these two outcomes were what they wanted to see. Although mages started training later than warriors, mages usually lived longer than warriors. A warrior, even a grade 8 warrior, could at most live to 200 years old. A grade 8 mage could live to at least 250 years old. It was precisely because of this that high-level mages were very important to a country. A high-level mage could protect the country for at least 100 years. It was also because the people on the Ark continent lived longer than the people on the Earth team that they were still living in a slave society after nearly 10,000 years of development. The use of magic machinery was also very low. On Earth, it would be considered good if a king of a feudal country could rule a country for a few decades. Only an emperor with a very long life could do that. However, ordinary empires would not rule a country for more than 20 years. However, it was different on the Ark continent. A king could rule over a king for about 100 years. If he had only ruled for a few decades, he would be considered a short-lived king. That was why the development of the continent had not been very fast after so many years. It was precisely because of this that Jelen did not allow Zhao Hai to speak. The owners of such shops were usually very smart. Even if their cultivation levels were not high, they had seen countless people. As long as you opened your mouth, they would be able to tell your age and even what kind of person you were. To these shop owners, observing people was their way of survival. The shop assistant led Zhao Hai and the others into the shop. The interior of the shop was really well decorated. As soon as they entered, they saw a large hall that was more than 40 square meters. On the roof of the hall, there was a magic light. Although it was daytime, the magic light was still on. There was a large bar counter directly opposite the door. Two beautiful waitresses were standing behind the bar counter. Outside the bar counter, a fat man was standing there respectfully. He was dressed in nice silk clothes, and on the chest of his clothes was a red spider lily badge. He seemed to be the owner of this store. The moment he saw Zhao Hai and the rest enter, the shop owner immediately went up to them. He stopped 3 steps in front of Zhao Hai and bowed to him. "Welcome, esteemed mage. It is our honor to have you here. Please rest here for a while, and we will immediately send you the strongest cocoa. You will be ready to check in." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He turned around and walked to a resting place at the side. He sat down. There were only a few couches and a coffee table in the resting place. It was specially for people to rest temporarily. As soon as Zhao Hai sat down, a waitress came over and placed a pot of kia and a cup on the coffee table in front of him. When Meg was about to help Zhao Hai pour the kia, Zhao Hai waved her hand gently and she stood beside him again. At this moment, Zhao Hai was really imposing. He was wearing a black magic robe, and his aura was out of place, yet it was plain and ordinary. In addition, he didn't say a word and his movements were not big. He just sat there as if he had disappeared from the spot. If it weren't for Green and Meg standing beside him, many people would have ignored his existence. Zhao Hai nodded, stood up, and followed the boss to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was different from the 1st floor. There was no hall here, and once they walked out of the stairs, they could see the rooms one by one. However, Zhao Hai still noticed that the number of rooms on the 3rd floor was much less than that on the 1st and 2nd floor. The fat shopkeeper led them to room 301 and personally pushed the door open, inviting Zhao Hai and the others in. After Zhao Hai and the others entered, the fat boss stood outside the door and said respectfully to Zhao Hai, "Dear mage, if you need anything, just ring the summoning bell. I will send the food you want to your room as soon as possible. There are 5 bedrooms in this room, enough for you and your followers. If you need, I can arrange another room for you." Zhao Hai nodded slightly and walked into the house without saying anything. However, Green understood what he meant. He immediately turned to the fat boss and said, "Sir is very satisfied with your arrangement. You may leave. Remember to bring the food quickly. It's my honor to be able to serve a great magician." The fat boss bowed immediately. "Please allow me to leave." After he finished speaking, he respectfully closed the door and left. After the fat boss left, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh of relief. He took off his hat and turned to Merlin with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect this set of clothes to be so useful. Look at how respectful the boss is. It's really hard to stand." Green also took off his helmet. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, he snorted coldly him. "Young master, you're too naive. That boss only did that out of professional habit. and you might not know that this shop is the property of the magicians. That fatty is not only the owner of this shop, but also an outside intelligence agent of the magicians. I believe that it won't take long for the magicians to know of our appearance." Zhao Hai was stunned. "So this is the property of the magicians. Grandpa Green, why do we have to live here? Isn't that too ostentatious?" Grimm smiled and said, "That's right, young master. Sometimes it's not a good thing to keep a low profile. They will only think that we are more suspicious and will try their best to investigate us. However, since we are so ostentatious now, they won't suspect that we have any relationship with the Buda family. They won't expect us to be so bold. They won't even think that young master can summon undead creatures to pretend to be a summoner." NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "I really didn't expect that the Marchiders would open a shop in a place like this." "Oh right, Grandpa Green, how did you know that this shop belongs to the Marchiders?" Grimm smiled and said, "It's not a secret. There's a red spider lily symbol on the outside of this shop, which is the emblem of the Margender family. With the strength of the Margender family on the continent, no one would come to make trouble in a shop like theirs. We don't have to worry about those problems when we live here. This place is very close to the Iron Mountain, and there are many magical beasts on the Iron Mountain. If they open their shop here, they can sometimes get a lot of useful things at a very low price, like a big merchant like the Margender family. How could they let go of such a place?" Zhao Hai nodded. He had also learned from the miscellaneous notes that many things on the continent were made from magical beasts. Because of their strong bodies and magical attributes, they had many things on them that were commonly used by alchemists and alchemists. As for the adventurers and mercenaries, most of them relied on hunting magical beasts for a living. However, Zhao Hai was still confused about the basic operations of the mercenaries on the continent. When he was reading the miscellaneous notes, he did not see any mercenary guilds that often appeared in novels. Thus, Zhao Hai asked Green in confusion, "Grandpa Green, where do those mercenaries get their missions? Do they have to rely on hunting magical beasts for a living?" Grimm smiled and said, "Of course not. Actually, those mercenaries could receive missions in any city. In any equipment store, hotel, or inn, there would be people who would post missions. In order to attract business, these stores would also accept missions for free for those mercenaries. Therefore, those mercenaries could receive missions as long as they were in any pub in the city. Even if they didn't find a suitable one, they could go to another one. The missions they receive in any shop on the continent can be shared with other branches. In other words, if you distribute the missions here in Montenegro Fortress, the mercenaries will be able to see the mission in all the shops of the Makido firm tomorrow. It's that simple." Was it simple? In fact, this wasn't simple at all. A trading company that covered half the continent, could transmit information so quickly. Was this simple? Don't forget, this was the Ark continent, not Earth, where information exploded, where everyone had a mobile phone and the internet was available to everyone. The fact that the Makil trading firm could do this on the Ark continent was a testament to its power. No one was willing to provoke such a trading firm. Even an empire would not want to provoke such a trading firm. It was too dangerous. Zhao Hai quietly listened to Green's words. He realized that he had underestimated this world. Although this world's technology was not as advanced as Earth's, it had its own unique development trajectory. His understanding of this world was still too little. "Grandpa Green, why do you think they're watching us?" Zhao Hai asked. "There are so many mages on the continent, they can't be watching every single one of them, right?" Grimm smiled. "The reason is because you're a black mage, young master. No matter where a black mage goes, they'll be watched. Especially since we didn't go to Iron Mountain from Montenegro Fortress. It's equivalent to a sudden appearance. Of course, they'll pay more attention. So we're leaving tomorrow," Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, we're leaving tomorrow. Young master, it would cost us 2 gold coins to stay in a hotel like this for one night. To be honest, we might not be able to afford to stay for a few more nights." Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. Money was indeed a problem. Other transmigrators would immediately make a fortune in the other world, or they would be in a high position with beautiful women begging for their services. However, he had a broken territory, and he had to worry about the food and drinks of more than 100 people. From time to time, he had to hide from the attacks of magical beasts. The most abominable thing was that although he had the space, which was a cheating device, he was still poor and could not even afford to stay in a hotel. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Jilin thought that Zhao Hai was feeling sorry for their current situation. He quickly consoled Zhao Hai, "Young master, we'll have money after we sell the radishes. You don't have to be sad." Zhao Hai didn't know how to explain to Green, so he just smiled and said, "I'm fine, but we shouldn't stay in hotels like this in the future. Let's find a place outside the city and stay in the space." "Yes," Clint nodded. "I'll only be staying here for a day to attract the attention of the Macadera family. I won't be staying here in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and looked around the room. It was not small at all. 1 living room, 5 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom. It was not bad. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Clint quickly stood up to open the door. A waiter was standing outside the door, holding a large tray in his hands. On the tray were a few loaves of bread and 3 plates. The dishes inside were quite good. Grim took the plate, gave the waiter a few copper coins as a tip, and sent him away. He didn't know that after the waiter went downstairs, he immediately ran to a very hidden room in the shop and knocked on the door. The fat boss's voice came from inside. "Come in." The waiter pushed the door open and walked in. It was a bedroom. The decoration inside was very simple. Other than a bed, there was only a table and a chair. The fat boss was sitting on the chair with a pen in his hand. When he heard the sound of the door, he said without looking up, "Did you find anything?" The waiter stood there respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Their identities might not be simple. They might be nobles, but they probably don't live a good life. I only gave them some ordinary food and they didn't say anything. They even gave me a tip, but not much." The fat boss nodded and waved his hand. The waiter turned around and left, but the fat boss sat there and pondered. As the head of intelligence of the manhwaedit family in the Montenegro fortress, his intelligence work was still very good. The reason was that he was very careful and good at observing people. He had asked the waiter to serve them some dishes that were not the best because he wanted to see who Zhao Hai and the others were. He wanted to find out from their reactions what kind of people they were. On the mainland, only nobles would tip waiters. Under normal circumstances, even businessmen would not tip waiters. Therefore, the waiter could tell that Zhao Hai and his friends were nobles. The aristocrats were usually very demanding when it came to food and drink. However, Zhao Hai and his friends were in a bad situation, so they naturally did not have too many requirements. In addition, the tip they gave was only copper coins. That was why the waiter said that Zhao Hai and his friends were not living well. This put the fat boss in a difficult position. Although mages had the same status as nobles, many of them were not really nobles. If they were nobles and mages, they would definitely be put in an important position by the country and wouldn't have to live too badly. Therefore, the reaction of Zhao Hai and the others made the fat boss unable to judge their identity for a while. In the end, the fat boss wrote down the situation and went to a secret room through a secret door behind the bedroom. There was a row of cages in the secret room, and each cage had an eagle-like magical beast called Winged Falcon. It was a magical beast that could fly very fast and was usually used to deliver letters after being trained. The fat boss took out a winged falcon, picked up the fresh meat next to it, and fed it. Then, he rolled up the information he had written carefully and put it into a small bamboo tube on the winged falcon's claws. After sealing it with wax, he took the winged falcon out and set it free. It was naturally impossible for a large family like the magicians to pay attention to every small matter, but the appearance of Zhao Hai and the others was too sudden. In addition, he was a black magician, so the fat boss had no choice but to pay attention to them. For people, black magicians represented negative words such as danger, gloominess, and strangeness. As long as a black magician appeared in a place, it would definitely be noticed by all forces. These forces generally adopted a method of not offending or befriending black magicians. That was why the fat boss paid so much attention to Zhao Hai and his friends. However, the actions of the fat boss were within Grimm's expectations. He had expected such a situation to occur when he asked Zhao Hai to pretend to be a black magician. This was exactly the effect they wanted. With such a high-profile action, no one would naturally associate them with the Buda family. This way, it would be safer for them to turn the tables. Zhao Hai and the others went to rest after eating. They didn't go to the Montenegro fortress for a stroll. Don't forget that Zhao Hai was a black magician. Black magicians wouldn't go shopping for no reason. Besides, the Black Mountain Fortress was very chaotic. To avoid trouble, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't go out for a stroll. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was a homebody. He did not like to go shopping, so he did not feel uncomfortable. In addition, he had been traveling for the past few days. He was very tired. Now that he could have a good rest in such a good place, he was naturally very willing. The day passed peacefully, but everyone in the Montenegro fortress knew that a black magician had come. No one provoked him, but they all hoped that Zhao Hai and the others would leave quickly. Zhao Hai and the others agreed with their wishes. The next morning, they left the Montenegro fortress on the back of the xenomorphs. The mercenaries were envious of them. There were 3 paths leading out of the Montenegro fortress. The left path led to the crops production base of the Versailles Duchy, the Ica Plains. That was the territory of the Versailles family. The terrain was very flat and suitable for growing white wheat. There were a large number of slaves working for the family there. The road on the right led to Beck Forest, which was the main source of wood in the Duchy of Versailles. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Versailles family and one of their main sources of income. Under normal circumstances, very few people would go to these 2 paths. This was because the Versailles family's fief was filled with slaves. There were no business opportunities there, so naturally no one was willing to go there. The road in the middle led to the largest city in the Duchy of Versailles, the capital of the Duchy of Versailles, Cassar City, known as the Pearl of the North of the Arcas Empire. Of course, Zhao Hai and the others were not going to the grain-producing area or the lumber yard. They were out to sell radishes, so they naturally had to go to Casa City. The commerce there was very prosperous. In the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others were still on their way. However, they were no longer in the Black Soil Wasteland. They had been in the Black Soil Wasteland for 3 days and had not seen a single person. Instead, they had seen black soil. Now they were in the Versailles Duchy, where there were many people. They could see many pedestrians and carriages on the road. They could also see forests and farmland by the side of the road. However, because Zhao Hai's group's form was too powerful, people would avoid them when they saw them. Even so, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. No matter what, he could finally see people and didn't have to rush on the road as boring as before. It made sense when he thought about it. A warrior that looked like an ironkin was sitting on the head of a huge skeleton, and a black-robed black magician was sitting in the chest. Although there was a sweet-looking little beauty sitting next to him, this combination was very strange in itself, not to mention the fierce reputation of the black magician. It would be strange if people on the road didn't avoid them. Zhao Hai and the others had done what they said before. Even when they passed by the small cities, they didn't stay in the cities. Instead, they went outside the cities and found a place with no one around. Then, they returned to the origin space. This made their whereabouts seem uncertain and even more strange. There were quite a few big families on the continent that had noticed Zhao Hai's group. In a place like the Montenegro fortress, it was naturally impossible for the magicians to be the only one to set up an intelligence station there. In terms of matters, there were quite a few big families on the continent that had set up intelligence stations there. Some of these intelligence stations were just shops, while some were mercenary groups. Those big families didn't set up intelligence points here to investigate any national affairs. It was impossible for anything to happen in a place like Black Mountain Fortress. There was only one purpose for setting up intelligence points here: talents. Most of the nobles on the Ark continent had been around for more than 1,000 years. They were well aware of the importance of talents, and to them, a powerful warrior was of great help. So in places like the Montenegro fortress, where adventurers and mercenaries gathered, there would be intelligence agents sent there by the big families to find warriors with potential and bring them to the family to become a part of the family's power. Because of this, when Zhao Hai and the others appeared in the Montenegro fortress, many big families received the news and watched them closely. However, the people who were watching Zhao Hai's group clearly miscalculated. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's group to not live in the city but live outside the city. At night, they usually went into the origin space to rest. This made it impossible for the people who wanted to follow them to find their whereabouts. It was very strange. However, Zhao Hai's actions made them even more certain that he was a black magician. In BSB, those people had followed Zhao Hai not because they wanted to rope him in, but because they were afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would harm their families. Although the average aristocrat would recruit some black mages, they knew the background of these black mages. No one was willing to recruit an unorthodox black mage, so no one had contact with Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know that they were being followed. They were still moving at their own pace. They weren't moving very fast as there were too many people on the road. They couldn't walk too fast or they might get into an accident. It would take 7 days to travel from Montenegro Fortress to Kasar City even if they rode a horse. Zhao Hai and the others were traveling at a similar speed, so it would take them 7 days to reach Kasar City. By now, they had been on the road for 3 days. In these 3 days, they had passed by 2 small cities and countless small villages. From this, it could be seen that the Duchy of Versailles was still very prosperous. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the inner space as usual. They were on their way as usual. Fortunately, it wasn't the rainy season yet, so although the road was made of dirt, it was very smooth. The xenomorph didn't feel any bumps when walking. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was amiss today. It was as if something was missing. Zhao Hai looked around in confusion, not knowing what was missing. While Zhao Hai was still confused, Meg said, "Young master, it's so strange. We've been walking for more than 2 hours, but we still haven't seen anyone passing by. There are already many people around this time every day." Zhao Hai finally realized that something was wrong after hearing what Meg said. It had been more than 2 hours since the morning, and they hadn't seen a single person. No wonder he felt that something was off. It was because they were missing someone. Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong and immediately said in a deep voice, "Stop," he said. The alien immediately stopped. Zhao Hai stood up, held onto the alien's ribs, and said to Ji Lin, "Grandpa Green, did something happen? Why haven't we met anyone after walking for such a long time?" Green nodded and said, "I've noticed it a long time ago. But don't worry, young master, we'll just move forward. I want to see what's going on. At most, young master can hide in the space and no one will be able to find you." Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. He thought that Green hadn't noticed it, but Green had noticed it long ago. Although his words were a little irresponsible, they made sense. They couldn't just stop moving forward because they didn't know what had happened. If they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai could not help but nod and wave his hand. "Okay, let's go." The alien immediately started moving at a constant speed. It seemed like it was not in a hurry. However, Zhao Hai and Meg became nervous. They had never seen such a big scene before, so they were not as calm as Green. The two of them were a little restless as they observed their surroundings, as if there would be magical beasts rushing out of the forest at any time. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, they did not meet a single person after walking for the entire morning. Even the villages that they passed by did not have anyone. It was as if everyone had disappeared. When they passed by a village, they even went into the village to take a closer look. There was no one in the village. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, it did not look like it had been attacked. It seemed like all the villagers had left on their own. However, the strange thing was that the villagers had clearly left as soon as they got up. There was no fire in the kitchen at home, and they did not fold their blankets. They did not even put on their clothes. They just got out of their blankets and left. There wasn't a single chicken or dog in the entire tree. It was completely silent. Coupled with the messy bed, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This village was too strange, even more so than their strange group. Green looked at the village for a long time but still did not find anything. His face became even gloomier. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, call your grandma Merlin out. She might be able to see something." Zhao Hai responded. He immediately opened the spatial pocket and called Merlin out. Merlin had been observing the situation outside, so he naturally knew what was happening. Thus, after he came out, he did not say much. He only looked around carefully, then closed his eyes and softly recited a few incantations. A ball of blue light appeared on her body and spread out like the sun. The light flashed for about 5 minutes before it slowly disappeared. Merlin slowly opened his eyes and said to Zhao Hai and the others with a serious expression, "Young master, someone here used the seduction technique of black magic to attract all the living things in the village. I don't know where they went." Black magic. Zhao Hai was stunned. "Are you saying that a black magician has been here before?" Merlin nodded. "Although it's been a while and the magic energy here has mostly disappeared, I'm still sure that someone used black magic here." Zhao Hai and Green's faces darkened. They were sure that the reason why they didn't meet anyone on the road today was related to this matter. If they didn't handle it well, they might even be implicated. Don't forget that Zhao Hai's current identity was a black mage. There was a black mage here who used black magic. With so many people taken away, this situation could not be hidden anymore. Something might happen. If Merlin could find out that a black mage had used magic here, the other mages could too. By then, people would know that the disappearance of the people here was related to a black mage. Zhao Hai might become a suspect. This was what Grimm and Zhao Hai were worried about. The black magician had lured away so many people. He was definitely up to no good. If he did something bad, it would bring Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai was most afraid of trouble now. Merlin had obviously thought of this as well. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, why don't we stop disguising ourselves as black mages? Otherwise, we will bring you big trouble." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Besides this black magician, if I disguise myself as someone else, they might find out our identity faster. In that case, we will be in more danger. Grandma Merlin, can you sense where the black magician has taken the people here? Let's go after him and see if we can get rid of this demon. If we can, that would be for the best. Even if we can't let the Versailles clan suspect us." The Versailles family couldn't just ignore such a major incident. This was their territory, and everyone living here was part of their family. They had to pay taxes to their family, so they naturally had the obligation to ensure their safety. There was only one way for Zhao Hai to make people stop suspecting him, and that was to find the real murderer and hand him over to the Versailles family. That way, he would not be suspected. Although Green did not want Zhao Hai to have any contact with the Versailles family, this was the only way to avoid suspicion. They were in the Versailles family's territory after all. If Zhao Hai was suspected by the Versailles family, it would only spell more trouble. His identity would be exposed very quickly, and Zhao Hai's identity could not be exposed at all. Merlin was also looking at Green. He wanted to know if Green agreed with Zhao Hai. If Green agreed, then she would find a way to find the direction that the magician had gone and find him. Grimm understood what Merlin meant. He nodded impatiently and said, "All right, let's do as the young master says. Find that fellow and hand him over to the Versailles clan. Only then can we continue with our plan." Merlin nodded and used the same spell again, but this time it took a longer time, a full 10 minutes to complete. After the spell was completed, Merlin pointed in the direction of Casa City and said, "That's the direction. Perhaps it's because of this that we didn't meet anyone along the way." Zhao Hai and Merlin both nodded. However, this matter was a little strange. Normally, there would be some people going to Casar City from the Montenegro fortress every day. However, it was strange today. No one had come from the direction of the Black Mountain Fortress to Casar City. Until now, Zhao Hai and the others had not met a single person. What Zhao Hai and the others didn't know was that there were caravans passing by them early in the morning. However, these caravans realized something was wrong after walking for a while and immediately retreated to the small city behind them. Then they told the merchants about the news. Now, many people from the Black Mountain Fortress stopped in the small city that Zhao Hai and the others passed by. They were going to form a larger caravans and hire more mercenaries from the Black Mountain Fortress before leaving. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't know about this. Because he had been on the road for the past few days, he had been feeling very tired, so he had woken up a little late. The caravans had set off at dawn, 2 to 3 hours earlier than them, so Zhao Hai didn't know about this. It was precisely because the merchants had blocked the people who came later that Zhao Hai and the others did not see the people from the Montenegro fortress. That was why such a strange scene had occurred. In fact, it was not only Zhao Hai who did not understand. Even Green did not understand. There were many bandits on the continent, and it was possible for them to be attacked by wild beasts in the wild. Therefore, some merchant teams were very careful. If they noticed something wrong, they would immediately enter a city and then move forward with other merchant teams. Of course, Zhao Hai did not know about this. Green did not know either. The Buda family did not have their own merchant team in the past, so he did not know about these things. This was why such a situation occurred. Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, they had encountered 5 villages, but the people in them had all disappeared. These villages were not very big, but there were more than 1,000 people in the 5 villages. However, these people had all disappeared. Not only the people, but all the living things in the villages had disappeared. The further Zhao Hai and the others walked, the more shocked they became. Not only were there more and more people missing, but Merlin could also feel that the energy of the black magic was getting stronger and more terrifying. According to Merlin's estimation, if he used the temptation spell frequently and lured away so many people at once, this black mage's strength would have reached at least the 8th level, the same level as Merlin. Although Merlin estimated that the other party's strength was on the same level as hers, Merlin had no choice but to admit it. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the other party because black magic was too strange, and she was not confident. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He still had Green with him. If he really couldn't do it, he could still hide in the medium. He didn't believe that the enemy could still chase him into the medium. The alien didn't speed up or slow down. It was still moving forward at a steady pace. This was one of Zhao Hai's characteristics. No matter what, he always pursued stability. He would always remind himself to stay calm. He had learned a saying in school, calm down when facing a big event. This was his motto. Therefore, Zhao Hai kept reminding himself to stay calm. He carefully observed his surroundings. Although he couldn't see anything, he was still very careful and prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Merlin was sitting on Zhao Hai's side of the kingdom with his eyes closed. Grim was sitting on the alien's head, seemingly asleep. Meanwhile, Meg had been sent back into the subspace by Zhao Hai. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, they did not encounter anything after walking for a whole day. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Although they still did not see a single person on the road, they did not encounter any attacks either. Everything was strangely calm. Just as Zhao Hai was about to stop and rest, Merlin suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Young master, you should return to the space. I can sense a very strong black magic energy in front of us." It seems that the other party is already prepared. Zhao Hai was surprised, but he knew that he couldn't help much by staying here. He nodded and entered the space, but the alien didn't. It stayed outside and carried the 2 of them. Once Zhao Hai entered the origin space, he immediately entered the straw house. He looked at the screen, but strangely the image on the screen was still moving, as if he was still sitting on the back of the alien. Zhao Hai was stunned. He smacked himself on the head. He was really confused. He could see things 100 meters away from the point of entry. If the point could be moved, did that mean he could see more things? He had not thought of this before. When he came in, he did not put away the xenomorphs. He had wanted to help Grim and Merlin when necessary, but he had forgotten to stop the xenomorphs, so the xenomorphs continued to move forward. This had also allowed him to discover this secret. It turned out that if he entered space on a moving object, the image on the screen would also be moving. Most importantly, space could move. Moreover, he didn't need to stay outside to move forward. Damn it, why didn't I think of it before? If I did, I would have let the alien go outside and let him hide in the human world. It would save me the trouble of traveling. However, Zhao Hai was not in the mood to think too much at this time. He also wanted to see what the black magician was up to. Merlin and Grim had been focusing their attention on the front, so they did not think too much. The xenomorph continued to move forward unhurriedly, and Merlin could feel that the black magic energy was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a shout came from the front, as well as the sound of weapons clashing. Grim and Merlin's expressions tensed up. They knew that the thing they had been waiting for the whole day had finally happened. At this moment, the aliens suddenly stopped. The 2 of them were stunned. Then Zhao Hai suddenly appeared on the back of the alien and said, "Grandpa Grim, Grandma Merlin, let's go into the space. The xenomorphs keep going, and we can still see what's happening in front." Grim and Merlin were stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their faces lit up with joy, but Grim shook his head and said, "No, young master, we shouldn't go in. If we go in, the secret of the space will be discovered by the other party, and it won't be worth it." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Well, I won't go in then. When necessary, I can release the undead creatures I caught to help. This way, people will only think that I'm a black mage and won't discover the secret of the space. Both Green and Merlin frowned. They didn't want Zhao Hai to take the risk, but if he entered the space and undead creatures appeared, the secret of the space would be exposed. This put them in a difficult position. Green thought for a moment and turned to Zhao Hai. Young master, you can stay outside if you want, but you'd better call Merlin out and have her guard you. That's the only way. Zhao Hai nodded and answered Merlin's question. Zhao Hai had realized that as long as he thought of who he wanted to call, the person in the space would be able to hear him. If the person in the space wanted to talk to him, they only needed to tap on the screen, and he would be able to hear a beeping sound similar to the QQ friend request. After getting his permission, the person could talk to him. This discovery made Zhao Hai very happy. It made it much easier for him to contact the space, and he didn't have to go into the space to call for his friends. After being called out, Meg immediately sat next to Zhao Hai and looked around carefully, ready to protect him at any time. Seeing that Meg had come out, Zhao Hai ordered the xenomorphs to continue moving forward. However, he was much more careful this time. Green had already stood up, and his combat energy was faintly visible, ready to attack at any time. After walking for another 1,000 meters, they reached a small dirt slope. Zhao Hai and the others finally saw what was happening in front of them. In front of the slope, a large group of undead creatures was besieging a merchant group. The merchant group had a red spider lily flag on it. It was the merchant group of the manhwaedit family. At this moment, Grim noticed that there was another flag beside the slope. This flag was completely black with a white skull painted on it. It looked a little like the pirate flag that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth, but it was not exactly the same. As soon as Grim saw the flag, his expression changed. He thought of an organization through the flag, a notorious organization on the continent, the Undead Mercenary Group. The Undead Mercenary Group was one of the most powerful mercenary groups on the continent, but it was also one of the smallest mercenary groups on the continent, because this mercenary group only used 8 core members. Generally speaking, 8 people could not be called a mercenary group. They could only be regarded as a small adventurer team. However, the team formed by these 8 people was called a mercenary group on the continent because these 8 people were all black mages. This mercenary group had existed for decades. In these decades, this mercenary group had taken on more than 1,000 missions, and more than 500 of them were when they killed their employers and robbed their goods. Later, no one dared to hire them to do missions, so they directly started robbing and became a gang of thieves. Of course, there were many mercenary groups that did this on the continent. If that was the case, they wouldn't be remembered by everyone on the continent. The most important point was that they would kill all the civilians in the vicinity and turn them into undead creatures. Then they would use the undead creatures to attack their targets. It was extremely cruel. It wasn't like there weren't people on the continent who wanted to deal with them. Once, the immortal mercenaries actually touched the goods of the Sinya family, a famous business family on the continent. They were chased by the experts sent by the Sinya family. Out of the 8 members of the immortal mercenaries, 7 were killed, and the last one was seriously injured. At first, the people on the continent thought that the immortal mercenaries would disappear from then on. However, they didn't expect that the only remaining member of the immortal mercenaries would do something crazy. Just when everyone thought that the undead mercenary group had no chance of making a comeback, the last black mage of the undead mercenary group actually used the last of his life force to stimulate 10 times the mana and turn the other 7 dead black mages into high-level undead creatures. Before he died, he ordered the 7 undead creatures to use black magic to turn him into an undead creature. If a black mage turned a person into an undead creature, that person would become his slave. An ordinary low-level undead creature had no intelligence and was very weak, but a high-level undead creature had strong combat power and high intelligence. If the black mage died, the person he turned into an undead creature would become a free undead creature and would no longer be restrained. Of course, if a black mage wanted to make a high-level undead, he would need a lot of mana. It was nothing if it only required mana. The most important thing was that he had to pay with his life force. Even if it was a powerful level 8 black mage, as long as he made 20 high-level undead, his life would come to an end. Therefore, ordinary black mages would not make high-level undead. Man-made undead creatures couldn't level up like natural undead creatures. They would remain at their original strength when they were created and couldn't level up. The black mage was also seriously injured and was about to die. He was naturally not afraid of wasting his vitality. He used a secret method to stimulate his mana 10 times more to complete the creation of the 7 high-level undead black mages. When he was about to die, he gave the order for the 7 of them to turn him into a high-level undead. This plan was too crazy. He had turned the 7 people into undead black mages, but he had died. In other words, the 7 people had become free undead creatures and didn't have to listen to him, so it was really hard to say whether the 7 people would turn him into a high-level undead. Even if his plan succeeded and the 7 of them turned him into a high-level undead creature, he would only be an undead creature from now on. He wouldn't be able to eat, sleep, and enjoy. Everything that humans could enjoy would be meaningless to them. Was it worth it? No one could answer. Perhaps only the members of the immortal mercenaries could answer, but they wouldn't answer because that person's plan had succeeded. The 7 companions who were turned into undead creatures by him had turned him into an undead creature instead. This time, the immortal mercenaries could be considered to be worthy of their name. What good could a mercenary group formed by 8 immortal black mages do? The answer was impossible. These 8 guys couldn't have done anything good. Instead, they had become the most notorious gang of thieves on the continent. However, under normal circumstances, they didn't dare to offend those big families. Although the 8 of them had become undead creatures, their strength had been reduced. If they really offended those big families, they might be destroyed. Although the undead creatures were called undead, that was only when they weren't attacked. If they were chased by experts, their souls would be scattered. The crazy actions of the immortal mercenaries also made the big families feel very scared. In the eyes of the big families, the members of the immortal mercenaries were a group of lunatics, so they wouldn't easily provoke these guys. By right, they had become undead creatures and had no desires, so they shouldn't be robbing anymore. However, the undead mercenaries were different. Not only did they rob, but they also robbed more fiercely than before. This was very puzzling, but you couldn't ask them. The big families on the continent didn't want to provoke them, so the matter was dragged on, and the undead mercenaries got away with it. It was for this reason that the immortal mercenary group had always been famous on the continent, and no one was willing to offend them. The undead mercenary group had such a great reputation that Grimm had naturally heard of it. It was precisely because he had heard of it that his face became so ugly. To be honest, he didn't want to offend the immortal mercenaries. They were a bunch of lunatics. If he really offended them, it would bring a disastrous consequence to the Buda family. Grimm took a look at the flag. Yes, it was the flag of the immortal mercenaries. They had planted the flag here to tell passers-by that the immortal mercenaries were doing their work, and it was best not to make trouble. Otherwise, they would be enemies with the immortal mercenaries. Young master, let's retreat first. Have something to tell you. Green turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was watching the battle in front of him. When he heard Grimm's words, he quickly nodded his head and ordered the xenomorphs to retreat. The xenomorphs retreated silently down the slope, and no one seemed to notice them on the battlefield. After coming down from the hill, Green pointed to the forest. Zhao Hai nodded and ordered the xenomorph to climb into the forest. After finding a hidden place, he followed Merlin and the others into the space. As soon as they entered the space, Grimm called Zhao Hai and Merlin into the house. He then told Zhao Hai about the undead mercenary group. Merlin had some understanding of the immortal mercenaries, but he did not know much about wood, stone, and meg. After all, they had lived in the imperial capital since they were young and had never left. Zhao Hai listened to Green's story calmly. He never thought that the undead mercenary group would be so crazy. However, his eyes lit up when he heard that all 8 of them had become undead creatures. When Green was done, Zhao Hai stood up and stomped around the room. As he stomped, he touched his forehead. After a long while, he finally stopped and slammed the table, muttering, "Let's do it. Let's go all out." Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai turned to Green and smiled. "Grandpa Grimm, you just said that the 8 members of the undead mercenary group have become undead creatures." Grimm nodded. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Then do you remember what kind of reaction undead creatures will have when they enter the dimension?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Green was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and he slammed the table. "Yes, turn them into our own people." At this moment, Merlin finally reacted. Of course, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. They had captured more than 1,000 undead creatures and put them into the space. Without exception, they were all turned into their own people by the space, just like the xenomorphs. The 8 members of the undead mercenary group were also undead creatures. Could they be captured into the space and turned into their own? At the thought of this, Merlin and the rest couldn't help but get excited. Although they had caught many undead creatures before, most of them were in beast form, and there were very few in human form. Even if there were, they were only low-level ones and not too high-level ones. Naturally, they didn't have any intelligence and couldn't help them much. However, the undead black mages of the undead mercenary group were different. They were high-level undead creatures with high intelligence and retained their memories from when they were alive. If they could be turned into the Buda family, it would be a great help to the Buda family. What the Buda family lacked now was military power. If they could subdue the immortal mercenaries, it would be equivalent to them having a very strong armed force. Even if others wanted to touch the Buda family, they would have to think carefully. At the thought of this, the few of them became excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. He continued, "And we can also help the Magicider family. This will be very beneficial for our future actions." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Green immediately calmed down. He immediately understood that if he helped the magicians now, it would be very beneficial to them. The Macadar Trading Company was one of the most famous trading companies on the continent. If they could establish a relationship with them, it would bring unimaginable benefits to the future development of the Buda family. What could a large trading company bring to a large family? It wasn't just a sea of gold coins, but also a complete intelligence network. Clint nodded and stood up. Young master, let's go now. If we're late, I'm afraid that the people of the Macadar Trading Company won't be able to hold on. Zhao Hai nodded. Okay, Mushi, you two stay in the dimension and take care of the slaves. You two are too big a target, so don't go out. Grandpa Green, let's go. With that said, the four of them walked out of the medium. As soon as he left the boundless space, Zhao Hai released all the undead creatures that they had captured. There were 1357 undead creatures in total. Zhao Hai didn't check the number on purpose, but the number of undead creatures he had captured. The boundless space would record the number of undead creatures, which saved him a lot of trouble. It would be a huge scene if Zhao Hai released the undead creatures. The undead creatures he captured were all huge. The least they could do was to capture humanoid undead creatures and some insect-type undead creatures. However, these two types of undead creatures were the least in number. The majority of them were creatures like aliens and large mice. These two undead creatures were huge. Once they were released, it would be an army of undead creatures. It was much better looking than the ones made by the immortal mercenary group. Zhao Hai sat on the xenomorph with Meg beside him, and Merlin and Grimm on the xenomorph's head. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the mighty army of undying magical beasts rushed toward the slope. Zhao Hai and the others had seen that the undead army had more than 3,000 people, including dogs, chickens, sheep, cows, pigs, and other domestic undead creatures. It seemed that these guys had slaughtered many villages to form such an undead army. This was also a common tactic of the undead mercenaries. They first killed all the people in the surrounding villages and turned them into an army of undead creatures. Although the undead creatures were of low levels, their attack power wasn't weak. It should be known that the undead creatures weren't weak. In addition, they weren't afraid of death or pain, so their attacks were completely suicidal. No intelligent race was willing to face them. The reputation of the Magedal family on the continent was very high, and they were also very powerful, so when their caravans went out, no one dared to make a move on them. As time went by, they would naturally relax a little, so each merchant group did not send many people. This time, the Magedal family was going to the Montenegro fortress to make a secret deal with a mysterious person, and the item they were going to make a deal with was a necromancer orb. This magic ball of death was found by a thief in an ancient tomb. This magic ball had strong death energy and could turn an ordinary undead creature into a middle or high-level undead creature. Although the Magedal family really wanted to keep this treasure, this news was known by a very mysterious person. That mysterious person offered a huge price to buy this magic ball, and the Magedal family had no choice but to agree. They then chose to trade in a place like the Montenegro mountain fortress that no one cared about because it would not attract people's attention. No one would think that they would bring such a treasure to trade here. However, he didn't know how the undead mercenary group found out about this. The importance of this magic ball to the undead mercenary group was self-evident, which was why they wanted to rob him. This time, in order to not let others know that they were going to the Montenegro fortress to trade, the Macadar family didn't send many troops. They disguised themselves as an ordinary merchant group and spread the news that they had changed the location of the trade to another place. They thought that this would be safe, but they didn't expect to be blocked by the undead mercenaries. The 8 black mages of the undead mercenary group naturally didn't only know how to turn people into undead creatures. Their black magic wasn't small. One had to know that they were very powerful black mages in the past. Other than commanding the undead army to attack the Margender family's caravan, they also used black magic to attack the caravan from time to time, which put a lot of pressure on the caravan. Of course, the Magedal family wouldn't really just send some ordinary mercenaries to deliver the death magic ball. The people they sent this time were all experts from their family. However, these experts couldn't fight against so many people. Moreover, the ones who attacked them weren't humans but undead creatures. In addition, the 8 members of the undead mercenary group were launching sneak attacks with black magic, making them suffer. Lola was standing on the carriage, holding a wooden box in her hand. The box was not very big, about 20 cubic centimeters. It did not look very heavy either, so it did not take her much effort to hold it in her hand. Laura was the daughter of the second-in-line successor of the magician's family, Kellan Magicians. She was 40 years old and had just reached level 6. This kind of cultivation speed was not slow, but it was definitely not fast either. It was not like the heavenly materials. However, she was a person who liked to cultivate and was more interested in studying magic. She had no interest in business. The magicians did not care much about the level of the warrior or mage that the family's heir was. What they valued more was the family's business ability. This made Kellen's position in the family seem a little awkward. However, Kellen had a good daughter, Laura. Laura was only 17 years old, but she was a famous genius on the continent. She was not only a genius in cultivation, but also in business. What Laura learned wasn't an ordinary martial skill, but a knight's skill. This was a battle skill that was more difficult to learn than ordinary martial skills, and it had very high requirements for the cultivator. Today, Laura was already a grade 6 warrior. She was good at using spears, tower shields, horsebows, and curved swords. She was also very powerful. However, if you looked at her appearance, you would never think that she was such an expert. Her skin was as white as snow. She had a head of long golden wavy hair and a pair of deep blue eyes. The most unforgettable thing about her was her height, which was more than 1.8 meters. This kind of status made many men flinch, not to mention her prominent family background and powerful martial arts skills. The most interesting thing about her was that she was a business genius. She was very talented in doing business. She had started to help her father manage some business matters at a young age, and she had done it well. Most people wouldn't even be jealous of such a talented girl because she was too outstanding. If a person was only a little better than you would be jealous of him. However, if someone was much better than you and was on a different level, you wouldn't be jealous of him. The Magedal family was not quite the same as other families. Every heir of the family would manage a part of the family's business. When the family head was selected, it would be based on whose business was managed the best and made the most profits. Then, the family's elders would jointly agree to pass the family's position to the person. Originally, Kellen, the second heir, was only in name. Everyone in the Magsider family knew that he was not good at business and had no competition for the position of the family head. At most, he could only be regarded as one of those who trained the crown prince to study. However, ever since Laura had helped him manage his business, the profits of his business had increased year after year, and he was now no worse than the other heirs. Kellen's family business was mainly concentrated in the Versailles Duchy. Therefore, this deal was handed over to Kellen. Of course, the one who completed this deal in the end was Laura. Laura didn't expect that all her arrangements would be in vain. In the end, the undead mercenary group still blocked this place. She knew that this time it was really dangerous. Although Laura was a 6th-tier knight, she had yet to find a mount that truly belonged to her until now. Moreover, she had never participated in a real battle. Her status as a 6th-tier knight was something that could be obtained by passing the examination. Although her strength was not bad, she was much worse than those mercenaries who licked blood on the blade every day. In addition, they were surrounded by the undead creatures, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. This was the first time Laura had felt so hopeless and felt so close to death. Lola bit her lips hard, and her delicate red lips were already bleeding. At this moment, the scene that destroyed Laura's last hope appeared. Behind the army of undead creatures, another large group of undead creatures appeared. These undead creatures were tall and large, and their bodies were covered in a strange green color. It was obvious that they were more difficult to deal with than the undead creatures that surrounded them. Laura's face was deathly pale. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape today. However, this didn't make her collapse. On the contrary, it aroused her fighting spirit. When people were desperate, they would either completely collapse and lose all their resistance, or they would resist in anger. Even if they died, they would take someone with them. Laura was obviously the latter. Just as Laura was prepared to fight to the death, she suddenly discovered that the undead creatures that came later were attacking the undead creatures that surrounded them. This time, it was not only Lola who was stunned, but all the members of the Magicdare family were also stunned. Their brains could not react to what had happened in a short time. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the undead mercenary group? However, Laura didn't think that way. She was a smart person and could see that the undead creatures that attacked them were on a completely different level from the undead creatures that attacked them. The undead creatures that attacked them were obviously people from nearby, and most of their weapons were farm tools. Besides the humanoid ones, most of them were magical beasts that were raised at home. The magic beasts that came later were all very powerful magic beasts with green bone armor. It was obvious that they were poisonous and not to be trifled with. Under the watchful eyes of Laura and the others, the green undead creatures continued to surge forward. The total number of undead creatures reached more than 1,000, and they eliminated nearly half of the undead creatures that were besieging them. Moreover, the undead creatures that were besieging them were disappearing at a rapid speed. Laura had been paying attention to the green undead creatures. She believed that their helpers would soon appear. As expected, a huge undead creature appeared on the slope. It might not be the biggest undead creature, but there was someone on it. Laura looked over carefully and found that there were 4 people on the undead creature. 2 of them were standing on the head of the undead creature. One was wearing a full-body infantry armor, and the other was wearing a magic robe. The other 2 were sitting in the chest of the undead creature. One was wearing a black magic robe and looked very strange, and the last one was dressed as a maid and was sitting beside the black mage. Laura knew that the person in question was here, but at this moment, a few black beams of light shot towards the four of them. Laura's expression changed. She knew that the undead mercenaries had made a move, and they must hate those four people to death. It was those four who had ruined their good plan. Laura couldn't help but nervously shout, "Be careful," he warned. However, she had not expected that she was so far away from the four of them that they could not hear what she had shouted. Just as the black beams were about to hit Zhao Hai and the others, an aqua-blue shield suddenly appeared around the alien. The shield looked thin and transparent, but the black beams didn't do much to it. As soon as the 8 rays of black light disappeared, Grim, who was standing on the head of the xenomorphs, suddenly pounced in the direction of one of the rays of black light. Although Grim was still wearing his armor, his body was surrounded by a light green combat energy. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Merlin said to Zhao Hai in a deep voice, "Young master, step back." Zhao Hai also knew that he had to listen to Merlin, so he immediately ordered the xenomorphs to retreat. At that moment, a few more beams of black light shot towards them. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the undead creatures he released had already annihilated the undead army of the undead mercenaries. Zhao Hai immediately commanded his undead creatures to rush towards the direction of the black light. Zhao Hai and the others had already retreated to the back of the slope. The 8 black magicians had also hidden in the forest. Therefore, Laura and the others could not see their movements at all. When Zhao Hai released all the demonic beasts this time, he discovered something different. Previously, he only kept the demonic beasts and didn't release all of them. Now that he released all of them, a projection of a screen suddenly appeared in front of him. On the projection, there were flashing small dots of different colors. The red dots represented them and the undead creatures that he had released, while the green dots represented the people of the Makido Trading Company. There were also a few black dots that were hidden in the forest. Zhao Hai tried to command the undead creatures to pounce toward a black spot. The undead creatures immediately moved and pounced toward one of the black spots. Seeing that his command was working, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the undead creatures to stop. He counted the black dots and found that there were exactly 8 of them. One of them seemed to be entangled with a red dot. Zhao Hai took a look and saw that it was the direction that green was heading towards. Another black dot was also heading in that direction, while the other 6 black dots were pressing towards them. It seemed like they wanted to deal with them. Zhao Hai immediately divided the undead creatures into 7 teams. 6 teams consisted of 200 undead creatures each and charged at the 6 black dots. The remaining 157 undead creatures were ordered to move closer to Zhao Hai. He was prepared to have the undead creatures protect him. She softly chanted a few incantations, and a light barrier appeared around them, protecting the 2 of them. She didn't cast it on Merlin because she believed that he could handle it. Her main task was to protect Zhao Hai. As expected, the undead creatures split into 7 teams immediately after Zhao Hai's order. One team returned to their side and protected them while the other 6 teams pounced on the 6 black dots. The 6 black dots also realized Zhao Hai's intention. They immediately sped up and rushed toward Zhao Hai's group. In their opinion, they only had a chance of winning if they were closer to Zhao Hai's group. If they were surrounded by the undead creatures, they would be killed by Zhao Hai's group sooner or later. The undead mercenaries had gone through countless dangers, but the most dangerous one they had encountered was the pursuit of the Sinya family. When they were alive, each of them was a level 7 black magician. However, after being chased by the Sinya family, they had all become undead creatures. Now, their true level was only around that of a level 6 magician. If it wasn't for the strange black magic, they wouldn't have been able to run amok on the continent. The person who had chased them the last time was a level 8 expert. However, the level 8 expert had not fought them head-on at the beginning. Instead, he had used assassination techniques. He had killed the 3 of them first, then started chasing them. If the other side hadn't used assassination methods, they were confident that they could fight head-on with the other side and not lose. However, after losing 3 people, they didn't have the confidence to fight head-on with the other side. This time, the situation was even more dangerous because the enemy had 2 level 8 experts and so many undead creatures. It could be said that their chances of winning were low. This time, they had taken the initiative to attack Zhao Hai and the others, not because they thought they had the ability to kill them, but because they wanted to see if they could escape from Zhao Hai and the others. The few of them who had fought many enemies knew very well that if they turned around and ran at this time, they would most likely be chased down by Zhao Hai and the others. They would then be killed one by one. Therefore, they wanted to attack Zhao Hai and the others first to see what the result would be. Then they would think of a way to escape. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others were waiting for them to approach. If they had turned around and ran, it would have been a real problem for Zhao Hai and the others. However, by coming over, they had fallen into Zhao Hai and the others' trap. Zhao Hai noticed that the black dots were not far from them. He quickly said to Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, they're here." Merlin nodded lightly. In fact, even without Zhao Hai's reminder, Merlin knew that they were coming. Merlin was an 8th level great mage, and he was very experienced in dealing with enemies. How could he not know that those guys were coming? However, what Zhao Hai found strange was that even though the members of the immortal mercenary group were already approaching, he didn't see their figures. He could clearly see from the projection that those few people had already arrived at the periphery of the undead creatures that were protecting him. At this distance, he should be able to see the other party, but he didn't even see a shadow. This was really strange. Although Zhao Hai was curious, he also knew that now was not the time to ask. Moreover, he had just reminded Merlin. In addition, he now knew the location of those people, so he was not very worried. The black dots were getting closer and closer to them. They were already in the middle of the undead creatures protecting them, but the undead creatures didn't react. Zhao Hai immediately understood the situation. Those people must have used some secret technique to make themselves invisible. That was why the undead creatures didn't notice them and he couldn't see them. Zhao Hai did not make a move immediately. He trusted Merlin. If Merlin could not even discover this, then she would not have been able to become an 8th tier great mage. Furthermore, Zhao Hai still had one more trick up his sleeve, which was the alien. The xenomorph was an undead creature with a spiritual mutation. It was capable of spiritual attacks, and the thing that mages feared the most was naturally spiritual attacks. It was especially so for unexpected spiritual attacks, which no mage would be willing to encounter. Zhao Hai stared at the projection in front of him, ready to strike at any moment. He looked more like a black magician. He could sit there without moving in such an environment, which was very strange. In fact, Merlin had already sensed that those people had come in, but she did not move. A few 6th level black mages were nothing in her eyes. She just wanted them to get closer so that it would be more convenient for her to make a move. She had never worried about Zhao Hai's safety because he had Merlin by his side. If things really went south, Zhao Hai could still enter the space. There was nothing for her to worry about. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that the black dots had stopped less than 10 meters away from him. Zhao Hai knew that the time had come. He shouted, "Attack." He was giving the alien an order. He didn't need to shout, but he couldn't help it. First, it was the simplest order, and second, it was to cheer himself up. As soon as he spoke, Merlin was stunned. Just as he was casting the spell, he suddenly felt a strong burst of mind power from the xenomorph on his body, which rushed toward the 6 people. Merlin was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. She immediately changed her spell. Originally, she was going to use an offensive spell to injure those guys first, and then capture them into Zhao Hai's space. However, she changed her mind now. She knew very well what the xenomorph's mental attack meant to a mage. Although she didn't know how Zhao Hai discovered those people, she didn't have the time to think about it. She immediately chanted a few incantations, and 6 water dragons appeared beside her, pouncing straight at the 6 people. Just as Merlin's water dragon took shape, 6 muffled groans were heard almost at the same time. Then, 6 figures appeared less than 10 meters to the right of Zhao Hai's group. These 6 people formed a semicircle, surrounding them in the middle. It was obvious that they were preparing to use an offensive spell, but they were suddenly attacked by a mental attack. This had caused them to suffer serious injuries. As soon as they appeared, the 6 water dragons had already reached them and wrapped themselves tightly around them. Zhao Hai immediately opened a spatial crack, and Merlin threw the 6 of them into the space as fast as he could. Zhao Hai and Merlin finally heaved a sigh of relief. The timing of their attack had been perfect. Before the few of them could finish casting their spells, they had suddenly launched a mental attack, stunning them. Merlin had also seized the opportunity to trap them and send them into the space. Their cooperation was perfect. The key to this was the projection that the dimension had released. The projection completely ignored the invisibility of the people. Their every move couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. That was why Zhao Hai had the alien use a mental attack at the right time. If it hadn't been for that, there would have been a huge battle. All of Laura's subordinates had gathered by her side. Almost all of them were injured. These people were Laura's most loyal subordinates. They were her subordinates and not from the Magidera family. Since she was very young, Laura had understood that the people sent by her family were not very reliable. Therefore, she had been working hard to cultivate her own power over the years. This time, it was a matter of great importance, so she had to bring her most loyal subordinates and some masters sent by her family. However, most of the masters sent by her family had died. Lola originally wanted to ask her subordinates to help, but when she saw the state they were in, she couldn't help but hold back. Now her subordinates had almost no fighting power, so it would be a waste to go. As soon as Zhao Hai brought the families of the undead mercenaries into the realm, he heard a notification. High-level robot object has been detected entering the space. The program has bad intentions towards the space. New program is implanted. The implantation is successful. The robot-like body does not have any poison, which will affect attack power and strengthen the poison. The new robot object is high-level. extracting program, inject it into the original robot object in the space and strengthen the robot object. The notification wasn't short, but Zhao Hai understood what it meant. He had succeeded. The 6 members of the undead mercenary group were undead creatures. After entering the realm, they were turned into one of the realm's people. They didn't have poison on them like the swamp undead. The realm actually strengthened the poison in their bodies, making their attacks stronger. Then, he found out that the undead creatures of the 6 undead mercenary groups were of a higher level than the undead creatures in the realm. The realm enhanced the original undead creatures in the realm according to their characteristics, which meant that all the undead creatures he had tamed had leveled up. Before Zhao Hai could celebrate, he saw a green figure shoot over like lightning. When it was 10 meters away from him, it shouted, "Young master." As soon as Zhao Hai heard Grimm's voice, he realized that the 2 black figures in his hands must be the 2 remaining members of the immortal mercenary group. With a thought, the spatial rift appeared once again. Grimm casually threw the 2 members into the spatial rift. This time, the spatial system beeped again, but only the program changes and the poison strengthening were added. At this moment, all the undead creatures around Zhao Hai glowed. The light was faint, but it was fast. If Zhao Hai wasn't sitting on the alien, he wouldn't have noticed it. When the light disappeared, Zhao Hai found that all the undead creatures had changed. The green on their bodies was darker, and they seemed to be more agile. The red soul fire in their eyes was more vigorous. The alien was even more so. Its entire body had turned dark green, with only a white spot on the top of its head. The white spot looked like a pattern that looked like an eye, but the eyeball in the eye was a more complicated pattern. If you looked at the pattern, you would think that it was still, but when you stared at it, it seemed to be moving. It seemed to be spinning non-stop, as if it was trying to suck your soul in. Other than that, the xenomorph had also grown in size. It was originally 10 meters long, but now it was 15 meters long and 5 meters tall. Its chest cavity had also changed. It used to have ribs, but now it was a sealed space. The ribs on both sides were like walls without a gap. They were transparent like green crystals, allowing Zhao Hai and the others to sit inside easily. His chest was now 2 meters tall, big enough for Zhao Hai and the others to stand up and move around. The wooden boards that had been laid there had been moved to the ground by the xenomorph. Inside his chest was a space made of dark green crystal-like bones. The space was 2 meters tall, 4 meters long, and 3 meters wide. The roof was curved and the ground was flat. The blanket that Zhao Hai had taken out from the space was also spread on the ground. A bone armor appeared on the neck of the Zen. The bone armor was very strange. Each piece was not very big, and there was a small gap in the middle. It would not affect the turning of the xenomorph's neck, but at the same time the bone armor could form a corridor-like thing that led directly into the mouth of the xenomorph. The skull was similar to the ribs in the chest. It was translucent, and the outside could be seen. In addition, the mouth was very long, so it formed a 3-meter wide and 5-meter long corridor. It was more than a meter high. A person could sit there and see the situation outside. As long as he opened his mouth, Zhao Hai and the others could walk out through his mouth. On the xenomorph's back, many new bone spikes grew out. Those bone spikes glowed with a green light. With a single look, one could tell that their attack power was extraordinary. On the tail of the xenomorph, 3 spikes grew out from each section of the tailbone. They grew in 3 directions, one upward, one left, and one right, further demonstrating its powerful killing power. Zhao Hai and Meg stared at the alien's transformation in shock. They had never thought that the alien would turn into something like this. It had simply become a weapon for home travel, murder, and arson. Zhao Hai and Meg didn't feel any discomfort during the entire transformation. They didn't even know that the wooden boards had been removed by the aliens. What the two of them were even more surprised about was that Merlin and Green, who were standing on the alien's head, were even more shocked. The alien's transformation was completely beyond their imagination. Most importantly, they could not see Zhao Hai and Meg on the alien's skull. In other words, the bones on the alien's body had become more like one-piece glass. It took a while for Zhao Hai to come back to his senses. With a thought, he immediately recalled the undead creatures back into the space. At the same time, he shouted to Green and Merlin, "Grandma Merlin, Grandpa Grimm, come in through the mouth of the xenomorph." The dimension had 2 doors, one at the front and one at the back. The front door was the alien's mouth, and the back door was behind the chest. Zhao Hai noticed that there were a few ribs that could be moved. As long as they opened those ribs, they would be able to leave the dimension from the back. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to leave the space from the back. It didn't feel good. Zhao Hai knew what the animal's back was for. It was where they defecated. He didn't want to leave from there. The ceiling of this space seemed to be very good. There was no wind, but at the same time, you couldn't feel the slightest bit of suffocation. Moreover, Green and Merlin had immediately heard Zhao Hai's words. It seemed that the sound transmission contest was not bad. Grimm and Merlin immediately jumped down from the xenomorph's head and walked to its mouth. The xenomorph immediately opened its mouth, and Grimm and Merlin walked from the mouth to the space where Zhao Hai was. As soon as they entered the space in the chest of the xenomorph, Grimm and Merlin were stunned. They did not expect the space to look like this. The change was too great. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. I didn't expect this to happen either. After I put the undead mercenaries into the realm upgraded all the undead creatures, and the xenomorphs became like this. But this is better. Grandpa Grimm doesn't have to sit outside anymore. You can see everything from here. Jerlin nodded and scanned the space. Although this place isn't big, we can still see the situation outside. Very good. Oh right, young master, are we going to see the people of the Macadol family? Zhao Hai smacked his head and smiled. I was so happy that I forgot about this. All right, let's go and meet them. After saying that, he directed the xenomorph to climb up the slope. Laura and the others didn't know what happened behind the slope. They only saw a green figure holding two black humanoid figures and flashing behind the slope. Then the undead creatures that helped them disappeared. Just as Laura was about to send someone to the back of the slope to see what was going on, a crocodile skeleton climbed out from the back of the slope. Laura looked at the crocodile skeleton and felt that it was very familiar. This skeleton seemed to be the one that the black magician who had helped them had been sitting on. However, it had changed a lot and looked more ferocious. Although Laura didn't take a close look at the xenomorphs, she clearly remembered that the xenomorphs didn't have bone spikes on their backs and weren't that big. However, she was sure that the undead creatures were helping her black mage and weren't from the undead mercenary group, because she had never seen such an undead creature in the undead mercenary group. If there was such an undead creature in the undead mercenary group, they would have died long ago. They should be sent. Laura's subordinates also knew about this, but they were still nervous. After all, the appearance of the alien was too scary. Its dark green bones were shimmering under the setting sun, and its mouth was nearly 4 meters long. A row of large fangs were exposed, showing its great lethality. It had 4 short legs but sharp claws. They didn't doubt the lethality of its dark green, almost black claws. When such a monster walked towards them, it didn't need to make any unnecessary movements, but it already gave off a threatening aura that no one dared to underestimate. Laura's subordinates tightly surrounded Laura's carriage, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, their hearts already in their throats. The xenomorph stopped 5 meters away from them and opened its mouth. This action made Laura's subordinates nervous again. Then they saw Grimm striding out of the mouth of the xenomorph. Grimm took a glance at Laura, who was surrounded by people, and said in a deep voice, "Hello, friends from the Magical Chamber of Commerce. My husband would like to see the person in charge." Grimm had changed his address to Mr. Zhao Hai out of consideration for the two's current status. Now, Grimm was playing the role of a magician's follower. The followers of magicians usually called the magician Mr. as a form of respect for magicians. Of course, Laura understood Green's intention. She was about to agree, but she was still a little hesitant. Now that she had a treasure on her, if the other party was also after the treasure, then wouldn't it be too dangerous for her to follow Green? Grimm was a smart man. He immediately understood what Laura meant. He didn't blame her. After all, it was human nature to be sinister. Although Laura wasn't going to follow Green to see Zhao Hai, he had saved her life. It would be too embarrassing if she didn't thank him. Therefore, she jumped down from the car and walked to Green. She bowed and said, "Powerful warrior, please accept the most sincere gratitude of Laura Magicians. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting the honorable mage out for a meeting." Although Laura's words were very polite, her meaning was also very clear. She was saying, "I can't go with you. If you want to see me, please come out." Grimm looked at Laura and nodded. He turned around and walked into the mouth of the xenomorph. He also felt that he should meet Laura. Although he didn't know why Laura and the others were attacked by the undying mercenary group, it would be good for the Buda family to be able to meet her and build a relationship with her. In the room inside the xenomorph's body, Zhao Hai, Merlin, and Meg were standing there waiting for Green. Zhao Hai had originally wanted to go out and see Laura, but Green felt that it would be beneath him to do so, so he had to make Zhao Hai wait here. Green walked in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the one leading the team outside is the genius young lady of the Macadol family, Laura. When you meet her later, if she asks about the undead mercenary group, just say that we beat them back. Don't say that they have been completely subdued by us." "Don't worry, Grandpa Green, I know what to say," Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, he followed Grimm and Meg out. Merlin did not follow. Laura stood there uneasily. She didn't know how the magician would reply to her. She knew that it was impolite of her to do so, but she had no choice. She had a treasure on her and couldn't take the risk. However, she also knew that black magicians generally had a strange temper. She didn't know if she would offend the black magician by doing this. If the black magician were to deal with her, she was afraid that she would not be able to leave this place alive today. At the thought of this, Laura couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She should have agreed to meet the mage with the other party. If the other party really wanted to snatch the necromancer orb, she wouldn't have been able to protect it with her current strength. Just as Laura was feeling regretful, she suddenly noticed that 3 people walked out of the mouth of the undead creature. The one in the front was the warrior who had come out to see her, and the one in the middle was a black mage. This black mage wasn't very tall, and he was wearing the longest black magic robe that black mages wore. He also held a magic staff in his hand. With Lola's merchant eyes, she could tell at a glance that the mage's magic robe and magic staff were cheap and of poor quality. However, this mage's temperament made Laura completely overlook these two things. This mage's temperament was very unique. He seemed to be the most inconspicuous person, but at the same time, he was very unique. This was a very contradictory temperament, but it seemed to be in harmony with this person. At the same time, Laura also noticed a detail, which was the black mage's hand. Although the black mage's magic robe covered his entire body, his hand holding the magic staff was exposed. When she saw that hand, Laura's eyes couldn't help but shrink. There was nothing scary about that hand. It was not as thin as a bone, nor was it full of wrinkles. It was a man's hand. The skin was very white, without any calluses. It was very delicate, and one could tell with one look that it was well taken care of. The most important thing was that this hand reflected the age of the owner. From this hand, Laura could easily tell that the owner of this hand was no more than 30 years old. Oh my God, a high-level black mage under the age of 30, what kind of concept was this? That was equivalent to the top experts of the continent, power, and a bright future. To a large family, such a person was like a protective talisman, an opportunity for the family to develop and grow. However, Laura had helped the family manage the business for several years and had seen all kinds of big scenes, so she was only stunned for a moment and then immediately returned to normal. Unlike Laura, Zhao Hai was also very excited. He was excited for no other reason than Laura's appearance. Lola was very beautiful, but Zhao Hai, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women on Earth, was not excited because of this. He was excited because Lola looked too human. Zhao Hai was an otaku back on Earth. He loved listening to songs, but because of his lack of education, he would only listen to Chinese songs. He knew very little about foreign singers, but one time he accidentally came across a name Taylor Wilfart, the Queen of United States country music. When he found out about Taylor, Zhao Hai was already in his 20s, and Taylor was not even 20 at the time. However, he had a sweet face and a beautiful voice. Zhao Hai quickly fell in love with this singer, and his computer desktop was a picture of Taylor. Laura's appearance was almost identical to Taylor's. They looked so much like each other. Zhao Hai had looked up Taylor's information. Taylor was over 1.8 million tall. This height was enough to make any ordinary man feel ashamed. Laura was also tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. They were simply identical. The only difference was that because she practiced martial arts, she had a heroic spirit that Taylor didn't have. This made her even more attractive, and as long as a man saw her, he would want to conquer her. Seeing his idol standing in front of him, how could Zhao Hai not be excited? Although he knew that the person in front of him was not Taylor, he could not help but be excited. The two of them looked so similar. Fortunately, he was wearing a magic robe that covered his face. If he wasn't around, Laura would definitely see Zhao Hai looking at her with a dazed expression. That would greatly destroy Laura's impression of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. In his previous life, he was almost 30 years old. At his age, he wouldn't be too crazy about a celebrity. It was a rational liking. Plus, he now knew that the person standing in front of him was not Taylor, but Laura. Zhao Hai replied calmly, "You're too kind, Ms. Laura. We were just in time. The undead mercenaries are notorious on the continent. It's only right to destroy them." Unfortunately, they still managed to escape. Laura was stunned. She could see that Green was holding onto two human-shaped objects behind the slope. However, she wasn't too suspicious. With the undead mercenary group's reputation, if they were so easy to deal with, they would have been destroyed long ago. Moreover, Laura was certain of her previous guess that this black mage was not old. This was once again confirmed by his voice. Laura smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Mage, don't be regretful. If the undead mercenaries were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have been able to run amok on the continent for so long. I'm really sorry this time. You helped us, and the undead mercenaries will definitely remember you. I'm afraid that there will be more trouble for you in the future. However, please don't worry, Mr. Mage. Once I return to my family, I will immediately send the masters in my family to destroy the undead mercenaries. Please rest assured." Zhao Hai smiled. "You're too kind, Ms. Laura. I don't care about the undead mercenaries. You don't have to worry." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura couldn't help but nod her head. If it was someone else who said this, Laura might not believe it. However, since Zhao Hai said this, she believed him. She had seen for herself how powerful Zhao Hai's group was. Not only did they have a grade 8 warrior, but the undead creatures that Zhao Hai had summoned were enough to deal with the undead mercenary group. Grim looked at the sky and turned to Zhao Hai. "Sir, it's getting late. Shouldn't we hurry?" Zhao Hai knew what green meant. It was time for them to leave. This time they only wanted to get in touch with the magicians, but they wouldn't have too deep of an interaction. This was because Zhao Hai didn't want the magicians to think that they were blackmailing them to repay their kindness. Zhao Hai was just about to continue when Laura immediately said, "Mr. Mage, we are preparing to camp here today. If you don't mind, please stay here. I will treat you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Miss Laura, you're too kind. However, you have a lot of things to do. We won't stay any longer. Let's meet again if we have the chance." Then he turned around and walked toward the alien. Lola was anxious. She quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed Zhao Hai's magic robe. Sir, please wait a moment. With this pull, Laura was naturally very close to Zhao Hai. She didn't know whether it was her imagination or not, but she smelled a fresh smell from Zhao Hai. It was like standing on the grassland in spring, which made her feel spirited and full of vitality. It was a very strange feeling. Laura had never thought that a smell could make her think of so many things. In her impression, smells were simple, such as fragrance and stink. However, the smell from Zhao Hai made her feel excited and full of energy. Lola was stunned for a moment, but Zhao Hai stopped. He turned to look at Lola's beautiful face and said calmly, "Miss Laura, do you have anything else to say?" Laura came back to her senses and blushed. She quickly let go of Zhao Hai's clothes and bowed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mage. May I know your name?" "Of course, I'm Zhao Hai," Zhao Hai replied with a chuckle. Zhao Zhang had used his name on Earth. If he said that he was Adam Buda, he would probably be hunted down immediately. He wasn't that stupid. Laura took out a gold medal from her pocket and held it in her hand. She said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is the VIP gold plate of our Macadal Chamber of Commerce. Take this gold and you can get a 20% discount in any Macadal Chamber of Commerce on the continent. If you are in the Macadal Chamber of Commerce in the Duchy of Vansil, you can get a 50% discount. If you're selling things to the Chamber of Commerce, as long as you take this, the Chamber of Commerce will buy your goods at a higher price than the purchase price. However, it's a token of my appreciation, so please accept it." After saying that, Laura bowed and raised the gold medal high above her head. She just held it like this. However, she didn't straighten it up. Zhao Hai was only 1.7 million tall, while Laura was 1.8 million tall. Originally, this would have given Zhao Hai a lot of pressure. However, with Laura's bow, she suddenly became shorter than Zhao Hai, which made Zhao Hai feel a little uncomfortable. When Laura saw that Zhao Hai had accepted the gold medal, she stood up straight and let out a long breath. She was really afraid that Zhao Hai would not accept the gold medal. Laura didn't give Zhao Hai this gold medal just to show her gratitude. She wanted to build a good relationship with Zhao Hai through this gold medal. In her eyes, Zhao Hai was a high-level black magician, and he was so young. In addition, he had a high-level warrior like Green by his side. If she could form a relationship with Zhao Hai, it would be a good thing for her. In the Arc Continent, strength was the most important. If Laura could become friends with a high-level black magician like Zhao Hai, it would have a great impact on her status in her family. So when she saw Zhao Hai accept the gold medal, she felt relieved. As long as Zhao Hai accepted the gold medal, he would use it. This way she could find Zhao Hai and slowly get closer to him. Zhao Hai took a look at the gold medal and put it into his sleeve. Actually, he just threw it into his origin space. He just used his sleeve as a cover. After keeping the gold medal, Zhao Hai said to Laura, "Miss Laura, you have a lot of things to do, so I won't hold you up any longer. Let's meet again if there's a chance in the future." After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, Laura didn't stop him. She only said to Zhao Hai's back, "Mr. Zhao Hai, if you have time, please look for me at the Margender Trading Company. You just need to go to any of the Margender family's shops and you'll be able to get news about me." Zhao Hai didn't turn around. He just waved his hand and climbed into the alien's mouth. Megan Green followed him into the alien's body, and the alien quickly left the battlefield. Laura looked at the direction the xenomorphs left and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time, a 15 or 16-year-old girl walked up to her. She was holding a box containing the undead magic ball in her hand. She was wearing a maid uniform and was only about 1.6 meters tall. With her height, she looked petite and cute standing beside Laura. The girl walked to Laura's side and said, "Miss, are we really going to camp here?" Laura looked at the corpses and bones on the battlefield, and her eyes flashed coldly, "Of course. We'll rest here for the night and we'll get up tomorrow morning to hurry on our way. We have to get to Montenegro Fortress as soon as possible. Cyril, send someone to the back of the slope to take a look." This time, it's not that simple. One of the warriors replied and ran towards the back of the hill. Laura turned around and said to the little girl, "Nair, I must have scared you." Although Nir's face was pale, she still shook her head. Laura looked at Nir and touched her head with heartache. "Don't be afraid, Nir. Don't be afraid. I won't let this happen again." Although Nir was Laura's maiden name, they grew up together. They were as close as sisters. Because of Laura's strength, she always appeared as an elder sister. Therefore, although Laura was very sad, she still comforted Nir. In fact, Lola knew that they had been tricked this time. This matter was of great importance. The route they had taken and the whole plan were only known to a few core figures in the family. However, the undead mercenary group had been able to set up an ambush here a few days in advance. It was obvious that they had known about their plan long ago. The undead mercenaries didn't have a prophet among the beastmen, so they couldn't guess their entire plan. Someone must have told them the plan, and that person must be a core figure of the Mangacollection family. Although Laura wasn't sure who this person was, she could at least determine the range. In fact, Laura also understood that there were more than 1 or 2 people in the family who wanted her dead. Her father was the second-in-line successor. Originally, there was no competition, but since she took over the family business, her father's position as the second-in-line successor became more stable, which also brought a lot of pressure to the other heirs. What was the cruelest thing in a big family? Without a doubt, the fight for the family's position was the cruelest. Although Laura was young, she had slowly understood this truth since she took over the family's business. However, she had not expected that the family would be so ruthless this time. At this moment, Laura had made up her mind that she would never rely on her family too much in the future. At this moment, her family was the most unreliable. Zhao Hai didn't know what Laura was trying to do, as he didn't know what the undead mercenary group was trying to steal. However, he would find out soon. Zhao Hai and the rest quickly left the battlefield. Grim and the rest went back to the room inside the alien's body. Zhao Hai took out the gold medallion and passed it to Green. Grandpa Green, take a look at this gold medal. With this gold medal, will our plan be smoother? Grim took the gold medal and looked at it carefully. That's right. With this gold medallion, in addition to the great favor we have done to Laura, it will be of great help to our future development. Laura is the daughter of the second heir of the magicians' family. She has been managing the magicians' family business in the Duchy of Versailles. This land is very beneficial to us. Will anyone suspect us? Zhao Hai asked with a frown. I don't think so, young master. Didn't we take in the undead mercenaries this time? As long as we sell the radishes and return to the Blackearth wilderness, you can immediately send the undead mercenaries into the rotten swamp to subdue the undead creatures. At the same time, release the undead creatures we've subdued and make it look like the undead creatures are still wandering in the Blackearth wilderness. I think no one will easily enter the Blackearth wilderness this way and will be safer. The more undead creatures the undead mercenaries subdue, the safer we will be. Zhao Hai nodded. With a thought, the 8 members of the immortal mercenary group appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the room inside the alien's body was not small. Otherwise, it would not be able to fit so many people. The 8 of them were all wearing black magic robes similar to Zhao Hai's, but they did not have any magic staffs in their hands. As soon as they came out, they bowed to Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai heard the 8 of them say in unison, Master, take off your hat. Zhao Hai nodded. The 8 of them took off their hats as instructed. 8 skulls appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. The skulls were like dark green crystals, giving off a kind of crystalline beauty. The red soul fire in their eyes added a strange feeling to them. Why did you attack Laura? Zhao Hai asked in a deep voice. The intelligence of these 8 people was obviously not affected too much. One of them immediately said, Master, we got the news from someone in the Magedel family. Laura and the others have an undead magic ball that can increase the level of undead creatures. That's why we took action. Zhao Hai was taken aback. You're saying that you got the news from the magicians? Who told you that? At this moment, Grimm suddenly interrupted. Young master, what are you guys talking about? They can talk. Hearing Grimm's question, Zhao Hai was stunned. They had already spoken a few sentences, and Grimm was still asking if these 8 guys could speak. Isn't this too strange? Could it be that Grimm and the others could not hear him? Grandpa Green, we've already said a few words. Did you not hear it? Zhao Hai turned to look at Green. Grimm and the others shook their heads. Zhao Hai was now sure that Grimm and the others couldn't hear the conversation between him and the members of the undying mercenary group. While Zhao Hai was still confused, Merlin said, All right, stop asking. They're undead creatures, so how can they speak? But they're all high-level undead creatures and can communicate directly with young master through spirit energy. To young master, it feels like they're speaking into her ear, but in fact, they don't make any sound. Zhao Hai and the rest finally understood after hearing Merlin's words. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the undying black mages. Since you've already called me master, then you don't have to use your previous name. I'll give you a few names. Who's the boss? The skeleton that had just spoken to Zhao Hai took a step forward and said, Master, I am. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, then from today onwards, you will be called Zhao Zui. The second will be called Zhao Zhen, the third will be Zhao Shan, the fourth will be Zhao Feng, the fifth will be Zhao Chong, the sixth will be Zhao Lu, the seventh will be Zhao Qi, and the eighth will be Zhao Lion. Yes, the 8 replied in unison. Although their intelligence wasn't affected much, the realm had already made them recognize Zhao Hai as their master. They naturally wouldn't refute Zhao Hai's words. Seeing that they had agreed, Zhao Hai continued, Answer my question. Who told you that Laura has the necromancer's ball? Zhao Zui quickly replied, Master. We heard the news from a not-so-important peripheral member of the Magic Dare family. We didn't believe it at the time, but what he said was too true. We all wanted to improve our strength, so we took action. Zhao Hai nodded his head. He had roughly figured it out. It was just another trick of the family's internal struggle. It was nothing special. Zhao Hai turned to Zhao Zui and said, Call me young master from now on. You've robbed quite a lot of good stuff over the years. Where are those things? Young master, even though we've been out robbing for so many years, we rarely keep the things we've robbed. We've handed them all over to our previous owners, Zhao Zui said immediately. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then his expression changed. Previous master. You've recognized someone else as your master before. When was that? Zhao Zui quickly explained, Master, you've misunderstood. It's not that we acknowledge someone else as our master. We were adopted by our previous master since we were young. He was the one who taught us our magic. When we were almost done with our studies, he sent us to form the undead mercenary group and help him accumulate wealth until now." When Zhao Hai heard Zhao Zui's words, he did not feel relieved. Instead, his mood became even heavier. He quickly said, "What was the identity of your previous master?" Zhao Zui shook his head. "We don't know. We rarely see him. It's always been a servant who takes care of us. Even when we see him, he's wearing a black magic robe that covers his entire body. We can't see him." Zhao Hai's heart sank even further. He realized that the power behind Zhao Zui and the others was not as simple as it seemed. The power could nurture Zhao Zui and the others from a young age until they became grade 7 sorcerers. How much manpower and financial resources would this require? However, this was not the scariest part. One had to know that only 1 in 10,000 people on the mainland had the talent for magic. Black magic was a more obscure and difficult magic to practice. It was even more difficult to find people who were suitable to practice black magic. On the other hand, the faction behind Zhao Zui and the others was able to select the 8 of them in one go. Furthermore, they were all suitable to learn black magic. It seemed like their results were not bad. How powerful would they have to be just to select the 8 people? The process of nurturing them would require a lot more effort, and the people behind Zhao Zui and the others had all done it. It was clear that the other party was very powerful. Moreover, the 8 of them grew up together, and it was obvious that their master did not live there. Did that mean that their master might have trained people like Zhao Zui and the others somewhere else? If that was the case, then the matter was even more serious. Green and the others noticed Zhao Hai's chest color and quickly said, "Young master, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Zhao Hai glanced at Green and the others. He then recounted his conversation with Zhao Zui and his own speculation. Green and the others' expressions turned grim. Zhao Hai asked Zhao Zui and the rest about the person who adopted them. However, Zhao Zui did not know anything about it. They only knew that the person had adopted them when they could remember. When they were older, the person made them become mercenaries. When they earned money, the person would place the money at a place designated by the person. They rarely met and had very little contact with each other. The person did not contact them much, so they did not know about the person's situation. After realizing that he could not get anything out of them, Zhao Hai sent Zhao Zui and the others back into the medium. After all, the room inside the alien was not very big. It was very crowded with so many people. Green and the others didn't say anything, but their faces didn't look too good. They realized that this time they had really provoked a force that they shouldn't have provoked. No one knew how big this force was, how strong this force was, and what their purpose was. No one knew, but one thing was for sure, this force was not simple. After a while, Grimm said, "Young master, we don't have to worry too much. No one will think that we're the ones who took care of the undead mercenary group. The Black Soul Wasteland is a place that has been forgotten by the mainland. When we get there, we'll immediately send Zhao Zui and the others to the Rotten Corpse Swamp. That way, no one will be able to find them, so we shouldn't be in any trouble." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He also hoped that things would turn out this way. They were too weak now. If the power behind Zhao Zui and the others found out that it was Zhao Hai and the others who had taken care of the immortal mercenaries, they would definitely come after Zhao Hai. By then, they would not even need to do anything. As long as they spread the news, the old noble families in the Arca's empire would immediately come after Zhao Hai and the others. They would be dead for sure. Zhao Hai didn't want to say anything more about this matter. He turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, shouldn't we make some preparations in advance for our trip to Kassar City this time? Let's find a place to store the radishes first, and then let the people of the Magedal family come and get them." Green nodded and said, "That's right. Young master, you don't have to worry. There are many manors and similar places near Kassar City. We can buy a small manor and put the radishes in it. Then we can let the Magedal family come and get them." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Although we've already reached an agreement with them, we have a gold medal in our hands. We should be able to raise the price, right?" "That's right. This gold medal will be of great help to us," Green said with a smile. "If we take the gold medal and go to them to do this business, I wonder what they'll do. Especially Miss Laura. She has always regarded you as a very powerful black mage. Now that a black mage suddenly changed her profession to selling vegetables, hahaha, I think her expression must be very interesting." Zhao Hai and the others laughed when they heard Grimm's words. Now, Zhao Hai was even more determined to farm. Although they seemed to be quite strong now, with 2 level 8 experts, 6 level 6 experts, and so many undead creatures, they were not afraid of death. But don't forget, their enemy was even more powerful. Needless to say, if the old nobles of the Arca's empire knew that Zhao Hai had such a powerful force in his hands, they would probably join forces immediately and use the power of the country to destroy them. Moreover, they had offended the mysterious organization behind Zhao Zui and his men. If that organization found out about Zhao Zui and his men, Zhao Hai and his men would be finished. It could be said that although Zhao Hai had some power now, he could become a middle-level noble on the mainland. However, a large part of his power could not be exposed. If it was exposed, he would die. Therefore, they could only keep a low profile. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind using the gold medallion that Laura had given him. Since the gold medallion was given to him, it meant that he could use it. Anyway, his current identity was a black magician called Zhao Hai. There was no such person on the continent. Even if someone wanted to track him down, they would only be able to find the Montenegro fortress and nothing else. The Montenegro fortress was in a mess, so it would be even more difficult to find him. No one would suspect the Buda family, as everyone on the continent knew that Yiguang had drunk the void water. The undead creatures like Xenomorph were the best cover for his identity. No one would expect that someone who had drunk the void water could summon undead creatures. Even if someone wanted to investigate them, they would focus on Zhao Hai's identity instead of the Buda family. This way, Zhao Hai would have two identities, one in the light and one in the dark. When everyone was investigating his identity, the Buda family could hide in the dark and take the opportunity to develop. After the battle just now, Zhao Hai understood that strength was everything. This was especially true on the Ark continent. If he did not tell the truth, would Laura have been so polite to him? If he didn't have the strength, would Laura give him the gold medal? If he did not have the ability, he would not have been able to recruit Zhao Zui and the others. If he did not have the ability, no matter how much money he earned, it would be snatched away by others sooner or later. NBSB Zhao Hai continued forward. This time the villages they came across had people, and there were more people on the road. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel at ease. However, seeing the people in the village, Zhao Hai was deeply touched. To be honest, although a level 6 black magician was very strong, in the eyes of a true powerhouse, they were nothing. If a level 6 black magician were to fight against Grimm or Merlin one-on-one, Merlin and Grimm would have the ability to kill them in seconds. However, an existence like this, which was like an ant in Merlin's eyes, was like a god in the eyes of the ordinary civilians. They could kill them at will, and the civilians had no chance to resist at all. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't have the space, he would be no different from these commoners. In the eyes of these powerhouses, he was also an ant-like existence. He wanted to become stronger, but it was a pity that he had drunk the water of nothingness. He couldn't learn any magic or battle energy, and the only thing he could rely on was space. I'm an ant-like existence. All right then, I'll have the awareness of being an ant. I won't think about conquering anything, nor will I think about snatching anything. I just want to live my life well. However, Zhao Hai also understood that it was not easy to lead a good life. Just because he did not cause trouble did not mean that trouble would not come looking for him. If he wanted to lead a stable life, he needed to have the power to ensure that he could lead a stable life. Obviously, he still had the power to do so. Power. This was the first time Zhao Hai had such a strong desire for power. Unfortunately, he had no way to increase his power. The realm was magical, but it lacked offensive power. However, it could subdue some undead creatures for his own use. However, it wasn't easy to collect undead creatures. He didn't dare to go into the rotten corpse swamp to collect undead creatures. It was no different from seeking death. Zhao Hai could still clearly remember the day he stood on the castle wall and watched the swamp's demonic beasts and undead creatures swarm toward him. It was too shocking. Before he had the power to protect himself, how could he live a stable life? There was only one answer, and that was to find a place where no one could find him. The Black Earth Wilderness was a good choice. It was close to the danger zone, so no one would pay attention to it. However, there was a problem now. The people that the Buda family had provoked in the past. The others might not notice them, but the nobles would definitely notice them. They had to think of a way to get the attention of the nobles. It seemed like they had to get Zhao Zui and the others to subdue the undead creatures in the swamp as soon as possible. It would be best if they could create something else to attract the nobles' attention. He hoped that what he had done would distract the nobles from paying attention to the Buda family. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others would be in trouble. However, Zhao Hai thought of another method, which was to quickly level up the realm. As long as the realm reached level 10, he would be able to open a farm. If he opened the farm, he could bring all kinds of plants into the realm, and the realm would level up. If he opened the ranch, did that mean he could bring all the animals on the Ark continent into the realm and level up? If that was the case, then he would be able to subdue the magical beasts, and he would have another power. In fact, when the demonic beasts had entered the Black Dirt Wastelands, Zhao Hai had tried to store them into the boundless space. However, he had failed. It was clear that the boundless space was not yet capable of storing demonic beasts. It seemed like he would have to wait until the ranches were open. Level, why is this like playing a game? If your level is low, you'll be bullied everywhere. Just you wait, don't let your daddy's level get high. When your daddy's level is high, I'll raise a group of divine beasts and kill you all. As he thought about these things, he carried the alien through the cities and counties. When they passed by the small cities, Zhao Hai didn't enter the city. If he wanted to enter the city, he had to put away the alien. Besides, there was no point in staying in the city for one night. So Zhao Hai and the others went around the city and found a hidden place to hide for the night. They entered the origin space. However, Zhao Hai had still sent Green and the others to the city to understand the situation. This time, the undead mercenary group had made such a big move, so it was impossible for the people here to not have heard about it. Thus, Zhao Hai wanted to send Green to understand and see how this matter would develop. The result was out of Zhao Hai's expectations. He thought that the matter would be serious since a few villages had lost their lives. However, he did not expect the news that Glynn brought back to be so normal. The Versailles Duchy had only issued a warrant for the undying mercenaries. After that, the lands in the villages were taken over by the Versailles family. They then sent slaves to farm the land. After that, there was no more. The matter was over. Hearing Green's words, Zhao Hai felt a little dizzy. This was the first time he understood how much power the nobles had on this continent. In the eyes of the nobles, the lives of the civilians were not a big deal. Perhaps they wanted more civilians to die so that they could increase their land area again. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He was still not used to the way the people here thought. Perhaps in the eyes of the nobles, civilians and slaves were not human. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, humans were humans. Even if he was a slave, he was still a human. The Versailles family was extremely cold towards the deaths of the commoners and the matters of the immortal mercenaries. However, they were extremely passionate towards the other two matters. One was the attack on the magicians, and the other was Zhao Hai's matter. Regarding the matter of the Magedal family being attacked, it was said that the Versailles family was very enthusiastic. Not only did Grand Duke Versailles personally visit to express his condolences, but he also gave them some preferential policies such as tax exemption. It could be said that their enthusiasm was a little too much. The other matter was regarding Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had appeared as a black magician, and it had already been spread that he was a high-level black magician. A person like him would be extremely dangerous anywhere, so the Versailles family paid close attention to Zhao Hai. Of course, Grimm had only heard this news from the mercenaries and merchants. He had not received any confirmation, but Grimm believed that there was no smoke without fire. This might be the truth. Zhao Hai didn't think it was a big deal. This was within their expectations. A high-level black magician was a killing machine anywhere. It would be strange if the Versailles family didn't notice such an existence appearing in the Versailles Duchy. In fact, this was the result that Zhao Hai wanted to see. The Versailles family had noticed them. Although this would bring them a lot of trouble, it was a good thing overall. They had focused all their attention on Zhao Hai's identity as a black magician. Naturally, they would not think about the identity of Adam. This way, the identity of Adam would be even safer. However, Zhao Hai and the others still noticed that there were always some mercenaries and adventurers around them these few days. These people did not have any ill intentions towards them, but Zhao Hai and the others knew that they were being watched. Zhao Hai and the others had expected this to happen. They didn't do anything and continued on their way. However, at night, after they entered the realm, they left the alien outside. They wanted the people watching them to think that they were resting inside the alien's body. Zhao Hai didn't know that the people who were monitoring them were envious of them. Although there were many black mages on the continent who could summon undead creatures to keep with them, there were very few like Zhao Hai. There were many types of undead creatures that the black mages on the continent could summon. There were skeletons, zombies, succubi, and so on. It could be said that skeletons were the lowest level of undead that all dark summoners could summon. Even if the black magicians could summon skeletons, they couldn't use them as mounts. Skeletons were all bones and too hard. Even if someone used skeletons to travel, they would usually use a few human-shaped skeletons to carry a carriage-like thing. It was not as comfortable as Zhao Hai. Although skeletons were the lowest-level undead creatures that dark summoners could summon, everyone who saw the xenomorphs knew that the skeleton Zhao Hai summoned was not one of them. The dark green color, the ferocious bone spikes, the speed of a galloping horse, and the power that Zhao Hai had unintentionally displayed all made the people who were watching him feel apprehensive. They really wanted to know what kind of demonic beast Zhao Hai had killed to become an undead creature. There were two types of dark summoners summoned beasts. The first type was summoned directly from another dimension. This type of summoning was very random. It didn't mean that you wanted to summon a skeleton, but a zombie suddenly appeared. Instead, it meant that you didn't know what level the thing you summoned was. For example, you wanted to summon a skeleton to fight, but the thing you summoned was a gray half-skeleton that didn't have much combat power. An adult could crush it with a kick, let alone use it in battle. In other words, there was no way to control the level of the undead creatures that were summoned by this summoning spell. There were different levels of skeletons. The lowest level was the gray half-body skeleton. In the undead world, these skeletons were like weeds without any attack power. Their only value was to be used as nourishment for other undead creatures to advance. However, this summoning spell was also the most commonly used by dark summoners because it did not require much mana. Even a low-level summoner could use it multiple times. Of course, the higher the level of the mage, the stronger the mana, and the higher the level and variety of dark creatures that could be summoned. Even the lowest level of a nightmare had the strength of a level 5 warrior, and it was not something that the low-level skeletons could compare to. However, this method of directly summoning the undead from a different location had a fatal flaw time. These undead creatures summoned from other planes could only exist for a limited time on the Ark continent. This time limit was related to the summoner's own ability and the level of the summoned dark creatures. In theory, the higher a summoner's level was, the stronger his magic power would be, and the longer his summoned creatures could stay on the Ark continent. The higher the level of a dark creature, the shorter the time it could stay on the Ark continent. Of course, there were exceptions. If you summoned a powerful dark creature, as long as you were willing to sacrifice some HP, you could let the dark creature live on the Ark continent for a long time. However, no summoner would do this. The higher the level of the dark creature, the more HP it required. If you wanted to let a demon stay on the Ark continent for a long time, you would probably die immediately. In addition, mages usually spent a long time on the Ark. The more they were like this, the more they felt that time was precious. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would not use such a method to let the undead creatures from other planes stay on the Ark continent for a long time. There was another way for the dark summoners to create undead creatures on the Ark continent, just like the one used by the immortal mercenary group. Every summoner could create a summoning space that could store nothing but summoned beasts. As long as the summoner turned the people or magical beasts they killed into undead creatures, they could put them in the summoning space. However, the undead creatures created in this way would have their levels reduced a lot and could not level up for life. It was because of this that the people watching Zhao Hai and his group were shocked. It was obvious that the alien was not summoned from another dimension. If it was summoned from another dimension, it would have disappeared long ago. However, looking at the combat power of the alien, they could judge that the alien was at least a level 5 warrior. If such a magical beast was man-made, then what level was it before it was killed? Everyone was a little confused. Under normal circumstances, a mage could only create low-level undead creatures. If they wanted to create high-level undead creatures, they would have to pay with their own life force. The combat power of low-level undead creatures could not exceed that of a grade 4 warrior. Could this green undead creature be a high-level undead creature created by the black mage? Did he not want to live anymore? Of course, Zhao Hai's group knew what would happen if others saw them releasing the aliens, but they didn't care. In the future, Zhao Hai would release more undead creatures when he fought others. The undead creatures' levels weren't much lower than the aliens, so it would be impossible to hide them. It was better to let them know earlier. There were only a few places on the continent of the Great Ark that could produce undead creatures. The places that could produce undead creatures were all famous for being dangerous places on the continent, such as the Rotten Corpse Swamp and the Demonic Abyss. These two places were one of the 5 most dangerous places on the continent. In the past 100 years, no one had been heard of coming out of these two places alive. In the past 1,000 years, even those who came out of these two places alive had not been able to live for more than 5 years in good health. It was for this reason that the Rotten Corpse Swamp and the Devil's Abyss had become truly forbidden places. No adventurer went there because no one wanted to die. It was for this reason that there were very few dark summoners who used the undead creatures native to the Ark continent as summoners. People had already forgotten the existence of such summoned creatures. There was a reason why Zhao Hai dared to release the aliens so openly. He had first appeared in the Montenegro fortress. If someone linked the aliens to the Rotten Corpse Swamp, it would explain why he had appeared in the Black Mountain fortress. The people on the continent would only think of Zhao Hai as a crazy black magician and not Adam. This way, his identity as Adam would be even safer. When Zhao Hai and the others appeared, the Black Soul Wasteland had just been baptized by the undead creatures and magical beasts in the Rotten Swamp. Not long after the undead creatures and magical beasts retreated, Zhao Hai appeared in the Montenegro fortress. This way, even if others knew that the xenomorphs were undead creatures from the Rotten Swamp, they would think that he was caught in the Black Soul Wasteland and was a little crazy. They would never associate him with the Buda family. Zhao Hai's group was not advancing very quickly. In fact, they were moving very slowly. This was what they were doing on purpose. Zhao Hai and the others wanted to cooperate with the Magic Dare firm, and they attached great importance to this cooperation. The person they wanted to cooperate with had to be someone they could trust, and there was no one more suitable than Laura. However, Laura had yet to return from the Montenegro fortress. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Kassar City ahead of time, they would not make the deal. They were not in a hurry, so they just moved forward slowly. However, no one knew that Grimm had already snuck into Kassar City in advance. Now, he would appear on top of the xenomorphs' heads every day. The person wearing full body armor was not Grimm, but a slave with a similar body shape to Grimm. Grimm had to go to Kassar City in advance to make preparations. He wanted to buy a small manor and make some early preparations. When everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai and his group, Grimm's actions should not attract any attention. Of course, Zhao Hai and the others were not doing nothing. They had been drawing a map. They wanted to draw out the terrain of all the places they had passed. Zhao Hai knew too little about this world. He wanted to know more about the situation around his house. He really lacked a sense of security. Due to Green's absence, Zhao Hai and the others were even more careful. They did not move very fast and they mostly took the main roads. Even when they had to bypass the city, they would find the roads that people usually took. Zhao Hai did this because he was afraid that someone would not be able to hold back and test them. Now that only Merlin was present and Green was not, their combat power had dropped by almost half. He had to be careful. In fact, Zhao Hai was thinking too much. His current identity was a black magician that no one wanted to mess with. No one dared to doubt his identity. As long as they saw aliens, no one would mess with him. It could be said that Zhao Hai and the others had underestimated the deterrence of the black mages to ordinary mercenaries and adventurers. The mercenaries and adventurers who traveled outside were very clear that it was better to offend a powerful 7th-tier warrior than to offend a 4th-tier black mage. If you offended a warrior, the warrior would most likely kill you. However, if you offended a black mage, you would most likely be tortured to death and then become an undead creature to fight for him. The adventurers and mercenaries were not afraid of death, but when they thought of having to fight for their enemies after their deaths, they felt uncomfortable. They would rather have their bodies eaten by magic beasts than become undead creatures. It was for this reason that no adventurer or mercenary dared to offend a black mage, especially a black mage who had a summoned beast that had the combat power of a level 5 warrior. Although Zhao Hai and his group were not moving very fast, they had attracted the attention of the entire Versailles Duchy. Whether it was the caravans they met on the road or the ordinary pedestrians, everyone paid close attention to them. There was no other reason than the news of their battle with the immortal mercenaries. The undead mercenaries were too famous on the continent. They had become an existence that no one dared to offend. Now, Zhao Hai had actually fought with the undead mercenaries and even defeated them. This naturally attracted people's attention. No one thought that Zhao Hai and his group could capture the entire immortal mercenaries. In their eyes, it was impossible. The fact that the immortal mercenaries had come out unscathed in so many battles was not a lie. They had fought their way through. Other than being hunted down by the Sinya family and almost being wiped out, the immortal mercenaries had not suffered any losses. No one believed that they could capture the undead mercenaries. The reason why they paid attention to Zhao Hai's group was because they wanted to see who had the guts to provoke the immortal mercenaries. They also wanted to see when the immortal mercenaries would take revenge. However, to everyone's disappointment, Zhao Hai and the others were safe and sound. It was as if the undead mercenaries had disappeared. They didn't come looking for trouble with Zhao Hai and the others at all. This puzzled everyone because it didn't seem like the undead mercenaries' style. Just like that, Zhao Hai and the others walked and stopped under the watchful eyes of everyone in the Versailles Duchy. They slowly made their way to Kassar City. Along the way, they had become a part of the scenery, leaving Zhao Hai and the others helpless. However, they had achieved their goal. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, and no one paid attention to the Buda family. No one noticed that a small manor in the mountains outside of Kass City had been bought for 100 gold coins. This small manor was originally built by a businessman. No one knew how he chose it at the beginning. This manor was built on a very remote hill outside of Kass City. The land on the hill was very barren and nothing could grow on it. The only thing that was worthy of praise was that there was a hot spring on the hill. The manor was built on this hot spring and surrounded it. Apparently, the merchant wanted to come to this small manor for a vacation and a hot spring from time to time, but unfortunately, he went bankrupt later. No one was willing to buy this manor because it was too remote. When Grimm heard the news, he immediately bought it. Although the small manor was not worth 100 gold coins, Grimm did not only buy the manor, but also the hill where the manor was located. The reason why Grimm chose the hill was that it was cheap here. 100 gold coins could even buy a manor with a hill. The second reason was that it was very close to Kassar City. Even if he used an ordinary carriage, it would only take 2 days to get there. A round trip would only take 4 days. It was far away from vegetables like radish. The third reason was that it was very remote. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice them. Even if someone did, it would be difficult to monitor them. This was because the mountain they were on was even worse than the Iron Mountain, where the castle was located. There was nothing on the mountain except for some stones. Standing on the manor, one could see the entire mountain clearly. There was no place to hide at all. There were manors on the mountains near Kass City. These manors were either the resorts of the nobles or one of the sources of income for these manors. The transactions of these manors were very common, and no one would pay attention to them. After Grimm bought the manor, he immediately went to Kassar City. He wanted to find out what the situation was like in the city and what the Versailles family's attitude was towards Zhao Hai, a black magician who had suddenly appeared. Most importantly, he wanted to find a corner for Zhao Hai and the others in the city. They did not have much money left, with less than 50 gold coins. If they wanted to sell the radishes, they had to wait for Laura and the others to return. However, although 50 gold coins might not be a small amount for a commoner, it was too little for them. In a big city like Cass, their consumption level was also very high. 50 gold coins might not last long. Zhao Hai and the others were still walking slowly on the road. What was supposed to be a 7-day journey took them 10 days. On the 10th day, they finally arrived at Cass City. Zhao Hai didn't enter the city directly. Instead, he stayed outside the city for a night. It was already dark when they arrived. The others thought that Zhao Hai and the others did not want to enter the city because it was already dark. In fact, Zhao Hai and the others were waiting for Grimm here. Grimm was their first stop. When Grimm arrived, they would know how the arrangements in Cass City were going. In the middle of the night, Grimm sneaked up to the xenomorphs. Then, a crack in space appeared and Grimm entered the space. No one noticed this because space was not a part of magic. When he used it, there were no magical fluctuations. Therefore, the people who were watching Zhao Hai and the others did not notice. Zhao Hai and the others were waiting for Green in the medium. When they saw Green enter, they immediately went up to him and said, "Grandpa Grimm, how is it?" Green smiled. "Don't worry, young master, everything has been arranged. I've bought a small manor outside the city. We can stay there. When Laura returns, we can make a deal with her." Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's good. Let's go to the manor and settle down first. I want to go to Cassar City to take a look in the next 2 days." Clint nodded his head and said, "We should go to Cassar City to take a look. These few days, I've noticed that the Versailles family seems to value us very much. Furthermore, there are more and more people in Cassar City from all sides. It seems like they're coming for us. We should show our faces." Green's words sounded a little contradictory, but Merlin and the others understood what Green meant. Now they were not afraid of people investigating Zhao Hai's identity because it did not exist in the first place. He was a black magician who had suddenly appeared in the world. They were not afraid of letting those people investigate. They were afraid that those people would find out their identity as the Buda family. Thus, Green wanted Zhao Hai to show himself in front of those people more to attract their attention. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. I'm curious to see how they'll treat me. However, there's one thing that I'm still worried about. It's the person behind Zhao Zui and the others. I've kept them in my inner space for more than 10 days, but they haven't contacted that organization for so long. Do you think they'll suspect us?" "That's very possible," Grind nodded, "but we don't have to be afraid of them. Instead, I want them to come and find us. As long as they come, we can find more clues from them." Grimm and the others had considered sending Zhao Zui and his team out to contact the organization behind them so that they would not be suspected. However, Grimm and his team were a little afraid. They were afraid that Zhao Zui and his team would be seen through by the organization. Their soul flames were originally green, but now they were red. Their bones were originally white, but now they were green. Originally, they would carry out the orders of the organization without any hesitation, but now they were all following Zhao Hai's lead. If this went on for a long time, the organization would definitely see through their flaws and it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Green and the others decided to make Zhao Zui and the others disappear first. This way, even if the organization suspected Zhao Hai and the others, they would have no evidence. This might be for the best. Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Tomorrow we'll go to the manor and settle down. Once we're settled, we'll go to Cassar City." Jerlin nodded, but then he said with a troubled expression, "Young master, we can go to Cass City, but we can't buy anything. I only have 50 gold coins left. This is not enough for us." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. There was really nothing they could do now. 50 gold coins were not even enough to buy the most ordinary oil press, let alone do anything else. Fortunately, Grimm's group had bought a lot of supplies and food, and they could not eat in a short time, so they did not have to worry about hunger. Zhao Hai shook his head. "Then we won't buy anything. We'll go to the city and take a look. Then we'll come back. When we're here, we have to show our faces in the city and let those people know that we're here." "All right," Grind chuckled. "Then we'll take a walk around the city after we've settled down. I'd like to see how those people are going to deal with us." Zhao Hai smiled and did not say anything. He knew that Green and the others had been living a very depressing life recently. The sudden annihilation of the Buda family had caught them off guard. In order to save Adam's life, they had no choice but to lower their heads to the nobles. This was clearly not in line with Green and the others' personalities. It was even more so in the black soil wilderness. They were suffocated by the pressure of life every day. They didn't dare to let others know their identity, because once others knew their identity, they would be finished. However, it was different now. They now had another identity, and this identity allowed them to move around in the world openly. This also gave Grimm and the others a feeling of rebirth. Although they knew that their current identity was not very popular with outsiders, this identity was much stronger than the Buda family's identity. At least they would be able to walk around with this identity and would not be afraid of the old nobles dealing with them. A person who couldn't see the light for a long time, but suddenly one day, he could finally see the light and act in the open. This feeling really couldn't be described with words. Of course, Grimm and the others still remembered their identities as members of the Buda family. However, they also knew that their current performance would not be suspected by others. Sometimes, being too high profile was also a kind of cover-up. If they wanted to act in a high-profile manner, they naturally could not be sullen. Therefore, Grimm and the others were really looking forward to their future days. They must vent all the anger that they had been holding in their hearts. However, Merlin frowned and said, "Young master, we're acting in such a high-profile manner. How are we going to escape in the future? After selling the radishes we have, we will buy some machines and return to the Black Earth Wilderness. No matter what, that place is our route. But if we are too high-profile, will we be targeted by those guys when we return?" Merlin smiled. "Don't worry. After we're done here, we'll head to the Montenegro fortress. Then we'll hide in the woods and enter the boundless space for a few days. Even if those people turn the entire Iron Mountain upside down, they won't be able to find us. By then, young master will ask Zhao Zui and the rest to lead the undead creatures to the Black Earth Wilderness and cause a ruckus. I don't believe that those people won't dare to look for us at the castle. We'll return to the castle after the commotion has died down. I guarantee there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai and the others thought that this was a good idea. Zhao Hai had many undead creatures now. Although the dimension theory had added the intelligence of the undead creatures from the Black Earth Wilderness, those undead creatures hadn't truly communicated with Zhao Hai. Even the aliens only followed Zhao Hai's orders. Although they were better than before, they were like robots. They would do whatever Zhao Hai ordered them to do without speaking. Zhao Zui and the others were different. They were human-shaped undead creatures, high-level undead creatures. Their intelligence was similar to when they were alive, so they could communicate with Zhao Hai easily. That was why Zhao Hai could ask them to lead the undead creatures to the Black Dirt Wastelands and cause a commotion so that outsiders wouldn't dare to enter the Black Dirt Wastelands. The people of the continent might not be afraid of the Black Dirt Wastelands, but they would definitely be afraid of the Rotten Corpse Swamp. All the magical beasts and undead creatures in the Black Dirt Wastelands came from the Rotten Corpse Swamp, so no one dared to easily touch the undead creatures and magical beasts that were active in the Black Dirt Wastelands. Of course, if there were people who wanted to take a look at the castle, Zhao Hai would not mind letting Zhao Zui and the others take care of them. After all, Zhao Zui and the others were already level 6 mages. Now that the bone armor had been strengthened, their combat strength had become even more powerful. In addition, Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 undead creatures under his command. With such combat strength, even level 8 powerhouses like Grimm and Merlin would have to avoid them. Zhao Hai stood at the bare foot of the hill and turned to look at the lush mountains around him. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. When he first heard Grimm's explanation, he felt that it was strange. A mountain and a manor would only cost 100 gold coins. Wasn't that a little too cheap? However, when he reached the foot of the mountain, he finally understood why the mountain was so cheap. It was indeed because there was nothing good in it. This mountain really proved the saying, "One look at it." Even if you really looked with one eye, you would know what was going on with the mountain. There were no other specialties on this mountain. If there was really something special, it was stones. Green stones could be seen everywhere. From a distance, weeds could be seen passing through the cracks of the stones. On the top of the mountain, there was a small manor. The outer wall was also made of green stones. The whole mountain gave people the feeling that it was like a Favis wearing a small hat on its head, revealing half of its scalp and a few strands of hair left. It was very awkward. Standing beside Zhao Hai, Jilin naturally saw Zhao Hai's expression. He couldn't help but blush. He also knew that this mountain was out of shape, but he had no choice. The housing and land prices near Casa City were higher than other places, and they didn't have much money on hand. Only this mountain was suitable for them. Green knew that Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied, so he quickly said, "Young master, although this mountain doesn't look like much, the manor isn't small either. There are roads from the foot of the mountain to the manor, making it easy to walk. There's also a hot spring in the manor, so it's quite nice to take a bath in it." Zhao Hai understood that Green was afraid that he would look down on the mountain and the manor. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. This place is pretty good. It's a place like this where no one will want it and it's safer. If there's any treasure on this mountain, I really don't dare to buy it. It's a crime to have a jade." Jelen nodded his head. To be honest, when he first bought this courtyard, he did not think too much about it. He only felt that it was cheap here and it was not far from Cass City. However, it was good that Zhao Hai thought this way. He did not have to worry about Zhao Hai being dissatisfied with this place. Merlin and Meg also stood beside Zhao Hai. To be honest, even the two of them were not satisfied with the mountain, let alone Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He turned around and went back into the room inside the alien's body. He directed the alien up the mountain. He really wanted to see what was in the manor. As Grimm had said, the only advantage of this stone mountain was that there was a stone road from the corner of the mountain to the manor at the top of the mountain. This stone road was obviously not paved with stones, but made with some natural stones. It was 5 meters wide. The person who built this road was very smart. He chose the least undulating place on the stone mountain, so he did not have to cut too many stones. He just had to clear some particularly high stones. It was enough. However, Zhao Hai found the road a little strange. Although he had lived in the plains of northern China and had never seen any mountains, he was very clear that the road on the mountain was not built directly to the top of the mountain. It was usually a winding mountain road. The so-called winding mountain road was a road built from the corner of the mountain. Although it was much longer than a straight road up the mountain, the slope became gentler because the road had become a winding one, which was more conducive to the movement of vehicles. However, the path that Zhao Hai and the others were on led straight to the top of the mountain. It was inevitable. The slope was very steep. According to Zhao Hai's calculations, if it was on Earth, it would not be easy to climb up the mountain with a carriage. It would be difficult for the horse to even pull an empty carriage up the mountain. But Zhao Hai did not say anything. He had also noticed that there were traces of vehicles on the road, which meant that the road was usable. Zhao Hai also understood that the situation on the Ark continent could not be judged by the situation on Earth, so he did not say anything. He just carried the alien up the mountain. Soon, they arrived in front of the manor. There was nothing written on the manor. The 3-meter-high bluestone wall was very tall and strong. The paint on the tall wooden door had fallen off a lot. It looked a little old, but it still gave people a sense of sturdiness. There was some moss on the stones of the wall. It seemed that no one had taken care of this place for a long time. Zhao Hai and the others got down from the xenomorph and walked to the wooden door. The door was 2 meters tall and 5 meters wide. It was divided into 2 parts and was made of thick wooden boards. The top was tied with iron bars. Although the paint on the top had fallen off, the original color of the wooden boards inside could be seen. It looked very old. Grimm stepped forward and pushed the wooden door open with all his might. With a squeaking sound of friction, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. As soon as the gate was pushed open, Zhao Hai and the others were dazzled. It was not that the scenery in the courtyard was good, but it was very large, no less than the small square in the inner castle of Iron Mountain Castle. Such a large square was enough to build a small castle, but it was a little too big for this manor. After passing the square, there was a row of houses. There were about 4 houses in total, but none of them seemed to be for living. Each room was made of wood and stone. There was a 2-meter-wide double door and a 2-meter-long window that was more than a meter wide. The roof was flat and seemed to be paved with stone slabs. It seemed that these 4 houses were used as living rooms or places for receiving outsiders. Although these houses were a little shabby, with traces of rain on the walls, the paint on the windows and doors had fallen off, and many places had cracked. It was still acceptable for people who wanted to live in them. Zhao Hai looked at the houses and was quite satisfied. The manor did not look good, but it didn't matter. Almost all the buildings here were built with bluestone as the main material. They were very strong. Although there were few people who took care of them, it was already amazing that they hadn't suffered much damage after so many years of wind and rain. They entered the house and found that the rooms were empty. There was not a single piece of furniture inside. However, the room was still considered spacious. It would not be a problem to live in it as long as it was tidied up. After passing through the row of houses, they found a large, well-shaped courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard was a big tree. The leaves of the tree looked like ginkgo trees and it was very tall. Zhao Hai had no idea what kind of tree it was. On both sides of the row of houses where Zhao Hai and the others were, there were 2 doors that led to the outside. Other than the house that Zhao Hai and the others were in, the other 3 sides of the well were also filled with houses. This house looked similar to the house that Zhao Hai and the others were in. They were all made of bluestone and had a stone roof. As the place was large, the light in the well was not too dark. There was a small ditch in front of the house. Water was flowing in the ditch. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that he could see a few small fish in the water from time to time. The well, the tree, the water, and the goldfish were all well arranged. If the architecture here was an ancient China-style building, it would have the style of an old Beijing Sihayuan. It was just spring, and the big tree had just sprouted. The green village, the flowing water, and the small fish added a touch of vitality to this old courtyard, which made people feel relaxed. Zhao Hai nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to Grimm, Grandpa Grimm. The environment here is really good. Where did this water come from? I think it's quite cold in winter here, right? It's not that deep, but the fish didn't freeze to death. Without waiting for Grimm to speak, Merlin smiled and said, "Young master, I think this water must be from a hot spring. The temperature of the water is not low. You may not know this fish, but I do. This fish is called huiding, a tropical fire attribute fish. It's strange to say that ordinary fish are water attribute, but this fish is fire attribute, and it can only survive in warm water. If the water temperature is too low, it will freeze to death. The average fish is less than 10 centimeters, but this fish is a rare delicacy. It's delicious. The meat is delicate, smooth, and delicious. I heard that even the king will use this fish to entertain foreign guests. It's a first-class dish." Zhao Hai was stunned. He had not expected such fish to exist. He squatted down and put his hand into the ditch. As expected, the water was warm and it was a little hot. It looked like the temperature was definitely not lower than 30 degrees. It was amazing that these fish could survive in such a temperature and still live freely. Zhao Hai wanted to catch one when he saw the little fish swimming so leisurely. However, the little fish was surprisingly agile in the water. With a flick of its tail, it escaped from Zhao Hai's claws. Zhao Hai stopped catching fish and stood up. He looked around the house and said, "Good, it seems that we can rear more of these small fish here in the future. I'll release a few undead creatures to keep watch on the hill later. Also, let the slaves out to get some fresh air. They must be suffocated after staying in the boundless space for so many days." "Yes," Grim said with a smile, "let them come out and fix this place. Oh, I've seen the stones on this mountain. They're very hard and are good materials for making various stone tools. Young master, didn't you want to make millstones and millstones in the past? Wasn't this a good opportunity? There's nothing else on this mountain, but there's plenty of stones." Zhao Hai nodded and laughed, "Grandpa Green, it seems like we really found a treasure this time. There's a hot spring here, so we can raise more cuttlefish and make some things we need with stones. Hahaha, we'll have a lot of money left." Maki was quietly hiding in a forest. This forest was not very tall and could only be considered as a bush. However, because it was a bush, the grass here was very dense, which was more suitable for them to hide. Mark was a death warrior specially trained by the Versailles family. Their training method was different from that of ordinary warriors and mages. Most of the things they learned were light body martial arts, makeup, infiltration, and assassination. They were specially trained by the major families for their own families. They were a group of unique warriors who were not afraid of death. This time, the task given to Mark by the family was very simple. He was to monitor Rocky Mountain. Because some time ago, there was a rumor that the black magician Zhao Hai had bought Rocky Mountain, and the family wanted to know what Zhao Hai was doing here. Mark's position was very close to Rocky Mountain. He was halfway up a mountain next to Rocky Mountain. From here, he could see the situation on the Rocky Mountain. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside the manor, nothing outside the manor could escape his eyes. He also wanted to see what was inside the manor, but he found that it was impossible. The manor in Rocky Mountain was covered by a layer of black fog. He couldn't see the situation inside at all. Mark, who had been professionally trained, was very clear that the black fog wasn't produced by Rocky Mountain itself, but a kind of magic used by the black mages. In addition to the black mist, there were also many huge undead creatures wandering around the Rocky Mountain. Their dark green color, huge bodies, and ghostly fire flickering in their eyes made Mark, who had been strictly trained to be a death warrior, feel scared. It was also because of this that Mark didn't dare to go to Rocky Mountain to check. Death warriors like Mark, who were very good at stealth, were most afraid of undead creatures because they sometimes didn't rely on their eyes to determine the location of objects, but their feelings. The undead creature's desire for fresh flesh and blood was well known on the continent. No matter how one hid themselves, it was useless. One couldn't make themselves look completely inhuman. As long as one was alive, one couldn't hide from the undead creatures. Mark really wanted to know what the people on the mountain were doing, but unfortunately he couldn't see, so he could only lie there and wait. Of course, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to know black magic like the Black Mist spell. This black magic was cast by Zhao Zui. With Zhao Zui and the others around, Zhao Hai was even more confident in pretending to be a black magician. The mansion that Zhao Hai had named the Green Stone Villa was bustling with activity. Zhao Hai had released all the slaves from the medium. Everyone was busy cleaning the villa, arranging the furniture, and making all sorts of tools. This place was different from the Iron Mountain. There was nothing near the Iron Mountain. There were no trees. Even the stones couldn't be mined at will because the dwarves had already dug the mountain empty. If they continued to mine at will, it would collapse. However, Rocky Mountain was different. The mountain was full of rocks, and they could use them as they pleased. The mountains around them were not that person's private territory, so the trees on the mountains could be cut down at will. Therefore, they could now boldly make tools that they couldn't make before. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the surrounding mountains to cut down the trees since the trees couldn't run away. He was now asking the undead creatures to mine some stones and transport them back to the villa for Anne and the others to make some gunny plates and millstones. Although Anne and the others had made a few millstones and millstones along the way, Zhao Hai felt that it was not enough. They had hundreds of thousands of caddies of corn in their hands, so a few millstones and millstones were enough. Although there were only 100 of them, they were going to buy more people this time. This way, they would need more tools. They might as well do what they could now. Zhao Hai didn't expect that they would be watched as soon as they arrived at Rocky Mountain. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't care. They were already used to being watched. It was also Merlin's idea to use the black fog to cover the villa. Don't forget that Zhao Hai was now a black mage. Black mages were all mysterious. If you didn't make it more mysterious, others would think that you were suspicious. The manor wasn't big to begin with. With more than 100 people working together, it was almost done in half a day. For the rest of the time, Zhao Hai ordered the undead creatures to mine the stones that they could use and put them into the origin space. Zhao Hai had already chosen a room for himself in the manor. The original owner of the manor was a man who knew how to enjoy himself. He had already thought about it when he built the manor. He had already directed the hot spring water into one of the rooms and formed a hot spring pool in that room. Zhao Hai had chosen that room as his bedroom. Rocky Mountain's only water source came from the hot spring. Fortunately, the owner of the manor had thought of this when he built the manor, so he had divided the hot spring into several parts. One was for bathing, one was for drinking water, and the other was for raising fish. It could be said that although the manor's exterior didn't look very good, the internal construction was still good. It had obviously been designed by a master and was from a famous master. As he had been busy with the manor's affairs, Zhao Hai did not have the time to enjoy the hot spring. He only returned to his room after dinner. He took off his mage robe and entered the winter pool in his room. In the entire manor, only the windpool in his room was the largest, about 10 square meters. The windpool in the other rooms was only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. However, this manor was really well built. There was a hot spring pool in every bedroom, which was already a very impressive thing. Moreover, the drainage system of each room was very good. After you took a bath, you only needed to open the cork and the water in the pool could be drained. It was very convenient and very hygienic. Zhao Hai sat in the pool and let out a comfortable sigh. He did not know how long it had been since he had a good bath. In the black dirt wastelands, due to the limited conditions, he could only wipe his body. It was impossible for him to have a comfortable bath like this. Now he finally had the chance. Zhao Hai's fingers glided across the water as he stared at the stone slab on the roof. He said softly, "How good would it be if I could soak in the hot spring every day? Oh right, it seems that I haven't sent the hot spring water to the space to check it. I should check how the water is." With that, he moved his hand and a spatial rift appeared beside him. Hot spring water flowed into the rift, and Zhao Hai immediately closed it again. Fortunately, the slaves were sleeping in the houses outside. Otherwise, after Zhao Hai's actions, none of them would be able to sleep. As soon as the hot spring water entered the space's prompt sounded, high-grade hot spring water. It contains many minerals that are beneficial to the human body. It is drinkable. Extract the beneficial minerals to upgrade the space water. The space has met the upgrade requirements. It has been upgraded to level 6, and one more hot spring has been added. You will be rewarded with a bag of cauliflower seeds and 2 acres of planting area. Zhao Hai was stunned for a second. He knew that if he put the hot spring water into the space would have a reaction. However, he thought that the space would at most level up just like the time when he brought the water from the lake in the mountain into the space in Iron Mountain. He didn't expect that the space would level up directly. Although he had only leveled up once and was not at the level where he could open up new land, Zhao Hai was happy as long as it was a level up. The realm's upgrades were done one level at a time, so he was not in a hurry. However, Zhao Hai noticed something in the realm's notification. At a hot spring, what was going on? With that thought, Zhao Hai couldn't wait any longer. He didn't put on any clothes and flashed into his inner space. Once he entered the space, Zhao Hai noticed something different about him. There used to be only one spring in front of the wooden house, but now there was another one beside it. The water coming out of the spring was steaming, and it seemed to be quite hot. Zhao Hai couldn't care less about his naked bottom. There was no one in the origin space anyway. He quickly ran to the hot spring and looked around, but he didn't dare to touch it. He knew very well that the temperature in the space was not low. He was naked in the space and didn't feel cold at all. However, the hot spring water was still steaming. It could only mean one thing. The temperature of the hot spring water was very high. It was probably about 80 degrees. A temperature of 80 degrees Celsius was enough to boil eggs. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't put his hand in the water. However, the water only needed to be treated to be able to be used in a hot spring. The hot springs in the houses on Rocky Mountain must have been created in this way. He looked at the inner space again. There was nothing much going on. The oil trees were growing well and could be harvested tomorrow. The corn was growing well too and could be harvested tomorrow. There was nothing much to do today. Zhao Hai flashed out of the space and returned to the hot spring. He laid there quietly, calculating the things in his hands. Now he had 3 seasons of radishes, 80,000 jin per season, 240,000 jin in total. This was the second batch of oil fruits planted. The first batch had 9 seasons, and the second batch had 2 seasons, which was a total of 11 seasons. He had harvested about 4.95 million jin of oil fruits. He had harvested 26 seasons of corn, 2 of which were 2 mu, and the remaining 24 were 4 mu. He had harvested about 300,000 jin of corn in total. 2 days ago, he had planted wheat, cabbages, and eggplants. He had obtained about 3,200 caddies of wheat, 20,000 caddies of eggplant, and 20,000 caddies of cabbages. Now he had 600 gold coins in the boundless space, a bag of cauliflower seeds, and some pasture seeds. That was all he had. Although these things seemed to be a lot, very few of them could be turned into money immediately. Although corn and oil fruits had the highest output, they couldn't be turned into money immediately. No one wanted corn, however. No one would want oil fruits until they became oil. Eggplants and cabbages were all vegetables. When Zhao Hai first started to grow them, He only wanted to improve his life so that he could have 2 more vegetables in his boundless space. He was afraid that no one would buy these 2 things on the mainland now, and they couldn't be turned into money, not to mention the wheat. Not only was the yield low, but it also needed to be processed to be eaten on the mainland. It would not cost much to buy wheat. Right now, he could only command the radish and hope that it could be sold for a good price. Zhao Hai only had 600 gold coins left in the origin space. That was why he did not plant the radishes. If he did, he would have to spend all his money on seeds. Zhao Hai planned to plant the cauliflower after the corn was harvested the next day. Although the seeds of the cauliflower were only enough to grow 2 mu of land, he had to plant 2 mu of land of cauliflower and 2 mu of land of wheat. After all, he had 3,000 jin of wheat in his warehouse, which could be used as seeds. Zhao Hai didn't want to use the realm to plant wheat. Wheat can only be made into flour, and the price of flour on the mainland isn't very high. Zhao Hai could plant something more expensive in the realm and then buy flour. It would be more cost-effective. However, Zhao Hai had a habit. If he wanted to plant corn, he would plant corn on all 4 mu of land. Therefore, he would rather plant wheat on the remaining 2 mu of land after planting cabbages than corn. There were still too few things he could plant. On the way, Zhao Hai didn't collect other plant seeds because there were people watching them along the way. If he collected those seeds, people would find it strange. So Zhao Hai didn't do anything rash. Zhao Hai had already made up his mind. If he wanted to collect seeds, he couldn't do it on his own. No matter how powerful he was, how many seeds could he collect? It was not worth it to be discovered. He was going to buy some of the seeds that he could buy at the moment after he got the money. Then he would post a mission in the tavern and ask the mercenaries and adventurers to find them for him. In this world, as long as you had money, you could let those mercenaries and adventurers do anything you wanted. You could post any mission you wanted, even if you posted a mission to assassinate the king in the Arca's empire. As long as you could afford it, someone would dare to take it. Of course, whether it would work or not was another matter. Zhao Hai sat in the hot spring and kept thinking about these things. He was not weak now, but he had too little money to use. His enemies were too strong, so he decided to keep a low profile. Suddenly, he felt a slight dizziness. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and stood up. He was really dissatisfied with his current physical condition. He had only been in the hot spring for a while, and he was already feeling dizzy. This body was too fck up. He stood up, picked up the towel beside him, and dried his body. He put it on and went to sleep. He walked to the bed, picked up the kia pot from the bedside, and poured himself a cup of kia. He sat on the bed and quietly took a sip. Zhao Hai felt his body go soft. He knew that it was because he had been in the hot spring for too long, but he was too lazy to move. He had been under too much pressure recently, both outside and inside. He felt like he was living under pressure all the time. Now that he was in the hot spring, he suddenly felt disheartened. He didn't want to think about anything, and he didn't think about anything. He just wanted to lie there quietly. Usually, he would fall asleep in no time, but today was an exception. He just lay there quietly, not thinking about anything, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. He didn't know how long he had been in this state, but Zhao Hai suddenly woke up. Although he hadn't fallen asleep, he really felt like he was awake. Zhao Hai shook his head lightly, trying to get rid of the gloomy thoughts in his head. He didn't have time to be sad now. He had too many things to do. After calming himself down, Zhao Hai decided to have a good night's sleep. They were going to Kassar City the next day. He really wanted to see what this city, known as the Pearl of the North of the Arca's empire, looked like. This was Zhao Hai's first time going to a big city after he woke up. He was really looking forward to it. Although Adam had always lived in the capital of the Arca's empire, the largest and most prosperous city in the Arca's empire, and Zhao Hai had completely taken over Adam's memories, those memories had only appeared in his mind like they were in a movie. They did not feel real. He was really looking forward to going to Kassa's city this time. The night was quiet, and the slaves felt that they had a good sleep. Although the environment in the space was better than the outside, there was no wind and the temperature was stable. The feeling of sleeping in the open air still made them feel uneasy. The next morning, everyone was in high spirits. Most of the rooms had hot springs, so the slaves had a good bath and slept soundly. However, after breakfast, the slaves went back into the medium to learn how to read. Zhao Hai and the others, on the other hand, carried the xenomorphs and headed straight to Kassar City. The journey from Rocky Mountain to Kassar City would take at least 2 days if they took a horse carriage. However, Zhao Hai and the others were not riding a horse carriage. Instead, they were riding an alien. The alien's speed was not any slower than a galloping horse. Ever since Zhao Hai leveled up, his speed seemed to have got even faster. Horses would get tired from running, but the alien wouldn't. Would keep moving at the same speed, so they would be able to move faster. It only took them a little more than half a day to reach the city. This was the first time Zhao Hai had observed the city from such a close distance. The city was surrounded by a few mountains. In order to match the terrain of the mountains, the city walls were round, not square, like those of traditional cities. There were a total of 6 groups and 18 city gates. The city walls were nearly 30 meters tall and 6 meters thick. It was extremely majestic. The banner of the Versailles family was hung on the city walls, and troops of soldiers would occasionally pass by. The battlements were half the height of a man, but they could not hide the heroic bearing of these soldiers. Their silver-white armor and weapons that shone with a cold light showed that they were extraordinary. Zhao Hai stood at the bottom of the city wall, looking at the soldiers standing straight at the entrance and the majestic city wall. He couldn't help but be amazed. Although China on Earth had many ancient city walls, Zhao Hai had never been there. The oil city he was in was a new city, and it was impossible for it to have walls. Moreover, even the ancient cities that had walls were only decorations. You couldn't expect the walls to be able to withstand a missile attack. If you did, the walls would naturally lose their grandeur. However, the city walls here were really meant to defend against enemies. Standing at the foot of the city walls, Zhao Hai was amazed by the magnificent iron-like atmosphere. Zhao Hai had already kept the xenomorphs away. This was the rule of most cities, especially a big city like Casas. The high alert area was about 500 meters away from the city walls. If you had no ill intentions towards the city, it was best to keep your summoned beasts away. Otherwise, the guards would think you had ill intentions towards the city and might attack you. Although Zhao Hai didn't know about this, Green and the rest knew. Thus, when they were about 500 meters away from Casar City, he had Zhao Hai keep the alien. Although they wanted to attract everyone's attention, it didn't mean that they wanted to cause trouble. As long as they kept a high profile, there was no need to cause trouble. If they really fought, they might expose their own secrets. They had a lot of secrets. Grim couldn't understand why Zhao Hai had stopped at the city wall. Although the black magician's robe's big hat blocked Zhao Hai's movements, Grim could still clearly feel that Zhao Hai was sizing up the city wall. Such an action would easily arouse the suspicion of the guards. If the guards didn't see that he was a magician, they would have come to question him. Fortunately, Zhao Hai regained his senses after observing for a while. He followed Green and Meg into the city. Merlin did not follow them out. Zhao Hai did not want others to know too much about his power. Zhao Hai waved his hand and walked toward the city gate. He found two large boxes at the city gate. The word tax was written on them. It seemed like they were boxes specially used to collect taxes. Therefore, people who entered and exited the city gate had to put money into the boxes before they could enter. Otherwise, they would be stopped. However, Zhao Hai did not invest his money because he remembered Green and the others telling him that a mage like him did not need to invest because the country had regulations that mages were tax-free. Of course, it didn't mean that wearing a magic robe would be tax-free. You had to register at the Mage Guild and get a mage badge before you could be tax-free. Without a mage badge, you couldn't be exempted. However, Zhao Hai was an exception. Although he didn't have a magician's badge, he had come on an alien. The alien had already proven his identity as a magician. If the guards still dared to stop him, they would be too blind. There were many black mages on the mainland, but they would not register at the Mage Guild. However, no one dared to dress up as a black mage except in the Montenegro fortress, so no one stopped people wearing black mage robes in ordinary cities, even if they did not have a badge. Grim had warned Zhao Hai about this because he was afraid that Zhao Hai did not know what a black magician was like. If Zhao Hai was too gentle, he would not be a black magician and would instead arouse suspicion. The three of them walked slowly into the city. As expected, the guards at the city gate did not stop them. Instead, they bowed to them. This made Zhao Hai understand that in this world, as long as you had the strength, you were the boss. They entered the city. Zhao Hai was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was a 10-meter wide road. The whole road was full of pedestrians. It was very lively. There were even some small vendors setting up stalls on the side of the road. It was obvious that there were no urban management officers here. Everyone was shouting with all their might. From time to time, there were pedestrians stopping to buy things. It was very lively. There were shops on both sides of the street. The small stalls were placed in front of the shops, and the doors of the shops were open, making it even more lively. There were many kinds of pedestrians on the street. Most of them were ordinary people wearing ordinary sackcloth clothes, and a few warriors were wearing leather helmets or warrior clothes. There were almost no magic robes on the street. At this moment, a voice was heard. "Dear Mr. Mage, do you want to hire a car? My car is comfortable and cheap, and I grew up in Cass City, so I know every street in Cass City. I can send you to wherever you want." Zhao Hai and the others looked in the direction of the voice. A man dressed as a coachman was standing 5 steps to their left, looking at them with a bow. Behind him was a carriage. The carriage was very large, pulled by a tall red horse. The entire carriage was painted black, and there were very beautiful patterns on it. Zhao Hai did not recognize it, but Grim did. Although the horse pulling the carriage looked good, it was only an ordinary first-grade magical beast, which did not match Zhao Hai's status. However, even if they were not compatible, there was nothing they could do. They had just arrived in Cass City and were unfamiliar with the place. They did not have much money, so they could not buy a carriage. Furthermore, they could not use magic and summon beasts in the city, so they could not call the xenomorphs out. The only way now was to hire a carriage. Grim walked to the front of the carriage driver and said, "What's your name? How much does it cost to hire your car for a day?" The coachman did not expect things to go so smoothly. He had stopped Zhao Hai and the others just to give it a try. After all, magicians were not short of money, so they rarely hired ordinary carriages like theirs. He did not expect them to ask him for the price. "Mr. Mage, my carriage is very cheap," the driver said quickly. "It only costs 1 silver coin a day." "My name is Rock." Grim took out a silver coin and threw it to Rock. "I'll hire your carriage for a day. Sir, please get in," he turned to Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai nodded and followed Meg into the carriage. The box of the carriage was quite large, enough to accommodate about 6 people. However, Green didn't get on the bus. Instead, he sat down next to Midori and told Rock, "Send us to the Mages Guild." The Guild of Magic was not a civil organization, but a national organization. Every country had its own independent Guild of Magic. The Guild of Magic was an organization set up by the country specifically for mages, and its purpose was to serve mages. The purpose of the Mages Guild was to serve mages, not to manage them. This was because the first mage was the treasure of the country. Their status was equal to that of the nobles, so no one dared to manage them. They could only provide them with the services they deserved. Every mage registered in the Mage Guild would receive a subsidy of 10 gold coins a month. Of course, not many mages would be interested in such a small amount of money, so generally, no one would collect it. However, there were many other benefits for mages who were registered with the Mages Guild. For example, if you had a mage badge, you would be exempted from tax. With this badge, you could meet a noble without paying respects. The reason why Grimm and the others had come to Kassar City was to show off and attract the attention of those people. The second reason was to register Zhao Hai at the Mage Guild. Every country adopted a very relaxed policy for the registration of mages. Generally, there would only be a little training, and then you would be allowed to demonstrate your magic. There were no tests or the like. As long as you demonstrated your magic and proved that you were a mage, you could register in the Mage Guild. Of course, there were different levels of mages. If you only showed that you knew magic, you could only register as the lowest level mage. You would be paid 10 gold coins a month, tax-free. If you displayed great strength, you would receive more services. For example, if Zhao Hai had a magician's badge and was an advanced magician's badge, he would be picked up by a carriage from the Magician's Guild as soon as he entered the city. Everything would be arranged for him, and most of his living expenses would be reimbursed. He would even receive 100 to 1,000 gold coins every month. Of course, if you wanted to get an advanced magician's badge, your strength would have to be, he had to be at least level 6. Zhao Hai's trip to register as a magician was Green's idea. Only Zhao Hai would be able to wear his magician badge. It would be much more convenient for them in the future. Moreover, this registration would not reveal their identity. It was a pleasant thing to do. After Green got into the car, he turned to Rock and said, "To the Mage Guild." Rock acknowledged and drove the carriage straight to the Mage Guild. The Empire's Guild of Mages was a very special existence. They were directly funded by the state's finances and specialized in serving mages. However, mages rarely came to the guild because every mage had their own job. In the Empire, mages were a very popular profession. Even if you were only a grade 1 mage, there would be many people lining up to invite you. Therefore, ordinary mages would not come to the guild at all. The only exception might be the black mages. Because of the black mages' special way of doing things, most nobles didn't like to hire black mages. Only some merchants would hire black mages as their guests. Most black mages would become mercenaries or adventurers, and they were still very popular among mercenaries. However, compared to the other mages, the life of a black mage was the toughest, and the quality of life was the worst. If the other mages were nobles, then the black mages were civilians. Many black mages could only rely on the 10 gold coins that the Mage Guild gave out every month to survive. It should be known that learning magic was also a very expensive thing. You had to buy magic materials, magic staffs, magic crystals, food, and drinks. All of these required money. The Guild of Mages in Kassar City was rather impressive. It was only 2 streets away from the main street. It was a 3-story palace-like building that covered an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. This was not considered small in Kassar City. On top of the guild's main door hung a 6-pointed star badge representing mages. This 6-pointed star pattern represented the 6 basic natural elements in nature: light, darkness, wind, water, fire, and earth. It was also the symbol of all mages' guilds. Rock stopped the carriage, and Green jumped down and opened the door. Zhao Hai and Meg walked out of the carriage, looked around the house, and slowly walked inside. The 3 of them had just taken 2 steps when they saw a fat man quickly walk out of the guild. He was wearing a servant's uniform, but the material of the cloth was made of high-quality silk, which was very inconsistent with the style of the clothes. Coupled with his fat figure, he looked like a noble and not a servant. The fat man quickly walked to Zhao Hai's root and bowed to him. "Dear Mr. Mage, your servant, Carl, is at your service." This made Zhao Hai stunned. He did not know that all the people in the Mage Guild would call themselves servants when they saw a mage. This Carl was the person in charge of the Mage Guild in Kassar City. However, Zhao Hai still remembered Green's instructions. He snorted softly and walked into the guild. The first floor of the guild was obviously a resting area. It was divided into two areas. One area had a sofa and a coffee table, and the other area had a few dining tables. This was also the rule of the Guild of Mages. Every Guild of Mages had such a decoration. As long as one was registered with the Guild of Mages, they could rest and eat here for free. Zhao Hai walked to the rest area and found a sofa to sit down on. Fatty Carl followed closely behind the three of them. As soon as he saw Zhao Hai sit down, he immediately waved to a few servants standing beside him. One of them immediately ran to the kitchen and took out a pot of kaya and a few cups. Putting down the cup, Carl poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai. He bowed and said, "Dear Mr. Mage, how may I be of service to you?" Zhao Hai didn't touch the cup of cocoa, but just sat there and waved. "Mr. Carl," said Clint immediately, "our master is here to register today. Please help us out." Zhao Hai nodded and stood up. Following Carl's lead, he walked to the back of the hall. Carl walked in front of Zhao Hai and led the way. What Green and the others did not see was the glint in Carl's eyes. It was obvious that he was not a simple person. What Grimm and the rest did not know was that Carl was not only the person in charge of the Magicians' Guild, he was also the head of intelligence in the Duchy of Versailles. In fact, he had already known Zhao Hai's identity the moment Zhao Hai entered the city of Kassar. It was also because he knew that he had personally gone out to welcome Zhao Hai. He wanted to find out more about Zhao Hai's background. Under normal circumstances, he did not need to personally welcome registered magicians. Behind the Mage Guild building was a large open space covered with bluestone slabs. The space was about 100 meters long and wide. Between 50 to 100 meters, there was a target-like object every 10 meters. It was used to test magic. All the mages who came to register at the Mage Guild had to go through this procedure. They had to cast a spell here to prove that they were a mage. At the same time, it would be convenient for the people of the Mage Guild to evaluate their grade. When they reached the edge of the court, Carl turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Dear mage, please use a spell. Any spell will do. If you want to get a higher-level mage badge, please use some higher-level spells." After saying that, Carl stood aside and looked at Zhao Hai quietly. No one knew that although Carl didn't know magic, he had a certain understanding of it because he had been in contact with mages for a long time. He was also very sensitive to magic power. As long as a mage used a spell, he could judge the mage's level, and his judgment would be correct 8 out of 10 times. The reason why Carl could make such a judgment was closely related to his decades of work in the Mage Guild. During his decades of work, Carl had slowly summed up a set of ways to judge a mage's level. A mage's level could be reflected from their control over their own magic, the time they took to create and use magic, and their proficiency in chanting spells. There were many mages whose combat power wasn't proportional to their level, even though their levels weren't low. These mages didn't have much experience in battle, so they didn't have enough ability to respond in battle. This could be judged from the time they used magic and their control of magic. It was because of his superb judgment that Carl was able to become the head of the Duchy of Versailles Mage Guild. In a large country like Arcas, the head of the Mage Guild was usually a high-level mage. When Zhao Hai entered Kassar City, Carl had already received the news. When he knew that Zhao Hai was going to register at the Mage Guild, Carl immediately decided to receive Zhao Hai personally. He wanted to see what level Zhao Hai was at. It had to be acknowledged that the people of the mainland had an instinctive aversion and wariness towards black mages, and the Versailles family was no different. However, the news they received from the magicians proved that Zhao Hai was very strong in combat. This made the Versailles family even more cautious. It should be known that a magician, no matter what kind of magician he was, as long as his level and ability were high enough, he would be valued by the family. This was because a high-level magician was equivalent to the existence of a nuclear weapon. One might not necessarily use this weapon, as its main purpose was to deter the enemy. If it were any other magician from the mainland who came to the Versailles Duchy, the Versailles clan would definitely welcome them warmly. Even if they couldn't pull the magician into their clan, they would at least try to establish a friendly relationship with him. However, the Versailles family adopted a very calm attitude toward Zhao Hai. They did not approach him, nor would they offend him. Even if Zhao Hai was very powerful, they would not approach him without knowing his details. There was a principle in using people in large families. They placed ability second and loyalty first. There were many talents in the world, but few were loyal. No matter how strong you were, if you were always rebelling, no one would dare to use you. The Versailles family was like this. Even if you were a level 8 mage, as long as you were not loyal enough, they would not use you. They would rather find 2 loyal 7th-tier mages. He didn't want a disloyal grade 8 mage. Zhao Hai's identity was still a secret. No one had found out anything about him, and it was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This made it difficult for the Versailles family to rope him in. The Versailles clan was developing very well and was very stable. Although Zhao Hai's strength would bring new development to the clan if he joined them, Zhao Hai's mysterious background had always been a thorn in the side of the Versailles clan. The Versailles clan liked Zhao Hai's strength. but they were also afraid that Zhao Hai would become an unstable factor in the clan. The Versailles family had already established their own duchy. They did not like taking risks, especially when it came to unstable factors. Hence, they treated Zhao Hai's problem with the cold shoulder. Although they had to treat Zhao Hai coldly, they still had to keep an eye on him. After all, Zhao Hai was already in Kassar City. If he really did something, it would not look good for the Versailles family. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He was really short of money now. The moment he registered at the Mage Guild, he had earned 10 gold coins. This income might not be much to other mages, but it was very important to Zhao Hai. Right now, the entire Buda family's gold coins were not even worth 50 gold coins. This was equivalent to him having 1/5 of his wealth. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't want others to know how strong he was to get an advanced mage badge. He could do that now. As long as he released all the undead creatures he had collected, he could get an advanced mage badge. However, that would be too high profile and didn't match his personality. Zhao Hai didn't waste any time. He didn't know how to chant either. He just held his magic staff and paused for a moment. The xenomorph appeared beside him. Zhao Hai didn't summon too many undead creatures. He just wanted to prove that he knew magic. Even though he was using fake magic, he believed that no one in this world would be able to tell. Carl's eyes widened at the sight of the xenomorphs. He had been working in the Mage Guild for decades and had seen countless mages casting spells. Some of them were gorgeous, some were ugly, some were long, and some were short. However, he had never seen a spell cast in such a short time like Zhao Hai's. He had completed the spell just by pausing his staff for a moment. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Zhao Hai gently touched the alien, but it was like a puppy that had been touched by its owner. It wagged its tail wildly and almost hit Carl. Carl was so scared that he quickly took a few steps away. Seeing this, Zhao Hai did not say anything and kept the alien. Carl was still a little confused when Green said, "Did our surpass the test?" Carl came back to his senses and quickly said, "You've passed, Mr. Mage. This way, please." Then he led Zhao Hai and the others back to the rest area. When Zhao Hai and the others sat down in the rest area, Carl immediately excused himself and ran away. After a while, he returned with a form and placed it on the table in front of Zhao Hai. He said to Zhao Hai, "Dear Mr. Mage, this is a form. As long as you finish this form, all the procedures will be completed, please." Zhao Hai took the form and looked at it carefully. He found that it was very simple. There were only some blank fields such as name, age, and gender. Zhao Hai nodded and threw the form to Meg. Understanding what Zhao Hai meant, she picked up the fountain pen that Carl had prepared for them and started to fill it out. Carl was grumbling in his heart as he watched Zhao Hai's performance. It was not that mages had to fill in their own forms, but most mages who came to register would do so. This was a show of respect to the Mage Guild. After all, the Mage Guild was a national organization. Even if mages did not have much use for it, they would still show some respect. After all, the guild represented the country. Carl wanted Zhao Hai to fill in the form himself so that he could collect more information about Zhao Hai. There were professional handwriting appraisers on the continent. They could collect all kinds of handwriting and use it to find people. Carl wanted Zhao Hai to fill out the form and send it to the Versailles family to see if they could find any clues to Zhao Hai's identity through his handwriting. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai would let Meg fill it out instead of him. This made his plan fail again. This raised Carl's guard against Zhao Hai to the highest level. In Carl's opinion, Zhao Hai did everything on purpose to hide his identity. Such a person was even more dangerous. Carl could tell that Zhao Hai was still young. He had given Zhao Hai the best punishment, but Zhao Hai had not even touched him. Up until now, Zhao Hai had not said anything either. This made Carl even more certain that Zhao Hai was hiding something. In fact, from the first time he met Zhao Hai, Carl had been observing and testing him. He was observing Zhao Hai's attitude towards people and realized that Zhao Hai might be a legitimate aristocrat. He gave Zhao Hai a cup of kia to see how Zhao Hai looked like. However, Zhao Hai did not touch the cup at all. In his plan to reject a customer, Zhao Hai did not say a word, so he could not hear Zhao Hai's voice and could not make any other judgments. In addition, he had to fill in the form now. All of this added together had left a deep impression on Carl. He felt that Zhao Hai must be a famous person on the continent, but his reputation must not be good. Therefore, he tried his best to hide his identity. But what was Zhao Hai's true identity? Carl really couldn't think of anything. Zhao Hai looked at the badge in his hand. It was not an ordinary low-level mage's badge, but an intermediate mage's badge. This badge was personally handed to him by Carl, along with 100 gold coins. Zhao Hai, Green, and the others didn't expect Carl to give them such a high evaluation. After all, Zhao Hai had only summoned the xenomorphs and hadn't used any magic. Besides, they were only aiming for the low-level magician badge, not the intermediate magician badge. But no matter what, these 100 gold coins had solved their urgent need. They finally had more than 100 gold coins in their hands. However, these 100 gold coins could only make their hands a little loose. It would not be of much use to the development of the Buda family. The gold coins had already been kept by Grimm. To be honest, Grimm now had some confidence in his heart. These 100 gold coins could not allow the Buda family to develop, but it could allow them to survive until Laura returned to Casa City. The three of them walked to the side of the carriage. Green looked at the sky and turned to Zhao Hai. Sir, let's go and eat something. We'll go to the store of the Margender Trading Company. Although the main business of the Mashetemen Trading Company was all kinds of living materials, they also had a lot of involvement in the restaurant and hotel industries. However, they were different from the other shops that bought living materials. The shops that bought living materials generally took the low-end route, while their restaurants and hotels took the high-end route. One could not leave without a few gold coins for a meal there. One should know that 1 gold coin was enough for an ordinary civilian to live for more than a month. Zhao Hai nodded and got into the car without saying a word. This was also Green's order for him to try not to make a sound when he arrived in Cass City. Rock drove the car and soon arrived in front of a restaurant. This restaurant was considered a very high-class place in Kassar City. It was 1 floor higher than the Mages Guild. A 4-story building was not short here. As soon as the carriage stopped, a man in leather armor came over. The man's leather armor was very gorgeous, even more beautiful than the one Grimm had bought. The outside of the leather armor was painted with a layer of blue reflective paint, which made him look shiny. This was the security uniform of the Margender restaurant. Green ignored him and ran down from the carriage. He opened the door and invited Zhao Hai and Meg out. The three of them walked into the restaurant and asked Rock to park the car with the security guard. The three of them walked to the entrance of the restaurant. Immediately, 2 beautiful girls in waiters' clothes came up to them. The 2 of them bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Welcome to the shop. Dear Mr. Mage, do you have an appointment?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but Green took out a gold medal and handed it over. One of the 2 girls took the gold medal and looked at it carefully, then returned it to Green. The 2 of them bowed at the same time and said, "What can I do for you?" "Get us a room, we're here for a meal," answered Grimm immediately. The 2 girls responded and led Green into the shop. The 2 girls had arranged rooms for them on the 3rd floor. There weren't many rooms on the 3rd floor, and each room looked quite big. Zhao Hai and the others were only here for a meal to let the others know that they were here. Therefore, they didn't pick anything and just randomly found a room and went in. Grimm didn't ask for anything too good. He simply ordered 2 dishes and a soup. After some calculation, he estimated that the things he asked for would cost about 10 gold coins. If he made these things himself, the cost of the materials would not exceed 1 gold coin. It was a huge profit. After ordering, the waiter immediately brought over a pot of kia. However, Zhao Hai did not touch it. He waited until all the dishes were served and Green closed the door. Only then did Zhao Hai take off his hat and let out a long sigh. "I'm suffocating. If I keep wearing these clothes, I'll really die." "It's really hard on you," Grimm said with a smile. "You can't talk or eat. It must be hard on you." Zhao Hai laughed, "But it's worth it. No matter what, we got 100 gold coins for free today. Oh right, Grandpa Green, let's go buy some meat later. It'll improve the lives of the slaves." Green smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although we have more than 100 gold coins in our hands, we don't know when Laura will come back. If she doesn't come back, we won't be able to turn our money into money. We have to save this money." Zhao Hai nodded helplessly. He realized that it was true. He had just received 100 gold coins for nothing. He was a little too excited. If he really spent the 100 gold coins freely, he was afraid that it would be spent in less than an hour in a place like Kassar City. Meg poured Zhao Hai a cup of cocoa and placed it in front of him. "Young master, have a cup of cocoa." Zhao Hai nodded and took the cup. "You guys should have some too." Megger poured another cup for Jellin, and Zhao Hai picked up the cup and took a sip. However, as soon as he took a sip of the kia, the realm immediately sent out a notification. Poisonous substances have been detected entering the host's body. Open the host protection program, extract the poison, and analyze the poison. The poison is a slow-acting neurotoxin that causes serious damage to the human nervous system. The estimated time of attack is 3 hours. Produce the antidote. When the antidote is completed, add it into the space water. The poison will strengthen the attack power of the robot-type object. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He immediately put down the cup in his hand. When he saw that Green was about to drink from the cup, Zhao Hai said, "Stop, Grandpa Green. There's poison in the cup." Clint was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. He immediately placed the cup on the table and quickly walked to the door. He opened the door and looked outside. When he didn't see anyone, he closed the door and returned to the table. He said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, is this kiali really poisonous?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, it's a slow-acting poison. But don't worry, Grandpa Green. The space water can cure this poison. Don't worry." Jerlin nodded and then frowned. "Who would want to deal with us? Could it be the people from the Magic Dare trading firm? If it wasn't someone from their trading company, it would be impossible for someone to poison their shop's kiali. But why did they attack us?" NBSB Zhao Hai also frowned. Today's poisoning was a little strange. By right, the Macadera family had no reason to deal with them, and they had even helped them. But if it wasn't the Macadera family, who could it be? "Young master, Grandpa, didn't we say before that the attack on the magicians this time could be due to their internal conflicts? Do you think this poisoning was also because of this?" Zhao Hai and Green were both stunned. They had not thought of this earlier, but it seemed like it was true. Green nodded and said, "It's very likely that the gold medal we took out must be a very important thing to the magicians. Otherwise, Laura wouldn't have used it to thank us for saving her life. Usually, the person in charge of the store would come out to meet the customers who took such an important thing, but until now, the person in charge of the store has not appeared. There must be something wrong." Zhao Hai furrowed his brows and said, "It seems that Laura and the others are at a disadvantage in this internal struggle of the magicians. They have been being schemed against. First, they reported the news to the immortal mercenaries, hoping that the immortal mercenaries would destroy Laura. Then they would send people to take over Laura and the others' power. I think that Laura and the others are no longer the ones who call the shots in this shop. I'm afraid that someone else has already taken over." "Young master, I think we shouldn't eat. Let's leave immediately." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, why not? The food is already here. I want to see if they poison the food. If they really dare to do that, I'll burn the restaurant down today." Zhao Hai was a little angry today. Although he was a shut-in timid and had always kept a low profile on the Ark continent, this did not mean that he was not angry. Even a clay man had some dirt on him. Besides, Zhao Hai's temper was not much better. An honest man did not have a temper. If an honest man was provoked, they would do anything. Zhao Hai was an honest man, but he was not to be provoked. Zhao Hai wouldn't have been so angry if it was an enemy who was plotting against him. If your enemy wasn't plotting against you, would you still be called an enemy? Zhao Hai was angry because he should not have been involved in the internal strife of the magicians. Although they were not sure that the poisoning incident was caused by the internal strife of the Makil family, Zhao Hai had already determined that it was the Makil family's doing. How could he not be angry? If you say that there's internal strife, then so be it. What does it have to do with me? I just happened to pass by and begged Laura to spare my life. And that's because I had my eyes on the immortal mercenaries and wanted to take them under my wing. What does that have to do with you? You want to poison me to death just because of this. Aren't you going too far? Zhao Hai thought to himself. As he thought about it, he picked up his fork and took a bite of the food. To be honest, the food was not bad and it was not poisonous. Zhao Hai had also told Green that the food was not poisonous, so the three of them began to eat. To be safe, Zhao Hai took out a bottle of water from his space. The water could detoxify the poison. If he drank it while eating, he wouldn't be afraid of getting poisoned. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Grim and the others paid the bill and left. While paying, Grim paid special attention to the attitude of the restaurant's waiters. Grim wanted to find some clues from the faces of these waiters. If they knew about the poisoning incident, they would definitely expose themselves. However, Grim was disappointed. The waitresses were very calm and there was nothing wrong with them. Even when Grim gave them tips, they were very polite. Green did not notice anything wrong, but he was not too disappointed. He followed Zhao Hai out of the restaurant and headed out of the city. They had already settled their business in the city, so there was no point in staying any longer. But the most important thing was that Grim wanted to fish. They believed that the person who poisoned them would definitely come to see the result. It should be known that poisoning a black mage was a very dangerous thing in itself, because a black mage was generally an expert in poison. Ordinary poison would not be effective on them. It was because of this that Grim and the rest believed that the other party would come to see if they were poisoned. If they were in the city, they would not be able to do anything. In a big city like Cass City, if you were to make a move in the city, it would cause dissatisfaction among the Versailles family, and they might intervene. Grim and the rest didn't want to start a conflict with the Versailles family yet, but they wouldn't let off anyone who poisoned them. Once they were out of the city, Zhao Hai and the others immediately released the alien and rushed to Rocky Mountain. There were less than 2 hours left before the poison took effect. Zhao Hai had been carefully calculating the time, controlling the speed of the alien's advance. He wanted the alien to enter the mountains and then pretend to be poisoned. Zhao Hai and the others had yet to discover any enemies following them, but Grim knew that there must be someone following them. The death warriors trained by those families or major forces would not be so easily discovered. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of Kassar City, it was already 2 p.m. in 2 hours. It was almost 4 p.m. It was spring, so the sky did not turn dark as early as winter. It was still bright 4 days later. It was late for anything. This was the time Zhao Hai gave them. Although it was better for Zhao Hai and the others to attack when the sky turned dark, the poison didn't give them that much time. Therefore, they decided to attack in the mountains so that no one would notice. Zhao Hai's group's actions were no different from when they first arrived. To others, Zhao Hai's group had just entered the city of Kassar, registered as magicians, and then left the city. They wanted to return home before dark. There was nothing wrong with that. 2 hours was extremely boring for travelers. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others had gotten used to it. They had been traveling for the past few days. This time they had something to do, so they didn't feel that these 2 hours were too difficult. Zhao Hai calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He turned to Grim and said, "Grandpa Grim, it's almost time." Grim took a look at the surrounding environment. They were now in the mountains. Although there were also roads built here, there were obviously not many people walking on this road, especially at this time. The sky was almost dark, and the city gate of Cass City was closed at 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, no one would be rushing to Cass City, as it would be past the time to enter the city. All right, let's do it. Zhao Hai nodded and controlled the alien to slow down bit by bit. Then, he kept the alien away. The few of them fell to the ground, motionless, as if they had fainted. The three of them had been lying on the ground for more than half an hour without any movement. However, Zhao Hai and the others had already expected this, so the three of them did not move and just lay there quietly. Fortunately, the weather wasn't cold at this time, and the place they were lying on was also covered with weeds, so they didn't feel cold. However, just lying down like this was indeed very uncomfortable. The three of them lay on the ground for more than an hour. Just when they were about to give up, there was finally some movement. Grim heard a series of light footsteps coming towards them. Although Zhao Hai's hearing wasn't as good as Green's, he could still use the surveillance camera in the space farm. Zhao Hai had already noticed that he could still use the camera in the space after he left the space. It appeared in front of him in the form of a projection, just like before. Moreover, since he had advanced to level 6, the surveillance range of the camera had increased by 10 meters. 10 meters didn't mean an increase of 10 square meters, but the diameter that he could monitor had increased by 10 meters. This way, Zhao Hai's range of surveillance had greatly increased. At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed that someone was approaching them on the screen. By right, when a person was about 50 meters away from him, he should be able to hear the sound of footsteps. However, Zhao Hai did not hear any sound. If not for the surveillance camera, Zhao Hai would not have noticed that someone was approaching. He controlled the surveillance camera and pointed at the green dot that was slowly approaching. A figure immediately appeared beside Zhao Hai and the others. The man was very thin. He was dressed in black and had long arms and legs. He walked carefully and carried a thin black sword on his back. He had a small nose and small eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of someone when he saw this man Shikayan. In Water Margin, the flea on the drum moved. According to the Book of Water Margin, this person's appearance was very in line with the image of time. If he were to play Time Shift on Earth, he wouldn't even need to put on makeup. This person was very careful. He stopped when he was about 20 meters away from Zhao Hai and the others. Then he took out a few cross-shaped darts and threw them at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai could not help but curse in his heart. This guy was really careful. The three of them had been lying here for more than an hour, but he was still so careful. Right at that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly summoned Zhao Zui to stand in front of him. Naturally, Zhao Zui would not let the crossguard hit him. Just as Zhao Hai summoned Zhao Zui, Green made his move. He was a grade 8 high-ranking warrior, so it was easy for him to deal with a man of sacrifice. Green's body glowed yellow as he pounced toward the man. A green barrier suddenly appeared around Meg, covering Zhao Hai, Zhao Zui, and herself in the middle. Of course, those crossbow darts could not break through Meg's protective shield. The man knew that he had fallen into a trap the moment Zhao Zui appeared. He was about to retreat, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. Green was much stronger than he had imagined. He covered the distance of 20 meters in an instant, and he could not run even if he wanted to. The man was naked and did not run at all. His eyes were fixed on Grim. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He fell to the ground and died. Zhao Hai had also stood up at this time and happened to see this scene. He really didn't expect that this person would be so ruthless. Once he realized that he couldn't escape, he immediately committed suicide. Thinking about it, this person was just like in the movies, with poison in his mouth. Grim didn't expect the man to commit suicide. It was impossible to ask anything now. Grim stopped beside the man's body and looked at it. There was nothing special about the man, and there were no signs of any force on the ground. He couldn't find the person behind him at all. Zhao Hai walked to the man's side. He took a look at the man's darkened face and then looked around. He then turned to Zhao Zui and said, "Zhao Zui, if we turn this guy into an undead creature, will we be able to get any information from him?" Zhao Zui shook his head. "I can't, young master. I'm already an undead creature now, so I can only create some low-level undead creatures. I can't create high-level undead creatures. Even if I turn him into an undead creature, he'll only be a low-level undead creature that knows nothing. He won't be able to answer any questions." Zhao Hai looked at the corpse and gritted his teeth. "Turn him into an undead creature. Don't waste it. If he dares to attack us, he should have this kind of awareness." "Yes," Zhao Zui replied. He muttered a few incantations softly, and a cloud of black smoke drifted out of his body and landed on the man. When the black smoke disappeared, only a pale skeleton was left on the ground. However, the man's clothes had not disappeared, and the thin sword was still on his back. Zhao Hai did not even bother to look at the person. He immediately sent the person and Zhao Zui into the origin space. To his surprise, the moment the person was sent into the origin space, a notification came from the origin space. "Low-level robot-like object, level up, strengthen its own abilities, strengthen its poison." Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. He immediately summoned the person again. The pale skeleton of the person had turned dark green, just like Zhao Zui and the others. Good, can you understand me? Zhao Hai said happily. The man nodded. What's your name? Zhao Hai was overjoyed and quickly asked. Which force does it belong to? Master, I am your loyal servant. The man shook his head. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He asked a few more questions, but the man only said one sentence. Zhao Hai finally understood that this man didn't know anything about his past. Zhao Hai laughed bitterly. He thought that this guy would be able to tell him something useful after he leveled up. It seemed like it was a waste of time. What abilities do you have? Zhao Hai asked. Master, I know how to assassinate, how to use darts, swordsmanship, and battle energy, the man continued. Zhao Hai finally understood. This fellow was a low-level undead creature conjured by Zhao Zui, so it was natural that he would not remember his past. However, the realm's upgrade was similar to the natural upgrade of the undead creatures. He used to be a death warrior, and he would still be using the abilities of a death warrior after he upgraded. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, then you can call me young master from now on. From today onwards, you will be called Zhao Kaiyan. After saying that, she put the man back into her space. While Zhao Hai and Zhao Kaiyan were talking, Green and Meg had been watching from the side. They still didn't understand what was going on. It was only when Zhao Hai put Zhao Kaiyan away that Green said, Young master, what's going on? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. I asked Zhao Zui to turn that guy into an undead creature. I didn't expect that the realm would upgrade that low-level undead creature after I put him into the realm, which improved his combat strength. However, that guy doesn't remember what happened in the past, so we still haven't gotten any information. Merlin nodded. It's fine if you can't get it. I think that since those guys have dealt with us once, there will definitely be a next time. We will definitely be able to find clues in the future. Oh right, young master, after Laura returns and we are done discussing the cooperation, should we tell her about today's incident and ask her to help investigate it? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we should let her investigate it properly. This doesn't just concern us, it concerns her as well. All right, let's go back. After saying that, he summoned the xenomorph and walked towards Rocky Mountain. When the sky turned completely dark, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Rocky Mountain. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on going to Kassar City this time. He was planning to wait for Laura in Rocky Mountain. After Laura returned and finished discussing the cooperation, they would set off for the Black Dirt Wastelands. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't used to the life outside. He used to live in China, which was one of the safest countries in the world. But here, he was not safe at all. He had only gone out for a walk today and someone had poisoned him. If it wasn't for the space, he would have been poisoned to death. This made Zhao Hai feel even more that the world was dangerous. Ever since they had returned from Kassar City, the people monitoring Rocky Mountain had become more relaxed. This was because Rocky Mountain was covered in a layer of black mist. This time, the black mist didn't just cover Rocky Mountain, but the entire mountain. Now, the people monitoring Rocky Mountain couldn't see what was on the mountain, so no one dared to go up. Before the black fog covered the entire mountain, they had already noticed that there were many undead creatures guarding the mountain. Now that the black fog had covered the mountain, they didn't dare to go up. Who knew how many undead creatures were in the black fog? Going up would be suicide. Very few people knew that Zhao Hai and the others had been poisoned. However, the fact that Zhao Hai and the others had suddenly become so low-key still made the people in Kassar City feel nervous. None of the powers in Kass City were afraid of Zhao Hai's actions. The more they caused trouble, the more things they would expose. On the contrary, they were not worried at all. However, now that Zhao Hai and the others had suddenly become well-behaved and refused to step out of the door, those people became worried. They didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others were up to. Moreover, if Zhao Hai and the others didn't move, those people wouldn't be able to discover more of their secrets. This made them nervous. Those people were nervous, but Zhao Hai and the others weren't at all. They were busy on Rocky Mountain. There wasn't anything useful on the mountain, but there were plenty of stones. Zhao Hai ordered the undead creatures to collect the stones. Some of the stones were used to make millstones, and the rest were to be brought back to the Black Soil Wasteland to build the castle. The Black Dirt Wastelands lacked everything. Although they were guarding a mountain range, the mountain range had already been dug out by the dwarves. They didn't dare to casually mine stones. Now that they had encountered such a good place, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be polite. While they were messing around in Rocky Mountain, the people outside kept watching them. However, those who were watching them relaxed. Zhao Hai and the others didn't even leave the mountain, so they didn't have to watch much. They just had to stare at the black fog every day. Zhao Hai did not just sit back and do nothing. He had Merlin change out of his shiny armor and went to Kassar City with Ran. Grimm's trip to Kassar City this time was not for anything important, but to buy seeds. Zhao Hai needed all the seeds that he could bring to the mainland. He wanted to see if there were any that could be used. If there were any that could be used, the space could be upgraded. Grimm changed into his own warrior suit and rushed to Kassar City when it was dark. He knew that he could not enter the city when it was dark, but it did not matter. He would not be able to reach Kassar City in one night anyway. Although Grimm was a grade 8 warrior and had strong combat energy, he was still alone. The xenomorphs could move at a fast and even speed for a 2-day journey, but he could not. he needed to rest. After traveling for half the night, Grim changed to a place to rest. The next morning, he ate some dry food and continued on his journey. With Grim's skills, it took him another day to reach Cass City when the sky was almost dark. Fortunately, the city gates of Cass City were not closed. Grim was now dressed in a warrior's suit, just like an ordinary adventurer. There were too many adventurers entering the city of Cass every day, so the city defense army did not pay attention to them at all. Grim also obediently paid the city tax and entered the city, then found a small hotel to stay in. Every day, there were many adventurers entering the city. They had either completed their tasks or were here to look for food. Therefore, when an adventurer like Grim, who was dressed in an ordinary manner, entered the city, he did not cause any trouble at all. Even the Versailles family could not observe every adventurer who entered the city every day. After all, the city of Casa was a large city with a population of more than 1 million, and the floating population was in the hundreds of thousands. After a day of continuous travel, Grim felt very tired. He had a good night's rest in the hotel. Next morning, he had a simple breakfast and went to the seed company in Cassar City. Cass City was a big city, but there was not much demand for farm equipment. Like other countries' capitals, there were not many farmers in Cass City, so there was little demand for farm equipment and seeds. Grim searched for a long time in the city of Cassar before he found a grocery store that sold seeds. Fortunately, this store had a complete stock of all kinds of seeds, which saved Grim a lot of time. There weren't many kinds of seeds for cooking on the continent. There were only a dozen common seeds. Grim didn't need to buy the seeds of Ultries and Alphas. There were more than 30 kinds of magic vegetable seeds on the continent. Among them, only the seeds of Malala, which were radishes, didn't need to be bought by Grim. In total, Grim wanted to buy less than 50 types of seeds. Among these 50 types of crop seeds, the seeds of ordinary crops were not expensive and were quite cheap. A few copper coins could buy a caddy, but the seeds of magical vegetables were very expensive. In general, they were a few silver coins or even a dozen silver coins a caddy. Grim did not intend to buy too many of these seeds. It would be good enough to buy 1 caddy of each. If he was not afraid of others' suspicion, he would not even buy 1 caddy. Zhao Hai had told him before he came that he didn't need too many seeds, even if there was only one. As long as it was a good seed and had a seed of space, it would be fine. There were a total of nearly 50 types of seeds. The first type weighed almost 50 pounds. Grim did not have any spatial equipment to store these seeds, so he could only carry them on his back. Fortunately, Grim's skills were exceptional, and the weight was nothing to him. After buying the seeds, he also bought some useful tools and left the city of Cass. For the whole day, Grim kept on hurrying. When the sky turned dark, he stopped and rested for 2 hours before he rushed in the direction of Rocky Mountain. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that Grim returned to Rocky Mountain. This was also the time when the people monitoring Rocky Mountain were the most relaxed. In their eyes, Zhao Hai's group wouldn't act at night, so many of them went to sleep at night. This also gave Grim an opportunity. Grim easily sneaked into the green stone villa, but now that the people in the villa were already resting, Grim did not disturb them and directly found a place to sleep. No matter what, this was only Grim. It would be impossible for anyone else to enter the green stone manor so easily. Zhao Hai had placed hundreds of undead creatures in Rocky Mountain, and he had even let Zhao Zui and the others out to keep an eye on them. If it wasn't Grim but someone else who tried to sneak into the green stone manor, they would be discovered immediately. By then, Zhao Zui and the others would lead the undead creatures to attack. The next morning, Grim did not wake up very early. The past 2 days of running around had exhausted him. Even with his combat energy, he still felt very tired, so he slept a little longer. Anyway, he had already bought the seeds, so there was no need to worry. Zhao Hai also knew that Green had returned, but he was not in a hurry to find him. He knew that Green had been working very hard these past 2 days. Zhao Hai knew how far the road from Rocky Mountain to Cassar City was. It was because of this that he did not let anyone disturb Green and let him have a good rest. Zhao Hai had been very relaxed during this period of time. He only went to the inner space to collect vegetables and plant crops. He didn't have much to do after that. He didn't have to do things like picking stones or making millstones. Zhao Hai's body was too weak right now. He couldn't even carry heavy things, let alone do physical work. However, he had been feeding everyone well during this period. With the increase in the variety of food in the interspace, the slaves could change their taste from time to time, which made them more motivated. When it was almost noon, Grim woke up and went to the hot spring pool in his room to wash his face. Then he went out. The manor was still bustling with activity. The undead creatures were carrying large pieces of meat into the manor from time to time, while En led the slaves to make millstones and millstones. It was not easy to make these 2 things, especially when the tools were very simple. It would take a lot of time to make a mill or a millstone. In addition, Anne was the only one who was a stonemason. The other slaves were only at the level of apprentices. Of course, the men would do some heavy work, while the female slaves would do some cleaning and grinding. The The entire manor now looked like a large stone processing plant. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely break their glasses. Now, because of Zhao Hai's arrival, Rocky Mountain had become a mysterious place. Zhao Hai stood in the courtyard of the manor. Although he couldn't help much, he still stood there with the others. He wasn't there to monitor their work, but to stand there and store the stones mined by the undead creatures into his origin space. After such a long time, the slaves knew what kind of person Zhao Hai was. He was easy to talk to. It didn't matter if you talked or laughed with him. He wouldn't get angry at all. It could be said that they were used to Zhao Hai's existence when they were working. They couldn't be blamed. The farm in the realm wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. It was 10 acres, and most of it was occupied by farmland. The slaves couldn't live too far from the water source, and the water source wasn't far from Zhao Hai. Even if the slaves wanted to lie down, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to escape. Because of this, the slaves felt less nervous. Therefore, even if Zhao Hai stood there for a day, they would not feel uncomfortable. They were already used to it. Zhao Hai also saw Green and greeted him with a smile. "Grandpa Grimm is awake. I hope I didn't disturb you." "No, young master," said Clint, shaking his head. "I've brought the seeds back. They're in the house." Zhao Hai nodded and followed Green into the house. As soon as the two entered the house, they saw the big bag. In addition to some seeds, there were some tools. These tools were used by stonemasons and were not light. Only Grimm could make it back to Rocky Mountain in such a short time. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to make it back in such a short time. Green took out the tools and placed a large bag of seeds in Zhao Hai's hands. The bag weighed about 50 caddies. Zhao Hai could still carry it. Although his current status was lower than an ordinary strong man due to the void water, this weight was not a problem. Zhao Hai took the seeds and turned to Green. "Then I'll go." After saying that, his figure disappeared in front of Grimm in a flash. Grimm did not say anything and went out with the tools. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the origin space, he couldn't wait to open the bag of seeds. Then, a long string of notifications came, almost making Zhao Hai dizzy. New crop seed found, good quality, seed data transformation, seed evaluation, level 10 grain crop, disaster prone, improved seed, replaced paddy seed in the realm. The seed is a one-season crop, can be purchased in the realm store. New crop seed found, the seed is inferior and has no redeeming qualities. Cancel the seed. New crop seed discovered. Seed quality, seed digitization, seed evaluation, level 7 bean crop, high yield, extracted advantages, strengthened spatial bean crop. The seed is a one-season crop, can be purchased from the spatial store. New crop seed discovered. Seed quality, seed data analysis, seed evaluation. Zhao Hai couldn't react to the series of notifications. He quickly entered the straw hut, opened the screen, and clicked on the store button. As expected, more than 20 new crop seeds appeared in the store. The one that didn't appear was probably cancelled by the realm. Zhao Hai had also noticed that the notification this time was different from the previous one. The previous one was extremely short, but this time it was much more detailed. There was a total of 50 seeds. By the time Zhao Hai finished looking at the store, the notification hadn't even finished. However, this wasn't important to Zhao Hai anymore. What he wanted to know was how much the realm would level up this time. As expected, as soon as the seeds notification ended, a new notification immediately sounded. Due to the discovery of a new crop, the space has been upgraded. The current space is level 7, and 2 mu of land can be granted. A bag of pea seeds will be rewarded, and 2 mu of land can be planted. Due to the discovery of a new crop, the space has been upgraded. The current space is level 8, and the reward is a bag of cucumber seeds and 2 mu of land. Due to the discovery of a new crop, the realm has been upgraded. The current realm is level 9, and 2 mu of land can be granted. The reward is a bag of pumpkin seeds and 2 mu of land can be planted. The system announcement stopped there. The seeds that Clint had brought back this time had allowed the space to level up by 3 levels, making it level 9. However, Zhao Hai was not very satisfied. He wanted to use these seeds to level up the space to level 10 and then see if he could open up a farm. That way, not only would they be able to increase their income, but they could also recruit some powerful magical beasts into the space. This way, his combat power would also increase. However, it was obvious that the space would not care so much. The space's setting was that the higher the level, the harder it would be to level up. That was why even though Grimm had brought back so many seeds this time, he had only managed to level up the space by 3 levels. It was not like in the past, where the space could level up just by bringing a few things into it. Zhao Hai sighed impatiently and went to the warehouse to take a look. Now that the space had reached level 9, he could reclaim 4 more acres of land. However, these 4 acres would require money, and he only had 600 gold coins. It was not even enough to reclaim 2 acres, let alone 4 more acres. There were still 4 more seasons to go before the 9th season, which meant that he still needed 8 more days before the 10 acres of land could be used to grow other things. Zhao Hai could only buy some things in his interspace to get some gold coins and then cultivate the 4 acres of land. However, there was really nothing to sell in the space. It would be a loss if he sold the oil fruit and corn. The other things were like cabbages, which were too few in quantity and were not worth much at all. In the end, he could only sell the radishes. Zhao Hai could not help but curse. Right now, he only had 3 seasons worth of radishes. Even if he sold all of them, he would only get 1,500 gold coins. In addition to the 600 gold coins he had, he would only have a little over 2,000 gold coins. With this amount of gold coins, he would not have much left after upgrading the land. However, Zhao Hai had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and bought all the radishes for the 3 seasons. After that, he cultivated 4 mu of land, which would cost him 1,700 gold coins. When he reached LV7, he would need 700 gold coins to cultivate 2 mu of land. When he reached LV9, he would need 1,000 gold coins to cultivate 2 mu of land. In this way, Zhao Hai only had 400 gold coins left. He took out 150 gold coins and bought a bag of radish seeds. However, he didn't plant all of them this time. He only planted 4 acres of newly cultivated land. Originally, he had other seeds that he could plant in the 4 acres of land. However, he had no choice. They didn't know when Laura would come back. When she came back, they could trade with her. If he couldn't take out the radishes by then, it would be embarrassing. However, this time, Zhao Hai wanted to keep some seeds. If he could, he wouldn't need to buy radish seeds from the store in the future. He could save a lot of money. He sighed and put the seeds away. Then he came out of the inner space. To be honest, he was quite disappointed with the upgrade this time. It didn't achieve the effect he had expected, but he had no other choice. It seemed that he could only wait until he bought the radishes and brought some other special plants into the inner space. Only then would he have a chance to upgrade the inner space. Zhao Hai felt that level 10 was a huge hurdle. As long as he passed level 10, something good would happen in the realm. However, he didn't know what would happen. According to the game's usual way of thinking, he would definitely get a huge reward if he passed this hurdle. Zhao Hai's greatest wish now was to open up a farm and increase his strength as quickly as possible. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself. Seeing Zhao Hai walk out of the house in a depressed mood, Green was stunned. He quickly walked over and said, "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's nothing. It's just that although the realm has been upgraded, it didn't achieve the effect I wanted. It seems that these ordinary crop seeds won't be of much use to the realm's upgrade. If I want to upgrade it in the future, I'll have to find more advanced plants." Green didn't know much about Zhao Hai's space, but he was happy to hear that the upgrade had been successful. He quickly said, "Young master, did you get more land this time?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yeah, I increased it by 4 acres, but I sold the radishes in my space. I used the money I earned to open the land. Now there's no more radishes in my space. I've already planted them on the 4 acres. "It's fine," Grim said with a smile. "It's fine as long as the land is cleared." Although Grim had never played the farm game before, Zhao Hai had told him about the farm in the past few days. He knew that it cost money to buy seeds from the realm. He could also earn money by selling radishes to the realm, but the money could not be taken out of the realm. In Grim's opinion, money that could not be taken out of the realm was not money, so he did not feel the pain. Green's heartache did not mean that Zhao Hai's heartache did not. He knew that when he reached a certain level, he would be able to use the gold coins in the realm. If he spent money like this, it would mean that he would have to spend all his money in the future. How could he not be sad? However, it was useless to say anything now. He could only wait. He could only carry out the next step of his plan after he sold the radishes and had money. Green could tell that Zhao Hai was unhappy. He suddenly smiled and said, "Young master, we rarely went to the forest to collect the seeds of those plants because we were in a hurry. Why don't we go to the forest now and see if we can collect some useful seeds? If it's possible, we don't need to buy seeds and the space can be upgraded." Zhao Hai smiled wryly. He did not have much hope. The Ark continent had tens of thousands of years of written history. In these tens of thousands of years, their agricultural development was not very good, but it was not bad either. The crops they were using now were almost all carefully selected. Take the rice bamboo, for example. The seeds of the rice bamboo were kept in the realm and replaced with the rice immediately. What did this mean? It meant that the rice bamboo was better than the rice. Even so, the evaluation of the rice bamboo in the inner space was not very high, let alone the wild plants growing in the wild. They were probably not even as useful as the crops. However, to Zhao Hai, mosquitoes were also meat. It was better to have some than nothing. He nodded and said, "All right, but I'll have to leave this matter to you, Grandpa Green. How about I ask Zhao Kai to help you?" "I don't think so. I can do it myself. This way, when we collect the seeds of other plants in the future, others won't find it strange. Maybe they'll have an excuse even if they find out about the radishes we bought." Zhao Hai hadn't thought of this. He nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll do that. But Grandpa Green, you must be careful. Just look around the nearby mountains. Last time someone poisoned us, and next time it will be the same." Grim smiled. "Don't worry, young master. I'll be careful. I'll bring water and dry food when I go out. I've prepared my own food and necessities. It'll be fine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, how about this? The water you bring out must be space water. Even if someone tries to poison you, the space water can hold them off for a while. You can't go too far. How about we send an undead creature to follow you? If anything happens, you can ride the undead creature and return quickly. That's not necessary, Grim said with a smile. I think I can act on my own. Zhao Hai shook his head. How about this? I'll have the alien follow you. The alien has a lot of space inside it. If you find anything good, you can have it transport it back and forth. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't hold much with just a big bag on your back. Jelen thought about it and agreed. He nodded and said, okay, but will the alien listen to me? Zhao Hai smiled. No problem. Ever since the last upgrade, I realized that the alien has become much smarter. Other than not being able to speak, I feel like he's not much worse than a normal person. Don't worry. All right, I'll go now. Grim nodded. Zhao Hai smiled. It's fine, don't worry. Those things can't run away from the mount. There aren't many things to do in the manor recently. We can only take action after Laura returns. You can rest in the manor for a while. Grim smiled. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. During this period of time, Rocky Mountain was still very safe. Whether it was the Versailles family or other forces, not many people were willing to provoke them. Zhao Hai's identity to the outside world was a black magician, so no one wanted to provoke a black magician. Just as they were entering, Merlin and the rest also walked over. It was time for lunch, and Merlin and the rest were here to call Zhao Hai and Green for lunch. Seeing that Grim had already gotten up, Merlin quickly said, how is it? It's done. Zhao Hai didn't want her to worry, so he smiled bitterly. It's done. Don't worry. Green also understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He did not say much but turned to Merlin and said with a smile, I'm planning to go to the mountains in the next 2 days to see if I can find other useful plants to upgrade Young Master's space. Now, Young Master's space has 18 acres of land, and there will be more and more land in the future. Merlin was overjoyed to hear Green's words. In their opinion, the more land they had, the more money they would earn. This way, the Buda family would have hope of prosperity. They didn't even know that ranches could be opened after the realm was upgraded. Zhao Hai didn't tell them either. Zhao Hai liked to tell others after things were done. After the meal, the people in the manor were still busy. The slaves were happy that they didn't have to guard the place. When they were in the medium, they had nothing to do. Learning how to read was a reward to them. They were rewarded every day without doing anything. To the slaves, this was the life of a noble master. Slaves were different from commoners as they had received education. Commoners received orthodox education, however. Slaves were different. It was better for slaves like Juhian who had become slaves halfway. For those whose parents were slaves, they had received a completely slave-like education from the moment they were born. In their education, their master was always right, which was their god. Everything they had belonged to their master. This kind of enslavement education had begun when they were still ignorant. The terrifying thing about this kind of education was that it could brainwash people and turn them into slaves from beginning to end. The reason why the nobles and slave owners on the mainland could do this was that there had been large-scale slave rebellions in the past. Unfortunately, those slaves had been suppressed. Later on, there were several slave rebellions. Although they were suppressed, the nobles found that it cost a lot of money to suppress those slaves. However, if they used the money to educate those slaves and turn them into slaves from a young age, the money spent was not as much as the money spent to suppress those slaves. Therefore, they naturally had to carry out enslaving education for those slaves. Any civilization that had developed for tens of thousands of years was not that simple. These aristocrats could rule the continent for tens of thousands of years. Although the oldest aristocrats had already perished, these ancient aristocrats had ruled the continent for thousands of years. Here, the aristocrats that had been around for thousands of years could only be regarded as young aristocrats. There were even real aristocrats that had been around for tens of thousands of years. These people had their own reasons for being able to rule the continent for so many years. If they didn't have the corresponding means, how could they have ruled the continent for so long? It was because of these reasons that when these slaves were bought by Grimm, their hearts were also with the Buda family. Ju Hien and the others were different from those who had been slaves since they were young. They were originally commoners. Although the living standard of the commoners on the continent was not very good, it was still a world of difference compared to those slaves. The most important thing was that they could be slaves for a moment, forever, and generation after generation. It was for these reasons that Zhao Hai made the slaves suffer every day, but they were not used to it. Now that they were asked to do some work, they felt more at ease. Zhao Hai knew that it would take a long time to change the minds of these slaves. Therefore, he only taught them how to read and understand more. Zhao Hai had never thought that he would be able to change the world one day. Even if he had such a thought, it would just circle around in his head and disappear immediately. He knew his own capabilities. He was just an ordinary otaku. Although he had the farm as a cheating device after coming here, he had no ambition to change the world. Especially when he knew that the history of this world had been tens of thousands of years, he dared not have such thoughts. For tens of thousands of years, this world was still in a slave society, which showed how powerful the ruling class was. Now, he just wanted to live a good life. However, as someone who was born in New China, he was really not used to ruling some slaves. That was why he decided that as long as you were willing to work hard, you would be able to obtain freedom as a reward. The Black Earth Wilderness was his territory. He treated it as his private property, but at the same time, no one was interested in his property. In the eyes of the mainland's nobles, the Black Earth Wilderness was undoubtedly a piece of stone, a useless stone. However, Zhao Hai knew that once he improved the soil of the Black Earth Wilderness, this common stone would become a raw jade stone, which would become a treasure that everyone would fight for. Therefore, if he really wanted to protect his treasure, he had to have the strength. Although the strength in his hands was not weak, it was not strong either. If he could open up a farm, all the magical beasts on the continent could become his subordinates. By then, no one would dare to provoke him. In the middle of the night, a notification came from the origin space, telling Zhao Hai that the radishes were ripe and ready to be collected. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He slept until dawn before entering the origin space. He just wanted to see if he could plant some seeds in some rokas. The next morning, when he went into his space, the seeds of the radishes had already been planted, so he didn't have to waste any more time. But it was a pity that when Zhao Hai entered the medium the next morning, the radishes were still radishes. They didn't have any seeds and were still in a mature state. This disappointed Zhao Hai. It seems like I can't keep the seed. What a pity, Zhao Hai muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt sounded from the space. Non-edible seeds of crops can only be planted after reaching level 10. Please wait patiently. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, and then he was delighted. He had thought that crops like radishes could not be planted. He did not expect that as long as they passed level 10, they could be planted according to his requirements. This was great. This made Zhao Hai even more certain that level 10 was definitely a hurdle. As long as he passed this hurdle, he would be able to do more things. Zhao Hai was in a good mood. After he harvested the radishes, he planted another 4 mu of land. Then he harvested the oil fruit trees and corn for a season before coming out of the interspace. Yesterday, Green had been resting in the manor, but today he didn't want to rest. After breakfast, he went out with the alien. Just as Zhao Hai said, the alien had become very smart. Other than being unable to communicate with Zhao Hai, he could still carry out Zhao Hai's orders. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He had told the alien not to go too far. If Grimm wanted to go further, the alien would stop him. They could only walk for 4 hours before they had to return. Although Green was not afraid of anything, he still accepted Zhao Hai's good intentions. He did not voice any objections. After all, the plants in the forest might not be what they needed, so he did not take it to heart. In fact, there were a lot of high-level plants in the forest, but it was not excessive for the trees there. In Iron Mountain or some more primitive forests, you would meet some high-level mages and plants. Some of these plants were aggressive to a certain extent, and some were good magic materials. If you took these plants to any city, you could buy them for a lot of money. It was for this reason that it was impossible to find these plants on the mountains around Zhao Hai and his group. This place was too close to Kassar City. Many of the mountains and forests here had been developed. Even if they had not been developed, they had been swept by some low-level mercenaries many times. The high-level magic plants that could be bought with a little more money had long been taken away. Therefore, Zhao Hai did not have high hopes for Green's plan. They could only make a Hail Mary effort. They could only wait for the workers to return and trade with them. Only when they had money could they buy some useful magical plants from the mercenaries. There was nothing they could do now. As soon as Grimm left Rocky Mountain, the people who were monitoring them immediately noticed that Grimm was sitting inside the body of the alien. Therefore, they only saw the alien coming out of Rocky Mountain and did not know how many people were inside the alien. However, Grimm's action this time still made those people's spirits rise. Everyone perked up and kept a close eye on the xenomorphs. However, to their surprise, the alien didn't take the main road. Instead, it went up the mountain. This scared the people watching Zhao Hai and the others. Those people thought that Zhao Hai was a black magician, and black magicians were known for their strange temper. They thought that Zhao Hai had discovered them and was coming to deal with them, so many of them ran away. Those who ran away were mercenaries hired by some small families. These mercenaries were different from the men of sacrifice trained by the big families. They were only paid to do things. Once there was danger, they would run away immediately. However, the men of sacrifice of the big families were different. Their first priority was to complete the task. Even if they sacrificed themselves, as long as they completed the task, everything would be worth it. Jellin had long known that there would be people watching them, so when he came out of Rocky Mountain, he raised his vigilance. As expected, he found many people. However, Grimm didn't touch them. If they wanted to monitor here, then let them do so. Anyway, they could see what they wanted them to see, and they wouldn't be able to see what they didn't want to see even if they were beaten to death. Thus, Grimm wasn't worried at all. Grimm and the xenomorph went into the forest on the mountain under the watchful eyes of those people. As soon as they entered the forest, Grim came down from the xenomorph's back and looked around the forest. Obviously, this forest had been destroyed by someone. Although the trees were still there, the traces of people walking through the trees were too obvious. Some places had been stepped on to make a path, and Grim could see that there were many traces of digging in the forest. Obviously, the useful things had been dug away. Merlin shook his head and continued walking into the forest. He carefully observed the plants around him. However, just as Zhao Hai and the rest had thought, there were some famous plants on the continent, but they were nowhere to be seen in this forest. Although Grim was a warrior and not an alchemist, one should not forget that Merlin was a mage. No matter how ignorant a mage was, he would still know the use of some magic plants. Naturally, Merlin knew it too. Moreover, he could make 2 kinds of magic potions. It was because of this that Grim also recognized some magical plants, but he did not see any of the magical plants he knew in this forest. Grim couldn't help but take a deep breath and walk into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, 2 wild fruit trees appeared in front of him. This kind of wild fruit tree was very common on the continent. Although it tasted good, its yield wasn't high, so it had never been planted on a large scale. Moreover, it wasn't a magic plant, so the great nobles wouldn't eat it. As for the commoners, they usually used their own land to grow food, so they naturally wouldn't grow this kind of tree. Even if they wanted to eat it, they could just pick some from the mountains. Therefore, this plant had always been wild, and almost no one had planted it artificially. Grim had also seen 2 of these fruit trees called the red fruit trees, but because they were too unremarkable, he did not notice them. Now that the 2 trees had suddenly blocked his way, Grim only noticed them. Looking at the 2 fruit trees, Grim pondered for a moment. He took out his big sword and cut 2 branches from the trees, then put them into the space inside the xenomorph's body. The reason why Grim did this was because the red fruit was a very easy tree to grow. As long as you put a branch into the wet soil, it would germinate and grow slowly. So Grim only cut off 2 branches. He didn't know if this tree could be used anyway, so it was better to try it as a last resort. After collecting the red fruit, Grim was a little overwhelmed. As long as he could see it, regardless of what it was, he would dig it out and put it in the space inside the alien's body. If he couldn't dig it out, he would get a branch to see if it could be planted. It was already the beginning of spring, and the fruits on the tree and the seeds on the ground were all gone. Only the newly grown tree buds and seedlings could be seen. The people who were watching Grim were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand. There were things everywhere on this mountain. Why would Grim want to dig them up? Could it be that he had learned these things and become a treasure? Grim's strange behavior was etched in the minds of these people. They were ready to report this situation to their families. At the same time, they were also ready to collect some of the plants collected by Grim and bring them home to study and see if these things were really useful. Grim couldn't even remember how many plants he had collected. Anyway, as long as they were not the most common ones, he had collected them all. Even if he saw some strange weeds, he also collected some. However, if he were to sell the things he had collected outside, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy them for even a copper coin. No one would sell these most ordinary things. There were things to do on the mountain. If he wanted them, he could go up the mountain and pick some. It would be a waste of money. After more than 3 hours, Grim had reached the depths of the mountain. The space inside the xenomorph's body was full and could no longer be filled. Grim stopped and returned to the xenomorph's body, walking straight back. As soon as Grim left, the people who were monitoring him immediately began to take action. They collected all the plants that Grim had collected and then prepared to report to the family. In fact, what Grim did today was not very out of line. There were many people coming up the mountain to collect all kinds of plants. However, the strange thing was that the things Grim collected were all worthless. No one would buy them even if they bought them. Such an action was very suspicious. Grim didn't care about their reactions. From his point of view, their reactions had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he didn't do anything that could not be seen in the light, so what was he afraid of? For Grim and the rest, there was nothing that could not be revealed. The only thing that could not be revealed was their identity. As long as their identity was not exposed, they were not afraid of anything else. By the time Grim returned to Rocky Mountain, it was already afternoon. It was past lunchtime, so Merlin immediately went to get him something to eat. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, had taken all the plants in the xenomorph's internal space into the space, regardless of their quality. The moment Zhao Hai put the plants into the medium, a notification came from the medium. New plant discovered, detected as a fruit tree type plant. The fruits are edible and can be used to brew wine. Flaws: low yield, obtained sapling, optimized sapling, tree sapling digitized, can be purchased from the space store. New plant found, no advantages, not to be extracted. New plant discovered, detected as poisonous shrub, good for planting with high survival rate, extract sapling, digitized sapling, can be purchased in the space store. Extract poison to enhance the toxicity of robot-like objects in the space. Enhance the detoxification ability of the space water. New plant found, plant has thorns, easy to plant. high survival rate, strong survival ability, extract vines, vines digitized, can be bought in the space store, extract poison, enhance the toxicity of robot-like objects in the space, enhance the detoxification ability of space water, extract thorn protection ability, enhance the attack ability of robot-like objects in the space, extract survival ability, enhance the survival ability of human-like objects in the space. New plant found, no advantages, not to be extracted. New plant discovered, harmful weed-type plant, high survival rate, full of aggressiveness, extracted its advantages, strengthening the ability of the weeds in the space weed user. A long string of over 100 notifications made Zhao Hai's head spin. However, he also heard a few good things, especially the poisonous bush and the thorny vine. These things were good to use. They could be used as walls. At the same time, he also noticed something else, which was the weeds. He didn't expect the weeds here to have advantages. They were even extracted to strengthen the ability of the weed release device in the space. This was a good thing. In the future, when he used the weed release device, it would be even more powerful. The rest of the ingredients weren't too good. Only some trees were okay. They had simple medicinal effects, but they weren't very strong. Just like the ginkgo tree, its leaves could only be made into a drink. They weren't very useful. However, there were so many different types of plants. Grimm himself did not expect that he had brought more than 100 types of plants in the morning. Although these plants were not magic plants and were not worth much outside, some of them still had their own advantages. Even if they were not extracted, the space would extract the advantages and enhance the advantages of the plants in the space. After a long while, the new plant notification disappeared. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know if he could upgrade the origin space this time. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard another notification from the space. Due to the discovery of a new plant, the realm has met the upgrade requirements. The realm has been upgraded. The current realm is level 10, and the overall functions of the realm have been improved. Ranches can be opened, non-fruity plants can be bred, gold coins can be materialized in the realm and used outside the realm, 3 teleportation points can be set up, the space background can be increased, the range of surveillance cameras has been increased, with 3 teleportation points as the center, a range of 500 meters in diameter. New functions have been added to the realm, and it can be transformed into a cane-type portable space. It is bound to the host and cannot be damaged. Cannot be dropped. Host, please choose the style of the staff. Congratulations, host. I hope the host can continue to use it. The more Zhao Hai listened to the system announcement, the happier he became. In the end, he almost jumped up in joy. He didn't expect the level 10 spatial ability to be so powerful, and all the functions inside were what he needed. It was great. Zhao Hai could not help but burst into laughter. Although these functions were just names, he still had to study their specific uses. However, just by listening to the system announcement, Zhao Hai had a rough idea of how to use these functions. The benefits of these functions were too great for him. Zhao Hai quickly ran into the grass hut and walked to the screen. He opened the screen and sure enough, a file appeared on the screen with the title, Introduction to the Space's New Functions. Zhao Hai's hands trembled with excitement. He took a few deep breaths before clicking on the document. A white light shot from the screen to Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai felt a sharp pain in his head. He knew that he might have to sleep for a while more. He immediately struggled to his bed and fainted. This time, the introduction of the new function was quite extensive. Zhao Hai fell into a deep sleep the moment he laid on the bed. He did not know how long it would take for him to wake up. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He stretched his back and slowly sat up. He chuckled and said, "Good fellow, this is a change in weapon." When he fell asleep, his brain had fully accepted the introduction of the new function, and his brain had been developed. Although he couldn't use magic now, he had become smarter and smarter. He could almost memorize the introduction of the new function word for word, which was almost impossible in the past. He now had a better understanding of the realm's abilities. In the past, the storage could not store demonic beasts, but now that he could open up a farm, he could store demonic beasts in his storage and even rear them in the realm. Just like in the game, the farm and farm in the realm were not together. If Zhao Hai wanted to go to the farm, he could just open up the farm and he could go there. However, he could not see the farm from the farm. There was no pasture in sight, as if they were not in the same plane. In the game, the gold coins in the farm and the pasture were mutually shared. In the game, the storage of the farm and the pasture was not shared, but here, the storage of the farm and the pasture was shared. This made Zhao Hai a lot more relaxed. The ranch's functions were similar to those in the game. They could be used to raise animals, but it was not open yet, so he didn't know how many animals he could raise. The ability to farm was only one of the abilities after he reached level 10. The other ability was the ability to breed. Before level 10, he could not breed crops like radishes that relied on roots. However, it was different after he reached level 10. When he reached level 10, he could choose to let radishes do breeding so that he could save money on seeds. Before LV10, the gold coins in the boundless space were just virtual currency and could not be used outside the boundless space. However, after LV10, the virtual currency could be used outside the boundless space. In other words, if Zhao Hai earned 100,000 gold coins in the boundless space, he could also use them outside the boundless space, which would be another income for him. There was also the teleportation point function, which was Zhao Hai's favorite. He could set up 3 teleportation points, just like opening 3 entrances in the space. If he wanted to get to Kassar City from the Black Wasteland, he would have to sit on the back of the alien and travel for half a month. However, with this teleportation point, it was a different story. He could set up a teleportation point in Rocky Mountain and a teleportation point in the Black Iron Castle. Then he could enter the realm from the Black Iron Castle and choose to come out from the teleportation point here in Rocky Mountain. This way, he could save half a month's travel. However, the realm could only set up 3 teleportation points at most. Once set, it couldn't be changed, but even so, it was still a very powerful function. Moreover, with this upgrade, the functions of the surveillance system had also increased. Every major teleportation point was being monitored, and the range was centered around the teleportation point. A range of 500 meters in diameter was not small. There was another function that Zhao Hai liked even though it wasn't very useful. It was to add a background. Currently, Zhao Hai's house in this interspace was only a thatched cottage, and there was only one of it. It could only fit him alone. No one else could come in. However, with this additional background, Zhao Hai could change his background. For example, he could change his background to the small villa he used most often when he played games. This way, he wouldn't have to live in the thatched cottage anymore. She could live in that villa. There was one last space, which was Zhao Hai's favorite. It was a portable farm function. It didn't mean that he had another farm, but that the entire farm would be transformed into a walking stick. It could be held in Zhao Hai's hand or placed at a designated place. The walking stick couldn't be lost or dropped. Moreover, this cane could use all the functions in the farm. Now, the small shovels, small water buckets, pesticides, weeders, weed controllers, and weed controllers in the farm had all disappeared. All the functions were concentrated on the cane. Even the function of the surveillance screen could be used with the cane, which was much more convenient. It was because of these functions that Zhao Hai said that this was a major upgrade. He immediately went to the screen and opened it. As expected, there was an additional button on the screen. On it was written, "Choose the style of the cane." Zhao Hai immediately pressed the button, and images of the canes appeared on the screen. Some of the canes looked like tree branches, some looked like swords, some were gorgeous, some were simple, some gave off a pure and holy feeling, and some were white bones giving off a strange feeling. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the pictures of the staves. Although he liked a few of them very much, he still chose the white bone staff in the end. He was now playing the role of a black magician. Of course, he had to use a staff like this to look more like it. Zhao Hai clicked on the picture of the staff. With a flash of white light, a staff appeared in his hand. The staff seemed to be made of bones. Its entire body was the pale color of bones, as if it was pieced together by pieces of bones. At the top of the staff was a small skull. The skull was green and crystal clear, as if it was carved out of precious stones. Just as the staff was in Zhao Hai's hand, a notification from the space came in: Evil Spirit Staff. It can extend and shorten automatically. It can be as long as 5 meters and as short as 0.5 meters. It can light up in a dark environment and use all the functions of the space. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He had not expected the staff to have such an effect. This was a pleasant surprise. Although the first 2 functions were not very useful to Zhao Hai, it was better than nothing. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the shape of the staff. Zhao Hai turned to look at the screen and clicked on the shop icon. The shop's page appeared, and the first page was still a normal seed. Zhao Hai took a quick look. Other than some seeds that were already in the origin space, there were many plants that were unique to the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked up again and found the decoration category. Zhao Hai clicked on the decoration category. As expected, a page for the decoration category popped up. It was similar to when he played games. A row of pictures of houses appeared on the screen. Zhao Hai took a look. Sure enough, there was a price tag below each picture. It seemed that this thing was really similar to a game. Using the background also required extra money. Zhao Hai looked at the pictures and finally found a background that could be bought with 1 gold coin. This background was the small villa that Zhao Hai used to play games. There was even a fence, a doghouse, and a background. However, Zhao Hai had no use for the last 3 items. He only spent 1 gold coin to buy a picture of a house and decorated it. Just as he pressed the decorative button, Zhao Hai felt his surroundings shake. Then, everything around him was surrounded by a layer of white light. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai was stunned. He found that he was no longer sitting on a small stool, but on a sofa. The sofa was placed in a large living room, which was more than 20 square meters in size. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room. It was a set of sofas, consisting of 1 big sofa and 2 small sofas. The big sofa could seat 5 people, while the 2 small sofas on the sides could seat 1 person each. The floor was carpeted. In the middle of the sofa was a wooden coffee table. It was cherry red and very beautiful. Facing the large sofa was a 42-inch screen which was now off. On the coffee table was something like a remote control. Zhao Hai stood up from the sofa and looked around. He found that the house was really big. Other than the living room, there were 2 bathrooms, a hot spring room, a storage room, a kitchen, a dining room, and 2 guest rooms. Zhao Hai took a look around the first floor and realized that the bathrooms were all modern. Each bathroom was about 5 square meters in size, with a seat, a bathtub, a shower head with adjustable water and heat, a basin for washing the face, and a mirror. The 2 bathrooms were the same. The facilities in the kitchen were very complete. Not only could it be used for cooking Chinese food, but it also had some utensils for cooking Western food. All the utensils were shining, and they were obviously new. There was only a long table in the dining room, which could accommodate 8 people. There were a few paintings on the walls on both sides of the table, which were very ordinary landscape paintings. The hot spring room was relatively simple. The floor was paved with small stones, which not only prevented slip but also allowed foot massage. The hot spring room was about 5 square meters in size, and there was a stone for resting inside. The wall was inlaid with ceramic tiles. The storage room was filled with all the daily necessities of the house. It was very well equipped, from basins to buckets, from mops to brooms. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw 5 iron boards and an electric iron. The guest room was relatively simple. There was a bed, a wardrobe, 2 bedside cabinets, and a table lamp on it. By the window, there was a fan and 2 sofas. The decoration of the 2 guest rooms was the same. The first floor alone was almost 200 square meters. Zhao Hai followed the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. There was no living room or kitchen on the second floor. Other than a bathroom, there were only 5 bedrooms. 4 of them were similar to the 2 guest rooms on the first floor. Only one had an additional 32-inch screen like the first floor. The rest were similar. Zhao Hai returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and picked up the remote control. The buttons on it were very simple. The bottom row was an on and off button, and the second row was 1, 2, and 3 numbers. Below it was a circular button with 4 arrows up, down, left, and right. In the middle was an OK button, and at the bottom was a smooth touchscreen-like thing. Zhao Hai looked at the remote control and pressed the start button. The screen lit up. It was the same desktop as the original screen. The icons on the desktop were still the same. There were no changes. Zhao Hai pressed the 1 button and a voice came from the screen. You have not set up a teleportation point. Do you want to set it up now? The same words appeared on the screen at the same time. Zhao Hai said out of habit, yes. Just as he said that, the word yes on the screen seemed to have been tapped by someone. Then the sentence disappeared and a map appeared on the screen. Zhao Hai looked at the map and was stunned. He did not understand what it meant. At that moment, the system announcement sounded out. Please select the teleportation point. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the map and realized that the map clearly showed the names of all the places they had been, from the Black Earth Wilderness to here. From the castle to Ka City, all the places they had been to were on the map. Those were the only places they had not been to. The places they had not been to were still pitch black. A small white arrow that looked like a mouse pointer appeared on the screen. Zhao Hai stared at the arrow in a daze. Then he looked at the remote control in his hand and focused on the touchscreen-like thing under the remote control. His finger gently swiped on it, and the mouse pointer on the screen moved. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that it would be so easy to operate this thing. He took a closer look at the map and pointed the finger at the Qingxi Villa. As expected, the system announcement came again. The first teleportation point is the Green Stone Villa. Yes, no, yes, Zhao Hai nodded. The space's voice once again rang out. The first teleportation point is the Green Stone Villa. Confirm. Do you want to build the second teleportation point? As soon as the system announcement ended, a small green dot immediately lit up in the area of the Green Stone Villa. Yes, it's built in the Iron Mountain Castle, Zhao Hai replied immediately. Zhao Hai wanted to try and see if he could control the screen with his voice. Yes, Zhao Hai could also control the screen with his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a green dot appeared on the map near the Iron Mountain Castle. It was blinking there, and then the space's prompt voice came again. The second teleportation point is the Iron Mountain Castle. Yes, no, yes, Zhao Hai nodded. The green dot at the Iron Mountain Castle had settled down and stopped flashing. At the same time, a voice from the space said, the second teleportation point is the Iron Mountain Castle. Confirm. Do you want to build the third teleportation point? Zhao Hai stared at the screen for a while before shaking his head. No, the notification sound disappeared. The screen returned to the desktop. Zhao Hai pressed the 1 button again, and the screen changed to a 3D map of Rocky Mountain. With the point where he entered the spatial dimension as the center, it was a 3D map with a diameter of 500 meters. It almost covered the entire Rocky Mountain. Zhao Hai's finger moved on the screen. He first clicked on the courtyard of the manor. An image of the courtyard immediately appeared, followed by a series of tinkling sounds. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked around and did not find anything that could make noise. Suddenly, he looked at the screen. They were smashing rocks. As they did their first move, the tinkling sounds came. Zhao Hai's face was filled with joy. In the past, the surveillance cameras would not make any sound. He did not expect that there would be sound now. This was a pleasant surprise. Then Zhao Hai pressed the 2 button. As expected, the screen changed to the castle. It was similar to what he had seen before, but now the scope was larger. Previously, he could only see a little of the inner castle, but now he could see everything outside the castle. Zhao Hai cheered happily and pressed the OK button. The space's voice once again sounded. Do you want to switch to teleportation point number 2? Yes, no, yes, Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, he put down the remote control device and stood up with his staff. With a thought, he left the medium. Outside the medium, Zhao Hai took a closer look and found that he had already returned to the Iron Mountain Castle and was standing in his bedroom. Zhao Hai cheered in his bedroom. He ran to the window and opened it to look out. The scenery inside the castle was in full view. Although there was still black soil everywhere, this time the black soil looked lovely. Zhao Hai laughed out loud as he held onto the window. The new space function was really too powerful. This was a way to move faster than any other method. In just a moment, he had arrived at Iron Mountain Castle from Rocky Mountain. It took a while for Zhao Hai to calm down. He returned to the origin space and said, switch to teleportation point number 1. After saying that, he came out of the space. When he came out, he found himself standing in the bedroom of the green stone villa. He didn't enter the space from here, but from the alien's body. When he set the teleportation point, he set it at the green stone villa, so the space arranged the exit to be in his bedroom. Zhao Hai heard the clanking sounds coming from outside. He suppressed the joy in his heart and entered the origin space once more. He knew that it was time to open up the ranches. As soon as they entered the medium, Zhao Hema said, open up the ranches. The space's voice once again rang out. To open a farm, the farm must reach level 10. Host, you have met the requirements. Are you sure you want to open a farm? Yes, no. Yes, Seahorse Zhao replied. Then he waited for the realm's response, but this time he was disappointed. There was no response from the realm, only a notification. The ranch has been successfully opened. Zhao Hai looked around and realized that nothing had changed. There was no sign of the farm anywhere. Even though he knew this would happen, he was still disappointed. With a thought, Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light. When the white light disappeared, the scenery in front of him was completely different. It had become a green grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the system announcement sounded again. Welcome to the spatial farm. The farm is currently level 1 and it can raise 1,000 animals. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the farm could raise 1,000 action figures as soon as it opened. This was too godly, wasn't it? NBSB Zhao Hai looked around and realized that there were no houses. There was only a plain and nothing else. Zhao Hai was confused. He remembered that when the ranches opened, they would have a simple wall and a simple house. Why was there nothing here? What worried Zhao Hai the most was that in the game, when the animals gave birth, there was a fixed area. If they moved there, they could give birth on their own without any problems. If there was no such area here, it would be a big problem. He was not a vet, and he did not know how to deliver animals. If the animals died while giving birth, he would have to pay a lot of money. Display the animal production area, Zhao Hema said. As soon as his voice fell, a space of no less than 100 square meters appeared in front of him. The man's column was in a circle, with a green light flashing in the middle and a yellow ring of light surrounding the area. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation. As long as there was a production area, he would not have to worry about the production of animals. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered another problem. This was just a patch of grass, and there was no food grinder like in the game. How were they supposed to feed the animals? The animals in the game didn't need to drink water, but the animals in this space didn't need to drink water either, right? Zhao Hai had no choice but to ask again, how do we solve the problem of animal feeding and water? A notification sound was heard. Due to excessive rearing, the ranch will adopt a free-range mode. The feed added by the host will automatically be converted to grass on the ground, which is suitable for all kinds of animals to eat. There is a river 1,000 meters ahead for animals to drink water. Zhao Hai was shocked. He never thought that the realm would solve the problem this way. It turned all the food into grass. It was fine if it was a game, as most of the animals in the game were herbivores. The grass could solve the problem. However, if he brought the animals from the Ark continent to the farm, there would definitely be carnivores. When that happened, he couldn't just let the carnivorous animals eat grass, could he? Zhao Hai quickly asked his question, but the realm's answer was that there wasn't enough information and he couldn't answer. Zhao Hai was completely confused. Zhao Hai was very impatient. He didn't know what to do now. He could only say, open the warehouse. What can be turned into feed? The voice from the space said, searching. Found items that can be used as feed. Radish leaves, corn, wheat, and rice can all be converted into feed. Every 500 grams of radish leaves can be converted into feed 1 point. Every 500 grams of corn can be converted into feed 5 points. Every 500 grams of wheat can be converted into feed 4 points. Every 500 grams of rice can be converted into feed 6 points. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect the realm to put all the food into feed. It seemed that anything that could be turned into feed could be turned into feed. The more suitable it was to be turned into feed, the more points it would get. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and opened the shop page. Although there was no display, the staff in Zhao Hai's hand emitted a white light, forming a projection in front of Zhao Hai. On it was the page of the store, and it was the ranch shop. Zhao Hai took a look at the page. It was no different from the one in the game. The only difference was that the pictures of the animals he couldn't buy were black and white, while the pictures of the animals he could buy were in color. He could only buy two actions now, the chicken and the rabbit. A chicken only cost 80 gold coins, while a rabbit only cost 120 gold coins. According to the game, this price was not expensive, but according to the prices in the Ark continent, it was very expensive. The long-tailed chickens and blue-eyed rabbits used for meat in the Ark continent were very cheap. The long-tailed chickens only cost 1 silver coin each, and the blue-eyed rabbits only cost 3 silver coins each. Zhao Hai did some calculations and immediately decided that he couldn't buy these animals in the store in the realm. It wasn't worth it. He only had 200 gold coins. If he bought them in the realm, he could buy 2 rabbits or 3 chickens at most. But if he bought them outside, he could buy more than 2,000 long-tailed chickens, which was about 800 rabbits. He could almost fill up the pasture. Although the problem of how to raise carnivores had not yet been solved, the ranch was still open. As long as the ranch was open, it would be fine. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. With a thought, he came out of the farm. In general, Zhao Hai liked the farm's current situation. It was better than the game. No matter what, the things in the game were dead and digitized. However, the things in the farm were visible and touched. Zhao Hai was happy when he thought about it. This time, Zhao Hai came out differently from the last time. Last time, he used the teleport point to come out of the space, so he went straight to his bedroom. This time, he came out from the same place he came in. Came out from the alien's body, so when he came out, he was still in the alien's body. When Zhao Hai appeared, he noticed that Green and the others were all there. Zhao Hai was taken aback and asked, "Grandpa Grimm, why are you all here? Were you waiting for me?" Green and the others clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Green quickly said, "Young master, you've been in the medium for almost 4 hours. Are you all right?" Zhao Hai was surprised. He didn't think he had been in the space for so long, but then he understood. He had slept in the space for a while, so it should have been a while. Zhao Hai laughed, "No problem, and this time the realm has been upgraded again. This is a good thing, a good thing. Let's go, we'll talk after we enter the realm." After saying that, they all entered the space. The moment Green and the others entered the dimension, they were stunned. It was not because of anything else, but because they saw the small villa. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "I bought this house in the medium. You can buy it for 1 gold coin. I'll buy it. We can live in it from now on." After saying that, he led them into the villa. Zhao Hai let them choose their own rooms. The Wooden brothers chose the 2 rooms downstairs. Green and Merlin chose the room upstairs, and Meg also chose the room upstairs, and it was the room closest to Zhao Hai's bedroom. Seeing that they had chosen their rooms, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right now, there's another function in the inner space, and it's the one we need the most." After saying that, Grimm and the others found themselves coming out of the space again. However, after coming out, they felt a little strange because they were now in a stone house, which was obviously not Rocky Mountain. Green and the others looked around for a while before Meg said with uncertainty, "Young master, isn't this your room in the Iron Mountain Castle?" "That's right," Zhao Hai laughed. "This is my room in the Iron Mountain Castle. We've already returned to the castle." Grimm and the others were stunned for a moment. Then everyone rushed to the window, opened the window, and looked out. They found that they had really returned to the Iron Mountain Castle. Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The realm now has an ability to set up 2 teleportation points, just like the front and back door of a house. I've already set these 2 teleportation points at the rubble in the castle. In the future, we can go in and out of the 2 places at any time, just like now." Green and the others looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. They had not expected such a good thing to happen. A journey that took half a month was completed in an instant. This was truly amazing. While explaining the changes of the interspace to them, Zhao Hai followed them out of the room and into the square of the inner castle. The reason why Zhao Hai chose to enter the interspace here was that he wanted to bring the slaves back to the Iron Mountain Castle from the interspace in the future. He couldn't let the slaves come out from their rooms, so it was better to enter the interspace in the square. After they entered the interspace, Zhao Hai brought them to the farm. He told them that they could raise some magical beasts here. Green and the others were even happier. They would have another source of income if they could raise magical beasts here. It was only after Zhao Hai had explained the new abilities of the space to Green and the others that they came out of the space. Once they came out, Zhao Hai took out 100 gold coins and gave it to Green. He told Green to go to Cass City tomorrow and buy 300 blue-eyed rabbits to keep in the space. These gold coins were conjured from the space. Grimm and the others were not too surprised. They also knew about some new functions of the space. The ability to hold cash was one of them. To be honest, Grimm and the others were very concerned about this function of the space. Green and the others also realized that the realm was mainly used for farming. It was not very suitable for combat, but farming was also a problem. There were too many harvests in the realm. Take radishes, for example. If Zhao Hai did not plant anything but only radishes, as long as he continued to grow them for a year, he would have enough radishes for the next 10 years. This kind of production was really too high, and it would have a huge impact on the entire continent's market. Moreover, just selling it out would be a huge problem, but if they could conjure up the gold coins in the space, it would be different. They could buy radishes in the space. Although the price wasn't as high as the ones sold outside, they wouldn't have to worry about sales. At that time, they could bring the good gold coins they bought out of the space to use. Gold coins were a hard currency, and they could buy anything. After a night's rest, Grimm set off early the next morning, heading for the city of Cass. This time they did not hide anything. They openly rushed to the city of Cass through the Rocky Mountain. They were going to buy something anyway, so they were not afraid of being seen by others. After Grimm left, Zhao Hai came to the courtyard. He was prepared to move the slaves back to the Black Iron Castle. Right now, they were in Kassar City. It was a matter of time. It would be better to move them back to the Black Earth Castle. It would save him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the slaves' safety. In the past, as long as Zhao Hai entered the medium, the people outside couldn't contact him anymore. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai's undead creatures had leveled up, and he had Zhao Zui and the others with him. Even if he sent the slaves back to the Iron Mountain Castle, he could send Zhao Zui and the others to watch over them. If anything happened, Zhao Zui and the others could contact Zhao Hai directly. This might be one of the benefits of leveling up to dimension level. After Zhao Zui and the others left the dimension, they could contact Zhao Hai directly. It was much stronger than before. Unfortunately, the aliens could not speak, so they could not do what Zhao Zui and the others did. Zhao Hai had discussed this with Green and the others yesterday. Green and the others had agreed. After all, the manor was too small and too close to Cass City. It would be easy for people to see through it. It would be good to let them return to the castle. After all, the castle was their route. When they returned, they could put in the millstone that they had made during this period of time. They could also use the stones mined from Rocky Mountain to cultivate the castle. Although the castle hadn't suffered much damage, after so many years, some small places were inevitably damaged. It was just that it wasn't very convenient to mine stones in Iron Mountain before, so it had never been repaired. Now that there were stones in Rocky Mountain, it was just right to repair it. Of course, no one could leave Rocky Mountain alone. Zhao Zui and the others had cast a black mist spell to cover the area. However, if Zhao Zui and the others were gone for too long, the black mist spell would lose its effect. If that happened, the situation in Rocky Mountain would be clear to everyone. Zhao Hai did not want that to happen. Therefore, at least 2 of Zhao Zui and the others had to stay here. Zhao Hai had already made his calculations. He planned to leave Zhao Qi and Zhao Lion behind at Rocky Mountain with 100 undead creatures. That would be enough to deal with any situation. If anything were to happen, they only needed to hold off for a while, and Zhao Hai would be able to lead the reinforcements. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also preparing to leave Zhao Qian here. Although Zhao Qian could no longer remember his past, he still had his abilities. If he stayed here, he could be sent to the mountains outside. There were so many people sent by other forces to watch over them. Zhao Hai could also send one person to watch over them. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also worried about the people behind Zhao Qian. It was impossible for Zhao Qian to deal with them on the spur of the moment. Someone must have instructed him to do it. However, because of his memory loss, he no longer knew who the people behind Zhao Qian were. He could only investigate slowly. Zhao Hai was going to send Zhao Zui and the other 6 back to the Iron Mountain Castle. 2 of them would stay behind to guard the castle, while the other 4 would lead the undead creatures to the Carrion Swamp to capture undead creatures and magical beasts. Now that the ranches were open, they could capture undead creatures and magical beasts and keep them in the origin space. This way, Zhao Hai could slowly form an army of magical beasts. Only after the establishment of the magical beast army did Zhao Hai dare to improve the land around the Iron Mountain Castle. Otherwise, he would not have had the guts to do so. Zhao Hai had also prepared some wood and stones to keep an eye on the castle. It was for the convenience of managing the slaves and their safety. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't leave yet, so they could only wait here in Rocky Mountain. They had to wait for Laura to return and trade with her before they could leave. Although they could sell the items to the Dimensional City for gold coins, the price offered in the realm was too low. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, Zhao Hai still wanted to cooperate with Laura. After listing out his future plans, Zhao Hai began to take action. First, he organized the slaves to return to the Iron Mountain Castle. This was not too difficult. The slaves were used to entering the medium, so they didn't know that Zhao Hai wanted them to go back to Iron Mountain Castle.